Chapter 241 Missile. Here we go again! After night falls, strawberries, mulberry trees, and raspberries grow rapidly under the moonlight, and soon they cover most of the mountain. Those who don't understand the situation may think that the high temperature disaster has passed. However, the actual temperature at night was 62 degrees Celsius. No wind. Seeing that the strawberries, mulberry trees, and raspberries began to bloom, the starlings left the orange tree's magic enchantment and grew slightly larger. It flaps its wings and activates its abilities. Suddenly, tiny whirlwinds appeared over strawberries, mulberry trees, and raspberries. The tiny whirlwind stirred the flowers and blew the pollen out. Gradually, a layer of pollen balls appeared in the sky above these green plants. What follows is the most mentally draining moment. The mynah continues to flap its wings, causing pollen balls to fall in batches toward the strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries. For the first batch, the wind it controls will be smaller to ensure that the surface flowers of strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries can be pollinated. In the second batch, the wind it controls will be slightly stronger to ensure that the flowers covered by the leaves can be pollinated. In the third batch, the wind it controls will be smaller again, ensuring that the newly blooming flowers can be pollinated. Because His Highness Su Miao used growth chemicals, strawberries, mulberry trees, and raspberries bloomed almost every moment. Starlings need to control the time. Otherwise, some flowers will be buried deep under the leaves and it will be difficult to be pollinated. In this way, after working for almost 3 hours, mynah returned to the orange tree magic enchantment. Its mental energy is almost exhausted and it needs to rest. Because of this pollination work, when Starling is fighting, if he has to use his wind ability, he will definitely blow up the target. Otherwise he will feel unhappy. Beige is very sleepy now. Fortunately, His Highness Su Miao killed a group of people during the day and conducted many magic experiments. At night, it was very quiet under the mountain. There were no ability users sneaking over. Nor were they looking for death. Mutated animals. The mutated animals have all moved. So you can sleep peacefully tonight. Just thinking about it. After less than 3 hours of sleep, mynah screamed, "Your Highness!" There was a scream in the sky, and 3 missiles roared down in extremely irregular trajectories. This missile was different from the one used by Lao Dog last time. It was a truly modern weapon. It carried a pollution-free micronuclear warhead and could instantly cover a 1,000-meter radius. An area the size of a football field was completely destroyed. I don't know who would use such a dangerous weapon. The mutated orange tree used all its strength to shrink the magic circle barrier, trying to defend itself. Lin Jiujia woke up at this moment and looked at the sky in horror, not understanding what happened. Su Miao opened her eyes, and the magic space array expanded to its maximum extent on the top of the mountain. Different from the previous passive defense of fear, Su Miao stepped forward and pushed the magic space array to an altitude of 100 meters in an instant. And the area covered by the magic space array expanded again. She has seen the explosions of these missiles, basically one after another, and she likes to use air explosions to prevent them from being shot down. Su Miao had made careful calculations after being attacked head-on by a missile last time. At this height, even if the missile explodes, protected by the magic space array, the orange tree magic barrier below will not be greatly affected. Moreover, in order to prevent being intercepted, the current missiles are so fast that there is no problem of turning after reaching the sky. From the moment Su Miao deployed the magic space array and arrived in the sky, the missile appeared in front of him. All 3 missiles entered the magic space within 1 second. Received. Su Miao dispersed the magic space array and stood gracefully in the void, looking into the distance. The night is too dark and the distance is too far. It is impossible to know where the missile was launched from here. She glanced at the 3 missiles in the magic space. 2 had micronuclear warheads, and 1 was a special thermobaric bomb. They wanted her to die completely. Who would do this? Su Miao thought for a moment. And so far, she had killed all those with malicious intentions, so that no fish would slip through the net. Unless the person who was killed has any living relatives or friends who can obtain modern missiles and obtain launch permission. The person who launched the missile must be found. Now that there is a lack of satellite observation, they will launch missiles, and there must be people nearby to observe the missile explosion. It may be a bit far away, but you won't have a problem finding it. "Mynah," Su Miao said. Starling flew up into the sky and came to Su Miao's side. Su Miao said, "Search the nearby high ground quickly. If you find someone sneaking around, catch him immediately." Beige responded, "Yes, Your Highness. In an instant, the mine disappeared into the darkness. Su Miao looked around and walked in the other direction. With the help of Tai Chi Heart Flow, 1 step is 30 meters. And in the blink of an eye, 1 is 1,000 meters away. Night is the time for residents of Xixia Town to do their daily work. It's just that tonight is different from other times. They are still worrying about things during the day. They were in a panic, worried that Her Majesty the Witch would come here at some unknown time. Can you please give us a charter? Yes. Yes. Her Highness the Witch must be very angry this time. If you go to Her Highness the Witch, you will die. But if you don't go to Her Highness the Witch, we won't be at ease. A group of people gathered together, worried. However, after discussing it for a long time, there was still no result. Xue Hongshou and Old Man Su originally did not want to participate in such a meeting. They two old men needed to rest. But now they have become the backbone of Xixia Town and must be here. Because there is another very important thing. Someone posted a post on the Yeshu app. Doesn't anyone want to take over Xixia Town now? Posted by No Name. Everyone knows that the Pink Devil passed through Xixia Town and wiped out all the old dog gangs that controlled Xixia Town. In the past, no one dared to mess with Lao Go because he had missiles in his hands. They would discuss things and deal with them. Now that Lao Go is dead, those who formed an alliance with Lao Go and those with strong abilities who wanted to gain a lot of points are all dead. At the beginning, they saw the mutant watermelon of the team of ability users delivering supplies to Xixia Town from the Pink Demon, thinking that the Pink Demon was going to take control of Xixia Town. But the next day, all the people in Xixia Town who went to deliver supplies were killed. This shows that Xixia Town does not take the Pink Devil seriously. In this way, Xixia Town has formed a vacuum zone for those with strong abilities. As long as they are slightly stronger and can dodge sniper rifles and bombs, they will have no problem becoming the local emperor of Xixia Town. Everyone, think about the reserves left behind by the old dog. How rich would it be? If you don't seize it now, why don't you let all those bumpkin go to H.L.? In addition, many people speculated that the Xixia Refuge was destroyed, and wanted to know the whereabouts of the Xixia Refuge and obtain the food reserves in the Xixia Refuge. This is actually a bit far away and difficult to achieve in a short time. But the supplies provided by the old dog gang are genuine, and there is no need to look for them. Besides, now that we have control of Xixia Town, are we still afraid that we won't be able to find a refuge in Xixia in the future? By the way, it is said that the white-haired Lolita whom the old dog gang previously offered a reward of 1,000 points to capture alive has clues to the coordinates of the Xixia Refuge. Unfortunately, the white-haired Lolita was taken away by the Pink Devil. Everyone, great wealth is waiting for you. So hurry up and act. After seeing this post, the residents of Xixia Town felt a sense of horror. Does this poster want Xixia Town to be plundered and doesn't want to give them any way to survive? Under the post, a group of people were extremely excited and openly discussed coming to Xixia Town to rob. There were even some who claimed to be cannibals coming. They want to kill us! It's all Jia Jimin's fault for being so stupid and trying to kill us all. Yes, if he hadn't wanted to eat watermelon and form a second team to disturb His Highness. His Highness would not have killed anyone, and these people would not have dared to come to Xixia Town. Mr. Xue, Master Su, let's talk. Is there anything you can do? What can be done at this time? Xue Hongshou said, first make an announcement and tell the situation. Then recruit more powerful ability users and form more defense teams. In addition, see if there are any young people with good qualifications. Gather them all. And centralize the supply of resources. I still have some watermelon rind left for them to eat. Old Man Su said, I agree with Old Xue. But these are far from enough. Suddenly, a young man rushed in hurriedly and said breathlessly, Report. I just saw 3 missiles heading towards the top of the mountain where His Highness lives. What? Everyone present stood up, shocked. How's the situation? Xue Hongshou grabbed the young man's shoulders and shook him. The young man said quickly, I didn't see the fire. I didn't see the explosion. I don't know what happened. Notify all residents immediately and ask everyone to be careful. An idea flashed in Xue Hongshou's mind and he said, This may be an opportunity for us to re-establish contact with His Highness. Old Man Su quickly asked, What opportunity? Xue Hongshou said, The fact that the missile did not explode means that His Highness is fine. Therefore, as long as we can find the force that launched the missile and send the information to His Highness, we can satisfy His Highness. Old Man Su said, That's right. However, His Highness will kill our people when he sees them. Shui Hongshou said. Jia Jiaming and the others were too selfish when they went there. And they joined so many outsiders along the way. Someone must have offended His Highness for this kind of thing to happen. If we are careful, nothing will happen. Besides, this is the only way we can deter those who want to control and enslave Xixia Town. Old Man Su nodded. They remembered that in the past few months, when the old dog gang controlled Xixia Town, they would snatch away any beautiful girls they found, maim them, and then throw them away. If anyone dared to resist, they would have their skin ripped off and cramped, and they would even stew them in a pot in public and let the crazy people eat them. Apart from this, if they have nothing to do, they will still be looking for trouble in the town. For example, if you see a person passing by and you just want to hit him, you go up together and hold him down until you are satisfied and leave. The person who was beaten is basically dead, and very few people survive. Even if they survive, they will not be beaten. He couldn't live for more than a few days. There are even people who just look at others who look better, so they pick them up and skin them, use the skins to make clothes, and use the bones to make musical instruments, bowls and chopsticks. The Lago gang regards all the residents of Xixia Town as slaves. They beat and kill them whenever they want. They are extremely cruel. This is also the reason why they will be grateful after seeing the witch Su Miao destroy the old dog gang. No one in Xixia Town wants to experience such a nightmare life again. Shui Hongshou said. Let us know. No matter who it is. As long as it can provide clues about the forces launching missiles. Report it to us immediately. If the information is true, we will reward you with 600 points. Orders were passed quickly. Some people post online, hoping to get news from the all-powerful netizens. Some people use their connections at intelligence stations to send news of missiles by telegram, hoping to get some clues. 600 points. This is a huge amount of wealth that is unimaginable. What? Her Highness the Witch was attacked by a missile again? Lu Hanzhan said, looking at his friend Qi Bin, who came to his shop. Before the end of the world, he worked at an observatory, responsible for observing the stars, and was an astronomer. Because the altitude where we work is relatively high, we and our colleagues successfully avoided the disaster when heavy rains and floods struck. However, they had very few supplies in reserve. They persisted until the blizzard came and had to move to find supplies. Many colleagues died in the blizzard. Lu Hanzhan had better luck and awakened his ice ability when he was on the verge of death. He can adapt to extremely cold environments by condensing the surrounding air into ice crystals, thereby absorbing heat from the air to maintain his body temperature. However, he was very weak at that time and was targeted by a mutant wolf. He was only one step away from death. At the critical moment, Hunter Qi Bin appeared. Qi Bin killed the mutant wolf and fed Lu Hanzhan the blood of the mutant wolf, allowing Lu Hanzhan to survive successfully. This is also the reason why Lu Hanzhan grew wolf ears and wolf tail. Qi Bin told Lu Hanzhan that he was a hunter and was currently looking for shelter. After learning that Lu Hanzhan was an astronomer, he asked him if he wanted to join him, because it is relatively easy for a scientist to apply to join the shelter. He can benefit from it. Lu Hanzhan agreed. The two went around and found 3 shelters, but one was destroyed. One was a fake shelter, which was essentially a private base. The two escaped after some twists and turns. Finally, they came to Xixia Town and wanted to go to the Xixia shelter. It turned out that the Xixia shelter seemed to be gone, affected by the high temperature and natural disaster. They could only stay temporarily. But there is a price for staying. They have to face the exploitation of the Laogo gang. Once, Lu Hanzhan was almost beaten to death. Fortunately, Qi Bin arrived in time, killed many of Laogo's men, and saved him. As a result, the two of them were on the wanted list and were hiding every day, never knowing when they would be caught. Fortunately, the old dog soon set his sights on the white-haired Lolita, and was furious when the white-haired Lolita killed many of his subordinates with powerful abilities. When the old dog surrounded the white-haired Lolita in an abandoned amusement park and was about to take it down in one fell swoop, the passing witch Su Miao dropped a purple sun and purified all the old dog gang into fly ash. Therefore, both Lu Hanzhan and Qi Bin were grateful to Her Highness the Witch and wanted to do something. Qi Bin said, "Don't worry. I didn't see the explosion. Even if there is an explosion, Your Highness will be fine." Lu Hanzhan said, "Those people are simply crazy. What do you want me to do?" Qi Bin said, "Old Man Shui and Old Man Su have issued an announcement to everyone, allowing us to find clues to the forces that launched the missiles. They must want to pass the information to His Highness the Witch and allow Xixia Town to re-establish contact with His Highness. So I came here to issue. Lu Hantan looked at the radio station next to him. You mean intercept the telegram? Qibin said. Yes. The forces that launched the missiles must have arranged for people to observe the missile launches. In order to get first-hand information after the observation, they will definitely use telegrams. Lu Hantan said. But isn't there an internet connection? Qibin smiled. 2 hours ago, the network here was interrupted. It will take at least 6 hours for the network to be restored. Lu Hantan said. I understand. He immediately picked up the earphones, put them on, and began to monitor and intercept radio signals. Chapter 242 Clues. Not here. Not here. Not here. Su Miao stepped into the void and used night vision magic to conduct observations over multiple highlands in a very short period of time, but found nothing. Without any results, Su Miao returned to the orange tree magic barrier to prevent the opponent from throwing missiles at him again. She took out her mobile phone to check the situation online, but unfortunately, there was no internet. Su Miao glanced at the sleeping Xia Xiaoan. Xia Xiaoan was sleeping soundly, but Lin Jiujiu looked scared. Missiles are too dangerous. This time, a mina woke her up. Normally, she would have woken up in time and reacted in time. However, there is one situation that is too late to resist, and that is being in a state of coma for a long time. And you may not be able to wake up even if the sky is falling apart outside. You can tell this just by looking at Lin Jiujiu. How much time have you slept during this period? Therefore, there must be a defense. Magical defensive barrier. Su Miao looked at the trembling mutated orange tree. Lin Jiujiu asked timidly. Sister Su Miao, are you okay? Go on to sleep. It's okay. Su Miao took out some apricots and a bunch of elementary school homework and put them on the table. If you don't want to sleep, eat something and continue studying. Lin Jiujiu returned to her bed very obediently. Yeah. Sister Su Miao. Good night. How could he possibly sleep when he had just been bombed by missiles? Not to mention learning to do homework. Sure enough, Sister Su Miao in this state is really too dangerous. Su Miao paused her research on optimizing attack magic and continued to study magic arrays. Depending on the situation, she developed a magic array that could block missile explosions. As for who launched the missile attack, wait until dawn to see if anyone on the internet claims responsibility for the incident. If there were, it would be easier to investigate, because they want to get 100,000 reward points. Unless, time flies. In Xixia Town, many people are taking action, hoping to find clues to the attack on Her Highness the Witch. Any stranger who comes to Xixia Town during this period cannot escape their surveillance. If this person has a radio, he will be specially monitored. After waiting for half an hour, Qibin asked, How's it going? Lu Hantan said, A total of 30 groups of telegrams have been intercepted. 24 of them have been deciphered by me earlier and can be deciphered quickly. The remaining groups will take a while. Qibin asked, Where are they? Lu Hantan smiled. It's all locked. Qibin smiled. Okay. It's up to you whether we can repay His Highness. Lu Hantan said, Don't worry. I will speed up the deciphering. 2 hours later, Lu Hantan took 3 sets of deciphered telegrams and said, There is something wrong with these 3 telegrams. Take a look. Qibin took the telegram. Tonight 3 missiles hit the residence of Witch Su Miao, but no explosion was seen. Witch Su Miao was attacked by a missile, but there was no explosion. There is no explosion. Life or death is unknown. Where are the coordinates? It's here. Lu Hantan took out a hand-drawn map of Xixia Town and wrote down the coordinates and address. Qibin said, I'm going to see if I can catch anyone. Lu Hantan said, Don't you tell them first? Qibin said, It's easy to scare them off by telling them. Lu Hantan said, Then be careful. Qibin waved his hand. Don't worry. I'm a hunter. In the darkness, Qibin quickly ran towards the first coordinate point, ready to see if there were any clues. His speed is very fast. If he encounters a wall, he will climb over it. If he cannot climb over, he will blend into the wall and penetrate through. Soon he came to a dark room. It was empty, and there was no trace of human habitation at all. Not here? Qibin frowned. The coordinates given by Lu Hantan will never be wrong, unless what he saw is not real. Humph. Let me see. Qibin blended in with the surrounding environment like a chameleon, but the changed color was incompatible with what the eyes saw. Found it. His body melted into a wall that wasn't supposed to exist, and he entered a small cubicle. In the cubicle, a young man wearing only a pair of shorts looked at Chi-Bin, who appeared out of thin air in shock. You? Who are you? The dagger was placed on the young man's neck. Don't shout. I ask. You answer. The young man raised his hands. Okay. Ask quickly. Don't kill me. Chi-Bin said. What was the content of the telegram you sent a few hours ago? The young man answered honestly. The witch was attacked by a missile, and there was no explosion. The content is consistent with Lu Hanshan's translation. Chi-Bin asked. Who are you sending the telegram to? The young man said. This. Can I not say this? Chi-Bin said. No. The dagger was close to his skin, and the young man felt that his life would disappear at any moment. The young man said, I belong to a mysterious organization. I don't know the name of the organization. I am a low-level person responsible for collecting intelligence. Chi-Bin said, Are you talking nonsense? The young man said, No. I don't dare. I don't know who my boss is, but I know whose subordinate I am. Chi-Bin said, Who? The young man said, Master of Ceremonies. Chi-Bin frowned. Master of Ceremonies? The young man said, Yes, sir. There is information about these big shots on the Yeshio app. You can check it out. For us, they are unimaginably terrifying existences. Chi-Bin smiled. No matter how scary it is, can it be as powerful as an official shelter? The young man said, Definitely not. Chi-Bin said, Don't talk nonsense. I ask you why you sent this information. The young man said, The superiors have given a mission to collect information about Xixia Town and the witch Su Miao. Chi-Bin said, When is the mission? The young man said, A week ago. A week ago? This is surprising. Someone knew the whereabouts of Her Highness, the witch, a week ago, and was sure that Her Highness the witch would pass through Xixia Town. If this were true, this would be ridiculous. A prophet? When the internet comes, he will go to the app to verify it. Chi-Bin put away the dagger, struck out with one hand, knocked the young man unconscious, and tied him up. Then he checked the small space and took away all the information he could collect. Next coordinates. A few minutes later, Chi-Bin arrived at an abandoned factory. The temperature in the abandoned factory is much higher than in ordinary places. It is unlikely that anyone would think that there is a radio station hidden here. The color changes on his body blended in with the abandoned delivery room, making him look like a transparent person. Click. Suddenly, a slight sound caught Chi-Bin's attention. Hey, isn't it? Chi-Bin looked at his feet with an ugly expression. Who is so wicked as to lay landmines in an abandoned factory? Even if you want to hunt mutant animals, you shouldn't do it like this, right? Fortunately, this mine was not detonated by silk thread. Otherwise, it will explode directly, right? Chi-Bin knelt down and took a cautious look, rolling on the spot. Boom! Boom boom boom! One mine explosion was followed by several high-explosive mine explosions. The dark factory building was filled with billows of dust, making it impossible to see clearly what was going on inside. Relying on his natural ability, Chi-Bin lay on the ground with lingering fear, observing all directions vigilantly. I almost died. Damn it! There must be something wrong with the cub hidden here. Chi-Bin held his breath, recovering his strength while waiting for the target to appear. The mine he just stepped on was a high-explosive mine. If a person with ordinary abilities stepped on it, he would not die, but would be disabled. That is to say, he had a special ability and could survive by chance. However, after waiting for a long time, Chi-Bin didn't see anyone appear. As a hunter, he has a lot of patience. After waiting for nearly an hour, Chi-Bin carefully got up from the ground. He took out a throwing knife and threw it. In an instant, something in front of me was cut. Boom boom boom. Explosions occurred one after another, and Chi-Bin immediately activated his abilities to avoid them. His expression was cold. It's too insidious. Do you think this will make me retreat? Chi-Bin took advantage of the smoke and dust from the explosion to walk directly on the wall and ran towards the target room. But when he entered the room, he found that there was no one in the room. However, the remaining ashes here indicate that there were people here. He knelt down and checked, confirming that the other party had left an hour ago, and that he had left very calmly. In other words, after Chi-Bin stepped on the thunder, he ran away, and the other party didn't even come out to see if Chi-Bin was okay. Damn it! Chi-Bin was angry and soon figured out the reason. He stepped on a mine and was killed and injured. It didn't matter whether he came out or not, because he would definitely die. He stepped on the mine and was not injured. There are better designed serial high-explosive landmines waiting behind him. It would be very scary for him to be fine again. Why don't he run away and wait to die? Chi Bin was about to leave. But at this moment, he heard a lot of noise outside. This is the defense team of Xixia Town, who heard the explosion and came over. Go to the next coordinate first. Chi Bin's body merged into the darkness and quickly retreated. Not long after, he arrived at the third coordinate point. When he arrived, all he saw was a torn corpse. The person who sent the telegram was killed? Chi Bin knelt down and inspected the man's fingers. This body is not the one who sent the telegram. Someone killed him and left it here to confuse the public. Damn it! All your work was in vain. Chi Bin searched here for a while. When he found nothing, he cursed and left, returning to the first coordinate point. As a result, the young man he tied also ran away. All the work was in vain. He returned to Lu Hanzhan and told what happened today. Lu Hanzhan said, No matter what, this is very important information. Let's give the news to Shui Hongshou and Old Man Su and see what they say. Chi Bin nodded. This is the only way. You can get some reward points. Mosquito meat is also meat. He was just about to set off and turn around again. Let's go together. Lu Hanzhan shook his head. I still can't, Chi Bin said. This is the credit of the two of us. I can't take it all. Moreover, if two people go, the bounty will be greater. Didn't you always want to repay that girl some time ago? How could you do it without supplies? You don't want her to have enough to eat and be threatened by unscrupulous ability users, right? Lu Hanzhan rubbed the back of his head. Absolutely not. I will go with you. A few minutes later, the two came to Shui Hongshou and Old Man Su's underground city office to report all the information. What? Shui Hongshou's eyes widened. You should have come here earlier and told me. Maybe you could catch one or two people. He took a few steps back and forth and made a risky decision. This information is very important. Are you willing to go with me to see His Highness? Going to see Her Highness the Witch? Chi Bin and Lu Hanzhan looked at each other. In order to thank Her Highness the Witch for saving their lives. Of course they are willing to see Her Highness the Witch. But Her Highness the Witch just killed a group of people in Xixia Town. So they really don't dare to do this. Shui Hongshou saw the hesitation of the two people. Your Highness is a good person. I believe she will not kill people for no reason. Chi Bin said. Teacher Shui. We also believe in this. Your Highness. Shui Hongshou said. Okay. I'll take it as your consent. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and we'll set off immediately. Lu Hanzhan said. So urgent? Shui Hongshou said. It will be dawn soon. We cannot let His Highness wait. Chi Bin said. Let's go. We have brought important information to His Highness. Maybe we can get some blessings from His Highness. The group of people who were killed were a mixed bag, and no one knew what was going on. Judging from Shui Hongshou's attitude, he should know something about the situation. This old guy. Now that Shui Hongshou would take the initiative to see Her Highness the Witch, it meant that Shui Hongshou was certain that she would not make Her Highness the Witch unhappy, and there should be no problem in following him. Seeing that all his good friends agreed, Lu Hanzhan immediately said, Okay. It's daybreak. Su Miao turned off the light and continued to study the magic array. There are two types of magic circles she wants to study this time. One is a movable magic barrier, and the other is a fixed one. The movable magic barrier can adjust the temperature and purify the air, which is very helpful for travel. But it is too restricted and its defense is weak. The fixed magic circle is different. With full defense, it may be able to withstand the explosion of ordinary missiles. Your Highness, no one was found. Mina fell down panting. It searched 100 miles in radius while flying at extremely high speeds, but found no suspicious target. Su Miao closed the magic notebook. Seeing that Beige was so tired, she raised her hand gracefully and formed a water ball in front of Beige. Mina understood immediately and drank all the water happily. His Highness may be recovering soon. It was impossible for His Highness Su Miao to take the initiative to give it food when it was broken before. After giving Beige a water balloon, Su Miao looked in the direction of Xixia Town and had no intention of continuing to give him food. Beige blinked pitifully. Your Highness, do you think the person observing is in Xixia Town? Su Miao said. If a missile explodes, people living in Xixia Town can indeed see an explosion on the hills here. Misstep. She should have created a mushroom cloud here last night to make people think she was successfully bombed by missiles. Your Highness, look. Someone is coming from the bottom of the mountain. They are people from Xixia town. Mina flew up, pointed down the mountain and said, "It's the old man who came here for the first time. He was accompanied by 6 people and didn't bring anything." Su Miao glanced at these people. "You go and take a look. I'll go down directly. These people should be here for last night's missiles." Mina flapped his wings, looking confused. "Your Highness, we have arrived at the bottom of the mountain." Chapter 243 Dream Retrospect. "Your Highness." When Xue Hongshou saw Su Miao coming down from the mountain instantly, he immediately bowed his head and saluted. Qi Bin and Lu Hanzhan realized it later and hurriedly followed suit. It's not that they don't know how to salute. It's just that they were frightened. Her Highness the witch who walked in front of them did not exude any dangerous aura, but they felt that they might die in the next second. "We found some clues about launching missiles at His Highness," Xue Hongshou said. Mina flew down after him. Lin Jiujia was clutched under his paws. The Mina was frightened. Lin Jiujia was so bold and suddenly grabbed its paw, and it didn't even react. You must know that it is very dangerous when it accelerates. Fortunately, the distance was short. Otherwise, if Lin Jiujia falls, there will be other unpredictable dangers. As far as Beige knows, Lin Jiujia's awakened ability is very powerful, but his body is very fragile. If you don't pay attention, you will still be injured and die. Lin Jiujia landed safely, shivering. Just now, her brain got hot, and she subconsciously grabbed Bago. I didn't expect the speed of the Mina to be so terrifying. She glanced at Sister Su Miao secretly. Sister Su Miao didn't look over and wouldn't say that she had too little homework. What clue? Su Miao's eyes stayed on Xue Hongshou. The few people following Xue Hongshou were from the last time. Only 2 were strangers, and there was no malice in them. There was no internet last night. We speculate that the person who launched the missile against His Highness would send a message by sending a telegram, and deliberately intercepted and monitored the telegram. Xue Hongshou said quickly. We intercepted a total of 3 problematic telegrams during the process. Please check it, Your Highness. He produced 3 translated telegrams. Su Miao blinked, grabbed 3 pieces of paper with Mage's hand, and read the contents on them. Xue Hongshou and the others could not see the master's hand, and could only vaguely feel it. To them, it was like taking an object from the void. Even more shocking than taking an object from the void. Do myths reflect reality? Seeing this scene, Qi Bin couldn't help but think of the various myths and legends that once existed on this land. He thought of the scene when Su Miao stepped into the void and came to them from the top of the mountain in an instant. And everything seemed very reasonable again. Xue Hongshou continued. This is Lu Hantan, our expert in monitoring and intercepting telegrams in Xixia town. And this is Qi Bin, the special defense captain who wanted to arrest the suspect who sent the telegram last night. There was not much expression on Qi Bin's face. Not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't dare when facing Her Highness the Witch. Captain of the special defense team? How come he doesn't know? I have to say that the old man Xue Hongshou is really good at talking. Bago said. Are you the captain of the special defense team? As cheap as the business manager of an insurance company? Xue Hongshou did not dare to refute and said, Brother Beige, you are joking. Your Highness, would you like to hear Qi Bin briefly explain the situation of the pursuit last night? Su Miao nodded and turned to Qi Bin. A professional hunter. Qi Bin immediately said, I conducted an investigation last night based on the coordinates provided by Lu Hantan. The first place was very secret and disguised. It is difficult to distinguish between real and fake with the naked eye. The telegraph room is hidden in a separate room. The person inside is a young man who claims to be from a mysterious organization. He is an intelligence agent, and his direct leader is Si Li. The content of the telegram he sent is, which Su Miao was attacked by a missile and did not explode. Efficient? Su Miao frowned. Isn't the secretary of Li Duyulan dead? Wasn't there someone who was burned to death by her own hands? Su Miao recalled the battle in Utopia and determined that Duyulan turned into a charred fireball and fell into the distance. It was impossible to survive in such high temperature. However, she did not go to see whether Duyulan was reduced to ashes after the battle. There was indeed a slight possibility that Duyulan was not dead. If Duyulan was not dead, it would be normal for him to cause trouble for her because of the purple fireball. The most important thing is that this mysterious organization has no bottom line. They really have the ability to give missiles. To give the simplest example, as Siming, Pei Xiaomio has a high status in Yanshan Sanctuary, even as a hidden ace. In this case, would it be easy for her to get access to the missile? There is also City in Ganpu. As long as he thinks about it, there is no problem in controlling the entire Yanshan sanctuary, which is even more terrifying. However, Chiban mentioned that the content of the telegram sent by this person was the witch Su Miao was attacked by a missile. But there was no explosion. Judging purely from the content, the possibility that Li Du Yulin used missiles to attack her is very low. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that the other party wrote this intentionally. Chiban continued. The second place where the telegraph was sent was in an abandoned factory. There were so many high explosive mines in the factory that I was almost killed. I stayed there for more than an hour, waiting for the person who broke in to send the telegram. After finding the location, I found that the person had run away. The content of the telegram sent from this coordinate point is 3 missiles attacked the residence of Witch Su Miao tonight, but no explosion was seen. The third telegraph location is very easy to find, but when I arrived, there was only one body that had been cut into pieces. But according to my inspection, the body was not the person who sent the telegram. It should be an innocent passerby who was cut into pieces and left there deliberately, to prevent someone from tracking and finding out. The content of the telegram sent from this coordinate point is, there is no explosion. Life or death is unknown. That's all my investigation. No one was caught. And with only these clues, it was too difficult to find out who did it in a short time. However, the opponent even threw missiles at them, so they couldn't find them. Who knows what the other side will lose next time? Su Miao was thinking about how to use the existing clues. At this time, Lin Jiujio said, Sister Su Miao, I may have a way. Su Miao looked at Lin Jiujio. What can we do? Lin Jiujio said, take me to those places. I can go back to a certain extent and understand the person who sent the telegram. See what this person has done. Maybe I can find out who this person is. Recall what happened within the scope of Su Miao. Is this also a special ability derived from controlling dreams? Su Miao said. Is there any burden in using this ability? Lin Jiujio thought for a moment. It's not a big problem. Su Miao nodded. Okay, let's go and have a look. She turned and glanced at the top of the mountain. The orange trees on the top of the mountain were in good condition. The raspberries, strawberries, and mulberry trees on the hillside are growing well. And it's almost time to pick them. Bago, take Lin Jiujio and him with you. We'll go there first, Su Miao said. Mina turned into a big bird form. Okay, Your Highness. With just one scoop, they caught Lin Jiujio and Qi Bin and flew towards Xixia town in a whoosh. Follow up yourself. Su Miao stepped into the void with one step, 60 meters at a time, and walked gracefully towards Xixia town. The surrounding scenery receded like a stream of light, and disappeared from the sight of Shui Hongshou, Lu Hanzhan and others in a moment. Go back quickly, Shui Hongshou said. Use the walkie-talkie to notify the defense team and tell them that Your Highness is coming to Xixia town. Please be honest. Lu Hanzhan looked shocked. As a physicist, astronomer, and radiologist, he wanted to ask, does physics still exist in this apocalypse? What about gravity? When he was about to leave, he noticed the lush green on the top of the mountain, and his heart became more and more shocked. In the current high-temperature natural disaster, many mutated plants have died and are bare everywhere. There are very few mutated plants that are alive. Even most of them are thorns, poplars, and cacti. But when the Witch Highness comes here, it only took a few days for the green on the top of the mountain to revive. Not only that, everything the Witch Highness grows seems to be edible. He could see clearly that there were oranges, mulberry trees, strawberries, and other things on the mountain that he couldn't see clearly. But the red fruit looks very fragrant and delicious. Lu Hanzhan, have you forgotten the rules? Don't watch what you shouldn't. And don't kill everyone if you want to die. Shui Hongshou shouted loudly, bringing Lu Hanzhan back to his senses. Feel sorry, Lu Hanzhan said, understanding that he had lost his composure. Shui Hongshou's voice softened slightly. Don't look at His Highness planting so many delicious things. His Highness has left again, and people who come here have an opportunity to take advantage of it. But you should understand that in such a hot weather, can a plant that grows so well be an ordinary plant? Do you believe it or not? Whoever goes up will die. Lu Hanzhan nodded. Let her, Shui Hongshou said. Go back quickly. As long as the intelligence clues we provide to His Highness this time are useful, there will be indispensable benefits. As you can see from Old Man Su, he is about to evolve again. When he becomes stronger, let's hurry up. Go back and don't keep His Highness waiting. Several people quickly followed. On the way back, Lu Han was shocked. Shui Hongshou, who usually looks shaky and tall, is walking as fast as flying when he arrives here. Is this still an old man who is about to be buried? He was looking forward to His Highness's gift more and more. The mina in the form of a big bird roared over Xixia town. Here, right here, is the second point. Hunter Qibin felt dizzy. As a hunter, he understood for the first time what it meant to be afraid of heights and speed. He wanted to vomit. Lin Jiujio, on the other hand, seemed to have adapted to this situation. She looked curiously at the abandoned factory below. While talking, Su Miao also came to the sky above the abandoned factory. Your Highness, he said he was here. Mina said. Su Miao said, yeah. With a quick glance, Su Miao noticed that there were still some high-explosive mine detonating devices in the abandoned factory. He raised his hand and dropped several magic beams to destroy these mines. Hunter Qibin was stunned to see that there was a high-explosive mine below that he had not had time to discover. Horrible! And Her Highness the Witch is so strong that she discovered these mines with just one glance. If he rashly brings a group of people to inspect, all he needs is one person in the team who likes to cheat his teammates. And no one will die. You can go down now. Su Miao came to the ground in one step. Okay. Your Highness. Beige took Lin Jiujio and Qibin down and put them down. This is the room. Qibin pointed at the position. But after all, he couldn't hold it back. He came to the edge and vomited. But there was really little water in his stomach, so he couldn't vomit anything, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Su Miao and Lin Jiujio entered the room and looked around. There was nothing here. Mina stood outside the door, looking at the surroundings curiously. Nothing is hidden nearby. Sister Su Miao, I'm starting. Lin Jiujio stretched out his hand, and in an instant the surrounding environment began to become hazy, as if he had entered a dream. Su Miao originally thought that only Lin Jiujio could see this, but she didn't expect that she was also brought into this field and could see things that Lin Jiujio could see. This ability is too unbelievable. If a major case occurs somewhere, it is a secret room. There are no witnesses. No effective clues are left. Not even the soul is left. Then all you need to do is ask Lin Jiujio to stop at the scene of the crime. Many things can be clarified by looking back at the scene when the crime occurred. While thinking, Lin Jiujio had already traced the time in this room back to the approximate time of the missile launch last night. I saw a middle-aged man wearing a cloak walking into the room. There are still people who dare to attack the Pink Devil with missiles. It's so cruel. What's even more outrageous is that the missile didn't explode. This unscientific. The Pink Demon is more outrageous and terrifying than we know. The middle-aged man walked to the radio, quickly turned it on, and set out the information just now. After the transmission was completed, he immediately turned off the radio and put it away. What the HL? There are still so many tasks. And the points for this month haven't arrived yet. The Pink Demon is not far from Xixia town. You may not know when it will destroy this place. Even if the Pink Demon doesn't take action, I can't imagine what would happen if some lunatic directly bombed Xixia town with a missile. No, it's too dangerous here. I have to complete my mission and leave Xixia town early. I continue to look for the boss's son Jichen. This young master Jichen is really good at hiding. He wouldn't have been killed by the Pink Demon that day. Right. Damn it! The image fades. Judging from the scenes that Lin Jiujio recalled, the real target of the middle-aged man hiding here is Jichen, and has nothing to do with the forces that launched missiles to attack her. However, this person mentioned that Jichen might have been killed by her. When? Is it that tall building? Su Miao remembered that she felt the gazes of two people that day. She killed the one with malicious intent and ran away without any malicious intent. If nothing else, the person who escaped was Jichen. She also remembered the characteristics of this middle-aged man and hoped to meet him soon. A pink devil in one mouthful. If she doesn't become a devil, I'm sorry for this title. Drink some water and go to the next place. Su Miao handed Lin Jiujio a glass of water. Thank you, Sister Su Miao. Lin Jiujio drank the water from the paper cup and instantly became energetic. The energy consumption just now was nothing at all. Qibin looked at it with envy. He also wanted to drink water. Su Miao waved her hand and gathered a small water ball in front of Qibin. Thank you, Your Highness. Qibin's eyes lit up, and he swallowed the small water ball in one gulp. As soon as he drank it, he was caught by the mina and flew to the next place. A minute later, Su Miao and Lin Jiujio arrived at the third coordinate point. which was the area where the corpse was. The corpse on the ground was still there, much drier, but it did not hinder Su Miao's observation. Judging from the incisions on the corpse, they were instantly severed by thin wires. The cut is very smooth. Sister Su Miao, I'm starting. Lin Jiujiu activated his ability and began to review the scene here. This time Qibin followed him into the room. He was shocked beyond measure when he saw the dreamlike scene in front of him. It was so terrifying. If he said something bad about Her Highness the Witch at this time, would it be heard retrospectively? Just as he was guessing this, the scene in front of him stabilized, and the voices of two people came out. Good brother. Have you really found a small warehouse? A young man in his mid-20s appeared in the room, looking very excited. Is there still a lie? You have also experienced the instant noodles and mineral water I gave you just now. The short young man walking behind said, I was worried that one person would not be able to carry it all, so I called you. After all, who in the right mind would think of hiding supplies in a place like this? The 27-year-old young man looked at the slightly empty room and was a little confused. This is it. Right. Where are the things? The short young man raised his head and said with a smile, I'll take the master key. Please watch it. He pulled aside his black cloak, revealing the titanium alloy smart arm underneath. Contraband. The moment the 27-year-old young man saw the arm, he showed an expression of extreme horror. None of the people present could see clearly how the short young man did it. The only thing they could see clearly was that the opponent's mechanical intelligent arm opened up. And then the people who were tricked into the room were cut evenly and scattered on the floor. The undigested instant noodles flowed out. After killing the person, the short young man operated his arm to send the telegram. That way it's foolproof. He smiled and prepared to leave. At this time, his robotic arm beeped, indicating that a walkie-talkie signal was being sent. Honey Badger. On the other side is a deep voice that has been intelligently processed so that the original voice cannot be heard. The short young man named Honey Badger smiled and asked, Is there something wrong after crossing the mountain peak? Guishafeng said. Has the telegram been sent? Honey Badger said. Do you still need to urge me? Guishafeng said. The organization has a major task for you. The Honey Badger interrupted. Go away! Do you think I don't know what you want to say? 3 missiles failed to kill the pink demon. This is completely beyond the scope of human beings. You want me to die? If the difficulty is lower, it's not impossible for me to challenge it. But the pink devil doesn't give people a chance to speak at all. You don't know what will happen to the people you sent out that day? Guishafeng was silent for a while and said, Don't worry. We are not asking you to take the initiative to approach the place where the pink devil lives. We can change the method and let the pink devil take the initiative to enter the underground city of Xixia Town. Honey Badger said. Oh, Guishafeng said. As long as the distance is close enough. Do you think the witch has a chance to avoid your nano-flying knife? The Honey Badger smiled. GGG. Don't you also have poisonous ants? Wouldn't it be enough to release the poisonous ants to bite the pink demon and inject the neurotoxin into her body? Guishafeng said. We don't have many poisonous ants anymore. Honey Badger said. My nano-flying knife is very expensive to maintain. If it breaks, there is no place to repair it. Guishafeng said. Everyone takes a step back. When the pink devil comes to Xixia Town, our people will take action first. You can take action based on the situation. You must kill him with one blow. Honey Badger said. Okay, I'll see what happens. After the conversation ended, the Honey Badger smiled slyly, put his cloak back on, turned and left the room. The screen disappears, and the room returns to normal. Su Miao looked cold. Honey Badger and crossing the mountain. She remembered these two people. If nothing else, the force that launched the missiles is related to these two people. But one of them must be caught first. Just grab one and find the rest. Someone who called Feng Feng said that there was a way to get her to come to Xixia Town on her own initiative. What method were she going to use? Su Miao glanced at Qibin beside him. Qibin suddenly felt very stressed. He thought of something and immediately said, Will they take the initiative to arrange for people to attack the place where His Highness lives? Judging from the crazy behavior of these people, this is not impossible. Bag! Go back and protect Shaolin, Su Miao said. Mina immediately flew into the sky. Okay, Your Highness. I'll go right away. With a swish, the Mina flew back. Qibin said, Your Highness, do you still want to go to the first coordinate point? Su Miao shook her head. No need. She was thinking about how to find people in such a big Xixia town. In just a few seconds, several plans flashed through her mind. The first plan was to send 3 missiles in the magic space to Shisha Town, or condense a purple fireball and smash it down. The second plan allows Lin Jiujiu to expand the field to see who is the problem. However, this solution is very dangerous. See, Tianganpo is a case in point. If you make trouble, people will go crazy. There was a third plan. Su Miao raised her hand, and 11 Su Miao appeared in front of her. Lin Jiujiu and Qi Bin were both shocked. So many Sister Su Miao? So many witches. If you look carefully, you will find that there are some problems with these extra Su Miao bodies. But such flaws are not a problem. Find someone, Su Miao said. The 11 Su Miao standing in front of them immediately dispersed and walked towards the underground city of Shisha Town. This is a magic phantom. After Su Miao's upgrade and optimization of magic during this period, the magic phantom she condensed is no longer illusory magic energy, but the same as a real person. As for combat power, they can use magic as long as it is not too complicated. The most important thing is to have a sense of malice. That way, it would be easier to find those who want to kill her. A few minutes later, the news that Her Highness the Witch appeared in the Shisha Town underground city spread quickly, and people were panicked for a while. The Witch Highness wiped out the old dog gang, and the residents of Shisha Town were grateful to the Witch Highness. However, it was shocking that the Witch Highness came to Shisha Town just after being attacked by a missile. Does this mean that the members of the force who threw missiles at Her Highness the Witch are hiding in Shisha Town? Your Highness is here to kill, right? Even if Your Highness does not kill, if someone learns that the Witch Highness is here and throws missiles at Shisha Town, will Shisha Town be destroyed? No matter what the situation is, it is lish disaster for these poor, weak, hungry, and helpless residents of Shisha Town. However, some people are different. In the dark streets of the underground city of Shisha Town, a black shadow began to take action. Chapter 244. Why? Are there pink demons here too? The pink devil is coming to Shisha Town. Did their operation succeed? The witch came so soon. It's impossible. Our people haven't gotten there yet. Even if we get there, we still need a chance to take action. I know this. Someone reported an hour ago that Shui Hongshou led people to leave Shisha Town, maybe to find the witch. The witch may have come to Shisha Town because of Shui Hongshou's information. Okay. Don't worry about why the pink devil came to Shisha Town at this time. Call everyone. Take action immediately. Kill the pink devil. The 100,000 reward is ours. On the walkie-talkie, Guishafeng, who was hiding in the dark, gave orders. The short honey badger wearing a cape was recharging his arms and listening to rock music. He smiled timidly after receiving the message on the intercom. Now is his recharge time. No go. If you are not satisfied with the charge, if you lack energy during battle, it will be a lot of fun. In particular, the weapon he used was a nano-throwing knife. If it is released and cannot be recovered, it may kill him together. In the past, a colleague used a nano-throwing knife like him. After a battle, the energy in the mechanical intelligent arm of the colleague was exhausted, and he thought there was no problem. Who knew that the nano-throwing knife had not been recovered in time? The colleague took a few steps forward, and his body was cut into pieces by the nano-flying knife that was left behind. It was too horrible to look at. Later, several more died in order to recover them. It's all a lesson learned from the past. In an alleyway, Su Miao was walking aimlessly. Suddenly, she sensed 2 cryptic glances, with malice hidden in them. Su Miao raised her hand gracefully, and the magic beam was instantly fired, split into multiple channels, and penetrated the heads of the 2 people in the darkness. The 2 fell straight down, their eyes filled with despair. Weapons and equipment that were too late to be used were scattered all over the place. Su Miao continued to walk forward. The battle here happened so quickly that almost no one notices what is happening here. After walking for a while, Su Miao found someone with malicious eyes. As usual, he fired several magic beams, accurately penetrating the other person's heart. Suddenly, a drunkard appeared on the street. He is said to be an alcoholic, but he is actually a scoundrel. But when it is time for him to drink, no matter what he drinks, he considers it to be alcohol. After drinking, he must go crazy for a while, so that others can recognize his name more. In fact, these are just his habits that make him drunk and crazy. He just wants to be drunk and crazy. When you are drunk and crazy, you can mop up some oil when you meet a beautiful woman, and you can make some money when you meet a seller. Not to mention how cool it is. Today he drank 2 ounces of cat urine and was going crazy on the street. preparing to go crazy all the way home. However, this time the situation was a bit special. The drunken man saw Her Highness the Witch walking on the street and instantly became energetic. "Demon! Your Highness the Witch!" The drunkard stood there trembling. What was even more terrifying was that he noticed someone pressing an electromagnetic gun against his back. And Her Highness the Witch raised her hand gracefully. The magic beam erupted, and the drunkard watched in horror as the beam pierced his chest and died. It's really killing. If I had known better, I wouldn't have pretended to be drunk and crazy. The killer standing behind the drunkard's eyes widened, and he fell down, too dead to die. Before he died, his only thought was that the pink devil was really crazy and liked to kill people indiscriminately. Who was the killer? In fact, what the killer didn't know was that the Su Miao he saw was just a magical phantom. Similar situations occurred throughout the underground city of Xixia Town. The newly formed defense team in Xixia Town was trembling. Although Shui Hongshou had already given them orders through the walkie-talkie, they were extremely frightened when they actually saw Her Highness the Witch entering the underground city of Xixia Town to kill. Not to mention there were so many Her Highness the Witch killing. Almost every time Her Highness the Witch walks, several people will be killed. Those people were hiding very secretly, and each of them carried a variety of dangerous weapons. When the defense team responsible for the aftermath saw these dangerous weapons, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Crazy! How many people who want to kill the Witch Highness are hiding in Xixia Town? Do they want to destroy the entire Xixia Town by assassinating the Witch Highness? Kill! In the darkness, an ability user noticed Su Miao's gaze and took the initiative to attack. The moment Su Miao raised her hand gracefully, he immediately left the hiding place and avoided the magic beam bombarding him. "Witch, you can't kill me!" He sneered and melted into the shadows. The lights in the underground city are dim, and the most indispensable thing is darkness and shadows. Any dark place can become a hiding place for him. Relying on this ability, he wandered and wandered in the apocalypse, killing many strong men. He enjoyed the feeling of killing a strong man very much. Big bosses in the organization say he is a born killer. When his abilities continue to awaken, he may have the power of innuendo in the future, which is exciting to think about. "Look at me hiding in your shadow!" The shadow ability user was about to rush towards Su Miao's shadow. But just before he was about to jump, he realized that something was wrong. Wait, why does this witch have no shadow? Snort. She is truly a witch. Can she even prevent this? Unfortunately, the dungeon is full of shadows. There is no shadow of the witch. Other shadows can hide and assassinate. Die! He hid in a shadow a few steps away from Su Miao. When Su Miao approached the shadow, he held an electromagnetic dagger and stabbed him quickly. At such a close distance, he successfully stabbed Su Miao. However, it felt like nothing had been stabbed in my hand, which was very strange. On the contrary, Su Miao raised her palm lightly, and a dazzling magic beam burst out, blasting the powerful shadow ability user's body. This kind of ability user who can blend into the shadow is very troublesome to kill when he can't find the target. But after the body is exposed, he can kill it by blowing up the exposed part. Report: our side was destroyed by the Pink Demon group. Same here. She's so strong. Damn it. Our talents were sent out, but they were killed by her before they even came out of their hiding place. If it weren't for surveillance, I would have doubted where they found the extra actors. Stop talking about this. I saw the witch killing even people who were not us. Ah, the pink devil found me. She even killed the hostages. I'm crossing a mountain. Everyone, hold still. Where's the honey badger? Corpses fell one after another, and blood flowed freely, filling the already dry underground city of Xixia Town with a rich smell of blood. As for Su Miao's body, Lin Jiujio, and Shibin came to the first coordinate point. Lin Jiujio reviewed the scene. Soon, Su Miao discovered a lot of clues from the scene in the room after looking back. The young ability user hidden here does belong to that mysterious organization. He has very strong abilities, and hid his strength when facing Qin Bin. Su Miao heard and saw many telegrams, and confirmed one thing. The probability that Secretary Du Yulin was alive increased to 90%. This is not good news. Du Yulin's daughter is dead. Thinking of the Tian, Si Ming, and Si Li she met along the way, there was no guarantee when Du Yulin would go crazy. A crazy Si Li would be absolutely terrifying. Let's go back to the ground, Su Miao said. This is the underground level of Xixia Town. There is a lot of garbage, and the air is very bad. She doesn't like it. Things like combat can be handled by the magic phantom. Qi Bin's face turned a little pale. Did Her Highness the Witch kill a little more people? However, Chibin did not dare to say a word at this time, for fear that he would also be beaten up. Charging is complete. The honey badger held the intelligent robotic arm and was very satisfied. He covered himself with his cloak, reluctantly turned on the intercom and said, "I'm a honey badger. What happened when I crossed the mountain?" Guishan suppressed his anger and said, "It's your turn to take action." Honey badger said, "There are so many pink demons. Which one is the real one?" Guishafong said, "Don't worry about which one is true. We can't kill any of them now. Let's lock a target first and give it a try." The honey badger said, "Idiot! The pink devil can't see the same trick?" Guishafong said, "Then what do you think we should do?" The honey badger said, "I killed you by mistake. I was guarded by the pink devil. Do you think I still have a chance to succeed?" Okay. You are responsible for causing more trouble, and I will do the rest." He took out a dry mint leaf from a cloth bag, put it in his mouth, chewed it, and walked out of the dark room. Those peers are really too weak. Usually he brags very loudly, saying that he has played dozens of assassin games before the apocalypse and has rich experience. When it comes to work, he directly kills people. Reality is not a game. If you die, you will not be resurrected. Maybe these people regard the game as reality. The assassination in the game, can it be called an assassination? It's not like he hasn't played games before. If he gets close to the red NPC, he can avoid the NPC's sight by squatting in the grass about 30 centimeters high, following the NPC, looking at the NPC from a distance. He suddenly suffered from myopia and couldn't see clearly at all? Isn't this nonsense when put into reality? Or do these people think that if they awaken their abilities, they can do whatever they want? The honey badger walked briskly and hummed a song, expressing that these peers were rubbish. As a professional killer, it is actually very easy to qualify. There are only two. The first one is to have absolute strength and kill all the targets and people who can see him, so that the mission can be completed perfectly. The second is to hide the murderous intention and malice of the killer. It is best to keep your head empty. Even if you find the target that needs to be assassinated, you will still not reveal anything about your heart. Honey Badger is such a professional person. The intercom is off. The equipment is fine. The cloak is fine. And the eyes are fine. Honeypot was walking on the dark street. And 3 minutes later, she saw a pink demon wearing a witch's robe walking elegantly towards this side. He immediately stepped aside, lowered his head, pretending not to see anything, let alone look. Su Miao just walked over. The honey badger confirmed that his breathing was normal. His heartbeat was normal, and there was nothing wrong with him. However, Su Miao stopped when she was about to pass him. She looked at him calmly. The hand was raised slightly. The honey badger immediately leaned on it. When was he exposed? At this time, he couldn't care too much anymore. So he instantly activated the nano-flying knife. Although this pink demon looks a little problematic, it will not be a problem to kill the witch at such a close distance. The nano-flying knife successfully hit. The honey badger is ecstatic. But why didn't the pink demon fall apart as expected and stare at him with interest? Magic beam. Boom! The explosive beam exploded, and the honey badger immediately retreated to avoid the fatal blow. His heartbeat was speeding up. It had been a long time since he had experienced this kind of horror between life and death. The nano-flying knife is his biggest trump card. With this trump card, countless capable people have died in his hands. But nothing happened to the witch. This is too fake. Thinking of the story about the witch Su Miao who can cross the void, create a purple sun, and survive the attack of nano-flying knives. It doesn't seem so incomprehensible. I can understand it. Go crazy. How can it be okay? Applied physics doesn't exist anymore? The honey badger was on the run, and he was going to go to the mountain peak and meet up there. However, an even more terrifying scene happened next. Witch Su shrunk into an inch and stood in front of him. Su Miao raised her hand, and her beautiful fingers were only 5 centimeters away from the honey badger's forehead. The honey badger's eyes widened. He exploded again and launched the nano-flying knife to cut Su Miao. But Su Miao acted like nothing was wrong. A bright magic light condensed at her fingertips, and the magic beam exploded, piercing the honey badger's forehead. This very professional killer is dead. When the walkie-talkie landed, it accidentally touched the switch, and a computer-processed voice came from inside. Honey badger! Honey badger! Please answer! I am crossing the mountain peak and have reached the designated ambush point. You? Honey badger! Are you going to turn off the mic again? Can't you buy a wireless bone conduction headset? Hack! Answer as soon as you're alive. No. The intercom is on. Who are you? Are you the Pink Devil? Magic phantoms can attack, but do not have the ability to speak. Su Miao glanced at the walkie-talkie and continued walking forward. The honey badger just wanted to escape in this direction. So there may be secrets about the killer honey badger here, such as this organization's den that uses animals as code names. Sure enough, before she could get closer, Su Miao felt multiple glances. There's a lot of malice in it. Magic beam. Boom. In an instant, the house in front was blown into ruins. As the killer leader, Guisha Feng was on the run. After confirming the death of the honey badger, he immediately abandoned his hidden stronghold and fled out of the underground city. Crossing the mountain is also a professional killer, but unlike the honey badger, he is still very confident in escaping. In order to be able to move his base in time in case of trouble, he arranged for people to dig many secret passages. With these secret passages, he can go directly to the ground. Now that the witch Su Miao has entered the underground city of Xixia town, there must be no one outside, and it is absolutely safe. In 35 seconds, the person wearing a bed sheet arrived at the ground of Xixia town. He drank a bottle of water, looked at the secret passage behind him, and smiled. The Pink Devil would never think of him escaping from here. Right? Even if he knew, it would be useless. The Pink Devil didn't know him at all, so it would be fine next time he met him. After crossing the mountain peak and enduring the high temperature, he quickly left. He came to the street of Xixia town with an umbrella, and his eyes widened when he saw the three people standing in front of him. Why? Is there a Pink Devil here too? Chapter 245 Pink Demon. Killing Crazy. Crossing the mountain is the common name of King Cobra. It is the king of snakes. It has a ferocious temperament and is highly venomous. Ordinary people will basically take a detour when encountering it. It is very suitable for him to use this title as a target. Normally, when targets who need to be assassinated meet him, they will all run away in panic, and he only needs to follow behind and enjoy the pleasure of the target's escape. But today is different. The pink demon that the missiles couldn't kill came over. The honey badger, who had been bragging about his good luck all day long and thought he was very powerful after killing a few powerful people with abilities, delayed taking over the task for a long time with confidence. The result of it? He stayed at the stronghold according to the original plan. But before he could take a few drinks, the people were slaughtered. What's even more hateful is that the honey badger brought the pink devil to him before he died. The younger brother he placed in front was shot to pieces without even taking a chance. By North. So, he fled in a hurry and fled to the surface. But why are there pink demons here too? There was a look of horror on the face of the mountain climber. He had never been so scared. He saw the pink demon turn around and gracefully raise his hand towards him. I crossed the mountain and tried to escape, but it was too late. The hand of the mage. Under Guishanfeng's desperate eyes, Su Miao grabbed Guishanfeng with his mage's hand. 1 meter above the ground. Not dead? After crossing the mountain peak, he was ready to face death. But he didn't expect to die. Instead, he was caught and floated in midair. He tried to struggle, but he couldn't move his whole body. Feeling the heat under the scorching sun, he became more and more frightened after crossing the mountain. The pink devil was trying to burn him to death. Su Miao asked, "What's your name?" Crossing the mountain said. "Crossing the mountain." Su Miao looked at the killer with obvious malicious intent and asked, "Do you know who launched the missile?" I don't know." The sound of crossing the mountain peaks trembles. Su Miao continued to ask, "Who asked you to kill me? Because of the reward?" Guishanfeng said, "Yes, it's a reward. The higher-ups have arranged this task for us. Let's try it." Su Miao said, "What is the name of your organization?" Crossing the mountain said, "Crazy Zoo." Crazy Zoo? A very apocalyptic name. Su Miao asked, "Where is the stronghold of your organization?" The voice across the mountain trembled. "We have no fixed base and have been wandering." Su Miao nodded gracefully. If it weren't for Lin Jiujiu's dream recollection, it would be really difficult to judge whether the killer had lied. Guishanfeng looked at Su Miao nervously, thinking that he would not die for the time being. If he was lucky, he might survive. As long as he could survive, he could do anything. As for betraying the organization, can betraying the killer organization be called betrayal? This is to actively embrace the light and support justice. Su Miao shook his hand gracefully. There was a snap. After crossing the mountain peak, he was destroyed by the hands of the mage. The mage's hand dissipated, and the fragmented corpses were scattered on the ground. The only thing that was intact was a head full of terror. A ball of blue flame fell, burning the body to ashes. Boom! It was unknown if there was any dangerous bomb inside the body, which exploded while it was burning. Fortunately, Su Miao would deploy the magic space array when facing the enemy. No matter whether it was her, Lin Jiujio, or Qi Bin, they were all unscathed. Qi Bin was stunned. He almost fell to the ground. But nothing happened. Look at Lin Jiujio next to you. He seems to be used to it. Your Highness, the witch, is so terrifying. The next step is to find the base of this organization named Crazy Zoo. Su Miao blinked. According to the clues provided by Gui Shanfeng, this organization has been in a state of flux. So where did they get the missiles? Either Gui Shan lied, or the missile involved a third party. However, one thing is certain. The Crazy Zoo base is, if nothing else, in or near Xixia town. It didn't matter where. She would find it soon anyway. Not far away. Old Man Su came in a hurry. He found several witches, and each of them scared him to death. Those witches, who were either killing people or on the way to kill, would not respond to him with any salutes or greetings. Fortunately, the Xixia town defense team later informed that the real Witch Highness was accompanied by Lin Jiujio and Qi Bin. Only then did Old Man Su get the location of Her Highness, the witch, and rushed over quickly. Your Highness! Well, arrange for people to move all the bodies out and place them outside the dungeon, Su Miao said calmly. Old Man Su immediately responded. Yes, Your Highness. I will make arrangements immediately. Seeing the true form of His Highness the Witch, Old Man Su panicked. But before he could say anything more, His Highness assigned him a task. He knew that these old bones were of some value, and Xixia town did not need to be destroyed. Qi Bin couldn't help but remind him. Mr. Su, some corpses are in danger. When transporting them, be careful about the bombs they carry, Old Man Su said. Thank you. Soon, members of the Xixia town defense team began to move quickly, collecting the bodies and carrying them out of the underground city. Although Old Man Su had made special instructions when issuing the order, when handling the honey badger carcass, several people still lost arms and legs during the contact process. It wasn't until a college student from the defense force who graduated from the physics major arrived and recognized that it was a dangerous robotic arm equipped with a nano-flying knife. Under his operation, he first retracted the nano-flying knife into the robotic arm, and then the body was taken out. In the underground city of Xixia town, 11 magical phantoms continue to work. So far, except for a handful of people who have been able to attack the magical phantom. Most of them were killed before they could even take half a step. Jichen glanced outside, trembling with fear. With the lesson learned last time, he didn't dare to look at Su Miao this time. However, what frightened Jichen was that he escaped several times in a row and accidentally discovered that Su Miao seemed to be able to appear. There is the witch Su Miao on this street, and there is the witch Su Miao on that street. When you go to the lower level, the witch Su Miao still appears, and the distance between the witches is very close. What's even more frightening is that Jichen just glanced at it accidentally and found Su Miao's eyes looking here. Escape. Go there. As a last resort, Jichen hid in a building that was usually difficult to find. Entering the room, he noticed something was wrong. Figures appeared in the dark room, staring at Jichen like a pack of wolves. The air was silent for 5 seconds, and then a middle-aged man asked in a hoarse voice, "Which part is it from?" Jichen was stunned. He had entered some kind of dangerous Esper lair. "You are not one of ours. Kill him!" The middle-aged man, with a hoarse voice, ordered. The killer hiding in the darkness immediately attacks. Jichen touched the sword in his hand, and the bodies of the few people who came over were instantly strangled to pieces. Only broken mechanical arms, mechanical legs, and mechanical organs were scattered on the ground. In order to enhance their combat power before the end of the world, these people underwent various intelligent mechanized transformations on their bodies. Who would have thought that mankind could wake up after the end of the world? However, it is unknown whether their bodies are incomplete or their limbs are partially mechanized, causing their awakening to become incomplete. They prefer the use of high-tech weapons to the ability to awaken. Key members such as Honey Badger and Gui Shanfeng can be easily assassinated as long as they are not extremely powerful ability users. The many successful cases from their colleagues made them more confident. Hence this hunt for the Pink Devil. Then, it turned into a turtle hunting. Jichen killed several people in a row, and each time the people he killed were bloody, making the killers inexplicably horrified. There is no doubt that they have encountered a very abnormal and powerful person. However, after all, this is the stronghold of the killers. If someone can easily break through it, is it possible that they will laugh to death? The middle-aged man with a hoarse voice was angry. His code name was Owl. I saw him raising his mechanism weapon and firing several laser beams. 2 of the lasers went straight to Ji-Chen, and 3 of them attacked the high-explosive bombs buried in the corner. Boom, boom, boom. There were several explosions, and the dark building became a mess. In the chaotic smoke and dust, Ji-Chen narrowly escaped into the darkness. Team leader! That man is not dead! A member of the killer confirmed the explosion site and reported it. The Owl was very angry and immediately made various arrangements and personally brought several people to prepare for tracking. In any case, Ji-Chen must be killed. Otherwise the Xixia town stronghold they finally managed will be exposed and even attract an attack from the Pink Demon. Team leader! Pink Devil! A killer who was responsible for observing the situation outside said with a trembling voice. The Owl's expression changed. On the street, Su Miao released a magic beam and killed several more people. Suddenly, a look caught Su Miao's attention. When Su Miao looked over, the person had disappeared. There was no malice or anything, so she simply didn't care. Who knew that within a few seconds the gaze would appear again, in a building that looked very secretive. Without this gaze, you would probably not notice it if you just walked over. But there was a big explosion in the building, and there was a fight inside. Su Miao took one more look, and when he was about to look away, he noticed an obviously malicious look. This malicious gaze was like a flame, igniting the malice in the hidden building, making a black fire appear in the dark Xixia town underground city, which was extremely obvious. There are many people with malicious intentions inside. Su Miao stepped into the 6-meter-high air, and the magic beam array unfolded. The magic in the air gathered crazily, and the magic compressed to the limit illuminated the underground city. The devastating pressure made the killers such as Owl feel that their brains went blank. Pink Devil! The Owl widened his eyes and looked at the witch Su Miao standing in midair. At this time, any high-tech resistance, any language, and any self-confidence are all gone, and some brains are completely blank. If he had to say something, he probably understood why even missiles couldn't kill the Pink Demon. Such pink demons are no longer human beings. Boom! The magic beam penetrated the hidden building, and all the killers, including the Owl, were killed. Su Miao didn't know if there were any surviving killers, but she was certain that the people hiding in the building would definitely die. However, the magic beam used this time almost exhausted all the magic power of her magical phantom. She glanced at the destroyed building and disappeared into thin air. Affected by the magic beam bombardment, the underground city of Xixia town continued to vibrate for 5 or 6 seconds before stopping. Ji-Chen quietly walked out after a while. He looked at the ruins that had been bombarded into hollows with lingering fear. No one knows the terror of those people in this building better than him. As long as he escapes a little slower, under the siege of those people, he will not die or be disabled. But such a strong group of people will all be killed by the witch Su Miao in the blink of an eye. Maybe I can take a risk, whether it succeeds or not. Ji-Chen thought this and turned around into the darkness. He didn't want to live like a mouse forever. He wanted to kill Ji Jioshan. Maybe Ji Jioshan was behind this incident. Your Highness, the bodies have been brought here. Old Man Su pointed at the body on the concrete floor and said. The members of the Xixia town defense team who followed stood aside in fear. In a short time, Her Highness the Witch killed more than 400 people in Xixia town, and the number of corpses continued to increase. But taking a closer look, they discovered one thing. As a defense team on daily patrols, they didn't even know who the corpse was. Several members of the defense team came to identify them, but they all knew nothing about them. It was as if these people had never existed in Xixia town, and they were only discovered after being killed by Her Highness the Witch. Su Miao pointed forward gracefully, and the undead spirit revived. In an instant, all the corpses on the ground stood up, with scarlet light shining in their eyes. When Old Man Su and the members of the Xixia town defense team saw the scene, their hearts trembled. There was nothing more terrifying than seeing a group of corpses stand up again. Go! Find all the living members of your organization and kill them all, especially the members of your new headquarters, Su Miao said calmly. More than 400 undead turned around collectively and rushed toward the underground city of Xixia town. Old Man Su quickly said to the defense team around him, Notify everyone immediately. If you see these moving corpses, get out of the way. If anyone is chased by these corpses, Help them kill them together! The ability user of the defense team was obviously stunned for a moment, and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to pass on the order. Seriously, it's really scary for them to fight these undead monsters. Fortunately, they don't have to be enemies with Her Highness the Witch. Soon, more fighting broke out in the dungeon. This time, Su Miao's remaining magical phantoms no longer need to fish slowly, because these resurrected undead will search for their former colleagues one by one, and either kill these killers or be beaten up by these killers. Su Miao's magical phantom will stand in midair, arrive in an instant, and kill the crazy zoo killer. Among them, the undead honey badger's combat power is maximized at this moment. When he was alive, he was able to ensure that his mission was foolproof, and his intelligent robotic arm was charged 100%. If the energy was sufficient, it would be enough for him to use it for a long time. However, Honey Badger would never have imagined that this energy would not be fully used until after his death. Honey Badger, are you still alive? When the white-haired Icewind Wolf saw the Honey Badger reappearing in front of him, he looked stunned. The pink demon is chasing our people in the dungeon. We want. No. You? Suddenly, the Icewind Wolf formed a wall of ice in front of him and retreated. He was about to take people to meet at the headquarters before, but who knew he crawled out of a sewer and saw the headquarters being blown up by a pink demon. Affected by the explosion, the brothers who followed were buried in the sewer and all died. Icewind Wolf was frightened. He tried to contact the Honey Badger, but it never responded. He tried to contact Guofeng, but there was no response from Guofeng. He was panicked. So, he fled into the secret stronghold to see if he could find a few trustworthy men and lead them to escape from Xixia town. As luck would have it, the Honey Badger was the first to come here. But is the Honey Badger still alive? The ice wall cracked, and the Icewind Wolf looked extremely frightened. He turned and ran away. Icewind Wolf remembered that there was some public information about the Pink Devil, the Witch Su Miao, on the Yexia app, which could make the corpse stand up again and continue fighting for the Witch Su Miao. Publicly available information indicates that these moving corpses are called undead. The Honey Badger was transformed into an undead by the witch. This kind of thing has always been seen in games, animation, movies and TV shows. Who would have thought that one day we would see it in the real world? The undead Honey Badger passed through the cut and shattered ice wall and quickly caught up. Icewind Wolf turned into a wolf, broke a hole in the iron wall, and fled outside. At the same time, he kept firing ice picks backwards, constantly delaying the pursuit of the undead Honey Badger. He managed to escape. However, the joy only lasted a second. Icewind Wolf saw not one, but two pink demons standing in the air. They raised their hands gracefully, and one of them fired a magic beam. Icewind Wolf anticipated the pink demon's attack and successfully avoided the magic beam. Besides, before the Icewind Wolf could be happy, multiple magic beams were launched later. This time he failed to avoid it, and was hit in the back leg. With a bang, the Icewind Wolf fell to the ground. Icewind Wolf looked at the sky in extreme horror. If he saw it correctly, the other pink demon had not yet made a move. Your Highness, please stop. I can name the person who launched the missile. Late. The Cruciatus Curse. Another Su Miao used the Cruciatus Curse. The Icewind Wolf howled miserably and returned to its human form, clutching its chest and wailing. It's Ji Jiusheng. Your Highness, please spare your life. The sound of participation did not last long. Icewind Wolf felt that his heart was broken and turned into a puddle of mud. He thought this was the Pink Devil's torture to extract a confession. As long as he could name the client quickly, he would be lucky to survive. But he didn't know that he had no chance of surviving after being hit by Su Miao's Cruciatus Curse. And it was Su Miao who used the Cruciatus Curse. Magical apparition. Icewind Wolf's voice before his death was loud enough that many people heard it. Jichen, who was hiding in a ruins, clenched his fist. It turned out to be his father, Ji Jiusheng, who planned all of this. Madman. On the other side, many undead gathered in front of a hollow and wandered back and forth, looking very confused. According to His Highness's order, they needed to find the headquarters in Xixia town and kill all their colleagues inside. But the headquarters had been blown into a void, and there were no living people in the remaining ruins. Therefore, they were divided into multiple teams under the command of several undead elites, entered various underground alleys, and continued to hunt down their living killer colleagues. As undead, they are more professional than when they are alive. They will search sewers and even cesspools wherever their killer colleagues are hiding. in order to satisfy His Highness. Undead killed all his former collaborators during the hunt in order to increase his performance. The ability user defense team of Shishia Town followed behind to dispose of the corpses with worry. They were scared at first, but gradually they became less scared, because there is something to gain from handling the corpse. These corpses are really rich. After the body is transported to the surface of Shishia Town, with the help of Her Highness the Witch, it will turn into an undead and continue to hunt down former colleagues and collaborators. Damn it! The pink demon is going crazy! A certain telegraph operator wearing a cloak was fleeing quickly. Behind him were the undead Icewind Wolf and the undead Honey Badger, who were missing a leg, facing two major killers. He has a clear understanding of his own strength and is no match for these two. His mission is just to find Master Ji-Chen. Why was he involved? Wronged. Suddenly, after running away for a while, he saw the witch Su Miao standing in midair. The beautiful pink twin ponytails are flying, exuding beautiful magical light, and she looks like a god. No, this is the devil. The pink devil. Su Miao looked over. The Cruciatus curse. The telegraph operator covered his chest and fell down screaming. He still has a lot of secrets. Didn't the pink devil even give him time to catch him and torture him? The boss had specifically told his subordinates that when faced with a powerful enemy, they could kneel down and beg for mercy, and tell them all of Ji Jiuxing's secrets. Survival is more important than anything else. Your intelligence will make the challenge more interesting. If you are caught and don't dare to betray me, I will beat you to death first. Do you understand? These are Ji Jiuxing's original words. The telegraph operator has witnessed similar situations many times. If he is caught and fails to betray his boss Ji Jiuxing in the face of a powerful enemy, he will really be beaten to death by Ji Jiuxing first. On the contrary, if someone is caught and betrays his boss Ji Jiuxing, his treatment will be raised to a higher level after Ji Jiuxing kills a powerful enemy. The telegraph operator was therefore prepared for betrayal. But why? The pink devil doesn't do things according to common sense? Half an hour later, the fighting in the underground city of Shishia Town stopped. The killer organization's crazy zoo was uprooted by Su Miao and their collaborators. Nearly 1,300 people were all killed. They were subsequently transformed into undead, and more than 800 of them survived. All remaining magical phantoms dissipated. Su Miao got the answer. The missile attack that occurred last night was related to Ji Jiuxing. However, there is no information about Ji Jiuxing in Shishia Town, and there is no clue where Ji Jiuxing's private base is. As for the few Ji Jiuxing's men who were transformed into undead, they didn't know either. I have a solution. At this time, one person said breathlessly. It was Lu Hanzhan. He, Xue Hongshou and others rushed back. Su Miao looked at Lu Hanzhan, waiting for Lu Hanzhan's answer. Lu Hanzhan said, I can determine the approximate location of Ji Jiuxing's private base by sending and receiving signals through the radio. Chapter 246. Who is in favor and who is against? Lu Hanzhan moved quickly and immediately located the receiving coordinates of the telegram sent by the Honey Badger. It is shown on the map that it is 106 kilometers northwest of Shishia Town. Measure these coordinates as well, Su Miao said. This is the signal for the telegraph operator who calls Ji Jiuxing his boss to send a telegram. Good. Lu Hanzhan immediately positioned himself. In just a few minutes, he measured the specific coordinates, taking Shishia Town as the starting point. It is 320 kilometers northeast of Shishia Town. Su Miao looked at the two coordinates and fell into deep thought. If the two coordinates overlap, then it is almost certain that it is Ji Jiuxing's private base. However, if the two coordinates are inconsistent, things will be difficult to tell. Lu Hanzhan asked. Your Highness, who is the person who sent the telegram? Su Miao said. Ji Jiuxing's people. Ah? Lu Hanzhan, who was full of confidence just now, was instantly confused when he saw the completely different results. Looking at it this way, the first receiving coordinate point may be a stronghold of Crazy Zoo, and the second receiving coordinate point may be Ji Jiuxing's private base. Or neither. Su Miao looked at the coordinates, took out her phone, and marked it on the map. They'll all be destroyed later. So be it. Su Miao gave instructions to the surviving undead to collect the remaining body parts. What they want to replace can be freely replaced. After the replacement is completed, a purple flame falls, burning all the remains to ashes to prevent the cannibals hiding in Shishia Town from picking them up and eating them. These are for you. Su Miao took out 12 large iced watermelons and 12 iced melons from the magic space. A watermelon weighs about 120 kilograms. A large one weighs about 300 kilograms. And a melon weighs about 60 kilograms. So many watermelons and melons were released, filling most of the empty building's first floor. Shui Hongshou, Old Man Su, Shi Bin, Lu Hanzhan and others looked at the cold watermelons and melons in front of them. And their eyes were straight. These watermelons and melons were all chilled. And as soon as they were taken out, a large amount of water droplets condensed, making the ground moist in the blink of an eye, which made them even more excited. You know, under normal circumstances, it would be a great thing for them to have a mouthful of filtered urine to drink. How happy it would be to have so much water. Thank you, Your Highness! Shui Hongshou shouted immediately. Thank you, Your Highness! Long live Your Highness! Others followed suit, expressing their gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. Some people didn't even pay attention and shouted until blood flowed from their mouths. It's just a bit of melon that she's tired of eating. It doesn't have to be like this. Su Miao took out a particularly large artificial pool and threw 10 large water balloons into the pool to fill it up. A glass of water for each person. Arrange for people to drink. And you stay to supervise. Su Miao pointed to a few undead and asked them to stand by the pool. The 4 of you are responsible for dividing the watermelons and melons. You can get more. This refers to Shui Hongshou, Old Man Su, Shi Bin, and Lu Hanzhan. Yes, Your Highness. Shui Hongshou, Old Man Su, Shi Bin, and Lu Hanzhan were extremely excited. Their previous successful contact with Her Highness, the witch, gave them an almost substantial leadership position in Xixia town. Even though many people were not convinced, they did not dare to do anything more. But this time is different. They were named by Her Highness the Witch. Who is in favor and who is against? Shi Bin and Lu Hanzhan did not expect that they would get such a reward. Your Highness the Witch is such a good person. You divide into a team and maintain order here. When it's over, go to the bottom of the mountain to report. Su Miao said to the undead standing under the scorching sun. After receiving the order, the undead elite Icewind Wolf walked out with 120 undead and stood aside like statues. Jiojio, let's go, Su Miao said. Lin Jiojio looked at the sky. There was no Mina here. How should we go? In doubt, Lin Jiojio found that Sister Su Miao had grabbed her arm. And before Lin Jiojio could react, she appeared at an altitude of more than 60 meters, with nothing under her feet. Sister Su Miao took her to fly? This should have been a very happy thing. Lin Jiojio had also imagined it. But when she actually flew, she was extremely scared. Sister Su Miao was faster than Mina. The worst thing was that she didn't even dare to scream at this time for fear of triggering a stress reaction from Sister Su Miao. Bagu reminded Lin Jiojio repeatedly that the current Sister Su Miao was very, very dangerous. If it causes an overreaction, I can't imagine the consequences. Arrive. 3 minutes later, Su Miao put down Lin Jiojio. Lin Jiojio stood in the orange tree magic barrier and nodded obediently. Her face was very red. Her slender legs were tightly together and twisted slightly. And she was so scared that she was about to leak. Bagu stood beside Xiaoxian's bed, watching curiously. It's hard to talk at this time. Su Miao didn't seem to notice, and just regarded it as Lin Jiojio's normal reaction, and just rested for a while in the orange tree magic barrier. You stay here, and I'll take care of those 2 targets. Mina, protect them. Don't worry, Your Highness. I have taken care of all the people who came here just now. Mina jumped lightly. Su Miao nodded and noticed that the strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries outside the barrier were all ripe. If you don't pick them, they would be overripe. Jiojio, after you rest for a while, you can pick strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries. I'm very excited. Come back soon. After leaving a few more baskets, Su Miao walked into the void and walked towards the coordinate area provided by Lu Hanzhan. In the blink of an eye, Su Miao disappeared. Lin Jiojio couldn't hold it any longer, so he immediately ran to a dense raspberry bush, squatted down, and poured water. Mina turned his head and pretended not to hear anything. I don't know what happened, but when Lin Jiojio stood up, she found that the raspberries here seemed to be growing better. Lin Jiojio seemed to remember something and looked down. There were so many now. All gone. This is all absorbed by the raspberry bushes here. Lin Jiojio knew that the orange trees planted by Sister Su Miao were mutant varieties and possessed considerable intelligence. But she did not expect that these raspberries, mulberry trees, And strawberries were all mutant varieties, and possessed considerable intelligence. She was completely blinded by these mutated plants. Lin Jiujiu's face became even redder. This is it. Su Miao stood in the void, and looked towards the canyon in front of her. Under the hot sun, no one could be seen. But the traces of human activities were very clear. For example, there are abandoned solar panels piled up everywhere. Messy and dried garbage. And some temporary checkpoints piled up with abandoned vehicles. Such a stronghold does exist here. But there shouldn't be many people active there. It seems that it is not a private base where Ji Jiusheng lives. Destroy it. Su Miao raised her head to the right. A sycamore with staff was taken out from the magic space. Su Miao grabbed the staff and aimed at the coordinate point of the canyon. The amplifying magic array unfolded under the feet. And the magic beam array unfolded multiple times in front. The magic power gathered rapidly, like dazzling stars condensing in the sky. At this time, in the rock layer room deep in the canyon, two ability user leaders were lying and chatting. How can we live without internet in such a hot day? Stop talking. Our last air conditioner is about to break. The network will be restored after a while. But if the air conditioner breaks down, there will be no place to repair it. Don't we have two big brothers who repair air conditioners? One was hit on the head by a falling rock while repairing the air conditioner and died. The other brought a bomb with him when he went out. The bomb was affected by the high temperature and exploded. Now we have no one who can help repair the air conditioner. Damn it. How are we going to survive now? I don't know when this high temperature will end. Stop talking. We betrayed the boss 3 times and are still alive today. It's pretty good. Why do I feel like my boss likes being NTR'd? Brother, what you said is a bit dangerous. Look, they say that tigers are poisonous and cannot eat their seeds. But the boss even wants to kill his son. It's hard for people not to doubt him. Stop talking and save more energy. I heard that the boss is targeting the pink demon. It's scary to think about it. We may have to run for our lives at some point. Why are you panicking? We only have more than 500 people here. And we are not the headquarters. When the pink devil comes to visit, he also goes to the headquarters. You're right. When the pink devil comes, we will kneel down immediately and tell her the coordinates of the boss. Suddenly, a piercing siren sounded. The two of them stood up in a hurry, rushed to the monitoring room, and saw the situation outside through the remaining surveillance. The pink twin tails were flying high in the sky, and the dazzling magic power was gathering, making it look like a star. Pink devil. The two looked extremely frightened. Boom! The magic beam struck down. There was only a screen of white left in their eyes. In an instant, the ground shook. The power system collapsed, and everything in front of them was pitch black. Then, their bodies came to light in the darkness and vaporized and dissipated. The place where the magic beam struck turned into a 100-meter abyss, causing the canyon to collapse and collapse, burying everything below. Judging from the cracks and subsidence of the ground, even if there are survivors in this base, they will be buried alive. Su Miao turned around gracefully and left, heading to the next point. She was in a hurry and needed to go back early to harvest strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries. These fruits must be picked when they are perfectly ripe and eaten while they are fresh. Otherwise, she is worried that the taste will deteriorate if they are overripe. Nearly an hour later, Su Miao arrived at the second coordinate point and determined the location of the base. There used to be an air raid shelter built by the military, which was converted into a private base. Outside the base, some bored people made some statues out of rocks. The statues include elephants, goats, rabbits, antelopes, wolves, etc. It looks like a zoo. If nothing else, this is the former base of the killer organization Crazy Zoo. It's daytime now. Everyone inside is sleeping. Right? They are very happy. Pink toy tails flying. Su Miao pointed her staff elegantly at the base, and the magic beam burst out. Boom! In an instant, the mountain disappeared and was replaced by a terrifying abyss. Su Miao stayed in the void for a few seconds, made sure there were no unnecessary eyes, turned and left, and could go back to pick strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries. They fired 3 missiles at her in a row, but she only used 2 magic beams, which was very kind. I hope Ji Jiusheng is still alive, and she can use the 3rd magic beam. No. It has to bloom with starlight. Better looking. Why? In the ruins, there was a middle-aged man's body trembling. He is the leader of the Crazy Zoo Killer Organization. Link's Sun Yuyong. Sun Yuyong is the core figure of the organization. He joined the killer organization before the end. took the risk of using the latest genetic medicine developed by Crazy Zoo, and became a super mercenary. Later, he used his identity as a mercenary as a cover, participated in several wars, flew mechas, and killed many important figures. After the Doomsday disaster, as the elite bosses in the organization died one by one, he became the leader inexplicably. Under the leadership of his organization, the reputation of the killer organization has become more and more famous. Many big guys will come to them to place orders. For example, this time, Ji Jiusheng gave them a big deal. Sun Yuyang took a look at the task and thought it was feasible. So he arranged it and asked most members of the organization to move to Xixia Town. Honey Badger, Mountain Crossing, Icewind Wolf, Owl and others are all trustworthy strong men. I believe that after making careful plans, they can escape unscathed even if they fail to complete the mission. But, how long ago did the planning begin? The pink demon Su Miao found this place, and completely destroyed his base. If he hadn't habitually dug several rooms underground 3 kilometers away from the main base of the dungeon as hiding rooms, he would have been wiped out along with all the killers in the explosion just now. Sun Yuyang's body was trembling. As the leader of the Crazy Zoo, he, Bobcat, has never suffered such a big loss. Ji Jiusheng, I will make you pay the price. He couldn't afford to offend the Pink Devil, but he could take revenge on Ji Jiusheng. In the abandoned tourist villa underground city, no one knows that it is only 20 kilometers away from Xixia Town. This is Ji Jiusheng's private base. Ji Jiusheng was eating 2 tails of rice, a small bowl of steamed eggs, a bowl of soup with dried vegetables, a cut of mutated chicken wings, and a small glass of red wine. He eats very slowly, chewing at least 12 times for each mouthful of food. Really chewing carefully. An intelligence agent has arrived. When he saw Ji Jiusheng eating, he immediately stood aside, fearing that he would be killed if he disturbed his boss's meal. Tell me, what's the news? Ji Jiusheng put down his chopsticks. This time things were a bit big, and he even started writing the script without him. However, compared to these, what disappoints Ji Jiusheng the most is that his son Ji Chen is always unwilling to face desperate situations and survive in adversity in order to become stronger. As a person with abilities, only by constantly being in desperate situations and turning around from adversity can you have more opportunities to become stronger. In such a doomsday world, no one can be trusted except yourself. Why don't you understand this? Last time, I wanted to ask Yulin for help. And by the way, I wanted to involve Lan Zhong. And now I want to involve the pink demon Su Miao. TSK. It's a pity. No matter how strong human beings are, they can't be stronger than missiles carrying micronuclear warheads. As a result, the pink demon Su Miao survived. Ji Jiusheng was very excited. Boss, the pink demon blew up our sub-base, and no one survived. The young intelligence officer quickly said. The Crazy Zoo was attacked by the pink demon, and their new base in Xixia Town and the main base in Sifang Ridge were all destroyed. Ji Jiusheng said. Yes, I understand. He looked at the leftovers in the bowl, carefully scraped off every grain of rice in the bowl, and ate them all with the vegetable soup without wasting any. Go and pay attention to the leader of the Crazy Zoo, Bobcat Sun Yuyang. If you find him, please ask him to come see me. He's thinking about how to kill me. Just let him do it directly. Tell him I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 247. The Magic Phantom is so powerful. Orange Tree Magic Enchantment. In order to avoid certain situations, Lin Jiujiu picked all the raspberries in that patch in advance. However, just such a small piece of raspberries was more than Lin Jiujiu imagined. It took her half an hour to finish picking it. Looking at the harvested raspberries, Lin Jiujiu felt very complicated. Although she understands some principles about the transformation of nutrients absorbed by plants, she feels uncomfortable psychologically. Beige said, Lin Jiujiu, don't you want to eat? If not, give it to me. Lin Jiujiu blushed and was very confused. This, Bagu said, you don't eat it, and you don't give it to me. Do you want to give it to His Highness Su Miao? Lin Jiujiu was shocked and immediately shook his head. No. Sister Su Miao is very dangerous now. It would be dangerous if Sister Su Miao realizes something is wrong and gives her a big fireball with her backhand. Beige flew to the basket and started eating without waiting for Lin Jiujiu's reply. I'll eat it. Let me tell you something. I am very lucky to be with His Highness Su Miao. When I am with His Highness Su Miao, sometimes you'll forget it's doomsday time. We followed His Highness walking under the scorching sun, except for the unbearable heat. Most of the time, it was no different from an outing. Your Highness will provide us with sufficient food, water, and this magical orange tree barrier that can regulate the temperature. But you can't forget that there are many people out there fighting for food and water that are hard to swallow. Without His Highness, both you and I would have to wander in this apocalypse, participating in the battle for food and water. And we don't know when we would die. As for these raspberries, strawberries, and mulberries, don't even think about it. If it were anyone else, without His Highness's permission, they would die if they came near. Look over there. Lin Jiujiu looked towards the edge of the hillside. A pig-sized beetle ran out of nowhere and cautiously approached a mulberry tree. Just within 5 meters, several extremely powerful root tips pierced out, and the beetle's steel-like I was pierced and torn as if it had turned into paper. 3 seconds later, except for a small amount of fragments remaining, the entire beetle seemed to have never appeared at all. Now, do you understand? Mina said as he ate a raspberry. While they were talking, the basket of raspberries Lin Jiujiu had picked so hard was eaten clean by the Mina. Lin Jiujiu was startled. She came to her senses and said, Bago, thank you. I understand. After all, these berries and raspberries only have their root systems irrigated and can be eaten normally. Comparing the residents of Xixia town, when Lin Jiujiu was there, he often saw the residents of the town taking out simple filtered urine to drink. Even this was not enough for everyone. Indeed, as Bago said, she had been with Sister Su Miao for so long that she had forgotten the horror of the Doomsday. Even such good berries will be subconsciously disliked. I eat! Lin Jiujiu lowered his head and blinked, only to realize that the basket of raspberries placed in front of him had been eaten by the Mina. Even a few other baskets have entered the eradication range of starlings. Do you know how hard it is for Minas during this time? I ate iced watermelon and iced melon until I vomited. But His Highness Su Miao kept feeding me. These are delicious, nutritious, and can promote its awakening and evolution. But if you keep eating them, they will taste bland in your mouth. And it will be very uncomfortable if you continue to eat them. Just like humans keep drinking water beyond a certain limit will cause poisoning. These raspberries are so delicious. Mina enjoyed the meal very happily. Lin Jiujiu quickly picked up Mina's untouched basket and started eating. After taking a bite, Lin Jiujiu's eyes lit up. This is too delicious. After a few mouthfuls, Lin Jiujiu had completely forgotten what he had done with the raspberry bushes in the picking area, because the two of them ate so well. Xia Xuan, who was in a comatose state, showed signs of waking up. However, Xia Xuan's injuries were too serious, and even with Su Miao's treatment, he still needed a long rest. Unknowingly, Lin Jiujiu was full. Mina continued to eat like crazy until he finished all the raspberries picked by Lin Jiujiu. It felt so good. 1 person and 1 starling. Very happy. Oops! Lin Jiujiu looked at the ripe strawberries, raspberries, and mulberries on the hillside. Many ripe ones are falling to the ground. Sister Su Miao asked us to pick them first. Mina flew up and flew around the mountain. Jiujiu, put the empty basket in place. It quickly grew in size and flapped its wings. In an instant, the wind swirled around, forming whirlpools that caught the falling raspberries and mulberries. The strawberries that had fallen off temporarily were lifted up and flew towards the basket. After a few minutes, the baskets left by Su Miao were filled, and even the table was filled with raspberries, mulberries, and strawberries. When His Highness Su Miao planted it, he didn't see much of it. When it was time to harvest, he couldn't pick it all. The wind controlled by the starlings was still a little inaccurate, and many of the raspberries, mulberries, and strawberries that were picked cracked and the juice dripped. At this time, Su Miao came through the air and returned to the orange tree magic barrier. She looked at the raspberries, strawberries, and mulberries piled on the table and in the basket with a strange expression. She took a raspberry and tasted it. It was sour and sweet and tasted very good. I ate another mulberry. Purple, like glutinous rice pearls. It looks very fragrant. The taste is very sweet. It is the kind that my grandma picked for her when she went to the countryside when she was a child. It is very delicious. Finally, there are strawberries, which look big and beautiful, like pure cream. Very sweet and delicious. However, perhaps due to their ripeness, these mulberries, raspberries, and strawberries have a somewhat alcoholic flavor. It will all be used to make magic sparkling water later. Su Miao raised her hand to put all these into the magic space, and then took out more clean baskets and basins. Mina, Continue. Mina, who was flying in the air, quickly said, Your Highness, my control of the wind is not precise enough, and many berries will be blown open. Su Miao said, It's okay. If it cracks, it will crack. Then it can be used to refine magic potions. Even if you don't refine magic potions, you don't have to worry about them spoiling simply by storing them in the magic space. Beige said, Okay, Your Highness. With His Highness. Even if it can't be done, it must be done. Mina controlled the wind, blowing the strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries on the hillside. They seemed to sense Su Miao's arrival, and took the initiative to shed the ripe berries, allowing the wind controlled by Mina to catch them, and continuously move them towards the orange tree's magic barrier. Ship it over. In the blink of an eye, Su Miao took out baskets and pots filled with strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries. Su Miao changed the batches 3 times in a row before finally finishing the harvest. When the work was over, Mina immediately shrank in size and sat slumped on a branch of the mutated orange tree. The work of harvesting berries is even harder than the work of pollinating strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries. The yield is great. Su Miao glanced at the magic space. In a short period of time, Mina helped pick nearly 2 million kilograms of strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries. In fact, when you stand on the top of the mountain and look down, it doesn't look like there are many. It's just that you never know how much strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries will be produced until the actual harvest. In fact, there are still a lot of strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries to pick. Su Miao seriously doubted whether Xia Shiran could finish picking it before she woke up. If only there was magic to help harvest ripe berries. Use magic tentacles? This seems like a good choice. But can the berries picked with magic tentacles be eaten? Yes! Su Miao's eyes lit up. Magical Phantom. With a wave of the staff, 15 Su Miao appeared in front of her, leaving Beige and Lin Jiujiu confused. Pick strawberries, mulberries, raspberries, Su Miao said. 15 Su Miao took action immediately. They first used water polo to hold up the basin, walked out of the magic barrier, and started picking. A magical phantom, Su Miao, gracefully broke off a raspberry branch, brushed it a few times to let all the raspberries fall from the shrub, and then, with a swish of the ground, collected all the fallen raspberries into the pot, which was full of them. This is to use a magic barrier to catch the falling raspberries, and then use magic to run the Tai Chi heart flow to transfer the raspberries into the basin. The whole movement was smooth and very elegant. Su Miao was silent when she saw this scene. Her magical apparition is amazing. Su Miao looked away. Almost every magical phantom had a unique skill, not to mention how efficient it was in picking strawberries, raspberries, and mulberries. As for her, she only needs to stand there and be responsible for collecting the berries picked by the magic phantom into the magic space. Then provide new pots and baskets to the magic phantom. Half an hour later, when Su Miao was unable to provide enough pots and baskets, the magic phantom simply maintained the magic barrier as a basket, placed the picked strawberries, raspberries, and mulberries on it, allowing the main body to be absorbed into the magic space. There is no way. There are just too many. Su Miao made a rough estimate and found that the hilltop slope area she planted was about 20 acres. The current berry output per mu is about 800,000 genes, and 20 acres is 16 million genes. This is what has been harvested so far. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, when strawberries, mulberries and raspberries grow again, there will be more. The mutation of Doomsday plants is really unreasonable. But such a high yield is not incomprehensible. Affected by the high temperature natural disaster, other plants were unable to grow, leaving only the strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries she planted on the mountain. They could absorb nutrients from the land like crazy without worrying about competition from other plants. If there are other mutant plants in the area, their growth will be slightly suppressed. Began to eat. After harvesting, Su Miao took out some and put them on the table, washed them with water polo skills, and began to taste them slowly. It tasted great. You don't want to eat? After Su Miao ate some, he noticed that Beige and Lin Jiujiu didn't want to eat much and asked. Mina burped. Your Highness, actually we just ate a lot secretly. Several baskets were eaten by it. Lin Jiujiu nodded, his face slightly red. Well, let's start studying. Su Miao didn't say much. Opened Basic Principles of Magic Array, and started studying. In Xixia town, led by Shui Hongshou and Old Man Su, with Qi Bin and Lu Hanhan as assistants, They began to distribute iced watermelon, iced melon and water to the people in the town. The distribution process is very simple, and everyone who participates in this operation has priority. Those who did not participate in the action ate later, before the end of the world. Such a diversion might have been very troublesome. But now there are basically ability users, and there are basically no ordinary people. So things are very efficient. The only troublesome thing is that the watermelon left behind by the witch is very big, so cutting it is somewhat troublesome. Others competed for the juice that flowed from the cut watermelon. After seeing the undead responsible for maintaining order approaching, everyone became very friendly, and did not dare to further deepen the conflict. There are so many watermelons. It looks so much. But when you actually eat them, they are gone in a while. Lu Hantan looked at the watermelon rind with only one layer of rind left in his hand, feeling extremely regretful in his heart. Be content. Shibin ate even the watermelon rind. These are all good things. After eating so much, he felt that his body was about to evolve again. In addition, after taking another sip of water, Shibin felt as if his whole body had been purified. How to describe it? It was like his soul had been covered with a lot of dust before. But after drinking water, it was washed clean. After eating the watermelon, Shibin took another sip of water. This time he felt a little off. It seems that the reserved water is almost completely turning into ordinary water. Did you drink the water His Highness gave us just now? After eating melon, I didn't drink water, Lu Hantan said. Shibin said, I suggest you drink it quickly. There will be no point in drinking it later. Lu Hantan touched his stomach. But I'm full. Shibin nodded and did not persuade again. He looked at Shui Hongsho and Old Man Su, and unexpectedly found that these two old guys had drank all the water they had fetched earlier. There must be some special secret here. Shibin took another sip of water, feeling that something was missing from the water. After taking a few sips, he determined that it was the mysterious energy that could cleanse the body that was dissipating. No wonder those two old guys drank the water, as if they had never drawn it. In this way, after everyone finishes sharing the water, they can still draw some more water and save it. But by then, it will just be ordinary water. Just as Shibin expected, when there was only a little water left in the pool, Shui Hongsho and Old Man Su fetched some water as if nothing had happened, indicating that they would take it back. The undead responsible for maintaining order glanced at them and did nothing, because according to the orders of Her Highness the Witch, they are responsible for maintaining order here. The main ones who divide the water are Shui Hongsho, Su Laotu, Shibin, and Lu Hantan. As a water-splitting person, it's okay to give yourself a little more water. Just like when they divided the watermelon, they ate dozens of kilograms first, and then only ate a small piece of the watermelon, which made no contribution. There's an internet connection! I don't know who yelled like this, and everyone went online. For some reasons, people prefer to log into the Midnight Snack app than the officially designated app. The network only recovered for a while. Many new posts began to be refreshed, and many old posts were sunk. Latest news. The Pink Demon went on a killing spree in Shixia Town, killing more than 1,000 people. 2 private bases near Shixia Town were destroyed, and suspected Pink Demons took action. It has been confirmed that the person who was destroyed by the Pink Demon group this time was the notorious killer organization, Crazy Zoo. The 3 missiles that attacked the Pink Devil are related to the Crazy Zoo organization. 3 missiles failed to injure the Pink Devil, and the 100,000 reward points were not enough. Crazy Zoo leader, Lynx, Sun Yuyong said that Ji Jiuxing should pay the price. Everyone has misunderstood that Her Highness the Witch is not a Pink Devil, but a good person. Being an enemy of Her Highness, the Witch is an enemy of Shixia Town. Her Highness the Witch gave everyone a lot of melons to eat. Damn it! It's only been 1 day, and so many things have happened? Someone attacked the Pink Devil with 3 missiles? Wasn't the Pink Devil just hit by 2 missiles? From the post just now, it seems that the missile is related to the killer organization Crazy Zoo. Too many questions. I just feel crazy. Missiles are all controlled by official shelters. Right. As far as I know, many shelters have been destroyed by disasters such as major earthquakes, floods, beast tides, insect plagues, etc. It is not impossible that some missiles are mastered by others. Damn! Isn't this too dangerous? It's the end of the world. It's hard to have a bite to eat. Who would care about ordinary people? Wait a minute. I found a bug in this post. Some people said that the Pink Demon destroyed 2 private bases in a very short period of time. And she also went on a killing spree in Shixia Town not long ago, without an aircraft. She was, how did you do it? Didn't I say that the pink devil has a big black mina? She can fly. But residents of Xixia town broke the news that the pink devil made the mina go back early. Is it possible that Ji Jiuxing was the one who destroyed the base of the killer organization called Crazy Zoo? Otherwise, why would the leader of this killer organization say he wants to take revenge? That makes sense. But who is Ji Jiuxing? You ask me. Who am I asking? It's the end of the world. All kinds of monsters have appeared. I just went to the information exchange to ask. Ji Jiuxing's information is worth 100 points. Please give me 50 points, and I will buy the information. The forum is very lively. However, more people needed to sleep and eat, which meant that the excitement dispersed after a while. Xue Hongshou and Old Man Su left early. Before they left, they specifically asked Qi Bin and Lu Hanhan to be responsible for managing the affairs of Xixia town. According to Xue Hongshou, Old Man Su is really going to enter the evolutionary state this time. When Old Man Su evolves successfully, there will be powerful ability users in Xixia town. No matter who comes to Xixia town in the future, they must weigh the strength of Xixia town so that everyone's safety can be more guaranteed. At the same time, Xue Hongshou specially warned them to remember to restrain the words and deeds of the residents of Xixia town, whether in reality or on the internet. We must maintain enough respect for Her Highness the Witch. Otherwise, Xixia town will still be in danger of being destroyed. Your Highness can give us food and water, or you can take it all back. Xue Hongshou held Qi Bin's hand and said. Qi Bin said, don't worry. I will remember it. Shelter 1. Several people came to the conference room for a meeting. The end has arrived. Just over a month away from 1 year. Through the Yexia app, they have a better understanding of the situation of able-bodied people in China and even around the world. Everyone thinks that the Yexia app is run by a special organization of ability users. But no one knows that in fact, the Yexia app is also officially supported. But it is disguised as unofficial through layers of restrictions. Because of the natural disasters that come from time to time at the end of the world. Official shelters have fallen one after another in natural disasters. And their control over the world order outside the shelters has become weaker and weaker. The situation is extremely serious. Under this circumstance, whether to allow Prophet Su Miao to return to Vault 1 has become one of the very important issues. Her strength is obvious to all. And there is no reason for us to let such a strong person wander outside. Have you ever thought about it? What Su Miao did is even more tragic than what happened after a natural disaster. No. I agree with using coincidence to define Su Miao. We need to be realistic. If Su Miao loses control in Shelter 1, who dares to bear the consequences? Everyone. Before discussing this matter, I need to confirm where the 3 modern missiles that attacked Su Miao were launched from, and which force they belong to. Why were they launched? Those at the meeting argued endlessly, as if there would never be an answer. Those who support Su Miao entering Vault Number 1 may not necessarily value Su Miao's status as a powerful person. They also want the magic potions provided by Su Miao, mutated vegetables, mutated grains, and mutated fruits. They want them all. Those who hold objections may not necessarily be because they do not want to establish friendly relations with Su Miao. Some are worried that Su Miao may destroy Shelter Number 1, but others believe that a strong man like Su Miao should be outside. After entering Shelter Number 1, he may be subject to various threats. There is a limitation and cannot become stronger. They wanted to see what level Su Miao could reach as an Esper, and whether he could recreate the ancient myth. If possible, having a strong man like Su Miao take charge would be a good thing for the entire country. They need to be prepared. Qin Shuejing listened to everyone's speech and made the final decision. This matter must be found out as soon as possible. If it was done by our people, we should dispose of it. If it was done by people from the private base, we should destroy the private base and lose it. If the missile cannot be retrieved, it will be destroyed. As for whether Su Miao is qualified to enter Refuge 1, the decision will not change. The meeting is over. At this time, someone shouted, Lieutenant General Qin, I would like to ask, if Su Miao really arrives at Shelter 1 and asks about that matter, how should we answer? Qin Shuejing said, tell the truth. The man said, what if Su Miao loses control? Qin Shuejing looked at the person. We believe her. End of the meeting. The group dispersed. Some are happy. Some are troubled. But when it comes down to it, it's just one of many annoying things. They still have more things to deal with. Human civilization has reached the crossroads of destiny. If we take the right path and defeat the Doomsday, we will be radiant with new vitality. If you make the wrong move, you will be doomed in the apocalypse. What does the future look like? No one can guarantee that. Here, Ji Jiusheng stood on the watchtower, looking at the dust and sand rising in the distance, and smiled. The leader of the crazy zoo, Lynx, Sun Yuyang, is here. Just as planned. Chapter 248. Everything you see is fake. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded one after another, and several camouflage strongholds used for fishing were breached. Ji Jiusheng stood on the high tower, admiring the explosion in the distance, and quietly waited for the arrival of Lynx, Sun Yuyang. This was the collaborator and challenger he finally selected. If Sun Yuyang was confused by the disguised stronghold he arranged and stopped, he would be very disappointed. Before the end of the world, Ji Jiusheng was a person who loved excitement and challenges. He had been to Africa for 3 months, which caused wars in several African countries. All parties suffered heavy losses, and the whole place was reduced to nothing. Because of this incident, he was on the international most wanted list for war crimes. Ji Jiusheng didn't care about this. He contacted several mercenary groups and jointly went to Eastern Europe to create a big deal. The European Union suffered heavy losses and fell into the quagmire of war. One country even almost pressed the nuclear bomb button. The world almost went crazy. Then, under the joint pursuit of various countries, Ji Jiusheng came to South America. He repackaged it and became an aide to the president of a certain country as an advisor, persuading the other party to carry out chainsaw reforms and conduct shock treatment on the country's economy. When the situation worsened to a certain extent, he could promote the South American war. It's just that Ji Jiusheng didn't expect that the president was such a waste that all his plans and arrangements were in vain. The war really started, and it was like a farce. Ji Jiusheng felt too bored. He needed a higher challenge and excitement. After much thought, he took the initiative to expose himself and was arrested and sent to the notorious island prison in North America. Historically, no criminal has successfully escaped since this prison was built, and he wanted to be the first. However, after coming here, Ji Jiusheng was either locked in a dark room or tortured, leaving many hidden wounds on his body. The goal of jailbreak is getting further and further away. Ji Jiusheng enjoyed this very much, until one day he thought of a joke in a dark room and realized it. Compared with the wonderful figures in history, his rank is too low. Why do we have to do many things by ourselves? Wouldn't it be more fun to train a few bosses? As long as a trained boss can set off a greater warstorm, he will be successful. As a result, Ji Jiusheng started a new plan for his life. And through several years of observation and planning, he created many riots in the prison and successfully escaped. After coming out, Ji Jiusheng found a trustworthy doctor to change his entire face to his current appearance, and officially started the plan to train boss. Anyway, with modern biomedical technology, you can live a long life if you have money. He could afford the time. However, Ji Jiusheng did not wait for the formation of boss. What he waited for was the end. He awakened his abilities on the first day of the apocalypse, feeling the new power in his body. Looking at the corpse he killed in front of him, he had new thoughts in his heart. Just by looking at what happened in the first few days of the apocalypse, Ji Jiusheng predicted the craziness of the future. He enjoyed the power he had now, and was determined to find more ability users to challenge. Let's see who can make him fail. In order to prevent him from being hit by missiles, Ji Jiusheng's first target was the Shisha shelter. He used tens of thousands of hostages as threats and designed to kill the number one figure in the Shisha refuge, who wanted to protect these burdensome people. He thought that as an awakened person, he could crush the opponent, but he didn't expect that the opponent's strength was extremely terrifying, and he almost beat him to death. In this battle, Ji Jiusheng fought vigorously, and was more enjoyable than ever before. Immediately afterwards, he killed many important personnel, detonated several missiles, and plunged the Shisha shelter into complete chaos. Just at this time, major earthquakes, mutant beast tides, and insect plagues came one after another, completely destroying the Shisha refuge. Ji Jiusheng escaped by chance and spent a month recuperating, then began to look for new targets. Lan Dong, Duyulin and others were all included in his list. Oh, and there's the pink devil, the witch Su Miao. In line with the principle that food should be eaten one bite at a time and stairs should be walked step by step, Ji Jiusheng asked them to challenge them one by one from weak to strong, in order to allow them to unleash the strongest fighting power and allow him to fight happily. He will use various methods to stimulate the opponent, maximize the opponent's hatred, and then take the initiative to seek revenge from him. For example, Lan Zhong values brotherhood the most, So kill Lan Zhong's brothers. Yulin values his daughter and Utopia most. So he will destroy Utopia. Sun Yuyong valued his organization the most. So let his organization be completely destroyed under his design. His son Jichen hopes to have someone to rely on most. So destroy the ones he hopes to rely on one by one, forcing him to become completely desperate and dark. It's a pity that the sudden arrival of the witch Su Miao more or less disrupted his plan and made him lose 2 goals. So now he can only use Link's Sun Yuyong to maintain his condition first. But with the witch Su Miao here, he is very much looking forward to the challenges ahead. Lynx! They're here! Come out! Ji Jiusheng stood under the awning and shouted with a loudspeaker. In order to further stimulate Link's Sun Yuyong, he specially prepared a tape recorder to play music and enhance the atmosphere. Sun Yuyong did not show his face, but remained hidden. Ji Jiusheng was taken away from several false strongholds in succession, and he suffered a lot of losses. As the leader of the Crazy Zoo, he had some understanding of Ji Jiusheng's strength. Especially the disappearance of some strong men nearby was related to Ji Jiusheng. Based on the principle of caution, Sun Yuyong sent a killer to conduct a thorough investigation on Ji Jiusheng. Unexpectedly, the more he investigated, the deeper the water became. She even found Shinin Shixia refuge. No one would have thought that the disappearance of Shixia shelter would be related to Ji Jiusheng. Later, there was a missile attack on the witch Su Miao, which further confirmed the evidence that Ji Jiusheng committed this heinous crime. After knowing this, fear arose in Sun Yuyong's heart. He never thought that he would work with such a crazy and terrifying person. Now, he knows so many secrets of Ji Jiusheng. And when Ji Jiusheng finds out, he will definitely kill him. Therefore, Sun Yuyong has been preparing secretly. It's just that Sun Yuyong didn't expect that Ji Jiusheng had already arranged the script for him and completely destroyed his killer organization, leaving him as the bare leader. The killer organization he had always valued most was gone. Nothing is left. Ji Jiusheng, you must pay the price. Sun Yuyong stared at Ji Jiusheng under the awning, gritting his teeth. As a killer, he cannot be exposed. Facing a powerful enemy like Ji Jiusheng, assassination is the best choice. Lynx, let me tell you, you don't really think that I won't know about my affairs secretly, do you? Ji Jiusheng said through a loudspeaker. The people who sold you the information are all people I specially arranged. I will kill the people who sold the information afterwards, so that you can have no doubt about the information and don't have to worry about being exposed. After all, the person who sold your information finally made a lot of money and choked to death on the bread. Your private base outside Shixia town must be very secretive in your daily radio transmission and reception. Right. I specially arranged for people to help you strengthen the signal, so that the mob in Shixia town can locate your base. Your new base in Shixia town was deliberately broken in by my son Jichen to expose it to the Pink Devil. TSK. TSK. Which Su Miao is truly worthy of the name of Pink Devil. She destroyed your crazy zoo in such a short period of time. But you, the leader of the killer organization, are really powerful. You can survive the bombardment of the witch Su Miao without being discovered. That's amazing. I applaud you. Bang bang bang. Ji Jiusheng clapped several times in succession, as if he was really congratulating. As for whether he was really congratulating him, Ji Jiusheng knew it, and Sun Yuyong knew it even better. You must be very angry and want to take revenge. Right. Come. I'll stand here and use your full strength to please me. Sorry. I read some not-so-interesting comics recently. I'll change the lines and use your full strength to defeat me and kill me. Ji Jiusheng threw away the microphone in his hand, but his voice still carried far away and was very clear. Sun Yuyong, the outdoor temperature here is 87 degrees Celsius, and there is still some time before the sun goes down. Are you sure you want to spend time with me under the hot sun? As a former partner, I must remind you that even I would not dare to stay under the hot sun for such a long time. I will die, whether you are dead or dying. How are you going to take revenge? Take advantage of now and give it your all. He picked up the mineral water next to him and drank the water in the bottle in several sips. This water tastes really good. Sun Yuyong, you haven't drank water yet? Do you want to drink it? How long can you hold on without water? Oh, by the way, don't think about escaping. If you run away, you will only die faster. If you resist and take the initiative to attack, you will have a chance to kill me. It's a pity that both Lan Zhong and Yulin were killed by the witch Su Miao. Otherwise, I wouldn't have enjoyed your appetizer so early. Ji Jiusheng opened his arms and said with deep affection, "I, Ji Jiusheng, really want to fail once. Otherwise, a life without any failure would be too boring. Madman. Should be killed." However, Sun Yuyong had to admit that Ji Jiusheng was right. He couldn't afford it, and had no time to waste it. Sun Yuyong licked his dry lips and pressed the button. Boom! The artillery and rockets that had been calibrated long ago opened fire at the same time, annihilating the area where Ji Jiusheng was in the gunfire. Well done! Ji Jiusheng looked at the flying SH-LS, opened his arms, and said loudly, "Boom, boom, boom!" After several rounds of artillery bombardment, before the smoke cleared, more than 100 drones appeared in the sky, roaring towards the place where Ji Jiusheng stood just now. Each of these drones has more than a dozen high-explosive bombs strapped to it. They will explode when they hit people. Their power is extremely shocking. After discovering the target, it will continue to track it indefinitely, and will not stop until it catches the person. Sun Yuyong wanted to kill Ji Jiusheng under a wave of attacks. It's just rockets washing the ground. I can still act with you. But you have brought so many drones. I can't act with you anymore. In the smoke, the seemingly broken and twisted Ji Jiusheng disappeared, and a new Ji Jiusheng stood up not far away. He looked at the sky and waved his hand as if waving the clouds. Drones exploded all over the sky. Terrible shock waves swept across all directions. The sky seemed to be raining fire, and the temperature was rising. Die! After seeing Ji Jiusheng clearly, Sun Yuyong rushed out and blasted out with several pulse waves. Ji Jiusheng just stood there, watching the pulse wave blast through his body. But no blood flowed out, and there was no burnt blackness. Sun Yuyong, your nickname is Shamao, but your eyesight is so bad that you can't even see where I am? Your high school physics must be very bad. Right, Ji Jiusheng said sarcastically. The bombarded Ji Jiusheng disappeared out of thin air, and an intact Ji Jiusheng walked out a few steps away. Let me tell you, this is called light and shadow refraction. Focus imaging. If you don't understand the professional terminology, I can also tell you, this is called a mirage. Everything you can see is a mirage. Ji Jiusheng walked towards Sun Yuyong unhurriedly, his figure sometimes disappearing and sometimes appearing. A few seconds later, more than 30 Ji Jiusheng appeared in Sun Yuyong's field of vision. Sun Yuyong, I'll give you some time to see if you can find my true identity. Ji Jiusheng opened his arms with great enjoyment, waiting for Sun Yuyong's performance. Die! Sun Yuyong didn't want to talk nonsense to Ji Jiusheng. He roared and unfolded the mechanical armor he had been wearing for a long time. Four intelligent mechanical arms appeared behind him, two of which made cutting movements toward the front. In an instant, dazzling laser light swept across the entire venue, causing Ji Jiusheng's mirage to disappear. Awesome! Awesome! It is indeed the appetizer I saved until the end. Ji Jiusheng clapped his hands. A new version of him appeared in front of Sun Yuyong. Are there any other methods? Do you want to try close combat? I will give you the opportunity to use the nano-flying knife. Sun Yuyong's expression changed again and again. He stared closely at the newly appeared Ji Jiusheng, and his expression changed from furious to calm. He confirmed one thing. He was afraid that he would not be able to snipe Ji Jiusheng from a distance. So he had to fight in close combat to find Ji Jiusheng's true form. Kill! Sun Yuyong rushed towards Ji Jiusheng at full speed. An extremely sharp alloy sword appeared on each mechanical arm, regardless of whether they are mirages or not. They must all be killed. Surprisingly, every attack he made was blocked. The Ji Jiusheng in front of him was not a mirage, but the reality? Realizing this, Sun Yuyong used his trump card and was about to cut Ji Jiusheng into pieces. Nano-flying knife. The cutting was successful, but an even weirder scene happened. The corners of Ji Jiusheng's mouth were crooked, and his eyes were filled with a little anticipation, a little excitement, and a little cruelty. How could a person who was cut by a nano-flying knife be fine? Sun Yuyong didn't understand. Lynx, your performance is wonderful, but you're still a little behind on trying to please me, Ji Jiusheng said with some dissatisfaction. Before you die, you must want to know why I didn't die under the attack of the nano-flying knife. Right. Let me tell you, the ability I really have is not a mirage. It is just my real ability part of the application. Everything you see is fake. My ability is to control the air. Like this. In an instant, Sun Yuyong's eyes widened. He felt that the air around him was instantly evacuated, and he could no longer breathe. The next second, it seemed as if infinite air gathered and suppressed him to the ground. The hot ground burned his legs, and he couldn't move. Chapter 249 Give the Witch 2 Missiles. Lynx, your stupidity disappoints me. With the outcome already decided, Ji Jiusheng was ready to increase his efforts to kill his opponent. Suddenly, something lit up on Sun Yuyong's body. He vomited blood and grinned. Ji Jiusheng, let's die together. Boom. A mushroom cloud rises. Both Sun Yuyong and Ji Jiusheng were vaporized and annihilated at this moment. On the way here, Lynx, Sun Yuyong made repeated estimates of Ji Jiusheng's strength and determined 3 plans. The first one uses poison and high technology to assassinate Ji Jiusheng. In the second move, he assassinated Ji Jiusheng at close range. The third set died together. The above plans are progressive. If the previous set fails, it will be transformed into the next set independently. However, Sun Yuyong did not expect that Ji Jiusheng's strength would be so terrifying and despairing. He had no choice but to choose the third set. From the moment he became a killer, he knew that in the future he would either kill someone or be killed. This truth is very shallow. But Sun Yuyong didn't expect this day to come so early. How many bombs has this lynx tied to its body? Has all the nuclear energy been used? Unfortunately, the person you want to die with is not my body at all. On the hillside in the distance, Ji Jiusheng hid in the mixed cement bunker, took a sip of coffee, and said with a smile, during this period of time, he collected quite a lot of information about the witch Su Miao. The most terrifying ability of witch Su Miao is close-range blasting. If you are not prepared, you can easily be killed. Originally, a lot of preparations were made to deal with the explosion of witch Su Miao. But I didn't expect that these preparations would be used on Lynx, Sun Yuyong. After the explosion, Ji Jiusheng looked at the radiation testing equipment, confirmed that there was no radiation outside, and walked out of the bunker. Looking at the big hole created by Sun Yuyong, Ji Jiusheng shook his head with emotion. Sun Yuyong's explosion was okay, but the difficulty was too low. Somewhat boring. Let's celebrate by giving witch Su Miao 2 missiles. Ji Jiusheng grinned. No matter whether he could kill the witch Su Miao or not, he could at least tell Su Miao that he was still alive. After all, the witch Su Miao destroyed one of his bases, so she needed to express herself no matter what. Besides, isn't there a few little girls around the witch? Is she willing to give up? When the witch left and his missiles were launched again, how many little girls could survive? The more Ji Jiusheng thought about it, the more excited he became. If the little follower was killed by him with a missile, would the witch Su Miao go completely crazy? That would be more exciting than destroying a shelter. Right? If you think about it carefully, witch Su Miao can kill Xixia town, travel hundreds of miles across the void to destroy his temporary base, and destroy the former base of Crazy Zoo. With such a speed, it is obvious that he can go anywhere. But he has to take a few little girls on foot in the heat and natural disasters. This must be very important to these little girls. Feasible. Ji Jiusheng hatched a brand new plan in his mind. Died. Ji Chen looked at the disappearing light spots on the screen and clenched his fists. Before Lynx, Sun Yuyong went to seek revenge on Ji Jiusheng. Sun Yuyong found him first. Ji Chen thought he hit it well, but he was still found. He held down his sword and prepared to fight. I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to cooperate with you, Sun Yuyong said. I got information that you are one of Ji Zhou's bosses, a challenger or toy that he wants to kill in the future. Ji Chen's face was wary. What cooperation? Sun Yuyong said. Crazy Zoo is my organization that was destroyed by Ji Jiusheng. I want to kill Ji Jiusheng, Ji Chen said. Do you want the coordinates of Ji Jiusheng's base? Sun Yuyong said. That's right, Ji Chen said. As far as I know, even if you know the coordinates and destroy the base at the coordinates, you can't kill him. Sun Yuyong smiled. I know that as a leader. You won't really stay in the base. Please give me the coordinates, Ji Chen said. Okay, but you will die. Ji Chen's blood will start to boil when he thinks of Ji Jiusheng. No one wants to kill Ji Jiusheng more than him and end this nightmare. But he understands that his current strength is not enough. Far from it, Sun Yuyong said. How can you know the result if you don't try? These are some information I have investigated. If I die, these information will be useful to you. I will also use a special method to record the battle with him. I hope it will be useful to you. It works, Ji Chen said. In that case, why don't you go find the pink devil? Sun Yuyong smiled. The witch Su Miao will only kill me directly when she sees me. On the contrary, you may have this opportunity. Ji Chen was silent for 3 seconds and said, if she sees me, she will kill me directly. Sun Yuyang looked at Ji Chen, left his things, turned around and left. Take back your thoughts. Ji Chen looked at the old computer and saw the recording Ji Chen gave him, and saw the battle in which Sun Yuyang was crushed. When he saw the original Ji Jiusheng being shattered by the bombing and the new Ji Jiusheng coming out, he realized that something was wrong. Air ability. Mirage. Virtual image. Ji Chen saw Sun Yuyang dying together, and Ji Jiusheng, who was intact after the explosion, appeared on the hillside in the distance. He clenched his fists, wondering if he could defeat such a powerful Ji Jiusheng. Perhaps he could risk meeting the witch Su Miao through other means. The witch Su Miao is looking for Ji Jiusheng, and I believe she must be very interested in this information. If possible, Ji Chen hopes to obtain the power from the witch Su Miao to kill Ji Jiusheng with his own hands. He needs to make some preparations. Ji Chen walked towards the secret room, where there was a blood pool, and a heart was beating continuously in the blood pool. This heart comes from the Corpse Mountain and Sea of Blood in Utopia. It was cultivated by Diyulin, the administrator of Utopia. It contains endless energy. He wants to make this heart his source of power. Orange Tree Magic Barrier. Su Miao studied the magic circle for a while and closed the book. She has read this book back and forth several times, and after reading it, she has determined one thing. With her current conditions, it is a bit wishful thinking to create a magic circle that can defend against missiles, even if it uses energy ores in the magic space, because this involves many aspects, such as the control of magic power, the operation of magic arrays, the conflict of composite nodes, the interference and entanglement of magic runes, etc. To put it simply, if she wants to create a magic circle with such high defense power based on the existing conditions, she must add multiple space magic runes. However, when she was simply studying the magic barrier, she had frequent failures when adding space magic runes. The slightest danger is creating abysses. If it were applied to a wider magic circle, it would most likely cause everything within the magic circle's coverage to disappear. This is not studying the magic circle, but digging your own grave. Therefore, Su Miao decided to change her thinking. Some people say that offense is the best defense. As long as her attack power is high enough to destroy all enemies, she won't have to worry about anything. But this returns to the original question. Where is the enemy? Is Ji Jiusheng still alive? Just as he was thinking this, Mida screamed, "Your Highness! Missiles!" Su Miao raised her head and glanced up, stepped up into the sky, unfolded the magic space array, and elegantly and calmly collected the two falling missiles into the magic space. Ji Jiusheng is not dead. There is no need to verify this time. Su Miao returned to the Orange Tree Magic Barrier, opened the Midnight Snack app, and entered the comprehensive area. Remember the crazy zoo destruction of a killer organization. Posted by Song Yutian. Just now, our leader Shan Mao was killed by Ji Jiusheng, because most of the backbone of the organization were killed by the pink demon and turned into undead. This announced the substantial dissolution of the crazy zoo. Just now, the remaining brothers had divided up the inheritance left by the leader, and from then on became anonymous and began to wander around in order to survive in the Doomsday. As the last person left behind, I have to deal with the few remaining things. According to the instructions of the leader Shan Mao, I have recharged 150,000 points into my account and started a reward for Ji Jiusheng. Any valid information clues you provide about Ji Jiusheng will be rewarded with at least 10 points. We will unconditionally donate all the information we obtain to Her Majesty the Witch Su Miao, and ask Her Majesty to forgive us for the mistakes we have made. If anyone can kill Ji Jiusheng, we are willing to pay 10,000 points. The price cannot be too expensive, because Ji Jiusheng is really dangerous. The leader is afraid that everyone will go down to see him in advance. Secondly, I want to announce an important piece of information about Ji Jiusheng. The Xixia shelter was destroyed. The destruction of the Xixia shelter was related to Ji Jiusheng. As of the time of posting, we discovered that there was another missile attack on Her Majesty the Witch, and the missile was related to Ji Jiusheng. The above is the entire content of the post. Everyone will make a fortune. Floor 1. Shui Wuti on you, damn it. This is killing someone with a borrowed knife. But with 150,000 points, it's hard to refuse. Floor 2. A laughs loudly. When did Her Highness the Witch kill Ji Jiusheng? I want to see. Floor 3. Regalia. I bet that Ji Jiusheng will be killed when he meets His Highness. Floor 4. Waiting for you in the original world, launching missiles again? Jump like this? Floor 5. Mu Xiaobing, that's it for now. Let's eat first. 6th floor. Kahwa Diver, the Pink Devil will definitely win. 7th floor. Jin Chan 2021, I know one thing about Ji Jiusheng. He awakened the power of air. And his strength is very terrifying. 8th floor. Science Director, is air super powerful? How can I compare with His Highness? 9th floor. Ober, this is the first time I heard of someone destroying an official shelter. No wonder Ji Jiusheng has missiles. Such dangerous people must be eliminated. God knows where he will attack with missiles. 10th floor. Evening breeze and sunset, all we need is Ji Jiusheng's personal coordinates. I believe there will be more missiles looking for him. Without missiles, His Highness the Witch can kill him until he is bleeding like a river. Su Miao closed the post. This post said there was a reward. But there was no useful information except for one saying that Ji Jiusheng had mastered air powers and received a reward of 100 points. She just wanted to find the coordinates of Ji Jiusheng. Nothing else mattered. There are 5 missiles in the magic space. These missiles were all launched by Ji Jiusheng, and she had to return them. In addition, Su Miao did not expect that Ji Jiusheng could destroy the Xixia refuge. According to existing information, the Xixia shelter was destroyed a few months ago, and Ji Jiusheng's power was beyond imagination. It must be killed soon. Su Miao continued to read other posts, hoping to find clues. Research on the application of special materials. Posted by Irina. Everyone, I'm here again. And as before, let's talk about the conclusion first. After the apocalypse, our world exploded with a lot of new materials due to the mutation of animals and plants. Let me make a short video first to demonstrate it to you. Small video. Irina is not visible in the video. Only her hands can be seen. These hands are very beautiful. They are girl's hands. She also wears a witch's robe. Judging from the style, it is somewhat similar to what Su Miao wore. Irina picked up a mutated bone with her left hand, gently held it with one hand, and kneaded it into bone powder. He picked up a dark ore in his right hand and gently held it with one hand. The ore turned into powder. This process seemed ordinary. But when Irina put the two materials together, the powders fused together, stirred a little, and exploded, becoming extremely gorgeous. As can be seen from the demonstration, these two special materials are in conflict with each other. Just turn them into powder, and mix them together to cause a big explosion. This is just a superficial display. I have also conducted a lot of experiments here. Considering the danger involved, I will provide you with some recipes that are not dangerous. I hope you can live well in the apocalyptic world. Attachment, brand new formula. Su Miao clicked on the formula and looked at the contents in the formula. Thoughtfully, in a sense, Irina is studying the properties of these materials and making potions based on the properties of the materials. There are a lot of potion materials in her magic space, and she has not refined them much in this period of time. It just so happens that I don't have much clue about other things, so I might as well refine some magic potions first. Su Miao took out a pot specially used for refining magic potion. She walked out of the orange tree magic enchantment, passed through the raspberry, strawberry, and mulberry areas, and came to the hillside a little below. She raised her hand gracefully and released an unstable failed magic. Boom! The earth shook. Su Miao controlled the magic power this time and flattened the hillside. After doing this, Su Miao took out the sycamore tree branches from the magic space and carved the auxiliary magic circle needed for refining the potion on the ground. After the magic array was drawn, energy ores were placed on each magic node. As Su Miao injected magic power, the entire magic array lit up. Very beautiful. She placed the metal pot in the center of the magic circle. The magic circle on the metal pot lit up together, and the entire magic circle ran very smoothly. This condition is much better than Su Miao's previous refining of magic potions. First make a batch of mixed poisonous magic potion. Su Miao threw a big water ball into the pot. Under the high temperature of the sun, the water quickly boiled. Su Miao immediately threw all kinds of poisonous weeds and poisonous minerals in the magic space into the pot. Because the beautiful mushrooms have been used up, the poisonous hallucinogenic potion cannot be refined. So we can only make some mixed poisonous magic potions. Her intuition told her that she would need it soon. Chapter 250 Shiron. Wake up! With many experiences in refining magic potions and the existing conditions, Su Miao refined a pot of highly toxic magic potions in just 30 minutes. Two magical phantoms appeared. They walked to the potion pot and skillfully collected the refined potion. The collected mixed poisonous magic potion was only a little over 5 kilograms. What should I refine next? Su Miao took out Potion Science and glanced at the materials in the magic space. She thought for a moment, changed the pot, and decided to refine some magic potions for people to drink first. For example, there are so many watermelons, melons, raspberries, strawberries, mulberries, apricots, tomatoes, etc. that are too much to eat. So we might as well refine some magic potions. Su Miao summoned several more magic phantoms, and big watermelons were taken out from the magic space and floated in front of the magic phantoms. The magic phantoms drew their swords together, peeled off the watermelon skin, cut the watermelon into pieces, and put it into the potion pot. With the support of the magic circle, the potion pot looks small, but its capacity is not small at all. Moreover, as soon as the watermelon is put in, it will blend into the magic potion and will not take up too much space. Su Miao calculated. She almost put more than 300 watermelons into the pot to make the potion pot look full. With the light of the magic circle flashing, a pot of magic watermelon juice was finished. After collecting, I got 25 kilograms of magic watermelon juice. It's bright red and looks beautiful. Smells good. Certainly delicious. However, this was the first time to refine it, and Su Miao had no intention of tasting it. Then, Su Miao used similar methods to refine magic melon juice, magic raspberry water, magic strawberry water, magic mulberry water, magic tomato juice, and magic apricot water. Looking at these refined products, Su Miao conducted a simple magic analysis and classified them. From an effect point of view, these finished products have the effect of restoring magic power and physical strength. However, there may be some unknown side effects. You should be fine if you drink less. It's time to refine a special magic potion. Su Miao changed another pot and took out blood crystals and the bones and internal organs of various mutated animals from the magic space. Magic raspberry water, magic mulberry water, magic apricot water, plus blood crystals, some mutant animal hearts, mutant plant flowers. This is an alternative formula according to the ratio in potion science. It should be able to be refined successful. Right. Half an hour later, a new pot of magic potion was finished. The finished product is only 500 G. Su Miao put the label, potential potion on it. Whether it is specific or not still needs to be tested. The magic potions she currently refines are theoretical potions derived from the principles in potion science, without any practice. Because the magic materials mentioned in potions were too outrageous. She didn't know what they were in reality, so she could only make substitutions based on the relevant characteristics mentioned above. Using this method, Su Miao successively refined strengthening potions, blood-burning potions, life-burning potions, life potions, and self-healing potions. The quantity of each finished product is small. The remaining materials are enough to refine the detection potion. Su Miao checked potion science and started practicing without hesitation. Half an hour later, there was no frying pot, and the potion was successfully refined. Just put a label on it, and it's done. Su Miao put away the pot, returned to the orange tree magic barrier, put these magic potions into crystal potion bottles, and labeled them according to the refining sequence just now. Su Miao recorded the process and the finished potion in the magic notebook to facilitate subsequent experiments and comparison. Mixed poisonous magic potion, highly poisonous. No solution. The effect is similar to the poisonous hallucinogenic potion, but it does not have the hallucinogenic effect. Potential potion can activate the potential of the user in a short period of time. Enhancement potion, it can enhance the user's various abilities in a short period of time, allowing the user to burst into powerful combat power within a certain period of time. Blood burning potion, after taking it, it will continue to burn the blood of the user, thus continuously increasing the combat effectiveness of the user. Life burning potion, after taking it, it consumes a large amount of longevity to enhance the combat effectiveness of the user. Life potion, quickly heal injuries after taking it. Self-healing potion, after taking it, it will consume a certain amount of origin and potential and quickly heal the injury. Discernment potion, after taking it, you can have the ability to see through the truth and falsehood for a certain period of time. All the above medicines have not been tested and their side effects are unknown. Su Miao closed the magic notebook. She looked to the left and right. Lin Jiujiu's body trembled, and Bago was so frightened that he shivered. Especially Starling. No one knows better than him how terrifying the magic potions in the bottles and jars of His Highness Su Miao are. Your Highness, do you need a test subject? Bugs asked. It was worried that if it didn't ask now, His Highness would let it be tested later. Su Miao said. Yeah, Beige immediately said. Your Highness, you can let these undead people at the foot of the mountain capture mutant animals and mutant insects. There are so many cracked areas here, and you will definitely find some mutant animal nest. At the foot of the mountain, there are 800 undead patrolling. Not mentioning Beige, Su Miao had almost forgotten about these undead souls. Looking down the mountain, I don't know whether it is due to the scorching sun or other circumstances, but many undead have fallen. Resurrection of the dead. Su Miao waved her hand gracefully, making the fallen undead stand up again, and the spiritless undead became energetic again. Go catch the mutated animals. Keep them alive. After the order was given, the undead automatically divided into multiple teams and ran in all directions. Your Highness, I'll go take a look too. The Maya flew out of the orange tree's magic barrier and went further away. Su Miao looked at the magic potions on the table, and just now she wanted Bago to take some with her. Lin didn't dare to look at the meditative sister Su Miao for a long time. She looked at the lessons and exercises in front of her, more focused and attentive than before. She dared to swear to God, Lin Jiujiu loved studying the most. Suddenly, a soft moan caught Su Miao's attention. Su Miao looked to the side and saw that Xia Xiaoan had woken up. Xia Xiaoan opened her eyes and looked at the orange tree with beautiful oranges above her head in confusion. She smelled the fresh air, felt the comfortable bed, and felt that everything around her was unreal. Am I dead? She looked at the sky in confusion. Turning to the side, she saw Lin Jiujiu, who was doing homework, and the witch standing up. The beautiful pink twin ponytails fluttered in the wind, looking so strange yet so familiar. Xia Xiaoan looked at the witch's face, tears flowing out uncontrollably. She was so happy to be able to have such a dream. It's Sister Su Miao. Awake? Can you get up? Su Miao came over and asked. Xia Xiaoan tried to get up. She wanted to throw herself into Sister Su Miao's arms and cried loudly. This is a dream anyway. No matter what she does, Sister Su Miao won't blame her. Right? It has been a long time since she dreamed of Sister Su Miao. Just thinking about it, Xia Xiaoan's face froze. Xiaoan cried when he woke up. Is he not recovering? Do you want her to try the newly refined magic potion? These magic potions have not been tested yet, and are not used for the time being. Every time I do my homework alone in front of Sister Su Miao, especially now that Sister Su Miao is broken, it is too dangerous. Xia Xiaoan wakes up. Now one more person can do homework in front of Sister Su Miao. This is great. However, she just woke up, so she must be very weak. Right? It may take a few days before you can do homework with me. Compared with these, I have to think of a handsome way to introduce myself. Doomsday girl idol Lin Jiujiu. How about adding a cool pose? Or take Xia Xiaoan into my realm and watch a beautiful girl idol's concert? This way she will definitely like me and become happy. What is all this? Xia Xiaoan glanced at Sister Su Miao and then at Lin Jiujiu, with mixed emotions. Is Sister Su Miao really broken? Or even want to use untried magic potion on her? She once lived on a bottle of highly toxic hallucinogenic magic potion given by Sister Su Miao. No one knows better than her how terrifying Sister Su Miao's magic potion is. All it takes is a tiny bit of poison to cause the effect. There is help. And this Lin Jiujiu, Doomsday girl idol? She doesn't understand. Drink some water, eat something, and get used to it. Su Miao took out some food on the table and continued to think about how to deal with the magic potion in front of her. Xia Xiaoan walked to the table and looked at Sister Su Miao and Lin Jiujiu. She still felt that everything in front of her was unreal. Why did Sister Su Miao's hair turn pink? Although it is very beautiful. And these foods. She took a sip of water and ate a small bite of the pancake. And tears flowed down her face. After being homeless for several months, she hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time. Because she was so happy, Xia Xiaoan accidentally bit her tongue. Pain. Pain means that all this is real and not a dream. Xixia Town. Old Man Su fell into a deep sleep. And Shui Hongshou and others were on duty. Whether they can produce a strong man here depends on whether Old Man Su can succeed in his evolution. The people responsible for the affairs of Xixia Town became Lu Han's Han and Qi Bin. They originally wanted to earn some points and get some benefits. But who would have thought that they would become one of the administrators of Xixia Town? Originally, everything was changing for the better. But the updated posts on the Yeshua app made the two of them extinguish their dreams. And even became anxious about it. Jijiu, whom Her Highness the Witch wanted to kill, is still alive. Not only did he not die, He also killed the leader of the crazy zoo, Bobcat, and then fired 2 missiles at Her Highness the Witch. The missile did not explode. And Her Highness the Witch is fine. It's their turn to be in trouble now. It was the coordinates they provided to Her Highness the Witch. Her Highness the Witch carried out a precise attack on Ji Jiusheng according to their coordinates. Posts on these late-night snack apps are reported in real time. But Ji Jiusheng is not dead. Doesn't this mean that they deceived Her Highness the Witch? If it was a simple mistake, it would be easy to say. But Her Highness the Witch rewarded Xixia Town with so much iced watermelon. Iced melon and water afterwards. And they all ate and drank them without any waste. When the time comes when the Witch Highness comes to question them, what should they do? Lu Hantan was extremely frightened when he thought of the purple sun rising over Xixia Town at night. The immediate priority is remediation. Shibin came from outside and said after seeing the news. Lu Hantan said, "How should we remedy this? What should we do if the Witch Highness comes later?" Shibin said, "Don't panic. You can find a way to use your knowledge. Find a way to locate more radio signals. And locate Ji Jiusheng's real private base. Then, mobilize all the residents of Xixia Town and let everyone work together to find a way to provide intelligence leads. Don't forget, with the internet now, everything is possible." Lu Hantan said, "Okay, I will make arrangements immediately. I hope there will be a result before the Witch Highness comes here." Shibin thought for a while and said, "There is another way. You can find a way to determine the location of the launch silo in the Xixia shelter. Report the location to the officials, and let the officials destroy the missiles Ji Jiusheng has." Lu Hantan said, "Well, our conditions are limited, so we can only give it a try." The two of them were busy for most of the day and made almost zero progress. They became increasingly anxious, worried that Su Miao would appear above Xixia Town in the next second. Just when the two were running out of options, Ji Chen appeared in their office. "Who are you?" Lu Hantan was shocked. Shibin pressed one hand on the mechanism and looked at Ji Chen warily, ready to take action at any time. "I have no ill intentions," Ji Chen said. "If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead." "You said this without any malice?" Shibin said. "What do you want from us?" Ji Chen said. "I want to see Her Highness the Witch, and I hope Her Highness can give me a chance." Shibin and Lu Hantan looked at each other. Meet Her Highness the Witch? Do you know? What the two brothers fear most now is to see Her Highness the Witch. For fear that Her Highness the Witch will destroy the entire Xixia Town. Ji Chen said, "I have important information about Ji Jiusheng here, as well as the video of the battle between Shan Mao's son Yuyang and Ji Jiusheng." Shibin and Lu Hantan were shocked, and they looked at Ji Chen in disbelief. Based on these alone, they couldn't believe Ji Chen. Don't even dare to take risks. "I recorded a video on my phone. You can watch it." Ji Chen knew that the two of them didn't believe it. So he took out a mobile phone and opened the video and sent it to them. Shibin and Lu Hantan saw the video and immediately believed it. What is a village with hidden flowers and bright flowers? This is it. With this information, they can remedy their previous mistakes. It's just that Ji Chen's identity is questionable. Even if he agrees, more information needs to be confirmed. Shibin asked, "May I ask, what opportunity do you want?" Ji Chen said, "I hope to kill Ji Jiusheng with my own hands. If not, please ask His Highness to do it." Shibin and Lu Hantan were shocked. Who doesn't know now that Ji Jiusheng was the culprit who destroyed the Xixia refuge and was in control of the latest offensive missiles? As long as Ji Jiusheng wants to, he can attack wherever he wants. Horrible. Unless it is someone like Her Highness the Witch, who would dare to face the missile head-on. Lu Hantan said, "Without further delay, we will contact His Highness now." "Wait!" Shibin stopped his friend and stared at Ji Chen seriously. "Besides the above, is there anything else you haven't said?" Chapter 251, I am loyal to His Highness. As a hunter, Shibin has always been keenly aware of potential dangers. Although it was the first time he met Ji Chen today, his intuition told him that the information Ji Chen concealed could kill them. Ji Chen stared at Shibin's eyes, struggled for a while, and then said, "I am Ji Chen. I killed Du Wenqian in Utopia, right in front of Her Highness the Witch. This is the pain of his life. During his most difficult time, Utopia took him in and allowed him to spend the happiest time in his life. Even though it's the end of the world outside and life is extremely difficult, those are nothing to Ji Chen. The moment he met Du Wenqian, he fell in love with this kind-hearted girl like an angel. But after learning that Du Wenqian had someone he liked, Ji Chen immediately suppressed his inner love and regarded Du Wenqian as his sister. After all, Even if Du Wenxian doesn't like anyone, he also understands that being with Du Wenxian is impossible. Being together will only harm Du Wenxian and everyone in Utopia. Ji Chen originally planned to leave after witnessing Du Wenxian's wedding. But he didn't expect. He clenched his fists, suppressing the pain and madness deep in his heart. In just that moment, Qi Bin and Lu Hantan felt unimaginable pressure, as if they would be torn apart at any time under this terrifying pressure. Fortunately, this crazy pressure dissipated quickly and did not last. Ji Chen was right. It was very easy to kill them. Qi Bin and Lu Hantan came to their senses and took a deep breath. Only then did they realize that Ji Chen was one of the few people who survived in front of Her Highness the Witch. According to the forum information on the Yeshu app, anyone who is an enemy of Her Highness the Witch will basically not survive. Ji Chen added. That night, after His Highness destroyed the old dog gang, he bombarded a high-rise building. I was in the building at the time, and it was me who His Highness wanted to kill. Qi Bin and Lu Hantan couldn't believe it more and more. That night, Her Majesty the Witch suddenly changed her temper and wanted to kill Ji Chen. But Ji Chen escaped and survived? Qi Bin suppressed his trembling body and said, Okay, let's contact His Highness. But it will take some time. Will you stay here? Or hide for now? Ji Chen said. I will come out again after you have contacted me. Qi Bin said. Okay. Ji Chen nodded, kept all the collected information, and disappeared, regardless of success or not. This information must be given to Her Highness the Witch. After the people left, Lu Hantan looked at the information on the table and said, What ability does he have? Qi Bin said. I don't know. Maybe it's also an air power. Lu Hantan said. This. Qi Bin looked at the information on the table and said, Don't worry about this for now. Contact some people and let's go see His Highness. Lu Hantan was stunned for a moment. Now? Qi Bin said. That's it now. Lu Hantan was still hesitating. He is afraid. Qi Bin said. Brother, I don't know what you are afraid of. Don't forget, this is our chance to atone for our sins and get rid of Ji Jiusheng. Ji Jiusheng was able to throw 3 missiles at Her Highness the Witch yesterday. And today, he can throw 2 more missiles. He can't hurt Her Highness the Witch. Who can guarantee that he won't suddenly change his mind and bomb Xixia Town? It's okay to say that Xixia Town is gone. At worst, we will continue to wander and look for a new place to stay. But I don't think we can survive. You only have one chance. If we seize it, we can continue to live in the apocalyptic world. If you can't control it, you'll just die sooner. What are you afraid of? Lu Hanshan's eyes flickered, but he made a decision under Qi Bin's persuasion. Okay, you go call someone, and I will sort out the information, Qi Bin said. Okay. After Qi Bin left, Lu Hantan looked at the information in front of him, hesitated, and glanced at the radio station in the office. 10 minutes later, for people who went to see Her Highness the Witch last time came, the team of 6 people walked towards the outside of the underground city. It is now 4 p.m., and by the time we reach Her Highness the Witch, it will be almost 7 p.m., so there is still enough time. Orange Tree Magic Enchantment. Xia Xiaoan felt much better after eating something. She was going to tell Sister Su Miao about her experience during this period. But Sister Su Miao looked at the magic book and had no intention of asking. She just made sure that she was fine. And then she was fine. As for Sister Su Miao's thoughts, everything turned into an extremely complicated magic formula. Xia Xiaoan was so scared that she didn't dare to listen. Imagine that Xia Xiaoan just wanted to listen to a few words. But when he opened the window, he heard endless incomprehensible knowledge. If he listened to it a little more, his head would explode. Sister Su Miao. Is it really broken? Sister Su Miao was not like this in the past. Even when she was studying magic, she would suddenly get distracted and worry about someone outside attacking her. What to have for dinner? Stir-fried chicken rice bowl or beef hot pot? Will continuous heavy rain cause hair to split? However, the now broken Sister Su Miao only wants to talk about those extremely complicated magic formulas. And now Sister Su Miao. Every move she makes is very elegant. I'm not scared at all when I see people. Not afraid of society at all. It's just so strange and familiar. However, no matter what happens to Sister Su Miao, Xia Xiaoan will feel very at ease as long as she stays by Sister Su Miao's side. It was decided that no matter where Sister Su Miao planned to go from now on, she would never leave. Xiaoan, your textbooks and homework. Su Miao, who was studying magic, noticed Xia Xiaoan in a daze and took out a large amount of homework from the magic space and sent it to Xia Xiaoan's desk. Xia Xian looked at the familiar textbooks, exercises, and even test papers on the table, and felt bad. Lin Jiujiu took a secret glance. Why is she still studying elementary school courses, while Xia Xian has started studying junior high school courses? She clearly looks older than Xia Xian. Both of them felt bad. As the sun set, Su Miao took out the delicacies in the magic space. They were still the same ones that Pei Xiaomiao had made when she left. They were enough to last for several days. In the recent period, Ji Jiusheng might throw missiles here, so he stopped cooking for the time being. Tasty! Xia Xian ate the delicious food on the table, tears flowing down uncontrollably. Lin Jiujiu looked at Xia Xian and felt that this scene was very familiar. Your Highness! Your Highness! It's my share! Beige flew down, landed on the table, and looked at His Highness Su Miao pitifully. Sure enough, his guess was correct. It just flew a little further and came back a little late, and His Highness Su Miao forgot about its dinner. Good. Su Miao gave Beige a portion. Mina happily ate it. After the meal, Bago said, Your Highness, I found a nest of mutated rabbits. Your Highness gave me a cage, and I will catch them at night. Su Miao said, Okay. After searching in the magic space, I found an alloy cage and threw it out, which was just right for a mutated rabbit. Bagu remembered something. Your Highness, there are people coming from Xixia town again. They are Qi Bin, Lu Hanhan and the others. 6 of them, Su Miao said. Well, please pay attention. Just as he was talking, Qi Bin, Lu Hanhan and others had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Mina flew down. What are you doing here? Qi Bin said. Please report to His Highness on your behalf. We have brought information about Ji Jiusheng. He arranged for someone to take out all the information Ji Chen provided and put it in a bag. Bagu checked the information and said, Just wait. It flew back to the orange tree magic barrier with information. Your Highness, they said they brought information about Ji Jiusheng. Su Miao glanced at the information, which contained information about Ji Jiusheng's abilities and habits, the coordinates of the false base set up, the people controlled by his subordinates, the hidden trump cards, and all the things he had done. Ji Jiusheng. Former names, Eberstein. Cook. Executioner. Instructor. Madman. Undefeated from 9 deaths. Experience. Provoking a war in Eastern Europe almost led to a nuclear war. Provoked war in Africa and caused heavy losses to the European Union. Provoked the economic crisis in South America and spread to the world. Escaped from Alcatraz prison in North America. Established many well-known mercenary groups around the world. And 2 mercenary groups are still active today and are under the remote control influence of Ji Jiusheng. Like war. Challenge. Hope to get a defeat. Raising boss. There were multiple illegitimate children and illegitimate daughters. But Ji Jiusheng killed their mother in front of each illegitimate son and daughter to let them remember this hatred, hoping that these children would come to kill him for revenge when they grow up. After the Doomsday came, Ji Jiusheng awakened the power of air and became the first generation of Doomsday ability user. Private bases in the early days of the apocalypse, such as Black Cloud Mountain, Ligu, Singer Villa, and Esto, were all destroyed by Ji Jiusheng. The leaders of these private bases, without exception, were all brutally killed by Ji Jiusheng. Ji Jiusheng designed to save important figures in the Xixia refuge, and through layer-by-layer designs, caused chaos inside the Xixia refuge. He took the opportunity to kill the top executives of the Xixia refuge, launched missiles and caused explosions, causing the Xixia refuge to be destroyed by major earthquakes and mutant beasts. It was completely destroyed under the impact of tides and mutated insect plagues. Shan Mao Sun Yiyang, Lan Dong, and Ideal Township de Yulin are all Ji Jiusheng's goals. At present, Ji Jiusheng's most satisfied son is Ji Chen, and he created many accidents against Ji Chen, destroying the places where Ji Chen passed by and killing all the people close to him. Missiles were launched twice to attack the witch Su Miao. This is not information that ordinary people can understand. It looked like Ji Jiusheng deliberately let the people around him be released so that she could see this information. I'll go see them. Su Miao put down the information. Bago, bring Jiujiu and Xian with you. Beige immediately responded. Okay, Your Highness. Lin Jiujiu originally wanted to go. Xia Xian was a little confused about the situation. This was mainly because her impression of Sister Su Miao was that she was holding a gun and shivering. But she shot her head off one after another, and even wanted to shrink into a cardboard box. When he came to his senses, Xia Xian couldn't help but open his mouth. She saw Sister Su Miao missing the mark with one step. She just took a few steps gracefully and arrived at the bottom of the mountain. Ba Ge instantly grew bigger and skillfully grabbed Lin Jiujiu. And Xia Xuan followed him to the bottom of the mountain. When Xia Xuan landed, she was frightened and a little confused about the situation in front of her. She looked in front of her, then at Sister Su Miao, but couldn't react for a long time. After a few seconds, Xia Xuan suddenly realized something. Outside, it doesn't seem that hot. She lowered her head and glanced at the beautiful new JK uniform she wore. It seemed that this dress helped her isolate herself from the high temperature outside. Speaking of it, it seemed like all the clothes on her body had been replaced by Sister Su Miao. And Xia Xuan's face turned slightly red, and she didn't dare to continue thinking. Suddenly, an unusual voice came from her heart. Xia Xuan immediately became focused and understood what Sister Su Miao meant by bringing her down. Your Highness! Shi Bin, Lu Hanhan and others saluted Su Miao, looking very uneasy. There was no way. There was something wrong with the coordinates they provided earlier, and they failed to allow Her Highness, the witch, to destroy Ji Jiuxing. This was their dereliction of duty. Su Miao said. Who provided you with the information? Shi Bin and Lu Hanhan looked at each other, and the former said, Your Highness, this is Ji Chen. Su Miao blinked. Ji Chen. She remembered. The person who killed Du Wenxian. She met him last time in Xixia town. But Ji Chen escaped. That time Ji Chen stood next to the person she wanted to kill. Ji Chen. Ji Jiusheng. Su Miao blinked. And a lot of the information in the information could be explained clearly. Shi Bin said. Ji Chen asked His Highness to give him a chance to kill Ji Jiuxing with his own hands. Su Miao looked at the two people in front of him and said. Okay, let him come here. Shi Bin said. Yes, I will inform him to come over when I get back. Su Miao waved her hand, and each person was given a piece of cut iced watermelon. The 6 people present were extremely happy, especially the 4 people who followed. They were rushing here. They were very happy to finish the ice-cold watermelon in their hands. This way you won't feel too hot when you go back. As for taking it back to eat, that would be a waste. Your Highness, let's go back and inform Ji Chen. Seeing that His Highness was still there, Shi Bin and Lu Hanhan quickly saluted and thanked him. Su Miao said, Lu Hanhan, you stay. This. Shi Bin was stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Your Highness. When he looked at Lu Hanhan again, Lu Hanhan, who had just finished eating the watermelon, was sweating. This brother of life and death seemed to be hiding something in front of His Highness. The hand of the mage. Lu Hanhan was caught by the invisible mage's hands and looked like he was floating in midair. Should I ask you? Or should you say it yourself? Su Miao said. Just now. Xia Xuan's eyes rested on Lu Hanhan many times. That kind of gaze. That kind of expression. No change from when he was in a villa in a tourist area. It means there is something wrong with this person. After all, Su Miao can sense malice. But she doesn't know what they are hiding from people who don't have any malice. Sometimes, such people can be ignored. But sometimes such people are often more dangerous. Your Highness, spare your life. Your Highness, spare your life. I am loyal to Your Highness. Lu Hanhan quickly begged for mercy. Su Miao said. Then die. Lu Hanhan quickly shouted. Your Highness, I will say it. Su Miao did not increase the strength of the mage's hand and looked at Lu Hanhan calmly. Shi Bin's eyes widened, and he realized that the brothers who were together had hidden things that would make His Highness angry. Lu Hanhan said, I am a person from Utopia. I sent the news of Ji Chen's appearance in Xixia town to Mr. Seeley. Chapter 252 The Nightmare Lingers. Officiant? Su Miao heard this title again. She said, Duelan is still alive? Lu Hanhan said with a trembling voice. Yes, Sir Seeley is still alive. He has been paying attention to the news of His Highness and asked us to assist His Highness as much as possible. Because His Highness is Sir Seeley's benefactor. Shi Bin felt his brain buzzing. Isn't Lu Hanhan an astronomer? Why did he become a person from Utopia again? Or some kind of celebrant subordinate? He suddenly felt that his good friend Lu Hanhan in front of him had become very strange. Etc. Shi Bin remembered something. Before arriving in Xixia town, he and Lu Hanhan encountered an avalanche and were separated for a while. Could it be that Lu Hanhan entered the ideal land at that time? His guess was correct. After the avalanche, Lu Hanhan was rescued by people from Utopia and brought into Utopia. Impressed by Du Yulin's charisma, he joined Utopia. However, Lu Hanhan thought of his brothers who shared life and death again. and decided to give up the beautiful life in his ideal hometown and go out to find his brother Chi-bin. Utopia did not embarrass Lu Hanzhan. They used all the resources at hand to help Lu Hanzhan find Chi-bin. And then the two successfully joined Xixia Town. Chi-bin may not know that most of the credit for their success in entering Xixia Town and establishing a foothold in Utopia was due to Utopia. Su Miao dismissed the mage's hand and let Lu Hanzhan fall to the ground. "Let's go!" "Thank you, Your Highness!" A group of people thanked him profusely and left. Xia Xiaoan wanted to say something, but Su Miao stopped her with a look. "Go back to the mountain." Su Miao stepped into the void and returned to the orange tree magic barrier. Lin Jiujiu glanced at Xia Xiaoan unexpectedly, wondering what happened to Xia Xiaoan just now. "I'll take you flying." Gaga. Mina grew bigger again, with one claw and flew up to the orange tree magic barrier with Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan. The first time he was scared. The second time, Xia Xiaoan was still scared by the Mina. Fortunately, after the Mina brought them up, they immediately shrank in size and looked very well behaved. Xia Xiaoan said, "Sister Su Miao, that person just said half of what he said." Su Miao said, "Yes, I know. I'll wait for you to tell me the rest." Xia Xiaoan blinked and said, "He was wondering in his heart whether Boss G's contact with him was discovered by His Highness. If he was discovered, would he die? Boss G just said that he would send the information to Her Highness the Witch. I didn't expect that it was Ji Chen who sent the information. How did he do it? 5 missiles failed to kill Her Highness the Witch. Her Highness the Witch is too terrifying." That's pretty much it. Lin Jiujiu looked at Xia Xiaoan in disbelief, and suddenly felt that Xia Xiaoan was too scary. How did he know? And why is Sister Su Miao so calm and not shocked at all when Xia Xiaoan said this? Su Miao said, "Well, let Ji Chen kill him." In fact, Su Miao had no intention of killing Lu Hanzhan this time. She just wanted to confirm some things and dig some holes for Ji Jiusheng so that Ji Jiusheng could jump out on his own initiative. But he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain. Du Yulin, the Secretary of Ceremony in Utopia, was still alive? Su Miao can avoid killing Ji Chen, but it is hard to say about Du Yulin. Lu Hanzhan is Du Yulin's man and Ji Jiusheng's man, so it's hard to say what kind of information he will provide to Du Yulin. If asked clearly, Xia Xiaoan's ability to read minds would be exposed, because Ji Jiusheng exposed Xia Xiaoan's trump card, which was not cost-effective. If you want to avoid being exposed, you can only kill Lu Hanzhan. But killing Lu Hanzhan will break the fragile fishing line, which is not conducive to subsequent plans. Therefore, Su Miao held back this time and did not kill anyone. The rest is just waiting for Ji Chen to come over on his own initiative. As long as Xia Xiaoan is sure that Ji Chen really wants revenge, then she can give each of her many magic potions to Ji Chen and let him test the effect. Judging from the information Ji Chen entrusted Lu Hanzhan and Chi-bin to send, Ji Chen has the black technology of combat video, regardless of whether Ji Chen succeeds or fails, as long as the video can be saved. Xia Xiaoan saw that Sister Su Miao had made a decision and stopped talking. Xixia Town. Ji Chen waited very anxiously. He was worried that Chi-bin and Lu Hanzhan would be killed because of his relationship when they went to see the witch Su Miao. Compared to Chi-bin and Lu Hanzhan, Ji Chen is more optimistic about Shui Hongshou and Old Man Su. But Old Man Su entered a state of awakening and would not wake up for about a week. After waiting in the darkness for nearly 6 hours, Ji Chen saw Chi-bin, Lu Hanzhan and others returning. "What's the result?" Ji Chen stood in the darkness and asked. Lu Hanzhan was startled. He didn't see anyone when he entered the door just now, but Ji Chen appeared out of thin air. Chi-bin said, "Success! His Highness asked you to go see her. When you get to the foot of the mountain, you will inform Bago in advance." Ji Chen said, "Thank you." After waiting for a few seconds, Ji Chen's figure disappeared out of thin air. Just as he appeared suddenly, Lu Hanzhan slumped down on a worn-out chair, gasping for air. Chi-bin looked at this brother, hesitated and said nothing. If Ji Chen didn't leave and was still nearby, and I heard that Lu Hanzhan informed Du Yulin about Ji Chen's appearance here, it would be difficult to tell. In fact, Ji Chen did not leave. Out of caution, he stayed here for a while and made sure that Chi-bin and Lu Hanzhan had no extra information before leaving for the high mountain where Her Highness the Witch lived. What happens next is up to fate. The gap between him and Ji Jiusheng is too big. He alone cannot kill Ji Jiusheng, and even injuring Ji Jiusheng may not be able to do it. That's why I tried to find a way to go to Utopia to get close to Dylan and observe Dylan up close, hoping to understand why Ji Jiusheng was afraid of these people on the list. Lan Zhong's words were too dangerous, and Ji Chen had no confidence in getting close. Unfortunately, the plan failed before it even got started. Now, only the witch Su Miao is left on the list. This is his last hope. In the darkness, Ji Chen's figure flickered. An hour and a half later, he arrived at the foot of the mountain where the witch lived. The lights on the top of the mountain where the witch lives are on, indicating that people are not sleeping yet. Ji Chen slowed down and walked forward. In the magic barrier of the orange tree, Mina opened his eyes. Your Highness, someone is coming down the mountain. He is alone. Let me go and see. Su Miao held the magic potion in one hand and the magic note in the other, and said, Yes. Beige flew down the mountain, looked at Ji Chen as he arrived, and said, Ji Chen? Ji Chen said, It's me. I'm here to see His Highness. Please inform me. Mina said, Wait. It looked Ji Chen up and down, returned to the orange tree magic barrier, and reported to Su Miao. Su Miao raised her hand to put the magic notes and magic potion into the magic space and walked to Xia Xian's bed. Xiaolan, wake up! Sister Su Miao? Xia Xian woke up in a daze and looked at Sister Su Miao in confusion. Su Miao said, Come! Xia Xian woke up immediately. Lin Jiujiu woke up and said he wanted to go together. Su Miao nodded and asked Bago to take the two of them to the foot of the mountain. Your Highness! Ji Chen saluted Su Miao. I want to kill Ji Jiusheng, but I am not strong enough. I would like to ask your Highness to assist me. Xia Xian didn't know what he heard in his heart, and his face turned pale and ugly. However, Xia Xian did not indicate that Ji Chen's purpose was abnormal. Su Miao didn't sense any malice from Ji Chen. However, considering Ji Chen's past, the magic space array was in a state of maximum expansion from the beginning. Ji Chen's sudden outburst was very strong, so such precautions were necessary. In fact, it had become Su Miao's habit to be on guard against strangers. Su Miao said, Yes, but the information you provided is not enough. Ji Chen said, I will videotape the battle with Ji Jiusheng to supplement the remaining information. If I survive, if His Highness wants to kill me, I will not resist. Su Miao raised her hand gracefully, and magic potions appeared in front of Ji Chen one by one. Here are the potions and instructions that will make you stronger. I must remind you that these potions are all newly refined. I don't know the specific side effects. If you don't do it right, you will die suddenly as soon as you drink it. Ji Chen looked at the magic potion floating in front of him and was stunned for a moment. The witch Su Miao in front of me looks very elegant and reliable. How can she say so seriously that these potions have not been tested in any way? However, Ji Chen chose to believe Su Miao. His spirit was on the verge of being completely broken. In order to improve his strength, his body reached the limit of control. Every day, every night, when I close my eyes, I see that bloody scene. If he didn't kill Ji Jiusheng, Ji Chen was afraid that he would completely lose control and turn into a mutated monster, completely losing the chance of revenge. To put it 10,000 steps back, even if he really lost control, he would still lose control in front of Ji Jiusheng. Kill Ji Jiusheng in the form of a mutated monster. Therefore, Ji Chen had no intention of returning alive during this trip. Thank you, Your Highness! Ji Chen accepted the magic potion. Your Highness, is there anything you want to say to me? Su Miao said. Before the war begins, inform us of the coordinates. Ji Chen said. Yes, Your Highness. He saluted Su Miao again, and his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. One more piece of news for you. Lu Hanhan is Ji Jiusheng's man. Let's go back. Su Miao glanced at the pale Xia Xian and patted Xia Xian's back gently to calm down Xia Xian. After comforting Xia Xian, Su Miao found that Lin Jiujiu's condition was even worse. No matter how you look at it, it looks like you are seeing Ji Chen's dream. However, Ji Chen did not fall asleep. Mina, take them back to the magic barrier, Su Miao said. Back at the orange tree magic enchantment, Su Miao put some cakes, tomatoes, apricots, and oranges on the table. But judging from their current state, there is a high probability that they don't want to eat anything. Xia Xian and Lin waited for a long time before drinking some water. Su Miao didn't ask in a hurry. She drank black tea gracefully and waited for them to recover. She would tell them when they recovered. Xia Xian calmed down first and said, Sister Su Miao, Ji Chen's psychology is very chaotic and is on the verge of losing control. Killing Ji Jiuqing has become his only obsession to maintain his sanity. But this obsession can no longer be maintained. Su Miao nodded. Well, Shaolin, you did a good job. Let's rest first. However, your mind-reading ability needs to be improved. Judging from Xia Xiaoan's situation, Xia Xiaoan was shocked by Ji Chen's chaotic psychology. Xia Xiaoan said, Yes, Sister Su Miao. Lin Jiujiu reacted at this moment. She looked at Su Miao and said, Sister Su Miao, that person has a very terrifying nightmare. And the nightmare cannot go away. Just mentioning it slightly made Lin Jiujiu's face become paler. The nightmare lingers. Is this still the case? Su Miao said. Don't swallow the dream. Lin Jiujiu nodded with a pale face. I didn't swallow it. I just took a look and saw Sister Du Wenxian, who was covered in blood. And... Su Miao interrupted Lin Jiujiu's words. I'm going to have a concert when I have time. Let's rest tonight. Lin Jiujiu said. Yeah. The two little ones fell asleep quickly. Looking at their sleeping state, Su Miao was a little worried whether Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu would sleep for a few more days. Xixia Town. Under the night, a man wearing a black cloak arrived. With the help of the remaining solar light, a bloody jade flute can be seen around his waist. This flute used to be dark green, but for some reason it turned into blood. He came to an office, opened the door, and walked in. Lu Hanzhan is waiting here. When he saw the person coming, he noticed the blood-colored jade flute around his waist and became extremely respectful. Master Li, the clerk said. Ji Chen has been here? Lu Hanzhan said. Yes. He wanted to see the witch Su Miao, and he was worried that Su Miao would kill him directly. So he came to ask for our help. He should have reached the foot of the mountain where Su Miao lives now, the clerk said. Yes, Lu Hanzhan said. Master Li, Ji Chen is very strong. I am not his opponent and cannot avenge the eldest lady, the celebrant said. It doesn't matter. You have always done a good job. He patted Lu Hanzhan on the shoulder and left. When Li left, Lu Hanzhan breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the radio station, hesitating whether to report Li's visit to Xixia Town to Ji Jiuqing. As a small person, it is too difficult to survive in such an apocalyptic world. Originally, he just wanted to survive. Who would have thought that with one operation of his good brother Qi Bin, he would directly become one of the managers of Xixia Town, and even gain the trust of the witch Su Miao, and his future would be limitless. With such an identity and status, Lu Hanzhan began to think more. However, behind him, Mr. Li, Boss Ji Jiuqing, and Her Highness the Witch, became the three mountains he had to face. A little improper operation would be in danger of death. He also wants to become a strong man in the apocalyptic world. If it is possible to find the whereabouts of his separated family members, hope they are still alive. Anyway, today's things are over, and you can go to sleep. Suddenly, Lu Hanzhan heard footsteps outside the door again. Master Li, do you have anything else to do? Not the master of ceremonies. Ji Chen, are you back so soon? Have you met Her Highness the Witch? Congratulations. Lu Hanzhan looked nervous, hoping that Ji Chen didn't hear clearly what he just said. But how is this possible? No. So what if you hear it clearly? He is also from Utopia, and Ji Chen owes them. Ji Chen looked at Lu Hanzhan with cold eyes. With a flash of sword light, Lu Hanzhan was torn into pieces and shattered on the spot. Only his head fell to the ground. His eyes widened with shock, fear, confusion, and he would not rest in peace. Chapter 253, Destroying the Missile Base. After killing Lu Hanzhan, Ji Chen disappeared on the spot. A few minutes later, Li returned to the bloody murder scene and grabbed the air with one hand. In an instant, a line that only he could see appeared in Master Li's field of vision. If you look carefully, you will find that this line is very thin at a certain distance, and becomes slightly richer after a certain distance. This is the special mark he left on Lu Hanzhan. As long as Ji Chen comes back to see Lu Hanzhan, he will be stained. As for others, not at all, because only Ji Chen has been there and taken away that heart. I didn't expect that Ji Chen killed Lu Hanzhan, which made the effect even better. Li followed this line and followed silently. Ji Chen's hiding place is very secret, and there is no need to find it without relying on this special method. No wonder there has been no trace of Ji Chen for so long. No wonder Ji Jiusheng is harder to find. Looking at the hidden cave, Li walked forward. Ji Chen stood by the blood pool deep in the cave, looking at the heart in the blood pool. Hesitating, he took out the magic potion given by Her Highness the Witch. With the support of these magic potions, he might be able to incorporate the heart into his body instead of eating it roughly and wasting most of the energy inside. Mixed with a poisonous magic potion. The instructions given by Her Highness the Witch said that if you touch it, you will die. Ji-Chen put the potion away properly. He can use it when he has no choice. He can use the remaining potential potions, healing potions, and life potions here. However, Her Highness the Witch specifically mentioned that these potions have not been tested, and any side effects of drinking them are uncertain. If you drink it and pour it directly here, things will be difficult to say. Suddenly, Ji-Chen heard the sound of the flute. In an instant, he felt like his body was exploding. There were countless tiny wounds all over his body, especially on his chest, where his heart was broken. Ah! Ji-Chen let out a shrill scream. Who is it? Who is attacking? He was extremely angry. Unwilling to fall down here. Unwilling to die here. Unwilling to fail to kill Ji-Jioshin. But even if my heart bursts, is there any hope? Ji-Chen looked at the heart in the blood pool. As long as a heart is installed into the body before life is completely lost, there is still hope, as far as Ji-Chen knows. After an ability user reaches a certain level of strength, even if their heart, which is the core of energy, is gone, they can still live for a period of time. However, Ji-Chen found that his body could not move, and he lost his last chance. At this time, Ji-Chen heard footsteps coming from behind. The steps were light, but every step was like a dump truck crushing him. The visitor walked up to Ji-Chen, and the bloody jade flute in his hand looked so familiar. This jade flute used to be dark green. Du Yulin, the Secretary of Ceremony. He is still alive. Come for revenge? Yes. He killed Du Wenxian and destroyed Utopia. There is nothing wrong with Du Yulin wanting to kill him. Sorry. Ji-Chen tried his best to squeeze out 3 words. Under the cloak, the Master of Ceremonies stretched out his withered hand. Hearing these 3 words, he paused for a moment. But there was a pause before his hand penetrated Ji-Chen's chest and took out Ji-Chen's broken heart. Ji-Chen felt his body light up. His vision went dark, and he completely lost consciousness. Ah! Seely snorted coldly, crushed his broken heart, and was very dissatisfied with Ji-Chen's reaction. He waved the blood-colored jade flute, and the heart in the blood pool flew up, just in time to catch the blood after the broken heart was crushed. As if by magic, the heart absorbed all the blood and even swallowed up the fragments of the heart. You want this heart? I'll give it to you. Seely thrust his heart into Ji-Chen's chest. Boom, boom, boom. His heart beat like thunder, and Ji-Chen seemed to be connected to a fountain. There was blood all over his body, and there were even more skin cracks to bleed. During this process, it seemed that if Ji-Chen's whole body had not been broken before the heart was installed, his whole body would have exploded. Even so, he was very dissatisfied when he saw Ji-Chen's current reaction. You must know that the new blood flowing out is a source of energy, but Ji-Chen cannot lock it down. Trash! You let me down! Seely looked at the bloody note on the side, and then at the potions that Ji-Chen took out. No matter what the side effects would be, he poured all the potential potions, enhancement potions, and life potions into Ji-Chen. As for the other potions, just reading the instructions seemed too harsh, so I wouldn't feed them if Ji-Chen was really dead. In an instant, Ji-Chen's body reacted. First of all, the fine wounds all over Ji-Chen's body healed almost instantly. No more blood flowed, and the skin even absorbed the blood that flowed out. Secondly, Ji-Chen's body is expanding, getting bigger and rounder, and looks like it's about to explode. Ji-Chen's foundation was pretty good, and he survived. Buzz! Suddenly, the air burst, and the entire cave became hazy. The flute sounded, and Seely took action in time to stabilize the space in the cave. Otherwise the cave would have to collapse. But with just such an action, Seely was hit by the burst of air and couldn't help but take a few steps back to distance himself from Ji-Chen. The scarlet eyes under the cloak stared at Ji-Chen dimly, not knowing what kind of mood he had. The impact just now, if it had been him before, he would have been seriously injured. Air power! The priest murmured to himself. This air power can compress the air, evacuate the air in the area, and distort the air. It is not generally powerful. A few minutes later, Seely noticed that Ji-Chen's hair had become very long, and sometimes turned white, sometimes black, undergoing some inexplicable tug-of-war. This should be the side effect of the witch's potion. The effect of this potion was very good. The aura exuding from Ji-Chen's body became stronger and stronger. and at the same time, there was no risk of explosion. Ah! Ji-chun, who was unconscious, didn't know when he woke up. He covered his chest and howled in pain. You can't bear this little pain. And you still want to kill Ji Jiusheng? The priest said coldly. Ji-chun immediately stopped howling miserably. But his trembling body showed that he was suffering unimaginable pain. This heart is nourished with the blood of tens of thousands of people with abilities. It is not something that ordinary people can bear. Now it has been integrated into your body. If it exists for one day, it will make you stronger until your body can no longer bear it. Exploded directly. If it weren't for these magic potions that Su Miao gave you, you would have exploded. Even with these magic potions, given your situation, it will still explode in 3 days. And no one can save you by then. I hope you can kill Ji Jiusheng within 3 days. Seely looked at Ji-chun, who was holding back the pain. After saying this, he turned and left. He had achieved his purpose of coming here. And all that was left was to wait for Ji-chun and Ji Jiusheng to fight. As long as there is a fight, he can follow the scent to find the hidden Ji Jiusheng. Su Miao did not kill Ji-chun, but instead helped Ji-chun. Probably because he wanted to fish Ji Jiusheng out. Because, regardless of success or failure, Ji-chun will not survive. The priest left the cave and disappeared into the darkness. Shelter 1. After the busy work of many experts, the missile launch coordinates of the Xixia shelter were determined. Everything is ready to destroy these missiles in stock. We just need to wait for the boss's nod. However, the cost of destroying these missiles will be a little high. We have identified missile launch sites that were controlled by the Xixia sanctuary. There are 3 places in total. To destroy these silos, we need 5 ground-penetrating missiles and 3 micronuclear missiles. A young colonel came to Qin Shuezheng to report the situation. Qin Shuezheng read the document, signed it, and stamped it. According to the established plan, destroy it. Yes. The colonel took the papers and left. Qin Shuezheng walked to the map and drew a red circle at the location of the Xixia refuge. They had already held a meeting about destroying the missiles. Missiles are the most important weapon of the country. Now that the end of the world is coming and the world is in a state of disorder, it is already very difficult for them to maintain shelters in various places. At this time, if there is a dangerous incident in which post-awakened espers capture the shelter and control missiles, it will not only pose a threat to other shelters, but also cause unimaginable harm to ordinary people who are struggling in the apocalypse and have no chance to enter the shelter. Threaten. What's more, Ji Jiusheng actually used missiles to attack Su Miao this time. Although there were some disputes in Shelter 1 regarding the treatment of Prophet Su Miao, attacking Su Miao with missiles was something they would never tolerate. A few minutes later, missiles were launched from each shelter missile launch base, crossing the sky and accurately hitting the 3 missile launch bases surrounding the Xixia shelter. Boom, boom, boom. After several small mushroom clouds rose, the missile launch base in the Xixia shelter was completely destroyed. The residents of Xixia town looked to the sky and were horrified as they watched the mushroom clouds rising one after another. What happened? Why are there so many missiles? Is Ji Jiusheng crazy? No. These missiles did not attack us. They were exploded nearby. Could it be that His Highness discovered Ji Jiusheng's private base? You ask me. Who am I asking? Looking at the Midnight Snack app. There is new news on it. It is a shelter that has taken action. They are destroying the missile silo near the Xixia shelter. Okay. Okay. It exploded well. Now you don't have to worry about it. Ha. Don't look at the people living inside. It must have been the big bosses who were worried about being bombed. Stop talking. Let's live well. At the same time, Su Miao stood in the void. She looked at the mushroom cloud rising on the horizon with a calm expression. She was ready to use the magic space array to catch the missiles. But she didn't expect that these missiles were not aimed at her, but at the missile base in the Xixia refuge. That's okay. You can sleep more or less peacefully. The rest depends on when Ji-chun can attract Ji Jiusheng out. Xia Xian was already awake, and she didn't want to be followed by the ghostly Ji Jiusheng. If Ji Jiu were alive, he would find a shelter and control a batch of missiles through special means, which would only make him crazier. Of course, the best thing about the situation is that Ji Jiusheng was directly vaporized by this wave of missile attacks. Unfortunately, this should not be possible. Your Highness, Ji-chun left Xixia town and killed Lu Hantan. Mina flew down to report the situation. Su Miao said. Well, let those mutated animals you caught keep an eye on them. Beige said. Okay, Your Highness. During this time, Mina patrolled the nearby wilderness and found many mutated animals. Those who were obedient were adopted as his little brothers, and those who did not understand were shot to death. As for whether he would be killed while tracking, Mina didn't care. People with abilities kill mutated animals and eat their meat. Mutated animals kill people with abilities and prey on them. This is perfectly normal. Su Miao returned to the orange tree magic enchantment, picked a fresh orange, and began to taste it slowly. Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoran looked at each other, confirmed that there was no danger, and began to continue studying. They couldn't understand it. Why does the teacher in the course video given by Sister Su Miao give homework? Sister Su Miao has stocked up on all the exercise books and other things that need to be completed for homework. This is so scary. QAQ. In a private base hidden in the wilderness, mutant pigeons flew in with letters. The letter contains the latest information. A few minutes later, the information was in Ji Jiusheng's hands. The above content is very short. With only 2 items, all missile bases in Xixia shelter were destroyed. Ji Chen left Xixia town and has arrived at fake base number 032. TSK. TSK. Ji Jiusheng casually threw away the 2 notes. Why did he say that his eyelids were twitching in the morning? It turned out that the missile was blown up, and the unfilial son finally couldn't bear it anymore. The bombing of the Xixia shelter missile base was something Ji Jiusheng had expected. After all, he had even bombed the witch Su Miao openly, but he didn't expect it to be destroyed so quickly. In other words, official sanctuaries still dominate this land. It's hard to say what the future will be, but at least it is for now. The next action will take more time to plan. As for Ji Chen, the telegram sent by Lu Han stated that Ji Chen had sought help from the witch Su Miao. It seemed that he had succeeded. Otherwise, how could he have the guts to seek revenge from him in advance? Enable option 2. Ji Jiusheng said. Yes. The people who came to report the situation immediately left and went to perform their tasks. Ji Jiusheng smiled and said, My son, Dad, I gave you a chance despite my busy schedule. Don't let Dad down. Here, relying on existing clues, Ji Chen broke into a private base. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of people left behind were all controlled by Ji Chen and tied up like piglets. Tell me, where is Ji Jiusheng? Ji Chen put his sword to the first man's throat. The man was trembling, and he was so frightened that he didn't even say a single coordinate. Ji Chen swung his sword, beheaded the man, and then asked the next one. Tell me, where is Ji Jiusheng? The person being asked could not help but tremble. Master Ji, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't know. The sword flashed and another head fell. More than 10 minutes later, there was only one ability user leader left alive in front of Ji Chen. Ji Chen recognized this man. He was a subordinate of the gray mist old man who had been with him before. He had very hard bones. Tell me, where is Ji Jiusheng? I said. The little boss reported the 2 coordinates very simply. The boss dug a long tunnel between these 2 places. Either here or over there. Ji Chen put down his sword, and the little boss breathed a sigh of relief. He survived. From now on, all the supplies here will belong to him. Suddenly, the sword flashed and the head fell. Ji Chen's eyes were cold, and he found another bucket of gasoline, poured it on the corpses, and lit a fire. When the King of the West was introduced on the Yeshu app, he specifically mentioned that there are some ability users who have awakened their blood powers and did not really die unless they were completely turned into ashes. They can still connect severed limbs through blood and restore them to their original appearance. If everything is burned to ashes, there won't be this problem. The most important thing is that the information about his coming here will not be leaked in a short time. Ji Chen walked out of the base, looked at the darkening sky, clenched his fists, and ran towards one of the coordinates. Chapter 254. Eat melon and watch the battle live broadcast. Mr. Ji, you are the boss's son. How can you do such a thing? In the first coordinate, Ji Chen was stopped by 2 ability users as soon as he arrived. They are Ji Jiusheng's right-hand men, Jing Ridong and Li Jian. They have followed Ji Jiusheng through life and death for several months and have eaten the hearts of many capable people. They are very powerful. That's right. Mr. Ji, a prodigal son will never be replaced by gold. The 2 sang and harmonized, approaching Ji Chen from left to right, waiting for an opportunity to take action. I don't know what happened, but Ji Chen came back this time and put a lot of pressure on people. Seeing that the distance between the 2 sides was less than 10 meters and forming an encirclement, Jing Ridong and Li Jian, who cooperated seamlessly, took action. Collapse? Jing Ridong stepped down hard, and the ground beneath Ji Chen's feet instantly collapsed and turned into a huge pit. His ability is to control the soil, and he relies on this trick to plot against people. And it works every time. Double the gravity. Li Jian's ability is to control gravity. People who don't know the situation are often caught off guard when they are suddenly suppressed by gravity. Let alone Jing Ridong's collapse. As long as Ji Chen falls down, whether it is throwing explosive packets, shooting bullets, or other methods, it will be up to their brothers. Mr. Ji, you are still too young, with only so much strength. How can you satisfy your boss? Yes, Master Ji, since you are so eager to seek death, why don't you let us brothers do it? Brothers who often eat hearts know that you can tell whether the other person's heart is delicious or not by just looking at it. Mr. Ji, your heart is very strong and delicious, but it doesn't match the power you have at all. Mr. Ji, don't worry. We will cook it in a variety of ways and taste it carefully. Jing Ridong and Li Jian approached with a smile, preparing to give Ji Chen the final blow. I didn't expect that Ji Chen would be so unbearable. He dared to challenge the boss with such little strength. It seemed that his heart was too strong, which gave such a young master strong confidence. Compared to the leader of the Crazy Zoo, Lynx, Sun Yuyang, who came to the Crazy Zoo some time ago, he is really different. At least when they saw Sun Yuyang, they didn't dare to come out and stop him. When I met Sun Yuyang, I didn't even know how I died. It can only be said that the challengers are also different. Suddenly, Jing Ridong and Li Jian heard a very strong heartbeat, and they fell into a moment of confusion. My heart wants to eat when I hear the sound. When they came back to their senses, they didn't feel anything was wrong with their loss. After all, as professional heart gourmets, every time they encounter a good heart, they will have a similar reaction. This is the joy of tasting delicious food. However, Jing Ridong and Li Jian suddenly felt that their bodies could not move, and it was difficult for them to take a step forward. Wasn't Ji Chen, the eldest young master, controlled by them? How come? They sensed an extremely familiar ability. Their faces turned red, their bodies expanded, their heartbeats accelerated, and their fear expanded, as if they couldn't breathe. Why is this happening? Ah! With two screams, Jing Ridong and Li Jian exploded on the spot. This time, even his head exploded. Ji Chen walked out of the collapsed tunnel. I don't know if it was because he had taken the life potion or because he had this heart, but the scratches on his body healed in the blink of an eye. He walked on. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. After just a few steps, dense gunfire sounded in the base, and high explosive mines in the area Ji Chen walked through continued to explode. After a few minutes, the smoke dissipated, leaving deep craters one after another on the ground. God knows what level of high explosive mines they planted here. If a high explosive mine of this size is buried in hot weather, it will explode directly if you are not careful. The ones of poor quality will explode when exposed to high temperatures. Even better quality ones will explode if the ground is too dry, collapses, falls, or hits. Do you died? In the bunker, the ability user stationed at the base asked. No one answered. Everyone was watching. No target was found in the infrared detection. It was probably blown to pieces. Thinking about it, the two captains Jing Ridong and Li Jian were really stupid. They had so many arrangements that they didn't need, but they had to take the initiative. Rumor has it that these two captains like to eat hearts, which is probably true. Are you dead now? It would be better to die. They killed Ji Chen, and the position of captain is theirs. Some people thought this, and they were happy for only a second before they saw an incredible scene. Ji Chen didn't know when he appeared in the bunker, and the nearby ability users had no time to resist before it exploded. You? The man's eyes widened. He said one word, and then exploded, killing the people here. Ji Chen continued to move forward. Ji Chen came to the gate of the base. Continuing forward is the underground. He didn't go in. Master Ji! In front of the gate, there was an old man waiting here early. His name is Yu Jimin, and he was the gatekeeper before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, he saved Jizhuo's life, so he was placed here with extremely high treatment. But few people know that Yu Jimin is also a person with abilities, and he awakened within a few days after the end of the world. The strength is not ordinary. However, Yu Jimin is different from many people with abilities. No matter who he meets, he is always polite, and with just a few words, he can praise others to the point where they can't help but trust the old man subconsciously. As for what the old man will do behind his back, no one knows. Don't do anything. I'll tell you where the boss is. Yu Jimin didn't breathe. Ji Chen looked at Yu Jimin with cold eyes, waiting for the old man to tell him the address. Yu Jimin said, "The boss is in the villa, and Master Ji should know where it is. It is not easy to build a base in the apocalypse, and it is not worthwhile to destroy it. If Master Ji wins and kills the boss, he will not be able to live in it. He will destroy this base. It's not bad to give as a gift." Ji Chen turned around and prepared to leave. "Master Ji, let me give you a piece of advice. With this heart, you can't kill Ji Jiusheng." Yu Jimin said, "It's a pity that you pretend to have this heart but you can't control it. You can't live for a few days. You have to hurry up if you want to kill the boss." Ji Chen stopped and stared at Yu Jimin coldly. Very few people understand the secrets of this heart. Ji Jiusheng was one of them. But Ji Chen didn't think that Ji Jiusheng would tell Yu Jimin about his heart. The only one left is Si Li. This heart was cultivated by Si Li Duyulan when he killed tens of thousands of people with abilities to build the foundation of utopia. Unexpectedly, Yu Jimin could see through this heart defect at a glance. Then Ji Jiusheng will only know more. He would have to pay attention when fighting Ji Jiusheng later. In addition, the strength of this old security guard is really extraordinary. An extremely ridiculous idea suddenly flashed through Ji Chen's mind. Ji Jiusheng, a beast, likes to raise bosses and hides behind the scenes of many events to be the boss behind the scenes. But is there a possibility that Yu Jimin, the old security guard, is the real boss hidden behind Ji Jiusheng's backstage? Otherwise, why would you say more words here to remind him? Otherwise, when the Doomsday came, why would Ji Jiusheng be rescued by Yu Jimin by accident? It's a pity that he doesn't have much time and doesn't have time to investigate. Ji Chen strode forward. No matter what the situation is, his purpose is to kill Ji Jiusheng. Even if he was used by others, and what conspiracy was hidden behind him, it had nothing to do with him. A person who could only live for 3 days. Ji Chen's figure disappeared. Yu Jimin narrowed his eyes, looked up at the sky, and hid for a moment. At this time, a cute myna flew across the sky. Quack! Quack! Ji Chen left? Was there something down there just now? Myna circled the base 3 times in confusion. After finding nothing, he flew away. Unlike before when he came out for inspection. This time the myna didn't panic at all. Because His Highness Su Miao is also here. If you really encounter danger, just fly to His Highness Su Miao. What a keen myna! Yu Jimin hid in the bunker, looked at the myna who left, and muttered, "When myna appears here, will the pink devil also come?" Logically speaking, they should contact the intelligence personnel arranged in Xixia town. But a group of those people were killed by the witch, and a group were killed by the newly established ability user organization in Xixia town. There were not many left. Even if there are some left, no one dares to approach the witch. The foot of the mountain, where the witch lives, is full of wandering undead. Forget it. What does it have to do with me? An old man who doesn't have a few years left to live. Yu Jimin narrowed his eyes, turned around, and left with his hands behind his back. Ji Chen has a strong heart, but unfortunately his chances of winning are too low. Wild mountain tops. Su Miao stood here holding a sycamore with staff, followed by Lin Jiujiu and Xiaoxian. Originally, he didn't want to bring them here, but Xiaoxian said that there might be missile attacks if they stayed. Su Miao thought for a moment, and then brought them here. As for facing the high temperature of 86 degrees Celsius outside, Xiaoxian and Lin Jiujiu both ate some iced watermelon and iced melon before arriving, which could keep them cool for about an hour. When you feel hot, just continue eating melon. It is a good thing for them to have the opportunity to watch powerful ability users fight. However, it is not yet clear when the fighting will break out. It is worth mentioning that Ji Chen's aura is constantly getting stronger. She didn't remember giving any similar magic potion. Even if there is, it is a magic potion that becomes very powerful in a very short period of time. In Wilderness Villa, several buildings were cracked and many areas collapsed. The villas in the villa are also almost complete. Some villas buried in the soil can also be seen at low places. These should have been buried when heavy rains, floods, and extreme cold ice and snow caused mudslides. In the square of the villa, a tent was set up in the center, with a table and a chair placed under the tent. There was a bouquet of flowers on the table. The flowers were made of paper and looked just like the real ones. Next to the flowers is a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses. Coming! Drink a glass of red wine first. Ji Jiusheng picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip, enjoying it very much. Ji Chen stood there, looking down at Ji Jiusheng with cold eyes, with no intention of taking action. If you want to kill me, don't rush into this. Ji Jiusheng poured a glass of red wine for Ji Chen and pushed it in front of Ji Chen. I'll burn some paper money first. I can use it when I go to HL, whether it's you or me. Ji Chen took the red wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Ji Jiusheng smiled. He squatted down and began to burn paper. After the Doomsday came, in line with the principle that all resources should be swept away, he did not even spare the funeral shop. Later, as more and more people died, Ji Jiusheng gradually developed the habit of burning paper for others. Sometimes, enemies he admires will also burn paper. Now, his opponent is his son. Of course the paper will be burned. Very good. Very patient. That makes me very satisfied. Ji Jiusheng burned the last piece of paper, clapped his hands and stood up. Do you have any last words? Ji Chen said. Death. Buzz. The air exploded. The ground exploded. The surrounding area was confused, and the air was momentarily quiet. The wind blew by, revealing Ji Jiusheng and Ji Chen standing there, except for a little place under their feet. There was not an inch of complete area left. If a person with ordinary abilities appeared on the battlefield, they would explode and die under the attack just now. Very good. Very strong. Ji Jiusheng patted his clothes casually. It looks like the action of sorting clothes, but in fact the surrounding air has been cut like ice cubes. This is an attack that compresses air to the extreme, simulating space cutting. Boom! My heart skipped a beat. Ji Chen raised his hand. An invisible shock ripple spread. In an instant, the space vibrated, neutralizing all Ji Jiusheng's attacks. Ji Jiusheng looked surprised. He knew that this move was Lan Zhong's famous move to dominate this area. Because of some things, he and Lan Zhong fought once. He thought that he would never see Lan Zhong after he died, but he didn't expect that he would have a chance to see him again. Ji Jiusheng took action again and forcefully forced Ji Chen. Ji Chen kept shaking. After several fights, Ji Jiusheng shook his head. Mimicry space oscillation is not a real space oscillation after all. It is very different from Lan Zhong's. That is to say, Ji Chen relied on this heart and used it forcefully regardless of energy consumption to achieve the current effect. After using it several times in a row, Ji Chen clearly showed signs of being unable to hold on. Boom boom boom. At this time, the ground could no longer withstand the short and rapid attacks of the two men and completely collapsed. Even the mountain below is on the verge of collapse. Ji Jiusheng stopped on a rock, looking in all directions. Arrogant, Ji Chen stood on a rock 20 meters away, coughing out a few mouthfuls of blood, covering his heart with one hand, breathing heavily, and looked like he would collapse at any time. On the peak, Su Miao looked at the area where the battle broke out, sensing the relevant aura, and wondering if it was time to use Starlight Bloom. However, so far, she is not sure whether this Ji Jiusheng is real. If it was fake, and she used Starlight Bloom, there wouldn't be as good a bait as Ji Chen next time. There is only one chance. Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiran held a tablet telegram. The battle scene between Ji Jiusheng and Ji Chen is being broadcast live above. This is Ji Chen's initiative to get help. If it fails, the details of the battle in the live broadcast will become important information for killing Ji Jiusheng in the future. Sister Su Miao, this Ji Chen doesn't seem to have mastered the power of air, Xia Xiran said. Su Miao looked confused. Xia Xian said, just now, I saw Ji Chen using at least 5 abilities. His abilities should be similar to mirroring and simulation. Chapter 255, A Loving Father and a Filial Son. A Desperate Fight. Mirroring. Simulation? Su Miao has read a lot of anime and light novels. Those with relevant abilities are either boss or protagonists. It is rare to see weak ones. Speaking of which, she originally wanted to see what kind of effect the magic potion provided to Ji Chen would have. But judging from the current situation, was there something wrong? Except for the hair turning white. In the battlefield, within just a few seconds of distance, Ji Chen returned to his peak state, and his aura became stronger again. Ji Jiusheng smiled when he saw this scene. Very good. Ji Chen can give him a sense of crisis now. But this is not enough. He wanted to see how far this son had gone. The figure changed, and Ji Jiusheng rushed to Ji Chen in an instant and slapped him down with one palm. Ji Jiusheng's hometown has had a tradition of martial arts training since ancient times. It has been passed down intermittently by participating in wars to protect oneself in troubled times, and by keeping fit in peaceful times, in addition to being a strong man who awakened the power of air. Ji Jiusheng was also a genuine martial arts master. His ability to awaken at the end of the world made many impossible possibilities possible. In every battle, he is experimenting with the integration of martial arts and abilities, hoping that one day he can enter the legendary realm of land gods through this method. He, Ji Jiusheng, wanted to make this legend in the novel a reality. Leave an invincible myth in this exciting apocalyptic world. Such a life is exciting enough. Boom! Ji Chen's figure disappeared. He quickly dodged, but Ji Jiusheng followed him like a shadow and struck again. After changing positions hundreds of times in succession, Ji Chen reached a brief threshold limit in his ability to simulate air. The energy in his body was temporarily stagnant, and he was blasted out by Ji Jiusheng. Ji Chen was in midair. Before he could land, Ji Jiusheng had already caught up with him and struck one after another. After dozens of consecutive hits, the hard ground was blasted, and Ji Chen was blasted 2 meters underground. Ji Jiusheng paused his attack and stood in the void looking down at Ji Chen at the bottom of the pit. Ji Chen's flesh and blood were blurred, and he didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. He didn't know whether his internal organs were intact. The blood kept flowing out, almost filling the bottom of the pit, and even his white hair was dyed red with blood. However, Ji Chen's heart is still beating, and he is still alive. This made Ji Jiusheng feel a little surprised. As expected of his son, he could still be alive like this. But an ordinary person would have died long ago. Ji Jiusheng raised his hand, compressing the air around Ji Chen, preparing to crush Ji Chen completely. This is a battlefield, and he is not one to hold back. There must be surprises and excitement. But there will be no surprises and excitement in showing mercy. Boom! Suddenly, a big explosion of air occurred around Ji Chen. Its scale and power were as if a horrific natural gas pipeline explosion had occurred nearby. With Ji Chen as the center, the hard as iron ground was blasted into ravines, pits and pits, which were horrific to look at. In the end, the place where Ji Chen lay turned into a large pit more than 10 meters deep. Ji Chen's figure disappeared. Impacted by this horrific explosion, Ji Jiusheng stepped back 10 meters, landed on the ground, and looked at the center of the explosion calmly. Ji Chen, covered in blood, walked out of the billowing waves of dust. Under the hot sun, the blood on Ji Chen's body quickly scabbed, cracked, and fell off. If it weren't for the dark blood stains on his body, no one would have thought he was injured. Good! Ji Jiusheng took action again. But the air power attack was isolated and dissipated only 3 meters away from Ji Chen. Ji Chen has re-established the air defense barrier. Unless this barrier is broken, there will be no way to hit the flesh like just now. At this time, Ji Jiusheng noticed that Ji Chen was holding a test tube in his hand. 10 meters away, he could vaguely see the word self-healing. It is a beautiful girly font. Seeing such fonts reminded Ji Jiusheng of his unhappy high school life. However, he always remembered the beautiful calligraphy written by those beautiful girls with good grades. Because every time he couldn't finish his homework, he had to find a way to steal it and copy it. This word belongs to the witch Su Miao. Witch's potion? No wonder he has such a strong ability to recover. However, there is no cost for recovering from the injury so quickly. Anyone who has read the book knows the law of conservation of energy. And it is not a magic medicine. But the witch, Ji Jiusheng decided to observe first and make a decision before taking action. Ji Chen drank the self-healing potion. He felt that the injuries all over his body recovered almost instantly. But something in his body seemed to be deprived and lost forever. Side effect? Never mind. Ji Chen's face was expressionless. He only had 3 days left to live. Since this heart can bring him a steady stream of energy, he should squeeze it more thoroughly. The madness of revenge made him take out the blood-burning potion from the space storage device. This spatial storage device was found on a corpse in Xixia town. It only has 1 cubic meter of space and has a defective label on it. But it is enough for him. He drank the blood-burning potion and instantly felt that the blood in his body was burning, transforming into a steady stream of energy, rushing through his body like a great river. Ji Chen didn't stop. He took out the life-burning potion and drank it. Just for a moment, Ji Chen felt that his lifespan was constantly disappearing, and his whole body functions returned to their optimal state within a few seconds, and evolved towards an unimaginable level. In a daze, Ji Chen seemed to see a hazy new world. A world that did not belong to humans. Ah! Ji Chen held his head and screamed. He flew into the sky in great pain, and then hit the ground heavily, the power in his body flowing out uncontrollably. There were explosions on the ground, explosions in the air, and unpredictable sword marks cutting into space. sweeping in all directions. Ji Jiusheng's expression changed as he was observing, and his figure quickly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he retreated several hundred meters away. Just when he stood still, Ji Jiusheng's body showed multiple scars, and was dripping with blood. Sister Su Miao! Ji Jiusheng is finally injured! Xia Xiaoran looked a little excited. So does Lin Jiujiu. They were looking forward to seeing Ji Jiusheng beaten to death. However, Ji Chen has become stronger. But this state is very disturbing. It seems that it is almost turning into a mutated monster. Su Miao looked at the screen and blinked. The blood-burning potion has a strong effect and serious side effects. Drinking one bottle is almost enough. Who would have thought that Ji Chen would drink the life-burning potion after drinking the blood-burning potion? It burned blood and burned life. It was a miracle that he didn't die directly. It seems that Ji Chen's heart kept him alive. It's just that the way Ji Chen drank the magic potion made Su Miao unable to determine the specific side effects of the potion. As a guinea pig, he is unqualified. As for whether it is qualified as fishing bait, we need to continue to observe. So far, Ji Chen has not drank the potion to see through, and has not confirmed whether Ji Jiusheng is real or fake. Su Miao held the sycamore with staff in her hand, and frowned slightly. She really wanted to use Star Bloom. On the battlefield, strong obsession awakened part of Ji Chen's consciousness, causing Ji Chen to launch a frantic attack on Ji Jiusheng. Suddenly, terrifying explosions were heard in the air from time to time. The earth is constantly crumbling. As the fight continued, a terrifying land tornado appeared out of thin air, sweeping everything and destroying everything. Even the live broadcast equipment that Ji Chen had prepared long ago was broken. Only a few remain. But the distance is very far, and the picture is very blurry. Ji Jiusheng's expression became very serious, and he no longer had the calmness he had before. He no longer used words to stimulate Ji Chen, and responded with all his strength. Because at this moment Ji Chen has been recognized by him. Ji Chen is now a real strong man. Boom boom boom. There were several explosions in a row, and the starling who was responsible for the live broadcast at high altitude was frightened and quickly fled far away from the control range of the land tornado. Is this still a power that humans can possess? Horrible. Boom. At some point, Ji Jiusheng was knocked down from the sky, blasted into the ground, and the ground exploded. With long blood-colored hair flying, Ji Chen stood in the void, exuding an extremely terrifying aura from all over his body. As if a demon had descended, he waved his hand back, and the land tornado exploded layer by layer and disappeared. However, the chaotic clouds in the sky indicated that the tornado had existed. Boom! 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 Ji Chen's heart was beating, and every beat made Ji Chen's aura become stronger and more terrifying. He held the sword in his hand and waved it towards the sky. Countless air compressed into sword energy and shot towards Ji Jiusheng at the bottom of the pit like a violent storm. Okay! 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 You can even simulate this! You are worthy of being my son! The bottom of the pit exploded, and Ji Jiusheng blasted through the ground, forming a huge knife from the air in front of him and slashing it out. Zhantian! Boom! The void is annihilated and everything is silent. Ji Chen's condensed sword energy was completely wiped out, and his rebuilt air defense was also destroyed, and he was cut down again. However, Ji Jiusheng himself was not having a good time either. He was blasted by the powerful air and flew backwards. As a powerful controller of air powers, Ji Jiusheng was struck back by his ability for the first time. After landing, Ji Jiusheng retreated continuously, spurting blood again and again. His condition was very bad, but his expression was getting crazier. If you look closely, you will find that the madness of Ji Jiusheng and Ji Chen is truly of the same origin. Son, you are really strong, but you still can't kill me. Your heart is beating, and it's starting to get weaker. Your body can't hold it anymore. The borrowed power does not belong to you after all, Ji Jiusheng said. When you die, I will help you massacre Xixia town. Kill the witches, and let them all be buried with you. Ha ha ha. The sword fell to the ground and shattered. Ahem. Ji Chen's body was bleeding profusely. The effect of the life potion is gone. The self-healing potion requires the consumption of potential and origin, which almost drains the last bit of his origin. The blood-burning potion and the life-burning potion burned him to the point where he was exhausted. There is nothing left except a heart that does not belong to him and endless power that is increasingly difficult to control. Without this heart, Ji Chen might have died from the fatal impact just now. Ji Chen could clearly feel that his body was constantly breaking apart. There's only one last chance left. Ha ha. Ji-chun, who had regained some sense, took out a mixed poisonous magic potion. The battle just now made him sure of one thing. Having become so powerful, he could touch Ji Jiusheng, and that would be enough. I can still kill you. Ji-chun no longer suppressed anything, and simply unleashed the infinite energy in his body to crush Ji Jiusheng. Ji Jiusheng's expression condensed, and he turned his palms to the sky, absorbing the infinite air between heaven and earth and compressing it forward, forming an air wall that was almost solid. Although the best defense is to attack, sometimes, facing the enemy's devastating attack, he only needs to defend to win. Why not do this? Invincibility is not arrogance or dementia. Boom! Ji-chun bombarded him in front of Ji Jiusheng. The terrifying air force impact caused the mountains under their feet to crack and collapse. There is no trace left of the villa that was so prosperous a year ago. Ji Jiusheng defended himself with all his strength, only to realize that what was in front of him was not a person at all, but 3 mountains and mountains that turned into a dump truck and charged towards him. The air barrier he deployed with all his strength continued to disintegrate under Ji-chun's impact. However, Ji-chun has reached his limit. Wrong. Ji Jiusheng's expression suddenly changed. Space trembles. Ji-chun tried his best to imitate Lan Zhong's killing move, even better than Lan Zhong. In an instant, the air barrier that Ji Jiusheng compressed with all his strength collapsed. His whole body was blown away. One hand shattered inch by inch. There were still a lot of flying sand and rocks that vaguely penetrated his body like bullets, causing blood to flow out all over his body. What else do you? What? Say? The air dissipated and Ji-chun, whose body was constantly cracking, stood on the spot, staring at Ji Jiusheng with his eyes like thunder. His right hand was numb and pitch black, thanks to the effects of the blood-burning potion and the life-burning potion. Except for the chaotic and terrifying energy in his body, it is essentially the same as dead vines and dead wood. The mixed poisonous magic potion spreads very slowly. He could live a little longer. However, this is not necessarily the case for Ji Jiusheng. He could not be sure whether the poisonous magic potion mixed in the explosion just now landed on Ji Jiusheng's body, but he was sure that the fragments of the potion bottle penetrated Ji Jiusheng's body, and Ji Jiusheng would definitely die. It was a blessing to be able to watch Ji Jiusheng die first. Not to mention that Ji Jiusheng's whole body was penetrated by flying sand and rocks. Even with such a serious injury, even if he had the ability to heal himself, he might not be able to survive such a high-temperature natural disaster. Father, I finally called you. Do you regret it? Regret? There is no word regret in my life. Ji Jiusheng laughed wildly. Ha. Ha ha ha. I lost. Lost to my son. It's so happy. Every time Ji Jiusheng said a word, he spurted out a large mouthful of blood. The blood is black. Ji Jiusheng glanced down and sneered. Poison from the witch? It's a pity that you still can't kill me. The wounds all over his body were rotting, and his flesh turned into dark, dirty blood dripping down. Still not dead? There was a trace of doubt in Ji-chun's eyes. Ji Jiusheng's body swayed. For the sake of you calling me father, I will tell you why so that you can die in peace. Look carefully. Look at this body. Is it me? Ji-chun suddenly remembered something, but he couldn't understand. Couldn't see clearly. He tried his best to take out Su Mao's potion and drank it. With a blink of an eye, Ji-chun saw clearly that the Ji Jiusheng standing in front of him was becoming unreal. This was Ji Jiusheng, but he was not Ji Jiusheng. Chapter 256. Let's blow it up first, and then talk about it. Fake? Ji-chun looked at Ji Jiusheng in front of him in disbelief. He worked so hard that he could barely breathe for a long time? No, it's not air. Because the Ji Jiusheng in front of him bleeds like a normal person, will rot after being poisoned, and the energy aura in his body is not fake at all. Why is it fake? Ji Jiusheng said. Did you see clearly? Ji-chun covered his heart and his body was shaky. How on earth did you do it? Ji Jiusheng looked at Ji-chun's movements and said, This is a perfect clone created using gene-edited umbilical cord blood cells. We spent a lot of money before the end of the world to replace parts in case of illness in the future. What's surprising is that after Doomsday awakened his powers, this body directly became my secondary body. If you can kill my secondary body, it is equivalent to killing me once. In the end, I will lose. Son, are you satisfied with this explanation? If you are not satisfied, Dad will make another one for you. Ji-chun looked at Ji Jiusheng angrily, but he had no energy left to take action as his life had entered a countdown. The hand that just grabbed the poisonous magic potion rotted and fell to the ground. Ji Jiusheng praised. You are indeed my good son. At this time, you still want to use this heart to plot against me. Who dares to take it if it is so vicious? Jichen couldn't say a word. The strange thing is that Ji Jiusheng's body is also constantly decaying. But his speech is normal. Without any hesitation, Ji Jiusheng continued. You still have doubts in your eyes. Since you fought so hard to kill my secondary body, let me tell you, why do I want to raise a boss? Why do I let those strong men do everything they can to challenge me? This question is even simpler. There is great terror between life and death. Only a life and death duel with a strong person can give me a new understanding and allow me to enter a new realm. You must have felt the same way just now. It's a pity that you are about to die. Otherwise you can use it again. The decomposing Ji Jiusheng's body suddenly shook, and a look of astonishment appeared on his rotting face. He talked so much nonsense just to delay. This body cannot be saved. But there are still some things in this body that have not been peeled off. And he needs some time. Unexpectedly, Jichen seemed to know his plan. He held his heart for only a few seconds before exploding with overwhelming hatred. In an instant, chaotic and violent energy impacted in all directions, like a volcanic eruption. The already crumbling mountain cracked and shattered. Ji Jiusheng could only watch as the violent energy shattered his rotting body. And he and Jichen were buried under the blown-up mountain. In the sky, only the last words left by Jichen using his air power were left. If you lie, you will die. The dead Ji Jiusheng turned out to be fake. Seely stood on the top of another mountain and looked in the direction of the battlefield in silence. This was the closest he got to Ji Jiusheng. If he gave up, he didn't know when he would be able to find Ji Jiusheng again next time. Since Jichen failed to force Ji Jiusheng to come out, it was up to him to find him. The celebrant took out a music box, turned the clockwork a few times. Weird music played. This music box was made by him. But the key inside it comes from Si Ming Peixiaomia, who can help him find Ji Jiusheng. Seely added something when he installed the heart for Jichen. Jichen died in Ji Jiusheng's hands. So no matter whether Ji Jiusheng's body is real or not, as long as the soul belongs to Ji Jiusheng, it will definitely help him find the location of Ji Jiusheng's body. Although Si Ming has been a bit screwed up within the organization, his research on the soul is definitely worthy of trust. After all, he paid a huge price for it. The gift of music. The rhythm of the soul. The trajectory appears. A strange spell sounded. And in an instant, the mysterious rhythm of the music box showed a strange trace under Si Li's scarlet vision. The strange trace twisted and led to a high mountain in the distance. Success? The priest's cloak unfolded and he swooped down from the top of the mountain like a big bat, gliding for 5 kilometers in an instant. The closer he got to Ji Jiusheng, the strange traces became clearer. Ji Jiusheng's soul aura became stronger and stronger. Si Li's pace became faster and faster. And soon he found a cliff. Without looking carefully, it is difficult to find that there is an extremely narrow rock gap here, and strange traces pass through it. Inside the cave, the temperature here is always around 30 degrees. Although it is hot, it is at least not as unbearable as outside. Ji Jiusheng was meditating, with most of his mind focused on the cloned auxiliary body walking outside. He has 5 such auxiliary bodies in total. Except for the first month. Those who walked outside at other times were his secondary bodies. And his main body was always in this hidden mountain base. In the past, those peak showdowns between masters mentioned in movies and TV series said that in such battles one would gain insights and be able to move to a higher level in martial arts. Ji Jiusheng thought these people were stupid. These people obviously have no grudges. But they want to live and die against each other. Why don't they discuss promotion together? What a waste of fate. After the Doomsday came, Ji Jiusheng came to enlightenment through practice again and again. Similar battles occurred many times. He had several misfortunes and scrapped 2 cloned auxiliary bodies. He suffered heavy losses, but gained a lot. After fighting again and again, Ji Jiusheng completely integrated air powers and martial arts and embarked on a new path. The legendary realm of land gods is waiting for him. Beep! Suddenly, Ji Jiusheng, who had returned to his secondary body consciousness, spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from his mouth with a relieved smile on his face. This battle was really enjoyable. It was worth it that he had raised Jichen for so long and invested so much manpower and material resources in Jichen. Today he finally had something to gain. However, the auxiliary body walking outside was destroyed. and he needed to arrange the next auxiliary body as soon as possible. Currently, there are only 2 cloned auxiliary bodies left in the culture chamber. Ji Jiuxing walked towards the room where the training cabin was. Enter password. Verify palm prints. Verify iris. Docking quantum key. After many verifications, Ji Jiuxing opened the door. In an instant, the cold air rushed out from the room, making people feel like they were on ice. Ji Jiuxing walked into the room. The door behind him began to close automatically. Suddenly, the power went out. The door stopped. The lights went out. And the base at the base of the mountain fell into darkness. Ji Jiuxing's expression changed. Someone could actually find this place. Who is it? Which? Mutated animals cannot power down silently. Any intrusion by a living creature will trigger an alarm within the base. Not to mention that there are secret sentries of powerful ability users arranged every day. Those people are not decorations. At the moment of doubt, the backup power supply in the room was activated to continue to maintain the clone subsidiary body in the culture chamber. However, the door cannot be closed for some unknown reason. The air conditioning in the room is quickly disappearing. Trouble! Ji Jiuxing turned around and walked out of the room. Without a stable power supply and stable conditions, he could not activate the secondary body in a short time. The opponent has invaded the mountain base and must be dealt with as soon as possible. Cloning the secondary body is important, but the main body is more important. What's more, if you really want to say it's strong, the main body is much stronger than the sub-body. Ji Jiuxing walked out of the door and forced the alloy door shut with both hands to prevent the rapid loss of air conditioning inside. He wants to see who has such great ability to find this place. After walking for a while, Ji Jiuxing realized that something was wrong. The ability users placed on duty in the base lay scattered on the ground, and their bodies were shriveled, as if they had been weathered and lost all moisture in a very short period of time. No, these people's skin is pale. There is a finger wound on the heart, and there is no blood in the whole body. Undead. Ji Jiuxing thought of the undead controlled by the witch Su Miao. However, the situation at hand does not match the intelligence information. At least this is not an undead controlled by the witch Su Miao. The situation was urgent. Ji Jiuxing used his powers, and his figure instantly shuttled back and forth. 3 seconds later, he arrived at the center of the mountain base. 2 sworn brothers, who have been trained by Yuki Jiusheng, are stationed here to ensure that this base is foolproof. However, when he arrived at the center of the mountain base, Ji Jiuxing stopped. He heard strange music. Each beat was slowed down by half a beat, which made people feel uncomfortable, as if this music was not meant for human beings, but was specially equipped for the underworld. The 2 sworn brothers fell to the ground. Judging from the marks around them, they had resisted but were killed after just a few moves. The wound was the same as those of the dead ability users. There was a finger hole in the heart. The man in the black cloak withdrew his bloody fingers. Seely glanced at the music box and determined that the soul had the same rhythm and no branches. It was Ji Jiusheng's true form. Ji Jiusheng. Long time no see. You? Ji Jiusheng stared at Seely, paying attention to the scarlet jade flute around Seely's waist, and said, Duyulin, are you still alive? The celebrant took back the music box and said in a hoarse voice, Thanks to your arrangement, I am alive, and so is my daughter. Ji Jiusheng frowned. If Duyulin, the secretary of Li, was alive, he would believe it. But if Duyulin's daughter was alive, he would believe it. Unless he was crazy. In addition, it is even more surprising that his sworn brothers Lu Santong and Shi Yingzongwei were killed in such a short period of time. Especially Lu Santong. He awakened the strange ability of mirror reversal. In other words, no matter what kind of damage is received, it will be completely reflected on the other party. But the finger hole in Lu Santong's heart was so clear that it could not be transferred to Duyulin until his death. This was too weird. Due to Lu Santong's self-confidence, Lu Santong's tragic death caused his brother Shi Yingzong to break his guard. He was caught off guard and was controlled and killed by Duyulin. It is estimated that at that time, the corners of Shi Yingzong's mouth were slightly raised, and he had no intention of taking action. He was just waiting for Lu Santong's reversal. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Through the traces on the ground, Ji Jiusheng quickly deduced what happened here in his mind. These 2 idiots. It's not easy to build a base. We have to fight outside, Ji Jiusheng said. If you win, this base is yours. If you lose, I can continue to live there, the clerk said. Okay, let's go outside and fight. Boom. Before he could finish his words, a big explosion occurred in the center of the mountain base. The horrific explosion triggered the defense measures in the base, and the devastating shock wave overturned the dome of the mountain and erupted like a volcanic eruption. Ji Jiusheng compressed the air and formed an air wall to block the impact. But he was still blown away. As for the master of ceremony, he didn't seem to care about the impact of the explosion at all. Madman! Ji Jiusheng cursed in his heart. In order to maintain the entire base on the mountainside, his center uses energy provided by energy ores. The destructive power of the explosion is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Because of this, in order to prevent accidents, Ji Jiusheng deliberately designed it in such a way that it can impact upward to ensure that the main part of the base on the mountainside is not damaged. However, Dylan, the clerk, obviously added some ingredients to it. He could survive in the hands of the witch Su Miao and kill his two brothers in such a short period of time. Why didn't he want to go out for a fight instead of dying together? What good does this do to Dylan? Ji Jiusheng couldn't understand. Although he was ready to strangle Dylan just now, he hasn't taken action yet. Your Highness, Ji Chen and Ji Jiusheng died together. But Ji Chen said that Ji Jiusheng was alive before he died. I don't know what happened. There is also a man in a black cloak who is tracking towards the mountain. Mina flew back to quickly report the situation. Fake? Su Miao looked into the distance in confusion. The mountain top pointed by Bago was only 15 kilometers away from her, just within sight. Xia Xian said, Sister Su Miao, could it be that person who discovered the clues to the real Ji Jiusheng? On that hilltop? Lin Jiujiu stood aside and felt that Xia Xian was so powerful. She is obviously taller. So why does she feel like she is being outclassed in terms of IQ? Su Miao thought for a moment and said, Bago, you stay and take care of him. I'll go take a look. She took the staff and stepped into the void, heading towards the top of the mountain. The dead Ji Jiusheng was a fake, so he had to find out the real one and kill him. If Ji Jiusheng has any hidden bases, they must be destroyed together to avoid future troubles and prevent fake ones from popping up again. After walking only about 3 kilometers, a big explosion like a volcanic eruption occurred on the target mountain, and a mushroom cloud shot straight into the deep blue sky. There was a fight inside. There must be something to do with Ji Jiusheng's hidden base. Su Miao made a prompt decision, holding the sycamore with staff with both hands and pointing forward. The amplifying magic array unfolded under her feet, and the starlight blooming magic array unfolded multiple times. The pink twin tails were flying, and a steady stream of magic power was compressed and input into the staff, condensing in front of the magic circle. In order to be able to withstand the blooming of starlight, Su Miao upgraded the staff many times. But when actually used, there were still signs of cracking. Nearly 60% of the magic power in the body was drained. The magic power was compressed to the limit, and the sycamore wood staff reached the limit of magic power. The destructive breath spread from the void, making the mutated animals hidden in the mountain wilderness extremely fearful, thinking that it was an unimaginable doomsday disaster. It's coming over their heads. Starlight blooms. The bright magic cluster bombarded the mountain where the explosion occurred. With a bang, the entire mountain peak was annihilated and disappeared under the bombardment of starlight. The concentrated magic power sputtered in all directions like ball lightning, causing more explosions, as the stars were exploding and galaxies were dying. Chapter 257 Witch. You finally fell into my hands. Sealy detonated the center of the mountain base, causing a big explosion. Ji Jiusheng escaped from the base. He didn't have time to take a breath, and the hairs on his body stood up. He felt a more terrifying crisis coming from far away. In an instant, his power exploded completely, and Ji Jiusheng fled towards the forbidden place. First, he consumed a lot of energy to face the big explosion in the center of the base, and then face this unknown attack. Ji Jiusheng was not sure whether he could resist it. The only thing he could do was to escape quickly. The air exploded, and Ji Jiusheng fled 2 kilometers away in a few seconds. Boom! At this time, Ji Jiusheng saw a beam of light as bright as a galaxy bombarding him, and the base on the mountainside that he had been operating for nearly a year was instantly annihilated. A huge mountain turned into an abyss. This wasn't the end yet. Terrifying explosions occurred one after another, causing the surrounding mountains to explode and shatter. This scene reminded Ji Jiusheng of the destructive scene when the Xixia shelter was attacked by multiple missiles and a major earthquake occurred. What happened in front of him was 1,000 or 10,000 times more terrifying than it was then. I didn't pay attention when I escaped just now. So I don't know if Dylan escaped. It's best not to escape, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. It's a pity that his 2 remaining bodies were all gone. Ji Jiusheng's heart was bleeding, and he subconsciously looked in the direction of the attack. His pupils shrank. Without Dylan, an even more ruthless one came. The pink demon Su Miao. Escape. From the known information, Ji Jiusheng knew that Su Miao would rub the purple sun with his hands and smash it down, causing more terrifying destructive power than a miniature nuclear bomb. But this was the first time he had seen this long-range magic beam bombardment. Facing this kind of attack, his air power defense is difficult to defend against. Only go to the forbidden place. It is a very strange field space. As long as you enter this space, any attack with any ability will be ineffective. Even missiles will not explode if they hit it. The only thing left that can be used is the strength of the body. At that time, as a martial artist he, the Grand Master, will be the master of this space. This is thanks to his good son Ji Chen, who risked his life and fought with his secondary body to help him break through. Otherwise, he would not be able to safely avoid the devastating explosion attacks one after another. High in the sky, pink twin tails were flying. Su Miao looked at the destroyed mountain top with a calm expression. Starlight Bloom's attack is so beautiful. It can also create the effect of fireworks in the night sky during the day. It just consumes too much magic power, which is at least much better than before. In the past, 90% of the magic power was not necessarily able to be filled. But now it only requires 60% of the magic power, which can barely be used twice a day. And the sycamore with staff in her hand was broken again. There are not many magic wands in stock in the magic space, so we need to find another mutated sycamore tree when we have time. I wonder if all the base personnel hidden in the mountain were destroyed. Just as he was thinking this, Su Miao felt a malicious gaze. It's Ji Jiusheng. Without even thinking, Su Miao crossed the void with a 100-meter step and quickly pursued him. Ji Jiusheng was very fast, but Su Miao was even faster. In less than a minute, Su Miao had arrived behind Ji Jiusheng. Su Miao took out the sycamore with staff and released magic while chasing him. His movements were smooth and graceful. In an instant, dozens of magic beams bombarded Ji Jiusheng. Ji Jiusheng moved around, dodging the bombardment. Pink Demon Su Miao was the last person on his list. He should have been more prepared to face this battle. But he didn't expect that this battle would come so early. It was so exciting. In the process of dodging, Ji Jiusheng still had time to turn around and look at Su Miao. His provocative eyes were extremely obvious. At this time, Su Miao would use wrong magic very simply and elegantly. Press down with a single palm, and the void collapses. The air that Ji Jiusheng had just compressed was shattered together. And he was also hit. He almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, revealing a flaw. Intelligence shows that the pink demon Su Miao will show great fear during battles, taking advantage of his opponent's devaluation to throw nuclear bomb-level fireballs to kill his opponent. However, the pink demon Su Miao, who was chasing him now, was extremely graceful and showed no fear at all. Especially the terrifying attack just now. Maybe it was a cruel move that could kill the attacker together. Isn't it just that I fired 5 rockets? Are you not pretending at all? Just when Ji Jiusheng was thinking this, he noticed that Su Miao suddenly stopped. In an instant, he broke out and fled at an even faster speed. There was no way the pink devil would let him go. He couldn't feel at ease until he reached the forbidden place. High in the air, Su Miao raised her hand gracefully. The magic space array reversed, and the 5 missiles stored in the magic space were launched. The missiles were all given by Ji Jiusheng, so it makes sense to return them now. The speed of these missiles is above Mach 15. I believe I will catch up soon. Pink Devil. The moment he heard the roar of the missile, Ji Jiusheng felt like he was dead. He broke out at the fastest speed in his life, traveling at high speed through the mountains and ravines. And the missiles exploded one after another. Mushroom clouds rose one after another, and destructive shock waves swept in all directions. Thanks to Ji Jiusheng's generosity, the explosion power of the 3 missiles carrying micronuclear bombs was extremely terrifying, directly leveling several mountains. Su Miao stood high in the sky. The magic space array expanded to its maximum extent, blocking the aftermath of the impact. Is Ji Jiusheng dead this time? Su Miao noticed a gray sphere rushing out of the billowing dust waves and escaping into the distance at high speed. She looked confused. What is this? This is condensing gas into stone. A unique technique that Ji Jiusheng developed by combining martial arts and supernatural powers. He originally planned to use this trick to seal his opponent and suffocate him to death. But who would have thought that one day he would need to use this trick to save his life? If you don't do this, you will most likely be killed on the spot by a missile carrying a micronuclear bomb. The sphere dissipated, and Ji Jiuxing was covered in blood and seriously injured. Fortunately, he was very close to the Forbidden Land. Looking at the canyon appearing in front of him, Ji Jiuxing accelerated again and rushed into it regardless of his injuries. Su Miao chased to the sky above the canyon, glanced at the deep canyon, paused for only a second, and rushed in. In order to prevent possible accidents, Su Miao replaced the sycamore with staff with a silver umbrella. The ruins of the base on the mountainside. In a pile of rocks, the broken space storage device split open on its own, and the priest in a black cloak was ejected. There was still a lot of dust in the air. After taking a few steps, the priest stopped and looked puzzled. He added some ingredients to the center of Ji Jiuxing's base on the mountainside to ensure that the base could be blown up. However, no matter how much ingredients are added, it will not explode into an abyss. Seeley exited the smoke area. At this time, he discovered that not only the mountain where the mountain base was located had turned into an abyss, but also several nearby mountains were gone. Especially this abyss, which is probably more than 1,000 meters in diameter. Seeley was shocked in his heart. Just when he was wondering, several mushroom clouds rose in the distance. This is a missile bombing. Who is it? Is Ji Jiuxing dead? Seeley took out his mobile phone and captured the two figures through the surveillance equipment. The one who was escaping in the front was Ji Jiuxing, and the one who was chasing after him was the witch Su Miao. It was Su Miao who threw the missile. Then, besides the witch Su Miao, there will be no other person who bombarded this place into an abyss. Seeley looked in the direction and followed quickly. He wanted to watch Ji Jiu live and die. Ji Jiuxing had some regrets. He was just being polite and gave the Pink Devil 5 missiles. Who would have thought that one day the Pink Devil would return the missiles? Fortunately, these missiles are not tracking and will explode when they fall to a certain height. He only needs to keep a certain distance and defend himself to survive. Ji Jiuxing, who was covered in blood, flew for a while and stopped at a platform. This is a forbidden place, and it is also the secret research institute of Xixia Refuge. It is the top secret of Xixia Refuge. It's a pity that several scientists were killed by him without any clue of the specific principle. After the Xixia shelter was destroyed, this place came under his control. Those with abilities that cannot be killed are lured here to be killed. If it hadn't been for the Doomsday and frequent earthquakes, he wouldn't have discovered this place. Ji Jiuxing passed through a narrow mountain crevice and entered a long and narrow corridor. The entire corridor was made of bronze alloy. After the field in the Forbidden Land is opened, no abilities can be used here. Firearms such as guns and bombs are completely ineffective. All smart items are disabled. Ji Jiuxing smiled coldly. The Pink Devil was lucky. He was seriously injured, and this place was not suitable for an ambush. Continuing to move forward, the front becomes extremely empty. This is a very large bronze square. Special luminous materials are incorporated into the bronze square to allow visitors to see everything around them clearly. Ji Jiuxing looked around, came to the steps, and picked up the alloy sword placed here. This was what he had prepared before coming here. Everything is ready, just waiting for the Pink Devil to come in. In the forbidden place, Ji Jiuxing was curious about how pitiful Su Miao would be in front of the martial arts master after losing his ability. Following the blood stains remaining on the ground, Su Miao easily found Ji Jiuxing's hiding place. Without hesitation, she entered the cracks in the mountain and came to the bronze corridor. Su Miao in normal state would never go in if she encountered this situation. However, Su Miao is broken now. Su Miao gracefully walked into the long and narrow bronze corridor with an umbrella, as if she was here for sightseeing. 3 minutes later, Su Miao arrived at the bronze square and saw Ji Jiuxing, who had been waiting for several minutes in the bronze square. The malicious gaze is extremely aggressive. Pink Devil. Su Miao. Ji Jiuxing wiped the blood scab from the corner of his mouth, pressed the button, and opened the mysterious field. No one has ever been able to hurt my main body to this extent. And no one can destroy all my auxiliary bodies at once. You are the first one and the last one. Su Miao stopped and found that the unfolded magic space array had dissipated, and the magic covering the whole body had disappeared. This feeling was very uncomfortable. It might be that the magic space array was maintained for a long time, and the magic power covered her whole body. The sudden removal made her feel lighter, just like a person who carries 300 kilograms of food, clothing, housing and transportation on a daily basis, and one day lifts all the 300 kilograms of weight. Su Miao spread her hands and felt it carefully. She found that the qi generated by Tai Chi flow in her body became very active. No, this was not just gas, but the gas gathered into liquid inside her body at some point, forming a lake. True Yuan? Su Miao remembered the concept mentioned in Tai Chi heart flow. During this period of time, she had been studying magic and had not paid much attention to the practice of Tai Chi flow. Anyway, as long as she breathes, eats, walks, and sleeps normally and ensures good health, Tai Chi heart flow will produce a stream of qi every moment, as if she is practicing on her own. Su Miao's greatest concern for Tai Chi flow is most likely to be used in conjunction with the magic barrier to cross the void. In addition, after the magic power no longer covers the whole body, the true essence of Tai Chi Xi and Lu forms a new protective body independently. It feels good. Su Miao, do you feel uncomfortable here? Are all your abilities gone? Let me tell you, all abilities and smart devices are prohibited here. No matter how strong you are outside, you will become a lamb to be slaughtered here. This is a world of martial arts masters. You are too weak in my eyes. Ji Jiuxing sneered and explained the situation here. Anyway, the witch Su Miao has been tricked in. It's hard to leave. Su Miao held the silver umbrella and tried to sense the existence of the magic space, but failed. Trying to condense the small fireball, she couldn't sense the magic at all. It seems that it is really banned. What about ability? Su Miao blinked. Speaking of which, she still doesn't know what ability she has awakened. At least, she hasn't sensed any fluctuations in her abilities so far. The only thing left that can be used is the shuriken sword. Considering Ji Jiuxing's previous battle with Ji Chen, Su Miao understood the other party's reliance. Do you think you can't defeat her in terms of ability? So you choose a place where magic and abilities are forbidden to kill her? At least now, Su Miao doesn't think there is any possibility of her losing. Ji Jiuxing said, Now, witch, welcome to the Forbidden Land, where I will let you die after being tortured. Out of caution, Ji Jiuxing observed Su Miao carefully. He once thought that the silver umbrella in Su Miao's hand was a firearm, but it didn't look like it. Why did Su Miao still remain elegant? No matter from which angle you look at it, Su Miao, who has lost his ability, is just a simple ordinary person. Nothing. Are you waiting for reinforcements? This is not impossible. Thinking of the crazy secretary of Li Duyulin, Ji Jiuxing walked towards Su Miao with his knife in hand, becoming more powerful with every step he took. The next moment, Ji Jiuxing appeared in front of Su Miao and slashed him with his sword. Nonsense. Too much. The umbrella sword was unsheathed. Su Miao held the umbrella sword gracefully and swung the sword simply. The sword whistled sonically and struck Ji Jiuxing head-on. In an instant, Ji Jiuxing's eyes widened, not expecting such a change at all. Most of the power of his sword was eliminated by Su Miao's sword out of thin air. What exactly is going on? Can the pink demon use a sword? What's even more terrifying is that Su Miao's second sword is faster. Faster than the blink of an eye. Ji Jiuxing hurriedly parried, and after a few exchanges of moves, the alloy sword in his hand was about to break. Boom! With a sound explosion, the alloy sword in Ji Jiuxing's hand shattered, and he took advantage of the situation and stepped back 10 meters to distance himself from Su Miao. Ji Jiuxing threw away the broken alloy sword in his hand, and the handle of the knife hit a mechanism. In an instant, the entire scene in the bronze underground palace changed again. Su Miao felt that the silver umbrella and silver sword in her hands were being pulled off by an extremely terrifying suction force, and they were about to fall to the ground. She could hold it down, but it wasn't necessary. Su Miao let go and let the silver umbrella and silver sword fall to the ground. I have to admit, Su Miao, your strength is far beyond my imagination. With the exception of the brigade commander from the Xixia refuge, you are the second person I have seen who can exceed the speed of sound with pure martial arts attacks. Now you don't have a sword. Can you still fight? Ji Jiuxing said with a smile. There was another thing Ji Jiuxing didn't say. Apart from the silver umbrella and silver sword in his hand, Su Miao didn't have any metal jewelry on her body, which was even more surprising. If so, the pink demon would have been seriously injured just now. Chapter 258. It's a corpse. So there's nothing to be afraid of. A person who is good at using a sword will lose 5 successes if he misses the sword. This is not a story in an anime martial arts novel. It is real. To be extreme, some people use artifacts. After losing the artifacts, they directly become the fifth scum of the war and have been beaten to death. Too many people, A similar rationale holds true in the real world. Where is the pink demon Su Miao? In this special forbidden land, she lost her ability and her sword. What else would she have left? But Ji Jiusheng, was different. He was still a great martial arts master without his sword. And he had reached the stage of releasing his Qi Jin. Using Qi Jin to turn the sword into a light was a routine operation. Pink Devil, is it time for you to show your fear? Ji Jiusheng stood with his hands behind his back. Confident, arrogant, and looking up to the sky. Su Miao glanced at the silver umbrella and silver sword on the ground. She felt a little uncomfortable without the umbrella and sword. However, Tai Chi flow operates normally and has little impact. She glanced at the bronze square and seemed to be trying to find a way to close the field and return her abilities to normal. Ji Jiusheng sneered and punched boldly. Here, let me show you what a martial arts grandmaster is. The invisible fist blasted the air, and he was in front of Su Miao in an instant. Su Miao's body was like a top, falling down, avoiding the punch, and stood up again, her movements still elegant. She blinked, sensing Ji Jiusheng's attack just now, and seemed to have a clear understanding in her heart. It turns out that the true energy obtained through martial arts training can still be used in this way. Many moves and principles that were incomprehensible in Tai Chi flow suddenly became clear at this moment. Su Miao's aura changed. Her aura remained elegant, but overall she became more and more like an ordinary person. This is the principle mentioned in Tao and Magic, to test the learning results through actual combat, so as to master it and understand it naturally. Sensing the changes in Su Miao, Ji Jiusheng stepped forward and attacked at close range. The punches were so powerful that the air exploded repeatedly. That is to say, this is the bronze alloy square that the Shixia shelter spent an unknown amount of resources to build. If it were replaced by an ordinary alloy building, this place would have been destroyed and in a mess. Even so, there are still some shallow footprints and fist marks of Ji Jiusheng on the ground, which shows how powerful Ji Jiusheng is. Facing Ji Jiusheng's violent attacks, Su Miao did not resist. Her figure seemed real and illusory, and she kept dodging to avoid every attack of Ji Jiusheng. At the same time, Su Miao memorized all Ji Jiusheng's attack moves and quickly calculated in his mind to see Ji Jiusheng's flaws. There were many flaws, more than 30 in total, and she could attack at will. Pink Devil, can you only hide? Don't you understand that if you keep it for a long time, you will lose it? Since you like hiding so much, just let me beat you to death. Ha ha. After attacking for hundreds of consecutive moves, Su Miao kept hiding, leaving Ji Jiusheng unable to find a single flaw. This made Ji Jiusheng feel inexplicably uneasy. Becoming a martial arts grandmaster should have been a joyful thing. But when he first met the madman Yulin, and then met the pink demon Su Miao in a hurry, his invincible mentality suddenly showed a loophole. It shouldn't be like this. Ji Jiusheng couldn't understand why the pink demon Su Miao could still remain elegant and calm after losing his ability and sword. Is this really not afraid of death? What about the fear mentioned in the intelligence? The whole body trembling in the face of a powerful enemy? Come out and see the performance. Even if you don't perform this, counterattack and let him know the pink devil's trump card. Or feel a little crisis or excitement to get him excited. But the pink witch just kept dodging, looking like he was fighting a ball of cotton. Ji Jiusheng became fierce and unleashed his special move. 36 punches burst out in an instant, blocking all the space where Su Miao could dodge. He wanted to see how Su Miao dodges and retreats. Su Miao stopped, and many of the questions that had arisen just now were solved. With a slip of his feet, Su Miao's palms moved. His true energy circulated, and the black and white two rights appeared, integrating all the 36 fists that Ji Jiusheng attacked into the black and white two rights. At this time, Ji Jiusheng's final punch struck in front of Su Miao. He was shocked when he saw the black and white Liang Yi transform from the true essence. Why do the pink devil's moves have special effects? That's too outrageous. Or, this is a deception. Ji Jiusheng was so determined that no matter what Su Miao came up with, he would blow it up with one punch. However, the decisive punch struck black and white Liang Yi as if it were hitting cotton. Not only did he feel uncomfortable everywhere, but the power of his punch was constantly being dissipated. Ji Jiusheng saw Su Miao's movements clearly. They were clearly the Tai Chi exercise performed by the old man in the park before the end. Is this really Tai Chi? Before he could make any more reactions or doubts, Su Miao used 4 or 2 moves to reverse the black and white movements, merging the power of Ji Jiusheng's fists into one and returning the punch twice as much. Boom! Ji Jiuxing seemed to be thrown out by a dump truck and fell heavily to the bronze ground 10 meters away, his body shaking uncontrollably. The bones of the impacted right arm were shattered by the counterattack. Apart from the intense pain, there was no reaction at all. How terrifying the killing move that just broke out was. How serious his injuries were at this moment. Ji Jiuxing stood up tremblingly. He looked at Su Miao, who was standing there in disbelief, and began to understand the meaning of Pink Devil. The pink demon Su Miao can make nuclear bombs with her hands if she has the ability, which is far more dangerous than ordinary natural disasters. However, no one in the intelligence has mentioned that her sword can reach supersonic speeds, let alone that her close combat ability can be so terrifying. No, it should be possible to analyze. Otherwise, as a long-range person, how could he survive unscathed simply by relying on his ability after being approached by figures like King Dashi and Lan Zhong? It's just that most of the people who received the information only cared about the results, and were attracted by Su Miao's destructive fireball. After all, not everyone dares to release such a fireball in front of him. We are almost ready to die together. Ha ha! Happy! So happy! Ji Jiuxing stood up again. Although his right arm was gone, he still had his left arm and 2 legs, so he could still fight. I didn't know what the pink demon Su Miao's confidence was before, but now I know. Tai Chi. Right? Kill! Ji Jiuxing came to Su Miao again, using his left and right fists and claws simultaneously, changing freely. But the real killing move was hidden in his legs. At this moment, his legs were no longer legs, but 2 sharp knives. Different from the previous one, Ji Jiuxing's attack this time was retreated in one blow, without giving Su Miao any chance to counterattack. Noticing the changes in Ji Jiuxing's attacks, Su Miao had some enlightenment in her heart. It turns out that true essence can still be used in this way. By forming sword energy through external release, she can completely form sword energy through the same method. In other words, there is no sword in her hand, but there is actually a sword in her hand. Su Miao glanced at the new knife marks on the bronze alloy ground. She could do it too. With the light and elegant movements, the pink twin tails flew. Su Miao continued to use the palm of his left hand to run the Tai Chi flow, but with his right hand he raised his sword fingers, and the true energy in his body turned into sword energy to form an inch of sharpness in front of the sword fingers. That familiar feeling came again. In Ji Jiuxing's field of vision, Su Miao's figure, which had been passively defending, suddenly turned into an afterimage. When he came back to his senses, Su Miao had already appeared beside him. As soon as the sword energy fell, just like Su Miao stabbing out with the sword, the familiar sound of the sword blasted through the air, leaving no room for thinking about defense at all. The sword energy cut off one of Ji Jiuxing's legs, and Ji Jiuxing howled miserably and flew backwards. Confidence made him think he had seen through Su Miao's trump card, but Su Miao quickly showed him a new one. Yes, he should have understood just now, since Su Miao can use the outrageous black and white to neutralize his attacks. It makes sense to use some sword energy. Besides, Su Miao is good at using swords. However, if Ji Jiuxing knew that this was Su Miao's new way of using his true energy through his fighting method, he didn't know what he would think. The one-legged Ji Jiuxing's blood was constantly spilling. He looked at Su Miao walking gracefully and felt fear in his heart for no reason. How come there are still people who remain graceful while killing people? Maybe Ji Jiuxing had forgotten that when he used his secondary body to attract people to challenge him, he enjoyed destroying his opponent's confidence bit by bit, and then brutally killed him. But suddenly one day, the man who was tortured and killed turned into him, Ji Jiuxing, and he didn't understand and didn't want to. Maybe Su Miao's always elegant demeanor and movements frightened Ji Jiuxing. He would rather see the pink demon Su Miao become more crazy. Do you think you can kill me like this? Ji Jiuxing jumped on one leg, using the blood as a guide, and turned his left hand into a knife, integrating all the power in his body to deliver a fatal blow. He needs to give himself some time and a chance. He wants to close the institutions of the Forbidden Land. As long as it is closed, the air power he controls can be restored, and there will be a chance to escape from here. It doesn't matter if you lose your hand or leg. The worst thing you can do is install a mechanical prosthetic limb first. Maybe it will be stronger. I will find an opportunity to clone a new body in the future and just replace it when the time comes. Imagination is good. Planning is good. However, Su Miao didn't give Ji Jiuxing a chance. Facing Ji Jiuxing's terrifying blow, Su Miao reactivated the black and white instruments and swallowed up Ji Jiuxing's bloody sword light. Ji Jiuxing, who had delivered the fatal blow, was even more fixed in front of the black and white instruments, suspended in midair, as if he was stuck, and his body could not stop trembling. As Su Miao moved her palms gracefully, and Ji Jiusheng spun at extremely high speeds, he was completely unable to retreat. Tai Chi flow returned twice as much. Boom! Ji Jiusheng flew out like a rag doll. This time his injuries were even more horrific. His remaining left arm exploded to pieces, and disappeared along with his left shoulder. It was unknown how many of the bones in his body were intact. He fell to the ground. Apart from the natural trembling of his body, it was very difficult to move. Pink Devil. It became very difficult for him to speak. In the haze of blood, Ji Jiusheng saw multiple Su Miao walking towards him, each of them still moving gracefully. This is because Ji Jiusheng was knocked unconscious just now, and his vision has not recovered. 10 steps away, Su Miao moved forward gracefully with her sword pointed. Call out. The sword energy penetrated Ji Jiusheng's left knee, and blood flowed out. This can also be applied in future battles. At that time, there will be another bloody spell. The effect is definitely good. Su Miao swung her sword gracefully, and the sword energy instantly cut off Ji Jiusheng's crippled left leg. He swung his sword again, and cut off Ji Jiusheng's crippled left arm. She is a kind person. Keeping such seriously injured arms and legs would definitely hurt Ji Jiusheng to death. Helping to cut them off could help Ji Jiusheng alleviate a little pain. Ji Jiusheng's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth and said, Pink Devil, if you want to kill me, kill me. He wanted to become a land god. Why did he become like this? Good. Su Miao pointed her sword at one point, and the sword energy penetrated Ji Jiusheng's eyebrows. Ji Jiusheng died instantly. His eyes widened, and he refused to close his eyes. Su Miao looked around, and came to the place where Ji Jiusheng turned on the mechanism, and found that it was a one-way switch. In other words, if you want to close the forbidden field here, you need to find a place to close it. Is it inside? Su Miao glanced deep into the bronze square. She took a few steps forward, feeling mentally exhausted for no reason. Su Miao stopped and blinked. When he came back to his senses, there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. Then, he saw the bloody corpse of Ji Jiusheng, which had been cut into a stick on the ground, and patted his chest lightly. It's a corpse, so there's nothing to be afraid of. But, why is she here? Su Miao recalled it carefully, and scenes from the past quickly emerged, and she understood everything. Ever since the abandoned amusement park in Xixia town was bombed and damaged by 2 missiles, Su Miao did not expect that she would last for such a long time this time. Nor did she expect that her damaged self would do so many dangerous behaviors, not counting flying into the air to catch missiles with bare hands, and rushing across the void. She never dared to imagine walking into Xixia town, a town full of strangers, to look for a killer. Wouldn't it be enough to just destroy Xixia town with a big fireball? Just thinking about it makes me dizzy. This is too dangerous. No! Why are my ideas so extreme? Su Miao shook her head. It should be that it has been broken for too long during this period, which is why this situation occurs. The top priority is to find the field control center of the bronze alloy square. Close the field. Get back her silver umbrella and silver sword, and dispose of Ji Jiusheng's body. She is a kind person. If Ji Jiusheng's body is left here, it may be eaten by some mutant animal and become a more terrifying mutant animal. That would be too miserable. It would be safer to burn it to ashes, considering that the soul cannot rest in peace. For a strong man like Ji Jiusheng, a few more simple starlight blooms must be added. Suddenly, there were footsteps coming from behind, and Su Miao immediately stopped and looked towards the corridor. The officiant wearing a black cloak walked in. However, after taking only a few steps, he fell to the ground, and the dagger and other metals he carried were sucked to the ground of the bronze square, which looked very funny. Su Miao looked at Si Li and raised her sword fingers, preparing to kill this uninvited guest with one strike. No, there is no malice on the other side. But why do you want to kill? Su Miao took a deep breath, remained vigilant, and walked towards the ceremony unhurriedly. Sensing that the dangerous aura was getting closer, Si Li quickly shouted, Your Highness, it's me, Duyulin. Chapter 259 Beautiful Pink Gem. Duyulin? Su Miao stopped and looked at Si Li, who was lying on the bronze ground with some doubts, making sure that there was no malice in him. But the destruction of Utopia had something to do with her, and she almost beat Duyulin to death. For such a big thing, would Duyulin not hold grudges? Doesn't he mean no harm when he sees her? Your Highness, it's me. I'm very grateful to your Highness for saving my daughter. This time I came here to kill Ji Jiusheng. The priest took off the metal on his body and got up from the ground. When he stood up, he discovered that there were still some daggers stuck in his feet. The priest removed the handle of the knife and pulled his foot directly from the blade. The pain did not exist for him. What's even weirder is that the wound on his foot healed in the blink of an eye and stopped bleeding. The same goes for other wounds. Su Miao looked at Si Li's operation and wanted to say that she was preparing to close the field here. And Du Yulin's daughter was saved. Is this possible? They have all become undead. Su Miao didn't know what to say. The priest stood up and said happily, "Your Highness, you may not know that my daughter can already speak. Although she only has a few simple words and her pronunciation is not accurate yet. I believe she will get better and better. This way, it's like showing off that your 1-month-old daughter can talk before the end. Your Highness, where is Ji Jiusheng?" The master of ceremony asked quickly without saying much. Su Miao glanced at the body on the ground. Si Li followed his gaze and saw the large amount of blood on the ground, the scattered limbs, and the body of Ji Jiusheng, who had been chopped into pieces like a rag doll. He was shocked in his heart. He has confirmed that this is Ji Jiusheng's true form, and he cannot die anymore. Good kill. Good job of killing. The celebrant has never been so happy. Such a beast deserves to die in this way. But His Highness is still a little too kind. Your Highness, can I dispose of the body? No. It will be burned later. Su Miao glanced at Si Li and rejected the other party's proposal. It would be best for her to handle things like corpses herself. The celebrant said, "Okay. Everything depends on His Highness." Su Miao thought for a moment and said, "Go and break his heart. I'm going to close the suppression field here." The celebrant nodded. "Thank you, Your Highness, for giving me this opportunity." He came in front of Ji Jiusheng, aimed his hand at the heart of Ji Jiusheng's chest, inserted it straight in, and grabbed out Ji Jiusheng's heart. "Your Highness, this heart is still beating." Su Miao turned around and looked at the beating heart in Si Li's hand, feeling a little surprised. "That's not enough to kill you. Crush it." Su Miao was a little scared. She didn't expect Ji Jiusheng to be like this, and not completely dead yet. The field of this forbidden place must be closed as soon as possible. The magic restored, and Ji Jiusheng's body burned to ashes. Si Li crushed his heart, and as before, part of the blood was absorbed by him. As for the possible erosion and resurrection, Si Li is not worried at all. Who can compare with Si Ming in this field of discussion? Su Miao began to look for a place to close the field, and she walked towards the depths of the bronze square. Si Li glanced at the corpse on the ground, took out some potion from his sleeve, poured it on Ji Jiusheng's corpse, and then quickly followed Su Miao. The potion was provided by Ce to ensure that the soul was fixed on the corpse and would not escape. After walking forward for a while, Su Miao and Si Li came to a brand new corridor. When someone's arrival is detected, the smart screen lights up. "Welcome to the Xixia Shelter Restricted Research Center. Please verify your identity." This, the ID card and everything else are in the magic space. How do I get them out? Su Miao blinked, thinking about what to do. Si Li was surprised by everything around him. The Xixia Refuge Restricted Research Center actually had such a place. It seemed that the power controlled by the official refuge was far beyond their imagination. It's just that in a place like this, it's difficult to get in without verification. Right? If the ability is not blocked, you can still force your way in. But the ability can't be used now. The intelligent AI voice sounded again. "Please verify the fingerprint." Su Miao put her hand on the screen with the intention of giving it a try. "The fingerprint verification is successful and the permissions are met. Welcome to the Xixia Shelter Restriction Research Center. Your irises will be scanned next. Iris scan passed. Please come in." A line of shielding symbols was displayed on the screen, and the alloy door in front of the passage opened. Si Li looked at the scene and was shocked. How did His Highness Su Miao do it? He knew that Su Miao had entered some shelters, but he did not expect that Su Miao had such high authority in the shelters. He could see very clearly just now that the information about Su Miao was either showing garbled codes or obscured symbols on the screen. Or it could be summed up in 2 words, top secret. In other words, Su Miao has extremely high authority in these refuges, and only a few people in the refuge are qualified to know this authority. Su Miao walked forward. The building here looks very strange. It is still made of bronze alloy, and there is a sign hanging on the side to indicate what kind of room this is. Control Center. Su Miao found the target and scanned for permission to enter. Inside is a hall with a lot of high-tech instruments. There are various screens against the wall, and there are even holographic computer screens, some of which are lit and some of which are not. The large, bright screen in the center displays energy. Judging from the energy reserve, it will be exhausted in about 10 days. The forbidden field on the bronze alloy square will remain open until the energy is exhausted. Su Miao took a look and found the button to close the field. But she was not in a hurry to close it, but first checked to see if there was any information that could be collected. As a result, the control center room was very clean. There was not a particle of dust, let alone a piece of paper. There was no key USB flash drive or other tools at all. Su Miao also thought about recycling the data here and giving it to the officials when they arrived at Shelter 1 for them to process. After all, judging from the layout and scale of the place, the Xixia shelter must have expended an unimaginable amount of resources. It may even be that this project caused a loophole in the defense, which gave Ji Jioshin the opportunity to take advantage of it. Su Miao pressed the close button. The forbidden area on the bronze alloy square is closed. With the closure of the forbidden field, Su Miao vaguely felt that the magic power under her control had recovered somewhat, and she could at least open up the magic space. Let's go! Get rid of Ji Jioshin's body first, Su Miao said. If she doesn't complete the process, she will feel uneasy. Good, Seely said. He felt the restoration of his abilities and marveled at the wisdom of the scientists at the Xixia refuge. It's ridiculous that those outside the shelter thought they were invincible after awakening some abilities. Who would have thought that the scientists in the shelter had already advanced the technology tree to a level they could not imagine? If it weren't for the continuation of the apocalyptic disaster, the power in the shelter would have been released long ago. Seely followed Su Miao back to the bronze alloy square. Su Miao raised her hand, and a purple flame fell down, burning Ji Jioshin's body to ashes in the blink of an eye. Ah! Vaguely, a scream came from the flames of the burning corpse. The priest looked at the burning corpse with his scarlet eyes, and he felt joy from the bottom of his heart. With her cute pink twin ponytail swaying, Su Miao threw 2 more ordinary starlight blooms to restore some of the dull atmosphere in the square. Sensing the change in the environment, Seely took out the music box, turned the clockwork a few times, opened it again, and when the music started playing, he found that the rhythm of Ji Jioshin's soul had completely disappeared. Even though he was no longer alive, he still couldn't help but take a deep breath after confirming the result with his own eyes. This is the true breaking of bones and ashes, the salvation of souls, and preventing the enemy from leaving any trace in the world. Scared, fortunately, from the beginning, he had no intention of becoming an enemy to His Highness Su Miao, and he did not even interfere in any way when Su Miao entered the ideal land. In any case, Ji Jio was dead, and he could go back and talk to his daughter. Thank you, Your Highness. The celebrant was ready to say goodbye and leave. Su Miao glanced at the music box in Seely's hand, blinked, and turned towards the control center without asking anything. Seely closed the music box and found that His Highness Su Miao had returned. Feeling confused. Is it because the matter just now was not finished? He followed quickly. I hope I can do something to help His Highness Su Miao. Su Miao returned to the control center and opened other rooms in order to see if there was anything he could take away. In such an important forbidden research center, with so many rooms in it, it's impossible for every one of them to have a piece of paper like the control center room. Right? After opening multiple rooms in succession, Su Miao found nothing. I should have brought Mina here. Seely followed behind and helped search for supplies, but found nothing. Your Highness, is there any information in the computer? All the interfaces here require quantum keys. Only permissions are useless. Su Miao shook her head and came to the door of the last room. Verify identity permissions and open the room. There's something. There is a platform in the center of the room with a box on it, but the entire platform is protected by a quantum shield. There is no way to get to this box without turning off the quantum shield. What could be in this box? Su Miao was very curious. She walked to the platform, and a holographic screen immediately lit up in front of her. Permission verification passed. Do you want to turn off the quantum shield? A line of words appeared on the holographic screen. Su Miao looked around and didn't realize how the holographic screen was triggered. It was very smart. Closure. The command is passed, and the quantum shield is closed. The subtitles on the holographic screen refreshed, and the quantum shield protecting the platform box disappeared. Su Miao raised her hand, picked up the box with the mage's hand, and brought it to her face, and then opened the box with the mage's hand. Inside was a beautiful pink gem. The moment she opened the box, she felt the extremely active magic power from this pink gem. This is a very high-quality magical gem that can be set into a staff. If the starlight blooms like this, There will definitely be no problem with the staff. Su Miao took the magic gem back into the magic space and was in a good mood. Let's go! Su Miao said. She first returned to the control center room to reopen the forbidden field. Since the facilities here can charge and consume energy autonomously, let them continue to operate like this. Seeley was a little confused about Su Miao's behavior, but said nothing. He followed Su Miao and left the research center. In the deep canyon, the priest said sincerely, Your Highness, thank you again for killing Ji Jiusheng and avenging the blood revenge of Ideal Township. If your Highness needs anything in the future, just ask him and I will do my best to assist you, Su Miao said. Okay. The priest bowed his head slightly and left first. Su Miao didn't say much. Even though she knew Seeley, she actually cared a little about the conflict in Utopia. As for the future, we would talk about it later. She was really stressed out walking with strangers. How to get up next? Su Miao recalled the memory of the time when it was broken. No matter how she thought about it, she felt crazy. Use Tai Chi flow and a magic barrier to cross the void. This is crazy. What if it falls? She recalled it carefully and confirmed that it had indeed fallen. But she was not panicked at all at the time, and was even a little graceful. Also, in this environment, what should you do if you accidentally hit a stone wall? What is all this? Su Miao hesitated for a moment, then took a safe approach and walked up. The canyon was very high. Su Miao walked for about 10 minutes before walking to the ground. Standing on the solid ground, she discovered a brand new question. Is it too far from Xixia town? How is she going to go back? Become your elegant self. Become your elegant self. And take me back first. Su Miao recited it silently several times, but it didn't help at all. As a last resort, Su Miao took out her magic notebook, which would definitely contain records. This is her habit. Any research and findings will be recorded in this magic notebook for subsequent reading, comparison, and checking for omissions. Even after she breaks down, she will still maintain this habit, and even do better than her usual self. Hey, is this the second magic notebook? Su Miao suddenly found that the original book was full of words. And the broken self. No. How can you talk about your broken self? Be your elegant self. Elegantly. She has already written down her new magic research in her second magic notebook. A few minutes later, Su Miao found an elegant way to use Tai Chi flow and magic barrier to travel quickly in the void. Su Miao closed her eyes and simulated it several times in her mind before taking one step forward. In an instant, she was 60 meters in the air. Very stable. After several times in a row, Su Miao became proficient and enjoyed this alternative flying feeling. Finally I can go back! Su Miao was very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Here, Bago is guarding Lin Jiujio and Xia Xiaoan from a distant hilltop watching the battle. Ever since His Highness Su Miao left in pursuit of Ji Jiusheng and threw 5 missiles, there hasn't been much movement. His Highness Su Miao has not been seen coming back. I don't know what the outcome of the battle will be. I don't know how much time had passed, but Brother Mina saw a familiar figure flash past on the horizon, with the pink twin tails and the familiar witch robe. It must be His Highness. Well, shouldn't His Highness return here first? You won't forget them, right? Considering His Highness Su Miao's recent state, this is not impossible. Your Highness has gone back. I will take you back. Mina flew up, grew in size, and caught Lin Jiujio and Xia Xiaoan in his claws. Lin Jiujio and Xia Xiaoan looked confused. Sister Su Miao has gone back? When? This feels so good. In less than 15 minutes, Su Miao crossed the void and returned to the top of the mountain near Xixia town. Standing in the magic barrier of the orange tree, Su Miao took a breath of fresh and warm air, feeling relaxed and happy, looking at the strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries covering half of the mountain. I feel better. It's so nice of her to be so elegant. Don't forget to plant fruits during your breaks. But is there something missing here? Su Miao looked at the empty tables and chairs. Beige, Xia Xiaoan, and Lin Jiujio seemed not to be there. Chapter 260 is full of sincerity. Su Miao picked an orange, sat at the table, peeled it, and ate a piece. It was very sweet. After thinking about it carefully, she elegantly decided to take Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujio to watch the battle to give them some experience when she used Ji Chen as bait to catch Ji Jiusheng. Then, something unexpected happened during the process. It was the fake Ji Jiusheng who died with Ji Chen, and the real Ji Jiusheng did not appear. Su Miao recalled it carefully, and said that Ji Chen took her newly refined magic potion during the battle. The effects of those magic potions look good. However, Ji-Chen drank it all at once, which made it difficult to directly judge the effect. She still needs to conduct more experiments to see the specific effects. Going back to the memory, thanks to the appearance of Sealy, he somehow managed to get hold of Ji Jiuxing's main base, and blew up the center of the base to force Ji Jiuxing out. Then Su Miao chased after him, leaving Beige, Xia Xuan, and Lin Jiujiu where they were. When she returned to normal, she forgot about them. They should know to come back. Right? After all, the battle ended so long ago. And she even brought back the gems from the Xixia Refuge Forbidden Research Center. Thinking of the pink gem, Su Miao took out the gem from the magic space. Simply holding it in her hand, she could feel the endless magic power inside the gem. And the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Su Miao searched in the magic space, but could not find a staff that could be directly used to inlay this pink gem. She had to make a new one. Thinking of the sycamore wood staff that had been broken time and time again, Su Miao decided to use alloy to make a brand new staff this time. Unless she can possess the branches of the world tree mentioned in potions. Using alloy to make a staff, she can also make a mechanism like an umbrella sword to hide the sword in the staff. In this way, she can not only knock people's sand jars with her staff, but also draw out her silver sword and stab it out at close range when necessary. If magic can't break through, use physics to break through. If physics can't break through, use magic to break through. If magic and physics can't break through, try to collapse the space. Regarding the space collapse, it was the wrong magic she temporarily used while chasing Ji Jiusheng. This kind of thing is a dangerous behavior that Su Miao can't even think of now. Yes, it should be recorded in the magic notebook. Su Miao took out her magic notebook and quickly recorded relevant insights. This time, she gracefully exited the state too quickly. Many magic and insights were not recorded in time, and she had to make up for it. Ah, right. Send a message to Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu to ask them to come back. After taking out her cell phone, Su Miao found that the network signal on her cell phone had disappeared again. The next time she would have internet access would be in a few hours. Su Miao twisted her fingers around the pink twin tails. Let's wait and see. Just as she was thinking this, she saw Bago returning in the form of a big bird with Xia Xiuan and Lin Jiujiu. Seeing everyone returning, Su Miao took out several paper cups from the magic space, dropped a small water balloon into each paper cup, and then took out a large number of fruits and delicacies to fill the table. As long as everyone has a happy meal, no one will remember that I left them there. Su Miao met Xia Xiuan's eyes. Xia Xiuan humbly picked up the paper cup and drank water, pretending not to hear anything. But she really didn't hear anything. Your Highness, we are back! Mina seemed to have been used to this kind of thing for a long time. He drank the water in a few sips and showed off his iced watermelon in a few sips. Feeling full of energy, Lin Jiujiu was so thirsty that he didn't care about this at all. He drank water first, and there were so many delicious things on the table. She is a beautiful girl idol, but she doesn't have the worries of those beautiful girl idols before the apocalypse. With her ability, she doesn't have to worry about getting fat no matter how much she eats. Let's eat! Su Miao originally wanted to pretend to be elegant, but when she saw how hungry everyone looked, she simply stopped pretending. Beige didn't raise him in vain. He will just bring Xia Xiuan and Lin Jiujiu back. Shaolin, take this, Tai Chi Flow, and read it first, and learn from it. It will be good for you. Su Miao took out a copy of Tai Chi Flow, and gave it to Xia Xiuan. Lin Jiujiu had already given one to him before. However, Lin Jiujiu has not developed a ray of energy so far. Thank you, Sister Su Miao. Xia Xiuan took the book, and was very happy holding it. During that time, she relied on the simple sword moves taught by Sister Su Miao to survive until she was rescued. As long as it was given by Sister Su Miao, it must be a good thing. Jiujiu is also studying. You can communicate with each other, and you can look up information on some of the professional knowledge involved, Su Miao said. This battle with Ji Jiusheng and the battle with Qi Wanting both illustrate the importance of close combat strength. In addition, Xixia Shelter can research such a large-scale forbidden ability field. How could other shelters not conduct related research? According to Su Miao's understanding of history, in a few years, it is uncertain when the forbidden energy field inside the officially controlled shelter will be opened on a regular basis to prevent people with abilities from causing more terrifying disasters. In addition, the forbidden field can undoubtedly exert a great suppressive effect on mutant monsters, even mutant beast tides, and mutant insect plagues. In this way, The official shelter will have more trump cards when it encounters a wave of mutated beasts or insect plagues in the future. Su Miao looked to the northwest. She was looking forward to shelter number 1 more and more. Shaolin, Jiao, you can pick strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries later. Su Miao put a big basket under the mutated orange tree. In my memory, she was elegant and used magic phantom to pick strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries very efficiently. However, there are still more things to do now. Jiao is dead, and the private base materials left behind by him need to be recovered. Otherwise these supplies would be left in the wilderness to be wasted, which would be a shame. Sister Su Miao, I know the coordinates of the Xixia refuge. Xia Xiaoan heard Su Miao's thoughts and immediately said, It's over there, in the canyon 12 kilometers away from Xixia town. She took out a map and marked the coordinates of the Xixia refuge. This location is not far from the Forbidden Research Center of the West Gorge Sanctuary. At that time, she was elegant and thought about this problem. But she didn't think too much about it. Okay, Su Miao said. Bago, come with me, Beige said cheerfully. Okay, Your Highness. He likes treasure hunting the most. Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiao looked at Su Miao expectantly. Su Miao said, This time you stay to study. You need to become stronger. Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiao instantly became a little disappointed. But Sister Su Miao was right. They are too weak now, and must become stronger before they can help Sister Su Miao in the future. Mina, let's go! Su Miao took a step forward, walked up into the sky, and walked towards the distance. Starling flapped his wings and caught up like lightning. I don't know if it's Mina's illusion. Does it feel that His Highness Su Miao's speed has become faster? It feels like it is becoming very difficult to catch up. Suddenly, Su Miao stopped, waited for Beige to fly closer, and asked, Bago, have you found Ji Jiuxing's other private bases? Ji Jiuxing's main base was blown up by Sealy, and she blasted it into an abyss with starlight. Nothing was left. Therefore, the only remaining options for finding good stuff are other private bases that have not been destroyed. Your Highness, there should be one here. Ba Gu flew ahead and took Su Miao to the place where he noticed the abnormality. Your Highness, here. Su Miao stood high in the sky and looked down. At a cursory glance, the bottom is full of exposed rocks, which are visually misaligned, making it difficult to tell which side is up and which is down, making it impossible to discover the entrance to the base. In addition, special rock layer paint seems to have been applied here to enhance the camouflage effect of this base. People inside listen. Ji Jiuxing has been killed. If you don't want to be destroyed by His Highness, please come out quickly. Bugs Fly shouted in front of the disguised base gate. After shouting less than 3 times, the door of the base opened and veteran security guard Yu Jimin came out. He saw the pink demon Su Miao standing high in the sky, and saw Mina flying not far away from him. He saluted respectfully. Your Highness, there are only some old and weak women and children here who are struggling to survive. Please show mercy. The base on the mountainside was destroyed. Ji Jiuxing escaped into the Forbidden Land and never came out. The only ones who came out were the pink demon Su Miao and the clerk Du Yulin. After learning the news, Yu Jimin knew that Ji Jiao was dead. Death was more complete than ever. Su Miao looked at Yu Jimin. This old man looks very weak, but he feels very dangerous. Do you want to kill him directly? Killing all Ji Jiuxing's people seems to be no problem. It won't be wronged. Your Highness, this is what Ji Jiuxing has hidden here. Yu Jimin took out 2 books, held them in both hands, and waited for the verdict. Su Miao looked at the book in Yu Jimin's hand. It was a magic book with a weak residual magic power. The other one looked like an ancient martial arts secret book. But the book is very new. Mina immediately flew over, grabbed 2 books, and sent them to the sky. Su Miao raised her hand, picked up the book with a mage's hand, and read it briefly. The magic book is Cleaning Magic, which records multiple cleaning magic spells from simple to complex. Some clean dust, some clean oil stains, some clean blood stains, some clean smells, some clean fruits. Su Miao's eyes lit up. This was a very practical magic book. There is no need to wash clothes and sheets from now on. Just use a cleansing magic to make your food clean after eating fruit or something. The martial arts secret book is Condensing Qi into Stone, which Ji Jiuxing used when he avoided the shock wave of the last missile explosion. Su Miao took a brief look and found that the requirements for condensing air into stone were very high. First, the martial arts must reach the theoretical, master level. And secondly, it is best to be a person with the ability to master air powers. The limit is very high and has a certain collection value. As for why it is a theory, it is because Ji Jiusheng does not know what kind of martial arts realm the so-called master or grand master is. He just picked it up from the novels he has read before. If we dig deeper, no one knows how strong the masters and grandmasters in different novels are, unless the authors have a fight. Su Miao was very satisfied with getting the cleaning magic. But she didn't quite believe what Jimin said. Are there really only the old, weak women and children left in this base? Below, Yu Jimin dared not breathe. Facing the pink demon, His Highness Su Miao, he was under extraordinary pressure. Your Highness, there are still some material reserves in the base for you to inspect. You can take away whatever you like. I just ask your Highness to keep their lives, Yu Jimin said sincerely. It is difficult to survive in the end of the world. It is already very difficult for them to survive until now. Mina flew on Yu Jimin's shoulder. Old man, please go ahead. Mr. Bird, I'll go in with you and take a look. Yu Jimin looked at Su Miao in the sky and immediately understood. Yes. Half an hour later, Yu Jimin came out with Mina. Your Highness, this is Ji Jiusheng's only remaining base. It is true that the people living there are only old people and children. Younger women are not seen. There is an extra space storage device on Starling's paw. This is a gem I found. Some strange ores. Some beautiful mushrooms and a book. With her pink twin tails flying, Su Miao used her mage's hand to take over the space storage device and saw the contents inside. This space storage device is also defective, with only 1 cubic meter of space. The gem that Starling discovered was blue and contained magic power. It was the same as the pink gem he had obtained previously. But the purity and quality of the magic power were much worse than those of the pink gem. The strange ore was blood color, similar in color to blood crystals. It made people feel uncomfortable. Su Miao put it away first and studied it later. There are about 30 kilograms of beautiful mushrooms, which can be used to make highly toxic hallucinogenic potions. They are good things. The last book was very thin and old, looking to be at least 500 or 600 years old. But the paper material of the book is special, and there is no damage at all. There are 12 pages in total. Each page depicts an action, which together form a sword move. It seems that he is worried that the people who get the book later will not be able to see the moves clearly. The people drawn in the book are very precise and detailed. Su Miao memorized the sword moves after just one glance, feeling like she had learned them. This was the passive effect brought about by watching too many Tao and Magic and Tai Chi Flow. On the last page of the book, there is a paragraph written on it. Xiao Guan traveled to Mountame and met a man who wanted to take me as his disciple. But I refused. It's a pity, Taoist. But he taught me a sword move. See you again when we are destined. Before the Taoist drew his sword, he pointed it towards a distant mountain. The rocks on the top of the mountain were cracked, and the trees were broken. I was shocked and inexplicable. When I turned around, the Taoist was gone. For 30 years, I have traveled around the world and conquered the world with this sword without a single defeat. However, I have not been able to meet the Taoist again, which is a great pity. If future generations get this sword, they should learn it if they feel they can. If you can't learn it, don't force it. Otherwise, you will go crazy and regret it too late. Looks very powerful. However, why does this ink look so new? Could it be a little story someone made up to increase the value of this book? However, Su Miao realized carefully that this sword was indeed very powerful. So far, the swordsmanship she has learned has no more sword moves except those in Tai Chi Xinliu. One more sword move would be good. Su Miao put the secret book into the magic space. And then it was time to go to the ruins of the Xixia shelter. Mina, let's go! Okay, Your Highness, Beige said. Today it has made a contribution to His Highness again. Seeing Su Miao let this base go, Yu Jimin breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this pink devil did not really destroy a private base after meeting it like what was posted on the internet. It was not in vain that he had prepared so much sincerity. However, Yu Jimin was worried that Su Miao would regret it and decided to be more sincere. This is also the sincerity in the plan. He said, Your Highness, I don't know if you want to go to the ruins of the Xixia shelter. If you plan to go, please be careful of the mutated monsters under the ruins. Ji Jiusheng once wanted to get the materials under the ruins, but every time he took people to open up, he suffered heavy losses. Chapter 261 Ruins of Xixia Shelter. Finally left. Yu Jimin, the veteran security guard, breathed a sigh of relief and immediately returned to the base, lying on the bamboo chair with lingering fears. Do you know what happened to him just now? That damn Mina was standing on his shoulders, with its wings on his neck, and could cut off his head with just a little force. The pink demon Su Miao is very scary. And this Mina is not a good bird either, if it weren't for his age. As soon as the dangerous thought popped up, Yu Jimin put it out immediately. So far, he has comprehensively analyzed various intelligence about the pink demon Su Miao, especially the issue of Su Miao killing people randomly after entering the town. Those who were not killed did not know why the people around them were suddenly killed by Su Miao. Those who were killed often didn't even have soul fragments left. There is no way to start investigating the cause. Yu Jimin once wanted to get the scientific research information from the Shixia refuge to see if there was anything about the pink demon Su Miao, or look at the research information on ability users in the refuge, and maybe he could find some clues. Unfortunately, Ji Jiusheng led people to break through several times, but each time he suffered heavy losses and never succeeded. Later, with the advent of the internet and a new app, Yu Jimin got some guesses through omnipotent netizens. The pink demon Su Miao may have the ability to read minds. This is too scary. Therefore, standing in front of Su Miao was extremely stressful. As I get older, I can't beat you again and again. Unless I get the chance to extend my life and rejuvenate my youth, I might be able to give it a try. 20 minutes later, Su Miao arrived at the ruins of the Shixia shelter. Su Miao stood in the sky, her pink ponytails flying, and she was thinking about how to deal with it. Your Highness, the entrance is here. Mina flew to a crevice and shouted loudly. There is the smell of dangerous mutated animals inside. With a quick glance, Su Miao discovered the remaining traces of mutated animal activity in the fissure and the traces of excavations by Ji Jiusheng and others, and noticed the narrow entrance. If she goes in, how many mutated animals and plants will she have to face? Su Miao blinked and took out the sycamore wood staff. 2 magical phantoms appeared in the void. Each magical phantom possesses more than 30% of her own magic power and can last for a long time. I have to say that Elegant himself is really amazing at the research and application of magic. She didn't even expect to do this, because the original magic phantom can only follow the main body. But the optimized magic phantom can act independently. Considering the intelligence provided by Yu Jimin, she needs to ensure that the magical phantom she invests can kill the mutated animals sitting in the ruins of the Shixia sanctuary. Bring the staff. Su Miao gave each of the 2 magic phantoms a sycamore wood staff and a space storage device. They entered the crack one after another and began to explore the ruins of the Shixia shelter. Your Highness, I'm going to patrol the area. The Mina flew into the sky and flew into the distance. Su Miao put down the awning more than 600 meters away from the cliff, took out a table and chairs, ate ice cream, and waited for the result. In the ruins of the Shixia shelter, Magic Phantom number 1 Su Miao shuttled through the narrow passage like light and shadow. Not long after, he discovered a ground fissure passage. Judging from the bones around it, it should have been blasted by Ji Jiusheng's men. The 2 Magic Phantoms looked at each other, entered one after another, and each chose a direction. Su Miao's goal is very clear. See if there are any magic books in the library of Shixia shelter. Nothing else matters. After all, I only carry a defective space storage device with me. So even if I want to bring more things, I can't hold much. On the street wall in front, a line of slogans was painted with red paint on a white background. Unite as one and overcome difficulties together. Walking a little further, there is a writing on the wall. Humanity will definitely defeat the end of the world. There seemed to be a lot of slogans here. At the edge of these walls, mutant crustacean bugs were doing something in a hurry. A pair of eyes lit up in the darkness, looking suspiciously at Su Miao, who had arrived silently. A slightly intelligent mutant animal is thinking. The pink girl with twin tails in front of me looks human. Right? But for humans, why don't they have the scent of humans? There were too many questions that could not be answered. Su Miao waved her staff, and several magic beams shot out, piercing the heads of these mutated animals and killing them. As these powerful enemy mutated animals with some intelligence died, their blood flowed, instantly attracting other nearby mutated animals. They swarm over and eat the dead mutant animals. From the sounds, they were eating happily. Su Miao found the large library on the first floor of Shixia shelter. As a magical phantom, her body is constructed of pure magic power, and she has a strong ability to perceive items with magic power. This is why Su Miao is not worried about the darkness coming to the big library to look for books. Huh? Su Miao noticed that the search computer in the large library on the first floor was still working. She walked over, entered the code, woke up the computer, and began to retrieve the magic book. A second later, tens of thousands of messages appeared on the screen. Most of them are novels and bestsellers named after magic. After many screenings, Su Miao saw several names that might be real magic books. Arcane Research, Magic Elements and Arcana, Spa Magic, Arcane Wisdom. So many books? Su Miao immediately recorded the locations of these books. Spa Magic is on the 5th underground floor of Shisha Shelter. And the books, Arcane Research, Magic Elements and Arcane Energy, and Arcane Wisdom, are on the 9th underground floor. Judging from the internal structure of the Shisha Shelter, each layer of the Shisha Shelter is very strong. So there should be no problems. Su Miao set off immediately. Only halfway through, she found that the road ahead was buried. There was a missile explosion here, probably caused by Ji Jiusheng when he attacked the Shisha Shelter. In addition, fierce battles and explosions took place here in the Shisha Refuge to resist the invading mutant animals and mutant insects. It can only be said that he was lucky to be able to reach the large library on the underground floor without any hindrance. But there is one thing that is troublesome. Su Miao did not have a planning map of the Shisha Shelter underground city. She needed to open the map bit by bit, which would be a waste of time. Fortunately, another Su Miao found a passage that could go directly to the 2nd underground floor. The two parties exchanged intelligence information and came to the 2nd underground floor. The 2nd underground floor was filled with so many insects that it was shocking. Without stopping too much, they waved their sycamore with staffs and used blue flames to burn a path to the 3rd underground floor. As a large number of roasted mutated bugs appeared on the 2nd underground floor, more bugs went crazy. They woke up one after another and began to eat each other. So far, Su Miao has not encountered the terrifying mutated animals mentioned by Yujiman. Affected by the earthquake, a fault appeared between the 3rd, 4th and 5th underground floors. Su Miao successfully reached the 5th underground floor through the fault. One Su Miao walked to the library on the 5th underground floor, and the other Su Miao went to find the way to the 6th underground floor. Su Miao's figure seemed real and illusory, walking dozens of meters in a step. Silently, many mutated animals failed to react at all as they passed by. 3 minutes later, Su Miao entered the 5th floor underground library through the remaining road signs. The library is covered with cobwebs, and it looks like it is occupied by a huge colony of mutant spiders. Fortunately, the bookshelf where Spa Magic was located was not far from the door. After destroying some cobwebs, Su Miao found the book with several spider cocoons on it. Opening the hard copy of Spa Magic and looking at the catalog, Su Miao had no expression on her face. This book tells about how a bath center prepares potions for bathing, how to arrange beauties for customers, and what massage techniques should be used when customers take a bath. A flame ignited, burning the book to ashes. It was probably because of the fire that Su Miao lit in the library, or because it burned the little spider to death. The voice of the mutant spider came from deep in the library, and the mutant spider sitting here was extremely angry. Su Miao waved her staff with her backhand, and ice arrows exploded, killing the angry spider that had just poked its head into a sieve and falling down with a thud. When the big spider died, the library fell into chaos. Su Miao retreated. It's time to go to the 9th floor underground. However, the two Su Miao searched for a long time on the 5th underground floor, but could not find the passage to the 6th underground floor. After hesitating for 3 seconds, one Su Miao stepped away, and another Su Miao flew into the air, pointed at the ground with her staff. The magic circle unfolded, and the magic beam burst out. Boom! The ground was penetrated by magic beams, and huge holes appeared, reaching 8 levels underground. However, the magic beam bombardment caused a major earthquake in the Shisha Refuge. The ground on each floor was cracking. The building was collapsing, and countless mutant animals and bugs were killed and buried. There are mutated animals roaring angrily, mutated insects screaming shrilly, and more mutated creatures struggling and running around. The shelter has fallen into unprecedented chaos. Because of this major earthquake, some of the remaining facilities with energy in the shelter exploded, further stimulating chaos. The two Su Miao didn't care. They immediately jumped into the passage blasted by the magic beam and reached the 8th underground floor. In order to save time, they bombarded the ground again and opened the passage to the 9th underground floor. There seemed to be 10 and 11 underground floors, but these were not important. On the 11th floor underground, something seemed to have awakened, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. The two Su Miaos, one on the left and one on the right, violently destroyed the obstacles in front of them, and found the library on the 9th floor underground in a very short time. Their luck was not very good this time. The bookshelf containing arcane research, magic elements and arcana, and arcane wisdom was buried. I don't know if it was buried just now, or if it was buried before. No matter which way it is very troublesome. Su Miao used the hands of the mage to start carrying cement and alloy fragments. While carrying it, things would fall off from time to time. One can only hope that these books were not destroyed. After a few minutes, the rubble was cleared. The staff lit up with pure white light, illuminating the books on the ground. After clearing out some books, Su Miao successfully found arcane research, magic elements and arcane energy, and arcane wisdom. She didn't even need to open the book. She could tell that it was a real magic book just from the magic power left in these books. Got it. Su Miao put the 3 magic books into the storage device. At the same time, Su Miao noticed that there were many books scattered nearby, including books on martial arts, books on high-tech theory, and some strange books that he could recognize at a glance, but could not understand anything when reading them together. Not surprisingly, this library is as important as the deep libraries in other shelters, and the books here are very valuable. Seeing the falling rocks, Su Miao simply put the books on the nearby bookshelf into the space storage device. Unfortunately, the 2 devices she carried were defective, and could not hold many books. They are not the real body, and cannot use the magic space. So they can only try their best to pretend. In this way, even if Su Miao wants to go to other places to see if he can make new discoveries, he won't be able to contain anything even if he makes new discoveries. The goal has been achieved, and the 2 Su Miao left the library, preparing to leave here and meet the main body outside. However, they were stopped just after they reached the 8th underground floor from the 9th floor underground. Human, you broke into our territory and killed our tribe unscrupulously. Do you think you can leave so easily? In front, there was a 120 centimeters tall rabbit in the center surrounded by a group of powerful mutant animals, staring at Su Miao with red eyes. Kneel down, beg for mercy, and be eaten by us willingly. The lonely king can give you a happy life. King? The 2 Su Miao looked at each other. Hundreds of magic beams burst out. The figure of the Rabbit King disappeared in an instant, and the mutated animals left behind the Rabbit King were riddled with holes, and blood flowed by the magic beam. The next second, the Rabbit King appeared next to Su Miao, with a dagger in his claws, and stabbed Su Miao's neck accurately. Su Miao blinked, let go of the staff in his hand, pointed his sword finger, and swung the sword with a sonic explosion. The Rabbit King's dagger exploded into pieces, and half of the bleeding rabbit ear fell down with it. It dodged very quickly. Otherwise, it would have been its head instead of its ears. How dare you treat Lone King like this? Lone King's ears. Lone King will not let you go. Leaving behind a harsh word, the Rabbit King ran into the chaotic group of mutated animals and escaped. The Rabbit King ran away, but Su Miao did not stop. They continued to kill the powerful mutated animals brought by the Rabbit King, and then left a large blue flame to incinerate these corpses. It's a bit far from the library, so there's no need to worry about fire burning the books. Without the obstruction of the mutated animals, the 2 Su Miao rushed out of the siege, came to the shattered passage, and returned to the 5th underground floor. I don't know if it was the impact of 2 consecutive magic beam bombardments or some other situation, but the ruins of the shelter were shaking endlessly. They speeded up, but when they reached the 3rd underground floor, they found that they were crowded with mutant bugs in front, back, and left. For you. One Su Miao handed the space storage device she was holding to the other, and the other Su Miao accepted it to show her understanding. After sending out the space storage device, she deployed the magic beam array again. She poured all her magic into it, leaving no stone unturned. Boom! With one blow, all the crowded mutant bugs and mutant animals within the attack range of the magic beam were annihilated. The terrifying magic beam blasted through 3 layers of ruins, opening a passage to the ground. The ruins of the shelter were shaking. After releasing the magic, Su Miao turned into a point of light and disappeared. The mutated bugs that were originally about to be killed were trembling, and did not dare to move. This was a natural disaster that was more terrifying than the apocalypse. Su Miao, who was left, took the fallen sycamore with staff, and looked at the passage where the magic beam blasted out. She waited for the magic energy in the passage to weaken slightly, so that she could pass through. Suddenly, the trembling voice of King Rabbit came from behind. Emperor, They are the ones invading. Chapter 262. Asking for help or fishing? Emperor? Su Miao glanced behind her. Behind the rabbit king, who had half of his ears broken off, lay a huge beetle. And on top of the beetle stood a very beautiful little girl. No. This is a little girl. But she is parasitized by something unknown. Su Miao turned around and looked at the newly opened passage. Before the energy in the passage could cool down and dissipate, the mutant insect swarm had swarmed up again, preparing to block the entrance to prevent her from escaping. Su Miao's face was expressionless, and she waved her staff with both hands, and the blue flame spear burst out towards the girl. Then she unfolded her magic barrier and rushed into the passage. The girl on the beetle stretched out her hand, and the invisible power spread, hitting the blue flame spear and annihilating the blue flame spear. She looked up and found that Su Miao had ignored the terrifying residual energy of the magic beam in the passage and rushed out against the trend. Emperor! She escaped! She escaped! The rabbit king jumped up and down, very anxious. Just now, half of my ear was cut off by this daughter. It hurt like HL. The little girl on the beetle glanced at the rabbit king, who immediately shut up and didn't dare to talk nonsense. Outside the ruins of the Shisha shelter, Su Miao was sitting under the awning, eating raspberry ice cream leisurely, waiting for the magical phantom to come out. Suddenly, the ruins of the Shisha shelter were shaken. Judging from the shaking, it was a magic phantom that used a magic beam to bombard it. You won't destroy the entire shelter, right? Su Miao muttered like this. Hopefully, she can get the magic book inside before the shelter is completely destroyed. The original purpose of searching for the Shisha shelter was to see if the library inside contained magic books. Just thinking like this, one after another explosion sounded. Su Miao couldn't sit still. She simply finished eating the ice cream, put away the table and chair awning, flew to a distance, and waited quietly. Boom! Suddenly, the hard soil covering the ruins of the Shisha shelter was blasted away, and the extremely concentrated magic beam bombarded the sky. The entire ruins began to shake, as if they were about to completely collapse. The consuming magic phantom rushed out of the passage, came to Su Miao in the blink of an eye, and sent out the two spatial storage devices. Su Miao accepted the space storage device and understood the experience of the magical phantom. Your Highness, something seems to be coming out, Mina said while hovering in midair. Su Miao put the space storage device into the magic space and looked calmly at the hole created by the bombardment. A few minutes later, a large number of insects with thick carapace crawled out of the hole. It looks fierce. They had wings, but in trying to break through the hole, they were more or less damaged and unable to continue flying. Su Miao calmly waved her staff, and dark magic tentacles spread all over the mountains and fields, piercing and binding the mutant bugs that crawled out. The bugs screamed and struggled to death. Then, Su Miao came to the sky and raised the sycamore with staff in her hand. Pink twin tails were flying, and a purple fireball hit the entrance of the hole. Unlike before, this time the purple fireball did not explode, but turned directly into raging purple flames, instantly turning the mutated bugs at the entrance of the cave into ashes, and continued to invade the entrance of the cave. In the blink of an eye, millions of mutant bugs were reduced to ashes under the purple flames. The terrifying smell expanded in the ruins of the closed and narrow Shisha shelter, causing countless mutant animals and bugs to fall. Emperor! King Rabbit screamed in horror. Turning around, he found that its emperor had left the beetle mount, jumped down the lower passage, and escaped. It's hard to imagine how the emperor could be so cute even when he ran away. It ran away. Just now it wanted to take revenge. But obviously, there was a more terrifying one outside. Even the emperor ran away, and his life was at stake. In the blink of an eye, under the attack of purple flames, the first to third floors underground became a purgatory of mutated bugs and mutated animals. If it is an ordinary flame, they can squeeze together and crowd it down to extinguish the flame. However, this purple flame is at least 7,000 degrees Celsius. Just stick a little on them, and they'll turn into natural fuel and be burned away in the blink of an eye. This kind of disaster continued until the mutated animals and bugs on the fourth underground floor blocked the upper and lower passages, greatly reducing the oxygen in the first to third underground floors. And then the purple flame gradually extinguished. Despite this, the first to third floors underground were scorching with high temperatures, and the ashes of mutated bugs and mutated animals were everywhere. It was terrible to see. Those who were lucky enough to survive died of suffocation due to lack of oxygen and the toxic smoke. Outside the ruins of the Shisha shelter, Su Miao stood in the sky and waited for a long time. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw no more mutant animals or bugs crawling out. I hope that after the high temperature here dissipates, it will become a dungeon that nearby survivors can enjoy and venture into. The purple fireball she threw just now probably couldn't burn much, and what was left was enough for the people here to hunt later. In order to prevent future adventurers from making mistakes, Su Miao took a photo and posted it on the app. Your Highness, I can no longer sense the scent of dangerous mutated animals. Starling circled around a few times and said, well, let's go back. Su Miao put away her staff and said, during this trip, I could get 3 magic books, arcane research, magical elements and arcane powers, and arcane wisdom, which was a huge profit. Mina flew behind, and it was also happy to see His Highness Su Miao so happy. Most importantly, His Highness is back to normal. Orange tree magic enchantment, based on the principle that labor is also learning. Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan picked a large number of strawberries, raspberries, and mulberries, while Su Miao and Starling were away. When it gets hot, go back to the orange tree magic barrier to rest for a while. Eat something when you are tired. Eat something if you are thirsty. Very happy. Sister Su Miao is here, Xia Xiaoan said. Lin Jiujiu was holding a basket of strawberries and almost turned it over. Sister Su Miao will definitely let them continue their homework as soon as she comes back. Wow! You picked so many? With her cute pink ponytails flying, Su Miao landed and looked at the strawberries, raspberries and mulberries on the table and praised her. Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu were flattered. Sister Su Miao didn't mention study or homework, which is great. Okay, you guys take a break and do some homework, and I'll do the rest. Putting away the strawberries, raspberries, and mulberries on the table, Su Miao grabbed the pink twin ponytails blown by the wind, raised her hands gracefully, and 15 magical phantoms appeared in front of Su Miao. They skillfully picked up baskets and pots and began to harvest strawberries, raspberries, and mulberries. Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu looked at the study tablets and books placed on the table in confusion. They wanted to say that they were not tired and could continue picking strawberries, raspberries, and mulberries. However, Sister Su Miao never gave them any room for negotiation when it came to studying. Su Miao took up the magic note. She would stay here for 3 more days. During this time, she will sort out the magic in her magic notebook. 3 days later, he took Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan and set off again. Therefore, you can harvest as many strawberries, raspberries, and mulberries as you can get from the mountains and plains. She really likes to eat these berries and cannot waste them. As for giving it to the residents of Xixia Town, Su Miao never thought about it. If this happens once and spreads on the internet, she will face endless troubles. If they pick strawberries, raspberries, and mulberries based on their ability, Su Miao won't care. If she died here too, it would have nothing to do with her. In the bloody underground palace, the queen of the undead, Du Wenqian, was wearing a blood-colored wedding dress and sitting motionless on a blood-colored chair, as if she had turned into a stone sculpture. The master of ceremonies returned and stood under the throne and said, Jichen is dead. He risked his life to fight Ji Jiusheng and died together. But it was Ji Jiusheng's secondary body who fought to the death. I used the music box given by Si Ming to find Ji Jiusheng's body and tried to blow him up. But he still escaped. But it's okay. The fleeing Ji Jiusheng bumped into His Highness Su Miao. Ji Jiusheng was beaten to ashes by His Highness Su Miao, and even his soul was wiped out. Queen of the Undead Du Wenqian opened her eyes, glanced at her father, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed out. Yes, the priest said. Cry if you want. I have something to do, and I will go and do some work first. There was no heartbeat, but at this moment, seeing his daughter shedding blood and tears, Seely felt inexplicable heartache. I hope that after hearing this good news, my daughter can regain more human characteristics. He returned to the room and began to record the information gained this time. First of all, Ji Jiusheng's strength, a top-notch ability user, cannot be dealt with by ordinary people with just a secondary body. Furthermore, Ji Jiusheng's true form was able to escape from such a terrifying explosion in the center of the base. In this situation, the master of ceremony could not imagine it at all. What happened next was even more outrageous. Su Miao's 5 consecutive missiles failed to kill Ji Jiusheng. In the end, Ji Jiusheng attracted Su Miao to a forbidden place and was tortured and killed by Su Miao. His death was horrific. As far as he knew, Ji Jiusheng was a genuine martial arts master. He could not imagine that he could be tortured and killed by Su Miao in such an environment. The previous information never mentioned that Su Miao had the ability to kill a great master of martial arts in a simple close combat. This information. Seeley looked at the information in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and then turned the information into ashes. After confirming the result, he rewrote it, adjusted some details, and added some embellishments, but did not mention a word about the relevant information about Su Miao's close combat. A few hours later, this information appeared on Si Ming Pei Xiaomu's desk. After reading the information, she further revised it. This time, the intelligence highlighted the importance of Seeley creating the explosion, and Su Miao appeared at the critical moment and instantly killed the seriously injured Ji Jiusheng. After this information was uploaded to the organization's network, Seeley saw this information again, and his mood became extremely complicated. Depend on. Is this how these scammers usually exchange information? Don't you know that wrong information can kill people? In addition, Seeley routinely clicked a like on the information to express that he had read it. Seeley silently turned off the internet. Night Snack App Comprehensive Area. Information about the battle between Ji Chen and Ji Jiusheng has been spread. After being spread by a certain force, the information turned out that Ji Chen used the poisonous potion of the witch Su Miao, and died together with Ji Jiusheng. At the same time, all the evil deeds Ji Jiusheng had done in the past were disclosed without reservation. Floor 1. Qin Tianin, good kill. Floor 2. By Yumming, Your Highness is such a good person that he didn't take action directly. Floor 3. Potio 1024, damn it. Why did the missile explode? It turned out to be to bomb Ji Jiusheng's base. Floor 4. Regalia, I got some inside information. This missile explosion is related to the priest of the mysterious organization. Floor 5. Sleep, sir. Didn't you say you were dead last time? Floor 6. Xianing Fanming, it's the end of the world. All kinds of monsters have appeared. Fortunately, Her Majesty the Witch passed by there. 7th floor. Yuyaya, the Shisha shelter was actually destroyed by Ji Jiusheng. It's terrible. Floor 8. Cute Starling, I was at the scene, and they were all gone. Su Miao looked at this post. The content is not important. What is important is the reply on the 8th floor. If I remember correctly, I seem to have given Starling a mobile phone as a gift some time ago. Is this guy posting as soon as the internet came online? Su Miao clicked on Beige's information. And this guy had more than 30,000 fans without even realizing it. And he had a lot more touts. After seeing Beige's past posting records, Beige was either quarreling with others or quarreling with others. The curse words are unsightly and extremely lethal. Some people were scolded and threatened to fight the Mina and kill the Mina. The Mina who was far away couldn't do anything. But the one who was close by actually went over and killed the person. And even took photos and posted them on the forum. Because of these things, Bago has become a somewhat famous figure in the forum. But judging from the content of the post, it doesn't seem that Minas are mutated animals. Su Miao continued to browse the posts and noticed a post asking for help. There are many such posts. And usually Su Miao would not read them. Because there are so many similar posts every day. Almost no one will read them. It seems that this has something to do with some ability users with poor character. That person said that he found a destroyed private base with a lot of supplies in it, but was trapped by mutated animals and asked for rescue. At that time, he is willing to donate more than 90% of the supplies as a thank you. Someone believed it and went to save him. After losing more than 10 people, it was discovered that there were no supplies at all. What's even more despicable is that the grandson, who posted the request for help, took advantage of the fact that the rescuers were seriously injured, looted their supplies and fled. Afterwards, the two sides launched a fierce scolding war on the forum, each insisting on his own opinions, with no result. Later, more and more vicious incidents occurred. There are even cannibals who post requests for help and fish for food. After similar situations were exposed, it became the consensus among able-bodied people not to read help-seeking posts unless they knew the person. It's just that the area of this post is a place that Su Miao needs to pass later, so she will pay attention to it. We are in the desert. Who will save us? Posted by Broken Sea Buckthorn. We are in Sichuan, which is very barren. We built an underground base based on a spring and can barely survive. But some time ago, a group of Japanese-speaking ability users came. Not only did they want to occupy our base and water source, they also wanted to kill all of us and turn us into food. Please, come and save us. We can't hold on any longer. Floor 1. Sleep, Lu. I've seen too many similar posts. Bears, Oz-san, mutated animals, mutated monsters, and aliens have all appeared. This time it's Taijun's turn. Right? Second floor. Shuewuti on you cannibals? Floor 3. 10 light years. I don't know if the poster is a cannibal. But looking at the picture in the post, it seems that the invaders are indeed cannibals. Floor 4. Panda Tony, if it were in the central and eastern regions, the credibility would be higher. But you are already in the western region. As far as I know, more than 99% of the Neon people died trying to cross the sea during the blizzard and extreme cold. They couldn't have gone that far. Floor 5. Dijon, I also know some news. Currently, the largest number of Neon people surviving in the world are in Brazil, South America. Floor 6. Blood Day charge. Kill. I want to see blood flowing like a river. Chapter 263 The Kind Witch. Su Miao blinked. Is this a private base built by cannibals? She took out another mobile phone, opened the map software, and searched for Shachuan's location. This town was, in a sense, on her path. I hope there won't be any trouble by then. Correct. Su Miao closed the post and took advantage of the internet to announce the location of the ruins of the Shisha shelter. Discover the location of the ruins of the Shisha shelter. Posted by Kind Witch. The location is almost like this. Here attached, picture.jpg. There are a lot of mutated animals and mutated bugs inside. If you want to explore, be careful, as you may die. Floor 1. Xi Meow Meow, so awesome Meow Meow. Second floor. Fries don't want to deal with you. Just after the news was announced that Ji Jiuxing destroyed the Shisha shelter. The ruins of the shelter were found? Isn't it too awesome? Third floor. By Yumming scared? Floor 4. The past life is just a speck of dust. The author reminds me that the ruins of the Shisha shelter are very dangerous and can kill people. It is so kind. Fifth floor. Su Ling, are there any friends nearby to check out the situation first? Floor 6. Old security guard, I know something about this. It is said that Ji Jiuxing led his people to attack it several times, and each time there were heavy casualties. Floor 7. Kahua Diver, a kind witch. A powerful new face. Floor 8. This cat is definitely not a kind person, under normal circumstances. Shouldn't such important information be sold for points? Directly made public? Could there be a conspiracy? Ninth floor. Wind and Frost Shaman, a group of 40 people was formed in the ruins of the Shisha shelter. They came to reload, range, melee, and heal. The distribution was fair and just. They gathered in Shisha town. 10th floor. Cha-Cha, Jin Young upstairs. This is not a game. 11th floor. Old Man Su, it's the end of the world. Why do you care so much? If you go in and kill a bug, you will be able to eat it for a long time. 12th floor. Did you stay up late? Damn. What you said above makes sense. Team me up. 13th floor. Go to bed at 11 o'clock. Do you want to be like this? Drooling when you see bugs? Well, take me one. I am the master of fire control. 14th floor. Magnetic Storm Madman, take me with you. I have a magnetic blast rifle with its own charger and enough attack power. 15th floor. Lockpicking chef, professional lockpicking. Take me with you. I can open any lock. And I am a part-time chef. Su Miao glanced at the reply and closed the post. The news has been sent out, and it's up to them how much supplies they can get. But one thing is certain. Shisha Town will become more prosperous in the future because of the ability users who come to take risks. At the same time, various public security problems will also come to the fore. Whether Chi Bin, Old Man Su, and Shui Hongshou can control Shisha Town depends on their abilities. It is worth mentioning that the official shelter seems to have disappeared from various things, except for the attack on the missile base controlled by Ji Jiuxing. There are very few official comments even on Weibo and survival software. No, they were there and always have been. Su Miao thought of the published information on various mutated creatures, the various methods of surviving in the apocalypse, the production, and maintenance of various weapons, and even a large number of defective space storage devices that have been circulating recently. Apart from shelter, no other force would do this. At the same time, all shelters that Su Miao passed by basically open trading windows for ore to be exchanged for food, weapons and equipment, so as to increase the survival rate of residents who could not enter the shelter as much as possible. Su Miao ate a strawberry and closed the midnight snack app. She took out her magic notes and began to sort out the magic she had optimized some time ago. Review and consolidate it. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. According to the characteristics of magic, Su Miao systematically sorted out the magic he learned. Fire magic, small fireball, fireball, blue fireball, purple fireball, blue flame spear, purple flame spear, water magic, small water ball, large water ball, ice spike, ice arrow, undead magic, blood magic resurrection of the undead, bleeding, blood crystal, blood sacrifice, magic draining, death core, light magic, star bloom, flash, magic beam, defensive magic, magic covers the whole body and creates a magic barrier, space magic, magic space array, other magic, magic apparition, magic tentacles, mage hands, night vision, cruciatus curse, cleansing magic, arcane magic, arcane wisdom, arcane impact, flash, etc. This series of magic has not been learned yet. Potions and magic circles are not listed. Su Miao looked at the arranged magic and took a deep breath. Unknowingly, she had learned so many magics. In the past, this was something she would never dare to think about. In addition, while sorting out her magic research, Su Miao discovered something. She would become graceful involuntarily. Her brain would become clearer than ever before, and many ideas could give results in a very short period of time. However, after leaving the research, it became very difficult for Su Miao to enter this state again. The elegant self is a controllable state? Su Miao thought about it carefully. In the past, when she entered a state of elegance, she encountered sudden terrorist attacks. Her life was threatened, and she was extremely frightened. But this time, she was just obsessed with studying magic. So why did she enter this state? Therefore, Su Miao had a guess. The state of elegance and rationality was controllable. Then when fighting in the future, should we take the initiative to enter a state of grace? Su Miao immediately shook her head in her heart. She was too elegant and dangerous. She even dared to use failed magic directly. God knows how many more dangerous things she would do in this state. It was better not to do it. Just stay normal. She had been in coma for many days and experienced the awakening of an ability user. But so far she still didn't know what the awakened ability was. After this incident, Su Miao had an uncertain guess in her mind. Her awakened ability is grace? To put it simply, under certain circumstances, the inner fear will be sealed and enter a dangerous state of absolute sanity? Yes, under similar circumstances, mental energy consumption will be much greater than usual. Since she is a witch, using any magic will consume her mental energy. So naturally, she will not notice this aspect. In addition to elegance, there is also a perception that should be malicious. At first, Su Miao thought it was the witch's intuition and her innate ability. As he studied more and more magic, Su Miao understood that it was difficult to use magic without learning it. And yet, he could still use it so skillfully and accurately. Graceful state, malicious perception. Su Miao recorded these two abilities in the magic notebook. To achieve an elegant state, we still need to find ways to proactively control it. In addition to this, as an Esper, has she not awakened other abilities? Intuition told Su Miao that there should be another ability. But so far, she didn't know it. Su Miao left a gap in her notes. Maybe she will remember it in the future and understand what that ability is. The review of magic notes is completed. Su Miao stood up and stretched. The magic phantom has been picking mulberries, strawberries, and raspberries sleeplessly these past few days. Su Miao doesn't know how many are packed in her magic space. In addition to what would be left to eat, Su Miao used the extra parts to refine some magic potions and store them. He raised his hand and threw a cleaning magic on the table. In an instant, the table, chairs, and plates became clean. The newly learned cleaning magic was really useful. It is worth mentioning that there are too many branch lines of cleaning magic in cleaning magic. Su Miao summarized and optimized these into one. At the same time, due to over-optimization, Su Miao developed a brand new magic, purification. It's just that this magic is currently incomplete. Su Miao recorded it in the magic notes first, and will continue to study and improve it when it needs practice in the future. Your Highness, more and more people are coming to Xixia town. Beige flew down and reported. While I was patrolling, I also saw some ability users fighting on the road. Some ability users went directly to the ruins of the Xixia refuge. So far, no results have emerged. These guys move so fast. Su Miao thought that the various private bases were so far away that it would take some time for ability users to get here. But she didn't expect it to be so fast. Su Miao felt scared at the thought of so many strangers appearing. Must leave as soon as possible. Su Miao took out various delicacies from the magic space and said, "Eat, rest, and sleep. We will set off in the middle of the night." "Uh-huh." Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xian, who were studying, nodded immediately. Mina landed on the table early and looked at the food on the table expectantly. His Highness Su Miao is back to normal. He never forgets to give him a portion every time he eats. And it is so rich. Seeing that everyone was enjoying their meal, Su Miao was about to bring out some more food. But when she looked into the magic space, she found that all the delicacies that Pei Xiamyo had helped make were finished, as well as everything else. Can your elegant self be so edible? So be it. Anyway, there is enough food stored in the magic space, so you won't starve. August 16th, 2124, 3:45 a.m. Su Miao woke up. She glanced at the time and noticed the date. Before she knew it, it was August 16th. In a few days, it will be the first anniversary of the end. Su Miao recalled the life she lived in a villa in a tourist area during heavy rains and floods, and recalled the stir-fried chicken rice bowl she ate before the apocalypse. It was so delicious that she didn't know if she would have the chance to eat it in the future. At that time, I only purchased 10 portions in a package, and they were all eaten not long after the apocalypse came. Packed too little. In addition, there are only more than 3 months left before a new round of blizzards and extreme cold. She needed to use this time to rush as quickly as possible and reach shelter number 1. Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xian woke up soon after. Everyone had a quick bite and got ready to go. Su Miao raised her hand, put the orange tree magic barrier into the magic space, and said to the strawberries, raspberries, and mulberry trees on the hillside, "You are free." What will happen to these mutated plants in the future has nothing to do with her. Hearing Su Miao's voice, the strawberries, raspberries, and mulberry trees made a clattering sound. They closed their branches and leaves to make way for Su Miao. "Set off!" Su Miao took out the silver umbrella and led Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xian down the mountain towards the distant road. Starlings routinely fly ahead to observe road conditions and provide early warning. "Your Highness, there is a group of people setting up Luca in front." "Luca?" Su Miao tilted her head. After walking such a long way, she hadn't met Luca for a long time. Ba Gu said, "Yes, a group of ability users with average strength." "Your Highness, do you want me to clear them out first?" Su Miao said. "No need. If these people are not strong, it can be used to exercise their courage in facing strangers. She can't face strangers and show fear all the time. Nor can we rely on an elegant state. That would be too dangerous." That's what he thought. But when he met so many strangers, especially strangers with strong malicious intent, Su Miao was very scared. "Hey, someone came out of Xixia town so quickly. They must have brought goods with them." "Right. Hand over your things. Man, take off your cloak and show me." Seeing the 3 girls approaching, the ability user blocking the road and guarding the road became excited. Su Miao became even more frightened. With a shake of her hand, a regular purple fireball fell. "Pink! Pink Devil!" The leader saw clearly the iconic purple fireball and the pink twin tails under the cloak, and was horrified. Didn't it say on the late-night snack app that the Pink Devil has left Xixia town? Why does it appear here? Knowing that the Pink Devil was coming towards him, he wouldn't dare to block the way even if he had 10,000 courages, let alone say a word of nonsense. But it's too late to say anything. Desperate screams sounded. The purple fireball fell, and the dozen or so ability users blocking the way, including their blackmail goods, all turned into fly ash, and a beautiful mushroom cloud rose, lighting up the dark night sky. Xia Xian secretly glanced at Sister Su Miao. Didn't Sister Su Miao say she needed to exercise her courage? Killed them all before even saying a word. However, if you think about it carefully, isn't this what Sister Su Miao did when she was living in a villa in a tourist area? The slight difference is that Sister Su Miao used to use crossbows and firearms, but now she uses magic. "Let's go!" Su Miao said, pretending that she had not planned anything just now. As for Xia Xian, who could read minds, Su Miao didn't look at it. Yes, in addition to flying magic, she also wants to collect magic broom making, psychic barrier and other magic. Xia Xian and Lin Jiujiu turned around and looked at the explosion area covered by high temperature, and they quickly followed Su Miao. A few days later, Su Miao, Lin Jiujiu, and Xia Xian arrived near Shachuan town without any obstruction. This is the area for posting requests for help. However, looking around from a high place, there are high-temperature burned sand and gravel gobi everywhere, and it doesn't look like anyone would live here at all. Your Highness, there are people fighting in front. Right over there. They ran out of the underground. Mina circled around and flew over at top speed to report the situation. Su Miao blinked. She didn't need to ask any questions. From a high place, she could see the battle 2 kilometers away. A man and a woman were running away in front, followed by a group of fierce ability users. Interestingly, none of them used modern weapons. They all used Tachi. Chapter 264. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, which is called, Baga! Mayamiza Hongya! Are you going to betray everyone for the sake of a Dragon Nation person? Kanda Yuliang was extremely angry. Mayamizu Momiji is the person they value most, and they plan to focus on training her. But he didn't expect that Mayazui Hongya would betray for a Dragon Kingdom person. If the news here leaked out and triggered a missile attack from the Dragon Kingdom's official shelter, so many of their clansmen would die, and so many months of struggle would all be lost. In vain. You know, the last time someone who didn't kill him completely sent what happened here to the Midnight Snack app. It caused such a big disturbance. It is unforgivable that Mayamizu Momiji betrayed and fled with this Dragon Kingdom man. Kanda Yuliang roared. Let him leave alive and tell what happened here. Everyone will be killed by you. Mayamizu Hongya stood in front, refusing to give it an inch. I won't let you kill him, Kanda Yuliang said. Baga! Then you all die together. Kill! 15 warriors quickly pursued him. Different from traditional samurai, they used their abilities while wielding swords, focusing on being despicable and shameless, with killing as their main purpose. Mayamizu Momiji could still hold on at first, but after a few moves, she couldn't hold on anymore and had several wounds on her body. Under the scorching heat of the sun, the injuries became more serious. Red leaves! Duan Hingji shouted loudly. He was too weak and could do nothing but retreat again and again. In a sense, Duan Hingji was a burden to Mayazui Momiji, and many unnecessary injuries were caused by him. However, if Mayazui Hongya doesn't block it, Duan Hingji will really die. Seeing that the situation was getting more critical, when Mayamizu Momiji was ready to fight to the death, things took a turn for the better. Captain Kanda! Someone is here again! It's 3 girls! The warrior who awakened his eagle eye noticed Su Miao, Lin Jiujio and Xia Xiuan standing high up, and reported immediately. Baga! Don't leak the news. Go and kill them with a team of people. No one will be left alive, Kanda Yuliang ordered. The Mayamizu Momiji in front of her was already at the end of her strength, and she could be dealt with by leaving only a few people. After receiving the order, the 6 warriors immediately separated from the surrounding team and rushed towards Su Miao, Lin Jiujio, and Xia Xian at the height. There are only 3 girls. They must be killed very quickly. Sister Su Miao! They want to kill us and silence us! After Xia Xian finished speaking, he found that Sister Su Miao had put on the Type 36 sniper rifle that she had not used for a long time and loaded the bullets skillfully. Lin Jiujio stood aside and watched dumbfounded. Sister Su Miao's movements were so beautiful. Su Miao held the sniper rifle and nodded. She just took one look and felt extremely strong malice. This kind of malice is like wanting to kill someone after seeing you accidentally. It's so terrifying. It's obviously so far away. But he's just passing by. And he's not a chivalrous person who likes to meddle in other people's business. So why should he be so malicious? Even in order to eliminate malice and reduce the sense of presence. They all wear cloaks. Su Miao set up a sniper rifle. Bago! Kill those who run away! Yes! Your Highness! Midas flew out like lightning. Boom! There was a gunshot. And the warrior at the front exploded, like a watermelon, and fell to the ground. The 5 warriors following behind obviously failed to react. Their squad leader was shot in the head. How can this be? When they first became espers, it was understandable that they would be sniped. But they have all become powerful espers. Boom! The second gunshot rang out, and another warrior was shot in the head. Blood splattered everywhere, which was shocking. However, their steps did not stop. 2 kilometers? Very close. Boom! The third gunshot rang out, and another warrior was headshot. The remaining 3 panicked. Theoretically, they are all powerful users who can dodge bullets. But why can't the brothers around them dodge? The first time can be said to be an accident, and the second and third times cannot be explained at all. Then there is only one possibility. The other party is an ability user with relevant talents. Baga! Hide! A warrior shouted and took the lead in hiding behind a rock. Fortunately, there are a lot of rocks here, so it's no problem to hide for a while. The same goes for the other two samurai. But before they could make their next move, the fourth gunshot rang out, and a warrior hiding behind the rock had his head exploded and died on the spot. This time, the remaining two warriors panicked. They could see clearly that the rock blocking the brothers was not damaged in any way. But the brother hiding behind the rock was dead. How did this man from the Dragon Kingdom do it? They were afraid. However, an even more terrifying scene happened in the next second. Resurrection of the dead. Su Miao, who was high up, pointed down. The four neon warriors, who were sniped quietly, rushed towards the two survivors with blood all over their bodies and scars burned by the high temperature on the ground. Ah! A samurai was caught off guard and stabbed in the waist. The other person turned around and saw the brother who had been attacked by a sneak attack, and immediately showed an extremely frightened look. With a few swipes, the two warriors were cut into several pieces and scattered on the hot ground. Su Miao blinked. After dying so miserably, these two warriors could no longer continue to be used as undead. But it doesn't matter. There are four more. Kill them! Su Miao gave orders to the four undead warriors. The four undead warriors immediately turned around and bravely attacked Kanda Yuliang's team. Boom! Su Miao continued to shoot, killing other warriors around Kanda Yuliang. A gunshot kills one person, and no one except Kanda Yuliang can escape the sniper kill. What's even more hateful is that he almost killed Mayamizu Momiji with a knife. At the critical moment, the sniper target became him. Idiot! Kanda Yuliang cuts off the sniper bullet with one strike. At this time, he discovered that there were only 3 warriors left. What was even more terrifying was that the dead brother had turned into an undead warrior. He would stab the brothers next to him when he stood up, making it impossible to defend against them. At this moment, Kanda Yuliang realized how terrifying he had provoked. There are only a few people who are famous on the Night Snack App forum who can turn corpses into undead and stand up to attack. And none of them are easy to mess with. Are you the Pink Demon or the Blood Duchess? Kanda Yuliang stepped back and shouted loudly. It is our fault to offend you. Please show your respect. We will not offend the river. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, which is, boom! Su Miao fired. He had never thought that someone could carry his voice so far. It was terrifying. Yuliang Kanda is really strong. And he cut off the bullet again. Withdraw? He glanced bitterly into the distance. Then at the seriously injured Mayamizu Momiji, turned around and ran away. Run? Quack. Quack. Have you asked Master Bird? Mina swooped down and scratched the head of a warrior with his claws. The other samurai was extremely angry and slashed at him with his sword. Who would have expected that the Mina would not dodge? But the dark wings would cut off the samurai's sword and cut off the samurai's head along with it. Quack. Quack. Noob. Mina flew high into the sky. It circled, with Kanda Yuliang in front of it. Little devil. Watch Master Bird. I phone you. Heal you. In an instant, a tornado rose from the ground, flying sand and rocks, and the invisible wind knife swept towards Kanda Yuliang. This skill of picking strawberries, mulberries, and raspberries is not something he has learned in vain. Escape. Kanda Yuliang swung his sword and instantly burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Beige was angry. It was a rare opportunity to show off in front of His Highness, but he ended up being so disrespectful. It flapped its wings, and its size instantly grew in size. The sand and gravel wrapped in the land tornado hit the ground densely like cannonballs, blasting through the ground to force Kanda Yuliang out. Even under this wave of attacks, several undead warriors who rushed over were beaten into sieves and exploded on the spot. Su Miao looked at this scene with some surprise. Mina's attacks are terrifying. At this time, Mayamizu Momiji shouted loudly, "Be careful. He can affect emotions and make people misjudge." In an instant, the land tornado dissipated. Just a little bit away, Bago was about to sweep down both Mayamizu Hongya and Duan Hingji. The Mina was hovering in the air, very angry. It was calculated. At this time, looking at the hot and scorched ground, I wonder where Kanda Yuliang escaped. Sister Su Miao. Over there, close to the canyon. High up. Xia Xian pointed in a direction. Su Miao put away her sniper rifle, replaced it with a sycamore wood staff, and unfolded the amplifying magic circle under her feet. The pink twin tails are flying, and the terrifying magic power is gathering. Magic beam. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling magic beam shot across the sky, blasting the canyon pointed by Xiaoxian into a 100-meter abyss. The seriously injured Mayuzui Hongya and Duan Hingji looked at this devastating attack with shock in their eyes. They originally thought they were dead this time, but they didn't expect there would be so many surprises. Hongya, we survived? Duan Hingji burst into tears. Mayumizu Hongya looked at Duan Hingji, her body shaky. Duan Hingji quickly supported the seriously injured Mayumizu Momiji. He must not fall down here. If he falls down, he will definitely die. Sister Su Miao, that person is still alive and escaped. But he was injured, Xia Xiran said. Su Miao held the sycamore with staff and took a deep breath. Were they all escaped like this? What to do? She looked at the two survivors below. To be hunted down like this. They should know where these people's bases are. Your Highness, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Mina flew back and said. Su Miao shook her head. It's okay. Go and ask them what happened to those people just now. Beige said. Yes, Your Highness. It immediately flew towards Mayumizu Hongya and Duan Hingji. Seeing the Mina flying in, Mayumizu Momiji, who almost fell down, stood up again and looked at the flying Mina warily. Let's go. Let's go too. Su Miao said. Xia Xian and Lin Jiujio followed immediately, reminiscent of the help post on the Midnight Snack app. And looking at the situation of these people killing everyone on sight, Su Miao was worried that she would not be able to sleep peacefully unless she killed them all. So she needs some clues. For example, the coordinates of the occupied private base. Bagel flew in front of Gongjue Hongya and Duan Hingji and said, Quack, quack, you're at the end of your tether. Why should you be wary? Master Bird, I want to kill you. And I just killed you. Mayumizu Momiji said weakly. Mayumizu Momiji, thank you very much for your life-saving grace. Duan Hingji said. I am Duan Hingji. Sorry. Beige said. Who was chasing you just now? They are all Neon ability users. Duan Hingji's eyes instantly turned red. He supported the seriously injured Mayumizu Momiji and gritted his teeth and said, A few months ago, some Neon people wandered here and entered our base. Because everyone was a refugee. The base took them in. But what I didn't expect was that more and more Neon people came since then. When we reacted, the ability users hidden among these people assassinated the base commander and began an indiscriminate massacre. They killed everyone in the base and took Platic over. We tried to call nearby private bases for help, but found those bases were occupied. It's just because our base commander is relatively strong that these Neon people have been planning for a long time before starting to take action. I remember when those Neon people first arrived at the base. They would rush to do any dirty work, and even risk their lives to hunt mutant animals. It seemed that they really wanted to blend in with them. Who would have thought that all this was just an act? Just to gain the trust of the base commander. And they would go on a rampage. It's not like no one in the base said they had taken precautions. It's just that after those people married the Neon woman, their faces changed. It wasn't until they were assassinated by the Neon woman that they woke up. As for Mayumizu Momiji, who risked her life to protect him, she was different. They fell in love before the end of the world. But Mayumizu Momiji's family never agreed. The Doomsday gave them the opportunity to reunite. But they also encountered such an unimaginable disaster because of this reunion. Beige flew around Duan Hingji and Mayumizu Momiji and said, Do you know the coordinates of the base they occupy? Duan Hingji looked at Mayuzui Hongya. Mayumizu Momiji closed her eyes. Tell me. They are not my tribe. They are a group of selfish, bloodthirsty demons. Duan Hingji nodded and gave the coordinates of several private bases. It is said that there is another private base called Lao Tuakera's base. I don't know the specific coordinates, Mina said. Okay. Do you have anything else to say? Duan Hingji suddenly thought of something. There are many powerful ability users among them. So be careful. If you go there, there should be no problem. Such a big canyon was destroyed by the bombardment. Duan Hingji took a deep breath. But one thing. Don't believe their lies. Duan Hingji shuddered when he thought of those Neon people who used their lives to gain everyone's trust in the beginning. Mayumizu Momiji said. Can you take me with you? My sister is still inside. Mina said. Wait here. Simply destroying a few private bases would be no problem for His Highness. But when it comes to saving people or something, Mina can't make a decision. It has to ask His Highness for instructions. Also, this one named Mayumizu Momiji seems to be dying. If the person dies before all the information is disclosed, His Highness will be unhappy. Beige flew back and reported the information received to Su Miao. Are these people demons? It would be terrible to first use your life to gain the trust of the residents in the private base. And then wait for the people around you to relax their vigilance a little before killing them. Su Miao held the sycamore with staff tightly. Let's go and see these two people first. Chapter 265. The magic potion label is wrong. When she saw Su Miao, Gong Shui Hongya was dying. Su Miao glanced at Xia Xian. And Xia Xian said, Sister Su Miao. She didn't lie. Regarding the situation in front of him, Lin Jiuzhou didn't know what it was before, but he later found out. Xia Xian's mind-reading skills frightened her a little. However, Lin Jiuzhou didn't know that Xia Xian was also a little afraid of her, because she had a few dreams, and she didn't know what happened. Lin Jiuzhou ran into her dream. After learning about Lin Jiuzhou's previous achievements from the app, Xia Xian didn't know how to evaluate him. He could only say that fortunately, he was not an enemy. Su Miao raised her hand and took out a paper cup, dropped a small water ball in the paper cup, and used the magic hand to send it to Maizui Hongya. Drink it. Water? Duan Hingji looked at the paper cup floating in the air and was extremely excited. Thank you. Thank you. He immediately handed the water to Mayamizu Momiji and carefully fed Mayamizu Momiji to drink. After drinking the water, Mayamizu Momiji's complexion improved significantly. Thanks, Mayamizu Momiji said. After drinking this glass of water, she obviously felt that her injuries were slowly recovering, and the signs of heat stroke completely disappeared. I am Mayamizu Hongya. Are you His Highness Su Miao? Mayamizu Momiji asked cautiously. Just now she heard Kanda Yuliang calling Su Miao, and she guessed this in her mind. As for the Blood Duchess Hien, if we really meet her, the other party will most likely not save people, but just kill people indiscriminately. Then contact the relevant information that you usually see on the Midnight Snack app, and you can basically get it right. No one dares to think about Her Highness, the witch's reward of 100,000 points. Anyone who dares to think about it is dead. I am, Su Miao said. Mayamizu Momiji said, Your Highness, my sister is still in one of the bases. Please help me save my sister. I will do anything for my sister. Just now, Bago asked for the coordinates of several private bases, referring to what the witch Su Miao had done. In addition to destroying these private bases, Mayamizu Hongya could not think of the second possibility. It is most likely a fantasy for other ability users to have such an idea. But His Highness Su Miao can definitely do it. Look at the disappearing section of the canyon over there. Just a simple glance can leave people with lingering fears. Su Miao shook her head. Are you willing to do anything? It's not necessary. I can give you the strength to save you. In fact, neither Maizui Hongya nor Duan Hingji knew that from the moment Su Miao approached them to the moment they were in front of him, there was always a magic space formation in between. This is Su Miao's habit. Although she can sense malice and Xia Xian can read minds, it cannot be ruled out that there are people like Chen Ning who shield against malice, and even use their inner voices to deceive. She will always maintain the precautions she should have. Mayamizu Momiji said gratefully. Thank you, Your Highness. Su Miao took out several bottles of magic potions. These are potential potions, enhancement potions, and life potions. Potential potions can explore your potential. Enhancement potions can make you stronger within a certain period of time. And life potions can heal your injuries. But I don't know what side effects there will be after drinking these medicines. Wait, why does the color of this life potion look the same as the life-burning potion? Is it mislabeled? Even in her elegant state, does she sometimes make mistakes? No. This was refined after she recovered. It is not incomprehensible that there are too many refining products, and 1 or 2 bottles are labeled incorrectly. Did I forget something? Su Miao blinked. She seemed to have remembered something. I remember that when she was in an elegant state, she seemed to let some undead catch some white mice and rabbits and come back for experiments. Later, Su Miao posted the coordinates of the ruins of the Xixia refuge, which attracted a large number of ability users to form teams to explore. Then, she only stayed for 3 days before leaving with Xia Xian and Lin Jiuzhou. I forgot all about using mice and rabbits to test magic potions. There should be no problem. At this time, at the foot of the mountain where a large number of strawberries, raspberries, and mulberries were planted. The undead who had returned from their missions were wandering back and forth with captured mutated white rabbits and mice, looking very confused. Their Highness has disappeared. Mayamizu Hongya looked at the potion that Su Miao took out and accepted it decisively. Thank you, Your Highness. As long as I rescue my sister, I am willing to follow Your Highness for the rest of my life. The umbrella Xia Xian used to protect herself from the hot sun was slightly tilted. This is a lie. Su Miao tightened her cold expression, blinked and said, "Lead the way to the private base where your sister is." I originally wanted to replace the mislabeled life-burning potion. But if I'm lying, let's do this for now. Although she saved these two people, it doesn't mean that they are not strangers. Mayamizu Hongya was a little surprised. "Your Highness, do you want to go directly?" Su Miao said. "Go directly," Duan Hengji said unsteadily. "Your Highness, I know the location. Go this way." There was vengeful anger in his eyes, and it looked like he had been holding it in for a long time. Mayamizu Momiji said, "Your Highness, can you give him some water?" Su Miao gave Duan Hengji a glass of water. "Thank you, Your Highness." Duan Hengji drank the water and felt that his body instantly became energetic. He even recovered from hidden injuries in a very short time. He understood why White House Shui Hongya wanted to beg him for a glass of water. This is saving his life. "Your Highness, we will lead the way," Duan Hengji said. He and Mayamizu Momiji walked in front, introducing the situation of the nearby private base as they walked. Shuangqi, Lu Sha, Lao Populus Euphratica, Gurpo, Lao Tuakera's base. Mainly these five. Due to geographical restrictions, the scale of the 5 private bases is not large. The upper limit of Shuangqi, Lu Sha, Lao Yang, and Gurpo bases is 3,000 to 5,000 people. The upper limit of the Lao Tuakera's base is slightly larger and can accommodate 30,000 people. It is said that it was used as a secret military base 100 years ago, so it has such a scale. However, no matter how large the scale is, it is useless. After the apocalypse, the huge Lao Tuakera's base only has more than 3,000 people, and the number of people in Shuangqi, Lu Sha, Lao Yang, and Gurpo bases ranges from 800 to 1,200. Life is difficult for everyone. Because of this, when they see neon people wandering here, they will take them in on the principle that they are all disaster victims, and it can also increase the combat power in the base. As for food, several bases have sufficient reserves. If you really need them, just attack the nests of some mutated animals and bugs. They can be collected quickly. Who knows? Things will turn out like this. "My sister is at the quicksand base," Mayamizu Momiji said. "We escaped from there." Su Miao held a silver umbrella and listened. Everything Mayamizu Momiji said so far was not a lie. Mayamizu Momiji said, "There are a lot of hidden quicksands near the quicksand base. We must be careful when looking for them. It is difficult to be rescued if we fall into the quicksand." Beige said, "Your Highness is here. Don't worry." Even if His Highness doesn't take action, as long as it is around, Lin Jiujio and Xia Shiran will be fine. At the quicksand base, Yuliang Kanda entered the base dragging his wounds. The expression of the neon ability user on duty changed drastically, and he immediately supported the shaky Kanda Yuliang. "Captain Kanda, what's wrong with you?" "I'm fine. Please notify the stream leader quickly. The pink demon Su Miao is here." After saying this, Kanda Yuliang fainted. "Call the doctor quickly. Save people. Save people." The ability user guarding the gate shouted loudly. A few minutes later, 10 powerful neon ability users gathered together in the quicksand base. Each of them carries a sword and wears uniform warrior uniforms. Looks very average. Beichen E Dao Lu is their name. Before the end, few people knew that they were the actual controllers and beneficiaries of some of Neon's chables. It is precisely because of their considerable resources that they were able to cross the sea alive after the end of the world, come to the west of the Dragon Kingdom, and successfully occupy the quicksand base. At that time, Neon was in a desperate situation of destruction. The former leader Chiba Tarina invited the major families to form an alliance and made a plan to occupy the Magpie Nest. However, after arriving in the Dragon Kingdom, Xianba Yulina encountered Suzui, a member of the mysterious organization, and was seriously injured and dying. When she was dying, she broke the old rules and passed the position of leader to the stronger Sakamoto Yoshio. Yoshio Sakamoto lived up to their expectations and successfully led them to gain a foothold here. A bright future seems to be waiting to them. Who would have thought how long it had just passed before the pink demon Su Miao arrived? This is a moving scourge of destruction in the apocalypse. A true humanoid demon, Sakamoto Yoshio said. About the pink demon Su Miao, please share your opinions. Ryosuke Yamayama, the military advisor of Beichen Edo Ryu, said, Leader, we should telegraph the news to the other companies first. According to the intelligence analysis on the Yeshia app, the chance of winning against the Pink Devil head-on is slim. We need to outsmart him. At the beginning of a similar conversation, The people attending the meeting would complain privately that this was too middle of the road. However, compared to the oppression from the apocalypse, they have become more accustomed to and adapted to it. Because the end of the world is a world where strength is respected and the weak eat the strong. The Doomsday will not talk about fairness with people. Everyone in the venue looked at Ryosuke Yamama, waiting for him to continue. Ryosuke Shanshan said, "First, contact several companies to fight together and contain them. Second, snipe layer by layer and let other bases launch long-range attacks to attract the Pink Devil's attention. Third, control some of our people and disguise them as aborigines from Quicksand Base. Use your trump cards to find opportunities to assassinate them. If the previous ones are of no use, we can sacrifice some people if necessary to ask for the Pink Devil's forgiveness so that the Baichin one-sword style can continue to exist." Sakamoto Yoshio said. "You mean the Pink Devil will definitely attack us?" Ryosuke Yamayama nodded. "Yes, Flow Master. Kanda Yuliang led the attack today to hunt down Mayamizu Momiji and kill the surviving Dragon Kingdom scientist Duan Hingji. However, Kanda Yuliang did not mention the mission after returning from Kanda Yuliang. The mission must have failed. Then, Duan Hingji and Mayamizu Momiji are very likely to fall into the hands of the Pink Devil. Duan Hingji will definitely tell the situation in the base. We are both from the Dragon Kingdom, and the Pink Demon loves destruction. There is no reason for her not to keep an eye on us. We can't take any chances." The great swordsman and powerful man Kengo said. "Strategist, are you sure those people will be willing to assist us? When we encountered Cisen, if they had not left Chiba Morina behind, Chiba Morina would not have died." Ryosuke Shanshan said. "This time is different from the last time. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that the lips are dead and the teeth are cold, unless they want to be destroyed together." The great swordsman and powerful man Kengo said. "They are just a bunch of rats," Sakamoto Yoshio said. "Execute the plan." The Baichinito-style experts who attended the meeting left one after another to go on missions. However, Yamayama Ryosuke did not leave, and neither did Sakamoto Ryoshio. Ryosuke Shanshan said, "Stream Master, in order to avoid accidents, I suggest that some people move again." Sakamoto Yoshio's expression condensed. "Do you know what you are talking about?" Ryosuke Yamayama said. "Judging from the past behavior of the Pink Devil, there is nothing left where she wants to destroy." Sakamoto Yoshio stared at Yamayama Ryosuke with a majestic expression. "Strategic advisor, do you think I am not as powerful as the Pink Devil?" Sean Liangsuk said. "Blue Master, do you remember Cisen?" Sakamoto Yoshio said. "He is the enemy of Baichin Notoryu. One day, I will cut off his head to make a wine glass." Sean Leongia said. "This is the information I bought on the black market, except for some powerful people from the Dragon Kingdom known to the Stream Masters. Si Tian, Si Ming, and Si Li, who were in the same category as Si Zui, all died at the hands of the Pink Demon Su Miao." Sakamoto Yoshio held the handle of the knife. "They just belong to the same organization, and it's normal for them to have different strengths," Ryosuke Yamayama said. "But," Sakamoto Yoshio said, "stop talking. You have other plans to implement. I am the stream leader, shouldering the great trust of Chiba Tarina. I must protect everyone. It is a shame to retreat without fighting. I would rather commit seppuku." Ryosuke Shan stood up and said, "I, Flow Master." Not long after, Shuangqi, Lao Huyang, Gurpo, and Lao Tuakara's bases received a telegram and learned that the Pink Devil was coming. At the same time, they scolded Baichin Yadalia for his deceptive behavior. After cleaning up so many times, there were still some fish that slipped through the net. This is just trying to kill everyone. Look at the base they occupied. From old people who were over 100 years old to babies who were a few months old. Even those who had saved them had some kindness. As long as they were Dragon Kingdom people, they were all killed. However, despite the criticism, facing the Pink Devil, who offers a reward of 100,000 points on the Midnight Snack app, he must continue to live for the sake of his tribe. They must fight. If you're lucky, maybe the Pink Devil's myth will be ended here, and all 100,000 points will be theirs. In addition, in order to prevent the news that this place is occupied by them from leaking out, they must also kill the Pink Demon and the traitors who escaped from the Quicksand base. Otherwise, the official shelter of the Dragon Kingdom will really release ground-penetrating missiles, super thermobaric bombs, and other weapons of mass destruction here. Everyone will still die by then. In a very short period of time. Shuangqi, Lao Huyang, Gurpo, and Lautoakara's bases sent powerful ability users to join the battle against the pink demon, along with the volleys of many long-range rockets. Layers of resistance against the pink demon Su Miao began. Facing the numerous rockets, Su Miao was frightened. She raised her hand and expanded the magic space array to its maximum extent, collecting all the rockets that struck in front of her into the magic space. Mayazui Hongya stared at Su Miao's hand, looking at this scene with indescribable shock. Your Highness Su Miao, how did you do it? Chapter 266, Baichanido Style. Please enlighten me. Mina, do it! Su Miao took out 3 sycamore wood staffs from the magic space, held the middle staff and waved it, and 2 magic phantoms appeared. The 2 magic phantoms each took a staff and disappeared in an instant. Okay, Your Highness! The starling flew out like lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye in the gunfire. Mayamizu Momiji looked at the scene in front of her, becoming more and more shocked. What's this? In the myth of the Dragon Kingdom, one breath transforms the 3 pure ones? But, Fan, isn't His Highness Su Miao a witch? In a short period of time, her mood swings became very intense. Xia Xiaoan held an umbrella and pretended to look ahead intently, without appearing to be mind-reading at all. Lin Jiujio looked nervously at the gunfire ahead. 10 seconds later, Mina appeared above a hillside and discovered a position for launching rockets. There are devices that automatically launch rockets everywhere on the position. In such hot weather, similar devices will basically be scrapped after just one use. However, such an automatic launching device can launch 55 rockets at a time, and it can be started after loading. Those who set up the position can escape and evacuate in time, which is very safe. The position is now empty. Everyone fled. However, in such a short period of time, if they are not top-level experts, even if they escape in advance, they will not be able to escape very far. Starling flew down, and the heads of several neon ability users who were too slow to escape fell off. When their heads fell off, they could still see their headless bodies continuing to run forward amidst the whirlwind. Supported by inertia, most of these bodies could run more than 10 meters before falling to the hot ground. Baga! Enemy attack! People with neon powers discovered the Mina who attacked them and shouted a warning. You scumbag without eyes! You can see clearly! Master Bird! I am Mina! Starling whirled around, taking advantage of the moment when they stopped to transform into a lightning blast, cutting off each of their heads during the rapid bends. In the blink of an eye, all the neon ability users who fled in this position were killed, and their blood flowed dry. Too weak, Mina flew up and rushed towards the next position. Here, the magical phantom Su Miao came to a position. The automatic rocket launcher here was still working, and everyone ran away as usual. Su Miao waved her staff, and a bunch of small blue fireballs fell down, and then she chased them into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. All the automatic rocket launchers on the position exploded, causing a deafening explosion. Kata-san, did you use any heavy firepower? No. Takatori-san. While running away at high speed, the 2 neon team captains heard a sudden big explosion behind them and asked in confusion. Takatori-san, could it be that the automatic launcher exploded due to the high temperature? Hey, it's really possible. Fortunately, we escaped quickly. As soon as the words fell, they were speechless. I don't know when a figure appeared in front of me. She was wearing a cute witch robe, and her cute pink twin ponytail shone beautifully in the hot sun. A dazzling magic light lit up in front of the staff, and more than 100 magic beams burst out, piercing the hearts of all neon ability users present. Pink Devil, why are you here? They fell to the ground, dead. Su Miao looked at these corpses and waved his staff again, and the undead resurrected and fell, allowing them to stand up again. The staff pointed forward, and the undead immediately took action and moved towards their base. Su Miao ignored these undead and went to the next position. Here, Mayamizu Momiji calculated the time, from the beginning of the rocket bombing to the end of the rocket bombing. The bombing lasted 2 minutes and 51 seconds. In other words, the attack against His Highness Su Miao led by Lusha base lasted less than 3 minutes and ended. What's even more terrifying is that the attacks on these 5 bases cannot be from the same position. In the case of multiple positions, the distance between each position will only be far or short. But in this case, it will be gone in less than 3 minutes? Such strength and such methods are far beyond Mayamizu Hongya's imagination. Is this really something a mortal can do? Mayamizu Momiji clenched her fists. Her confidence in rescuing her sister increased. 35. Su Miao counted the rockets recovered in the magic space. Judging from the number of these rockets, the accuracy are not very good. They are most likely produced and processed by small factories in these private bases. Compared with the missiles that Ji Jiusheng used, she didn't have to worry too much about the thermal weapons of these neon ability users. Let the undead go first. She was on her way here. Not in a hurry. According to the coordinates provided by Mayamizu Momiji, it would take them more than an hour to walk to the quicksand base. Wait for the undead in front to determine the coordinates of the quicksand base, and ask Bago to bring Lin Jiujio and Xia Xiaoan so that she can reach the quicksand base faster. It is 1 kilometer away from the quicksand base. There are many neon ability users setting up ambush points here. Different from the previous positions where rockets were used. Those prepared here were all powerful ability users. The person with the ability to control the earth element built the bunker in a very short period of time. In the bunker, 3 great swordsmen of the Beichen Edo style were wiping the swords in their hands. The sword in their hands is their confidence. According to the intelligence provided by the military advisor, the Pink Devil has extremely strong long-range strike capabilities. This type of ability user usually has a weakness. That is, their melee strength is very weak. As long as any one of them can get up close, it is no problem to kill the Pink Demon. Pink Devil! I don't know who said it. And the 3 great swordsmen stood up solemnly, ready to break through the ground and launch a surprise attack at any time. They were the finale. You must give the Pink Devil a fatal blow before taking action. Through the surveillance, they saw the Pink Demon Su Miao park not far away. With her pink twin tails, pretty face, and cute witch robe. If you don't know better, you might think she is a beautiful girl who came out of the two-dimensional world. Before the end, as long as it appears on an account like Douyin, it will definitely be very popular. And there will even be a lot of fanfics. Unfortunately, it's the end of the world. And the Pink Demon loves destruction. Must be killed. Kill! A group of neon ability users broke through the ground. Some wielding swords. And some throwing high-explosive bombs, high-explosive flash bombs, electromagnetic interference devices, poison gas bombs, etc. From the beginning of the attack, these neon ability users were determined to die. They tried to die together. Even if they can't die together, they still have to create opportunities for the 3 great swordsmen in the finale to deliver a fatal blow. However, what these neon ability users didn't know was that when Su Miao approached this area, she sensed a very strong malice underground. It is not impossible to directly destroy this area, but it will consume a lot of magic power. She was just a magical apparition. Therefore, it would be better if the neon ability users hiding underground were willing to take the initiative to come out. The most important thing is that in the magical phantom state, she doesn't have to be afraid of death. She doesn't even have to be afraid of death. Naturally, she doesn't have to be afraid of strangers. Magic beam. Just like before. Hundreds of magic beams exploded, piercing the hearts of the neon ability users who rushed over. The neon ability user looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. His body swayed, and he fell down. A more terrifying scene happened. Without the support of the body, the thrown high-explosive bombs, high-explosive flash bombs, electromagnetic jammers, poison gas bombs, etc. all fell not far from the body. Even if there are those who are lucky enough to survive. Under the raging influence of explosions, electromagnetic interference chaos, and poisonous gas, those who have died will no longer be able to die. This is nothing. Su Miao fired several more magic beams in succession. These magic beams contain more magic power and can instantly penetrate the bunker and directly attack the 3 great swordsmen hiding inside. What? The 3 neon sword masters, who were ready to take action at any time, never thought that Su Miao's real target would be them. It was obvious that they hid themselves so well. Even the aura on their bodies was restrained to the extreme. Boom! However, the question has no answer. Except for 1 neon swordsman, who had time to escape from the bunker. The other 2 were pierced by the magic beam, and died on the spot. Bagaya Road? Seeing that the disciples he brought with him died, and the 2 brothers were killed, the surviving neon great sword master was extremely angry. He held down the sword with one hand, and his momentum suddenly changed. Su Miao blinked, and hundreds of ice arrows roared out. She had some knowledge of neon swordsmanship. Most of them liked to gather momentum to read, stressing that the last move came first, killing the opponent in an instant, etc. However, these people have such strong hostility. How can we give them time to read the note? Cut! The sword flashed, and the neon great swordsman drew his sword and slashed. Su Miao blinked. The other party's first target was not her neck or heart, but her hand holding the staff. This cut combines a large number of abilities, allowing the knife's speed to reach an astonishing speed of more than 200 meters per second, which is extremely terrifying. A person with ordinary abilities would most likely lose their hands and die on the spot. Unfortunately, his opponent was Su Miao. This speed is still a little short of the speed of sound. Su Miao waved her staff expressionlessly and fired dozens of ice arrows. In an instant, the neon great swordsman passed by with his sword in hand. He stood on the hot gobi, assuming a standard decisive killing posture. The hot sunlight shone on his face, and his eyes were full of fear and confusion. He saw it clearly just now. When the critical strike was struck, Su Miao was clearly within his attack range. But after a moment, what he destroyed was clearly a ball of air. And Su Miao didn't stand in the same place at all. He recalled it carefully and vaguely recalled that at that moment, the pink demon Su Miao dodged gracefully and calmly, as if he had anticipated the result. With a clang, the knife in his hand fell to the ground. The neon great swordsman, whose body was stabbed with more than a dozen ice arrows, knelt on the hot ground. His head drooped, and he died. Su Miao turned around and looked at the corpse of the neon great swordsman. The undead spirit resurrected and fell. The next second, the undead great swordsman picked up the sword and stood up again, like his disciples. Su Miao pointed toward the distance with her staff, and the undead great swordsman said, "I, Your Highness!" He led this group of undead towards the quicksand base. Su Miao was thinking about a question. How far away can a magical phantom be from the main body? So far, the two magical phantoms are at least 15 kilometers away from her. Is this crazy? While Su Miao was thinking, a stranger in a cloak appeared in front of him. Pink Devil, I didn't expect you to be here. The great swordsman and powerful man Kingo stared at Su Miao, exuding an extremely terrifying aura from all over his body. Your Highness, he is the great swordsman of the Beichi style. His strength is second only to the leader of the style, Sakamoto Yoshio. His awakened ability is wind. The speed at which he draws his sword can approach the speed of sound, which is very scary. Mayamizu Momiji immediately revealed the information about the wealthy Kingo to show her loyalty. Everything is to save my sister. Xia Xian grabbed Lin Jiujio's hand and took a few steps back. Lin Jiujio expressed his understanding and was ready to start the concert field at any time. Based on previous actual combat and Sister Su Miao's research, the concert area that expanded after she started singing will form real and illusory space distortions within the scope of the stage. If attacks from the outside cannot break through this distortion of reality and illusion, they cannot break through the defense. In addition, after mastering Si Tian's dream control ability, Su Miao suspected that Lin Jiujio's expanded domain had more dreamy space distortion and refraction, which made Lin Jiujio's defense capabilities stronger after expanding his domain. After the domain is expanded, no one else is eligible to enter unless they are brought into the stage by Lin Jiujio. Seeing Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujio's actions, Gong Shui Hongye retreated with Duan Hengji. Beichen Yida Ryu, a wealthy man named Qianwu. Please give me some advice. The great swordsman and powerful man Qianwu held down the handle of the sword and locked his eyes on Su Miao's hands. Beichen's Yi Dao style has an unusual obsession with chopping hands, especially when facing strong people. However, it is different from some of the behaviors promoted by Neon Bushido. After the wealthy Kingo said that, he launched an attack on Su Miao. Sneak attack. The sword flashed. When the sword is drawn out of its sheath, the air is cut and separated. The target of the wealthy Qianwu changed from Su Miao to Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujio, who were standing behind. Su Miao blinked her eyes, waved her staff, and hundreds of ice arrows whizzed past. But I saw the powerful Kingo chop them all into pieces with one strike of his sword. Unattenuated, he continued straight towards his goal. However, after the ice arrows disappeared, they were replaced by dozens of small blue fireballs. The powerful Qianwu continued to kill, and was getting closer and closer to Su Miao, Xia Xiaoan, and Lin Jiujio, with only less than 30 meters left. For this distance, 2 more steps would be enough. Stronger power erupted from the sword, and after 2 consecutive waves of attacks from the pink demon, Kingo, a wealthy man, was no longer satisfied with using the strategy of attacking Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujio to upset the pink demon Su Miao. He wanted to kill the pink demon together. Kill! Seeing how fierce and terrifying the opponent's attack was, Su Miao couldn't hold back her cold expression. She looks terrified. The wealthy Kingo sneered in his heart. The pink devil was nothing more than that. The information provided by the military advisor was correct. The pink demon Su Miao was only powerful in long-range attacks, and had basically no melee capabilities. Too weak. Gong and Qianwu saw that Su Miao's hands holding the staff were trembling. Gee, I really don't understand how the pink demon Su Miao became so famous in the apocalyptic world, and even received a reward of 100,000 points on the Midnight Snack app. However, as a great swordsman of the Beichen Edo style, the powerful Kingo will not underestimate his enemies in any battle. Let's talk about everything after cutting off the pink demon's beautiful head. Only one step left. Su Miao was very scared. With a shake of her hand, the Cruciatus curse was cast instantly. The dazzling bloody light exploded in front of Gongmin Kingo's eyes. And Gongmin Kingo subconsciously wanted to kill it. The sword light cut through the bloody light. However, something seems to be wrong? The bloody light did not dissipate like the previous fireballs and ice. What exactly is this? Gongmin Kingo suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his heart, and the strength in his body was instantly drained. The nearly sonic attack stopped instantly. Under the inertial impact, he flew out with his knife, slammed into the invisible magic barrier, and hit the hot ground. His body instinctively struggled a few times and died. Mayamizu Momiji looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. The powerful Beichen Edo Ryu swordsman and powerful Kingo-sama died so easily. This person is second only to the leader of the stream, Sakamoto Yoshio, and is the senior of Beichen Edo Ryu. His Highness Su Miao is too strong. Xia Xiaoan took Lin Jiujio's hand and returned to Su Miao, which meant that the wealthy Qinwen no longer had any voice. After confirming the death of the powerful Kingo, Su Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Such a dangerous enemy can only make people feel at ease if he dies. I just don't know how many such dangerous enemies there are ahead. Su Miao frowned slightly and gave the great swordsman's corpse a resurrection. Under the shocked gazes of Mayamizu Hongya and Duan Hengji, Kingo, the powerful undead man, slowly got up and saluted Su Miao in a hoarse voice. Your Highness! Su Miao pointed to Gong Shui Hongya. Go to the Lusha base and rescue her sister. Kingo, the powerful undead man, said. I, Your Highness, Su Miao said. Gong Shui Hongya, you go with him. Mayamizu Hongya looked at the wealthy Kingo, then at Su Miao, and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Duan Hengji said, I'll go with you. Although it is safe to stay here with the witch Su Miao, this method of killing people and turning them into undead is too terrifying. Mayazui Hongya looked at Su Miao, waiting for Su Miao to speak. In fact, she didn't really want Duan Hengji to be with her. It was too dangerous. Su Miao said, Well, let him go with you. Mayamizu Momiji said, Yes, Your Highness. Kingo, the powerful undead man, came to Mayazui Hongya and Duan Hengji. He stretched out his hand and grabbed one person with one hand, shocking the two of them. Mayamizu Momiji instinctively wanted to resist. But then she thought that Kingo Gongen didn't need to do this if he wanted to kill her, unless it is the order of His Highness Su Miao. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. The next second, Mayamizu Momiji felt like she was flying. This was Kingo, the powerful undead sect. Using the wind power he controlled to bring Mayamizu Hongya and Duan Hengji back to the quicksand base at a high speed. Xia Xiaoan said, Sister Su Miao, there is something wrong with Gong Shui Hongya. Su Miao nodded. Yes, but she really wants to save her sister. Right. Xia Xiaoan thought for a second and said, Yes. Su Miao said, That's no problem. In fact, regardless of whether there was any problem with Mayazui Hongya or not, Su Miao never trusted her from the beginning. She would shy away from strangers before the apocalypse, let alone after the apocalypse. Stranger. Scared. A few minutes later, Bago came back. Your Highness, I killed them all. There will be no more rocket launchers in front of me. Su Miao said. Well, let's walk slowly first. In half an hour. Brother Beige, you can take Xiao and Jiujio with you. Beige said. No problem. Your Highness. Master Wealth. At the gate of Lusha base, the ability user who guarded the gate opened the door immediately when he saw the arrival of the powerful Kingo, holding Mayami Hongya and Duan Hengji in his hands. Kingo, a wealthy man, entered without saying a word, carrying Hongya Mayamizu and Duan Hengji. The ability user guarding the gate looked at the leading Kingo of the wealthy sect and praised. As expected of the lord of the wealthy sect, he brought the traitor back with one action. Able Person B said. Wonderful. Why didn't the rich man kill the Dragon Kingdom man? Able Person A smiled. This is not easy. I heard that the nephew of the rich man has made a new sword, and he should be ready to test it. Ability user B nodded. So that's it. It's a pity that my Mizuhonya has such a good-looking face, and usually looks cold to everyone. How could he fall in love with such a Dragon Kingdom person? Ability user A said. Imamura-san, don't think so much. We have such a big base, and we will have plenty of women in the future. Ability person B said. That's right. The two are confident and continue to guard the door, which is their duty. But they had no idea how much trouble the undead powerful Min Kingo, Maya Mizumomiji, and Duan Hingji they put in would stir up within the quicksand base. Someone saw the wealthy Kingo carrying Maya Mizumomiji and Duan Hingji, and immediately rushed over, wanting to do a small favor. Lord, please let me help. A middle-aged person with abilities stepped forward and bowed his head in salute. Then, his head fell off. The dead head fell to the ground and rolled around a few times, his eyes full of fear. People nearby screamed, but after noticing the look in Gonmin Kingo's eyes, the screaming people immediately shut up. Maya Mizumomiji was inexplicably frightened. She didn't see how the wealthy Kingo drew his sword at all. It seems that the wealthy Kingo is even more powerful now than when he was alive. Sir, the body needs to be disposed of, Maya Mizumomiji said. Kingo, the powerful undead man, said. Where does your sister live? Maya Mizumomiji said. After passing the block in front, turn right and enter the third residential area. Room 3367. Kingo, the undead master, took Mayazumi Momiji and Duan Hingji to the destination quickly. Here, in the central monitoring room of Lusha Base, military advisor Ryosuke Yamayama looked at the large monitoring screen. There are 3 small dots on the big screen. One small dot represents the wealthy Kingo, one small dot represents Duan Hingji, and one represents Maya Mizumomiji. The powerful Kingo was able to locate the pink demon Su Miao so quickly because of the monitor that had been installed on Duan Hingji. However, it was a big problem for Kingo Gano to return so soon after encountering the pink demon. Duan Hingji was not killed on the spot, which was a bigger problem. To locate the pink demon Su Miao, a monitor with Maya Mizuhonya is enough, Ryosuke Yamayama said. Inform the stream leader that the rich man Kingo, who came back, is an undead soul transformed by the pink demon. He is already dead, and Maya Mizumomiji has betrayed him. The Esper beside him immediately said. Dim living area. Room 3367. Maya Mizumomiji opened the door and saw her sister, who was eating sawdust meat cake. She rushed over and said, Wakaba, it's great that you're okay. The blind Maya Mizurui was a little at a loss. Sister, what's wrong? Maya Mizumomiji said. It's okay. Follow my sister quickly. Chapter 267. You are the real devil. In the apocalyptic world, it will be very difficult for ordinary people with abilities to live well, let alone a blind man. Maya Mizu Wakaba, 15 years old, was originally like a normal girl. However, when crossing the sea during a blizzard and extremely cold weather, in order to take care of her injured sister Maya Mizumomiji, she stayed up all night and her eyes were blinded by the cold. Because of this incident, Maya Mizumomiji blamed herself very much and always wanted to compensate her sister. After arriving at the Lusha base, she thought she would be able to settle down. Who would have thought that the Lusha Lord and the others would order the massacre of all Dragon Kingdom residents in private bases in this area? Maya Mizumomiji wanted to stop and rescue them. But once the massacre started, there was no room for recovery. She only saved Duan Hingji and others. Who would have thought that some of these people wanted to hurt her sister? So Mayazui Hongya had to draw a knife to kill. And in the end only Duan Hingji was left. But what Maya Mizumomiji didn't expect was that her every move would always be under the watchful eyes of Yamayama Ryosuke and Sakamoto Raya. Boom! There was a big explosion outside. This is Kingo, the powerful undead clan, fighting with people. Elder sister! Maya Mizu Wakaba was scared. A similar situation happened that night. After becoming blind, her hearing became more sensitive than that of ordinary people. She heard the wailing of many children, women, old people, and men before they died, and despair almost completely overwhelmed her. She felt blood splattered on her face. It was her sister killing someone to protect her. Now, is this going to happen again? Maya Mizurui covered her chest, her blind eyes showing a trace of sadness and fear. Rui, nothing will happen. My sister will protect you. My sister will take you away. Noticing the look on her sister's face that was obviously different from that of a blind person, Maya Mizumomiji said, She hugged her sister and carried her outside the house. Ahead, there should have been a not-so-wide street. But this street disappeared, and the cement buildings on both sides became dilapidated. The undead Master Kingo stood in the center of the ruins holding a sword. And there were neon ability users broken into two parts everywhere nearby. In addition to these people, there were also some neon old, weak, women and children, all of whom died. The neighborhood was filled with blood. Kingo, the powerful undead man, glanced sideways at Mayamizu Momiji. Mayamizu Momiji immediately said, "I found my sister. Please take us away." Kingo, the powerful undead man, didn't say anything and just walked ahead to clear the way. Mayamizu Momiji hugged her sister and followed quickly. In the darkness, a pair of cold jackal-like eyes stared at the undead powerful men Kingo, Mayamizu Momiji, and Mayamizu Wakaba. "Traitor!" They were eager to immediately pounce on them and launch a second wave of attacks, but were stopped by military advisor Ryosuke Yamayama. The current leader Yoshio Sakamoto wanted to do it, but was also stopped. "Wait until they leave the base before we attack. Attacking now will indeed leave behind the undead Lord Kingo, Mayamizu Momiji, and Mayamizu Wakaha, but they must also bear the consequences of the battle." Kingo, the great swordsman of the Beichen Ito style who they once admired, was transformed by the pink demon into a complete killing machine. His strength is stronger and more terrifying than when he was alive. When fighting with complete freedom, the huge quicksand base is it will soon be reduced to rubble. Not only that, the tribesmen living in the quicksand base will also be killed. This is a loss they cannot afford. A few minutes later, Kingo, the undead master, Momiji Miyazaki, and Wakaba Mayamizu arrived outside the quicksand base unimpeded. Kingo, the powerful undead man, stopped. Under the hot sun, there was a man standing in front with a sword in both hands. He obviously did not exude any momentum, but it made Mayamizu Momiji and Mayamizu Wakaba feel endless pressure. "Stream Lord!" Mayamizu Momiji exclaimed. Sakamoto Yoshio looked at the three people who walked out of the quicksand base and said, "Mayami Momiji, commit suicide here. I can let your sister continue to live." This is an order, an absolute order. Mayamizu Momiji's body froze, and she looked at the stream leader Sakamoto Yoshio in extreme horror. She put down her sister Wakaba Mayamizu, and uncontrollably touched the handle of the knife with one hand, intending to commit suicide on the spot. Her hand was already on the handle of the knife, and her body was trembling. Even if she tried her best to resist, she still couldn't control it. "Elder sister!" Mayamizu Wakaba noticed something was wrong with her sister and shouted quickly. With just one sound, Mayamizu Hongya's eyes regained clarity, and she regained control of her body. Mayamizu Momiji was still frightened, and as soon as she woke up, she protected her sister behind her to prevent her from being harmed. Sakamoto Yoshio looked at this scene without any emotion. In the apocalypse, for the survival of the ethnic group, once a traitor appears, if the traitor cannot be killed, all the traitor's family members will be killed. Mayamizu Momiji's sister Mayamizu Wakaba was an accident. Even though she is blind, her potential is unprecedentedly great, even far more than the Mayamizu Momiji they have always valued. This is the reason why Mayamizu Wakaba can survive until now. According to Onmyoji Muri Saikaro, Mayamizu Wakaba possesses a special divine body that can attract the arrival of the god of Takamagara. Unfortunately, Mayamizu Momiji went against the will of Beichen Itoryu and went astray. "Kill!" Kingo, the powerful undead man, didn't say anything nonsense and went straight towards Sakamoto Yoshio. Whether in life or as an undead after death, it has long been instinct to sneak up on the opponent when they are not prepared. For him, fighting requires all means, and in the end, as long as he stands and the enemy lies down, victory is achieved. The sword of the undead Master Kingo was infinitely close to the speed of sound, breaking through the extreme of his swordsmanship in life. Facing this sword, Sakamoto Yoshio drew his sword and struck first. There were several clanging sounds, and the terrifying sword energy was crisscrossing, cutting the battlefield into pieces, and the smoke and dust were billowing, making it extremely terrifying. Mayamizu Momiji looked ahead in shock and inexplicable, waiting for the smoke to clear. She saw that the hands of the undead Master Kingo holding the sword were broken, and the robe on his body was even more tattered than before. The powerful swordsman Kingo-sama, of a wealthy family, was defeated unexpectedly. Despite this, Kingo Gongo, who lost his arms, still charged towards Sakamoto Yoshio, not knowing what death and fear were at all. Mayamizu Momiji understood that there was not much time left for her. She decisively took out the magic potion given by the witch Su Miao. Potential potion can enhance potential. The side effects are unknown. Drink it. Enhancement potion can enhance combat power. The side effects are unknown. Drink it. The life potion is used to heal injuries. And you can drink it when you are injured. Ah! After drinking the 2 magic potions, Mayamizu Momiji felt a heartbreaking pain. Endless energy surged in the body, as if it was about to tear this weak body apart and let it out wantonly. In a daze, she felt like countless ants were gnawing at her body. And then, they assembled and reorganized her body, leaving behind this terrifying energy. The extreme pain gave Mayamizu Momiji the illusion that her soul and body were separated. She couldn't bear the terrible pain. However, supported by her strong will to protect her sister, Mayamizu Momiji persevered. If Mayamizu Hongye knew that there was a person named Ji Chen who was more ruthless than her, and drank almost all the magic potions presented by Su Miao at once, she didn't know what she would think. Sakamoto Yoshio raised his sword and slashed Kingo, the undead master who had lost his hands, on the spot. After kicking the powerful Kingo's body, Sakamoto Yoshio looked at Mayamizu Momiji in surprise. He didn't expect Mayamizu Momiji to be able to burst out with such energy. He sheathed the sword and looked calmly at the changing Mayamizu Momiji. Sister! Sister! What's wrong with you? Mayamizu Wakaba stood behind Mayamizu Momiji. At a loss. She could feel that her sister's current state was very special and dangerous. Rui! Stay here! Gong Shui Rui looked at Duan Hengji. Duan Hengji said, Oh yeah! Don't worry! Leave Rui to me! After the severe pain, Mayamizu Momiji felt that she had become stronger, and was still getting stronger. Stronger than ever before. At this time, Mayamizu Momiji found that the world in her eyes had undergone unimaginable changes. It's like an ordinary person flying up one day and having a panoramic view of everything visible and invisible. Mayamizu Momiji looked at the once aloof leader Sakamoto Yoshio, and felt that this leader was not truly invincible and could not be challenged. Even if Sakamoto Yoshio had just killed Kingo, a powerful undead man who had become stronger. Kill! She killed Yoshio Sakamoto. With one strike, Yoshio Sakamoto was cut back 500 meters. In an instant, Mayamizu Momiji chased up and completely suppressed Sakamoto Yoshio, killing him until Sakamoto kept retreating. Although Sakamoto Yoshio was suppressed, his expression remained calm. Mayamizu Momiji was able to gain such powerful power by drinking a special potion. As we all know, this sudden and powerful power cannot arise out of thin air, nor can it be without cost. The stronger you become in a short period of time, the greater the cost and the shorter the duration. Therefore, he just had to wait for the outbreak time of Mayamizu Momiji to end. By then it would be easier to kill Mayamizu Momiji than to crush an ant. Now, the real crisis in Quicksand Base comes from the pink demon Su Miao, and he must conserve enough strength to deal with it. As for whether allies from several surrounding bases would come to support him, Sakamoto Yoshio never expected it, because this is the end. If it was possible to whitewash the other 4 bases without one Quicksand Base, those people would be very happy to do it, and he would not hesitate to make the decision. In the sky, a starling passed by and noticed Mayazumi Momiji on the ground, who was madly attacking Sakamoto Yoshio. It saw Duan Hengji fleeing with Mayazumi Wakaba not far away. It turned back, and could tell the intelligence here. Your Highness Su Miao. Double Flag Base. A magical phantom, Su Miao, was led by several undead souls to the gate of the base. When the neon ability user guarding the door saw Su Miao suddenly appearing, his eyes widened and his head dropped. Sakamoto Yoshio expected that the major forces in the alliance would not really rescue the Quicksand Base, but he did not expect that Su Miao would kill other bases first. Unlike the main body, the magical phantom Su Miao is composed of pure magic power, so there is no need to worry about injury or death. Therefore, after killing the gatekeeper, she swaggered into the double flag base. Pink Devil! I don't know who shouted this. Su Miao stared at the past, and hundreds of magic beams exploded, killing nearby neon ability users and piercing the screamer's head. The penetrating power of the magic beam is extremely strong. After killing these people, the remaining power is not reduced, and it directly bombards nearby buildings. For a time, there were explosions one after another in the double flag's base, and there were endless wails and screams. I don't know if it's a problem with special environment memory. Along with the wails and screams of the neon ability users, the wails and screams of the Dragon Kingdom residents, who suffered a massacre here a few months ago, reappeared. It sounded extremely weird and permeable. As if the gate of I was opening at this moment is turned on. What happened? The guy rode. Who dares to come to the double flag base and act recklessly? Sir! Yes! Yes! It's the Pink Devil. The Pink Devil is here. Damn it! It's the Pink Devil. Isn't she going to attack the quicksand base? Why did she come here first? Suzuki Tsuneshige, the IGA ninja leader at the Twin Flag base, said, "Gather all your strength and kill the Pink Demon." As soon as the order was issued, a large number of ninjas came to Su Miao. Pink Devil, how dare you come here? Your death is coming! As the leader, IGA Ryu Jounin Suzuki Tsuneshige personally came to the front line to supervise the battle. In an instant, various ninjas fled toward the ground, shadows, and ceilings, quickly approaching Su Miao, and came to kill him. In the air, on the ceiling, in the shadows, and on the ground, there were countless sword auras, and hidden weapons crisscrossing and overlapping, forming a dense network that was going to strangle Su Miao on the spot. This is their IGA Ryu's ultimate victory. Before the end, they would never dare to think of such a decisive blow. However, after the end of the world, as they awakened their abilities, no one expected that the combination of applied abilities and ninjutsu would make them so powerful. With such a killing move, they easily strangled several Dragon Kingdom ability users, who were far more powerful than them, into pieces in the battle to control the double flag base. Seriously? If this pink demon were to attack the double flag base with that devastating fireball outside, they might be desperate. Now, the pink demon penetrates deep into their base and is delivered to them. The Pink Devil is looking for death. However, no matter what level or height, they combine their abilities and ninjutsu too. The malice in them is very obvious in Su Miao's eyes, like lights in the dark night. Boom! The magic beam erupted again. Hundreds of magic beams crisscrossing the entire block. Ninjas hidden in the ceiling, in the shadows of corners, and underground were attacked one after another and died on the spot. The killing moves they unleashed were instantly eliminated. The ninja who was preparing for follow-up was shocked when he saw this scene. But that's nothing. Su Miao waved the sycamore with staff expressionlessly, and the undead revived. The hundreds of ninjas who had just been killed turned into undead and crawled out slowly from the ground in shadows. Kill! How did they kill them just now? After turning into undead, this is how they fight back. In an instant, a huge melee broke out between the undead ninjas and the living ninjas in the double flag's base. Occasionally, ordinary neon people would appear, and just because they ran away slower, they would be killed on the spot by the aftermath of various attacks. Pink Devil, you don't even spare the elderly or children. IGA Ryu Jounin Suzuki Tsuneshige was extremely angry. The person who died just now has relatives, but it happened so suddenly that he had no time to rescue him. Ninjutsu Shadow Clone Technique. Suzuki Tsuna made a heavy seal with his hands, and instantly transformed into hundreds of clones, running towards Su Miao. Ninjutsu Wind Blade. Ninjutsu Fire Dragon. Ninjutsu 1000 Heavy Slash. As the leader of IGA Ryu, his strength ranks second among those who control the neon powers of the 5 bases. But with him around, absolutely no one dares to compete for second place. However, this time he was facing the witch Su Miao, and he couldn't use common sense to figure it out. Su Miao looked at the ninjutsu attacks of hundreds of shadow clones with an expressionless face, confirming that there was malice in every shadow clone. In other words, the attacks of these shadow clones are real. They are purely aimed at the main body. If you ignore these clones, you will most likely be injured. She held the sycamore with staff with both hands. An abnormal magic circle unfolded, and dangerous space runes appeared on the magic circle. The moment Suzuki Tsuneshige and many shadow clones attacked Su Miao, there was a bang and the void collapsed. The hundreds of shadow clones that hit him instantly collapsed and dissipated. 5 of the 6 Jounin who attacked with Suzuki Tsuneshige collapsed and died on the spot. The terrifying explosion power spread, causing a 50 or 60 meter deep hole to appear out of thin air in the huge Shuangqi underground base. Suzuki Tsuneshige is worthy of being the leader of IGA Ryu. He is much faster than others and retreats at the critical moment to save his life. However, affected by the collapse of the void, Suzuki Tsuneshige's body was covered with wounds and cracks, and blood kept flowing out. Looking horrified. Demon! Suzuki Tsuneshige looked at the collapsed abyss, his heart bleeding. This means that the 1st to 5th underground floors of Shuangqi base are all scrapped. and his wife, daughter, relatives and friends are all below. Madman! Suzuki Tsuna gritted his teeth. In the billowing smoke, he saw Su Miao's blurred state. When Su Miao released the unstable magic just now, Su Miao's sycamore wood staff exploded. His arms exploded, and his body was shattered. He looked even more miserable than him. Ha ha ha. I don't know why, but the pink devil became like this. This is his chance. Suzuki Tsunashige endured the pain and rushed straight towards Su Miao. He wants revenge. However, after actually rushing into the smoke, Suzuki Tsunashige saw Su Miao's condition clearly. It's true that there are no arms. And it's true that the body looks broken. But something was wrong. Because Su Miao standing in front of him didn't look like a real human being at all. Su Miao looked over with a calm expression. But when she looked at him, she seemed to be looking at a dead person. Ninjutsu. Suzuki Tsunashige sensed something was wrong and prepared to switch attacks. The next second, a dazzling bloody magic circle lit up at Su Miao's feet. With blood flowing, blood sacrifice, and magic being absorbed. 3 layers of magic were superimposed, covering Suzuki Tsunashige. Ah! Suzuki Tsunashige's body was frozen instantly, and he let out a shrill scream. The blood all over his body was drawn out like a fountain, turned into pure magic power, and fed back to Su Miao's body, repairing the broken body and restoring the exploded hands. When the bloody magic light dissipated, Suzuki Tsunashige fell to the ground weakly. You are the real devil! His pale eyes widened, and he died on the spot. The flow leader is dead! The flow leader is dead! I don't know who shouted this. And the surviving IGA ninjas were thrown into chaos. They all fled towards the darkness, trying to escape the punishment of the pink demon Su Miao. Only a few ninjas rushed forward without fear of death. What's interesting is that most of the ninjas charging forward are teenagers, and their eyes are full of murderous intent. Su Miao spread out her hands and condensed 10% of the body's magic power into a purple fireball with a diameter of 1 meter. Boom! The fireball fell, and both the little cubs that rushed up and the fleeing ninjas were all destroyed in the explosion. Those who were not killed died under the devastating high-temperature shock wave. Mushroom clouds rise from the ground. The once prosperous double flag base has become an abyss of death filled with high temperatures. Su Miao's figure appeared in the sky above the double flag's base. She glanced at the abyss with a calm expression, and after confirming that no malicious intent remained, she turned and left. Sister Su Miao! Look! The mushroom cloud! Lin Jiujiu pointed in the direction of the double flag base and said. Xia Xiuan took a look and felt that the mushroom cloud was very familiar, and it did not look like it was caused by a missile explosion. Sister Su Miao! Over there is the direction of the double flag base. Su Miao blinked and understood what the magic phantom had just done. Well, the double flag base was destroyed. At present, this magical phantom only has less than 15% of its magic power left, and it is currently rushing to the old populous Euphratica base. Another magical phantom is almost at the old populous Euphratica base. Your Highness, the fight is starting! The fight is starting! At this time, Bago flew back and reported quickly. Mayami Momiji just drank the magic potion given by His Highness, and is fighting the leader of the Neon ability users in the Quicksand base. He said he is a stream leader named Sakamoto Yoshio. He looks very strong. Look! And the undead that His Highness transformed just now was killed by Yoshio Sakamoto in just a few moves. Very scary. Su Miao blinked. The undead great swordsman she transformed earlier could draw his sword almost at the speed of sound. Yet he was killed just like that. It was terrible. Can you send a magic beam from a distance to kill someone? Will it be avoided? Su Miao said. Bago, take Jiujiu and Xiaoan with you. Let's go there. She wanted to rush to the scene quickly, see the reaction of Mayamizu Momiji after drinking the magic potion, and record the test data. By the way, find a way to kill Yoshio Sakamoto quickly and destroy the Quicksand base. Mina's size instantly increased. Yes, Your Highness! Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiuan stood obediently and let Bago pick them up and fly towards the Quicksand base. A few minutes later, Su Miao arrived in the sky outside Lusha base. Beige placed Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiuan on a high ground to easily watch the battle. Below, Mayamizu Momiji, who was suppressing Yoshio Sakamoto, had been fighting frantically for 9 minutes. She felt the loss of strength and the weakness that was about to sweep over her. Is this the sequelae mentioned by His Highness Su Miao? Cut! Sakamoto Yoshio noticed Mayamizu Momiji's weakness. His expression changed. He sheathed his sword and drew it out. The sword slashed with light. At extreme speed, Mayamizu Momiji, who started to fall, exchanged blows with Sakamoto Yoshio for an unknown number of times until the two of them passed each other. Mayamizu Momiji's whole body was covered in blood, with countless scars appearing up and down. Yoshio Sakamoto put away his sword. He looked at the pink demon Sumiao arriving in the sky with a solemn expression. According to the intelligence, the pink demon Sumiao standing in the sky is the most terrifying. He must find a way to get people down. Otherwise the entire quicksand base may disappear. Just as he was thinking this, several teams of neon ability users appeared on the ground. They looked at Sakamoto Yoshio expressionlessly. They are all undead. Who are these people mentioned in chapter 268? The battle was so brutal. Sumiao stood high in the sky, ignoring Sakamoto Yoshio, and looked at Mayamizu Momiji, who was covered in blood. Judging from Mayamizu Momiji's performance, drinking the potential potion and the enhancement potion at the same time, the time for continuous strengthening is too short. And this time is far less than the data provided by Ji-Chen. Of course, the data provided by Ji-Chen also needs to take into account the consumption of more magic potions and a hard made by Sealy. The conditions between the two are too different. When neither side had any magic potion, Ji-Chen faced off against Mayamizu Hongya and was likely to kill him instantly with one sword strike. She needs more data for reference. At least, Mayamizu Momiji drank the potential potion and strengthening potion, and was able to transform from a weakling into a strong one who could suppress Yoshio Sakamoto. He was not seriously injured by Yoshio Sakamoto until he was in a weak state. His performance was quite good. Mayamizu Momiji was still standing, not letting go of the sword in her hand. I want to protect my sister. I can't fall down here. She took out the life potion and drank it in one gulp. In an instant, Mayamizu Momiji felt that all the injuries in her body were recovering in an instant. All the sword energy that Sakamoto Yoshio left in her body was dispelled, and her aura reached its peak in a very short time and became stronger. Boom boom boom. The dispelled sword energy left shocking knife marks on the ground. Sakamoto Yoshio turned around and looked at Mayamizu Momiji, who had returned to his peak and became stronger. With a solemn expression, "Kill!" Mayamizu Momiji killed Sakamoto Yoshio without fear of death. Fierce fighting broke out again. Mayamizu Momiji killed him very freely, with unprecedented ease. Sakamoto Yoshio was completely suppressed by Mayamizu Momiji in terms of both strength and ability. The sound of knives pierced the air, and horrific explosions followed one after another. Sakamoto Yoshio retreated again and again, with wounds appearing on his body and blood flowing. He felt an unprecedented life and death crisis. Sumiao blinked and glanced at Sakamoto Yoshio. There were so many wounds, and he could be killed. She also wanted to observe again whether Mayamizu Momiji, who drank the life-burning potion, kept burning during the battle. Will it continue to burn after the battle is over? First, let Yoshio Sakamoto bleed out. She still has to hurry. Just when Sumiao was about to take action, Mayamizu Momiji and Sakamoto Yoshio approached Sumiao, who was standing in the void watching the battle. Do it! Sakamoto Yoshio shouted loudly. His blade is no longer pointed at Mayamizu Hongya, but at Sumiao in the sky. At the same time, Mayazui Hongya, who broke out the decisive blow, also pointed at Sumiao in the sky. It was obvious that the two of them were facing each other life and death just now. But who knew that the target of attack at the critical moment was all directed at Sumiao? Sumiao blinked, and the 12 layers of magic barriers unfolded and were broken through by the two of them. But when they attacked the magic space array, before they could react, the knife in their hands disappeared out of thin air, and the people were frozen in midair. Sakamoto Yoshio's eyes widened, wondering what was going on. Mayamizu Momiji also didn't understand. Even Sumiao, who was defensive, didn't understand. She has always deployed a magic space array as the ultimate frontal defense, whether it is a missile or an ability attack. Any attack directed at the magic space array can be absorbed into the magic space. The knives in the hands of Yoshio Sakamoto and Momiji Mayami met this standard very well. When the attack hit, it was naturally withdrawn without giving them any time to react. However, as living persons, Sakamoto Yoshio and Mayamizu Momiji were not taken in, but were only temporarily imprisoned. This looked similar to a spider web. She didn't know the specific principle. Baga! Pink Devil! What have you done? Sakamoto Yoshio asked loudly. The attack failed. The sword was taken away, and Sakamoto Yoshio could no longer maintain a calm expression on his face, as he was imprisoned and unable to break free. originally faced with such a surprise attack. Su Miao was startled, and was even yelled at by Sakamoto Yoshio. Su Miao shook her hand, and a bloody magical light lit up. The Cruciatus Curse. Demon! Sakamoto Yoshio's body trembled. His heart turned into bloody mud in an instant, and he fell from the sky with a thud. After Sakamoto Yoshio died, Mayamizu Momiji's eyes regained consciousness. But her body was still out of control, and she even couldn't help but want to self-destruct. Your Highness, kill me! Mayamizu Momiji said. My body has long been controlled by Sakamoto Yoshio. Kill me! Sister! Sister! Mayamizu Wakaba, who was on the ground, heard the sound, but she couldn't see anything and could only shout weakly to the sky. Duan Hingji grabbed Gong Shui Rui's hand from behind, preventing Mong Shui Rui from rushing out of the shadow. They couldn't stay in such a hot and scorching sun for a long time. If you fall, you can easily get severely scalded or burned. The consequences could be disastrous. Su Miao looked at Gong Shui Hongya. Was she just being controlled? She raised her hand, and a blue fireball condensed, swallowing Mayazui Momiji instantly. As for the more observational data that Mayazui Hongya could provide after drinking the life-burning potion, Su Miao didn't need it. Potential dangers must be eliminated. Not to mention that Mayamizu Hongya took the initiative to ask for it. As a kind witch, Su Miao didn't mind doing a small favor for reasonable requests. The moment she was swallowed by the blue fireball, Mayazui Hongya's eyes showed a hint of shock. She didn't expect that the pink demon Su Miao would really do this. Shouldn't he save her? In the blink of an eye, Mayamizu Momiji was burned to ashes. Everything Mayamizu Momiji said, except that she wanted to save her sister Mayamizu Wakaba, were all lies. Without Xia Shiran's mind-reading skills, Su Miao might really have been deceived. Half an hour ago, Xia Shiran told all the information. Sister Su Miao, Gong Shui Hongya is lying. She saved Duan Hengji, but she was just using her feelings before the end of the world to make Duan Hengji a pawn to hide her identity. Duan Hengji didn't know the situation at all. Mayamizu Momiji's sister is called Mayamizu Wakaba. She is a Neon Sky Miko. She is said to have some kind of natural divine body that can be used to attract the gods of Takamagara to the world and lead them through the end of the world. However, when Takamagara's god comes, her sister will die. Mayamizu Momiji doesn't want her sister to die, so she wants to save her. It's not an accident that Mayamizu Hongya met Sister Su Miao. She already knew that Sister Su Miao was coming. She is in charge of intelligence collection at Quicksand Base. She wanted to take a gamble. Lin Jiojio stood aside, dumbfounded. Su Miao blinked and almost understood everything. To put it simply, Mayamizu Momiji has no malice towards Su Miao. But the lack of malice does not mean that Mayamizu Momiji is a good person. Mayamizu Momiji was betting from the beginning to the end on Su Miao's goodwill, and hoped to use this goodwill to target the Quicksand Base so that Mayamizu Momiji could achieve the purpose of saving people. As for whether Su Miao would destroy the Quicksand Base or whether he would be injured in the conflict with the Quicksand Base, Mayamizu Momiji didn't care. This is a crazy gambler. Just by deceiving and taking advantage of this, Su Miao would kill Mayamizu Hongya. In fact, there was a section that Xia Xian did not mention. Mayazui Hongya once wanted to call Su Miao the Pink Devil, but she was forced to interrupt after saying the word pink in her heart. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, a large number of rockets were fired towards Su Miao in the sky from the direction of Quicksand Base. Su Miao expanded the magic space array to its maximum extent and recovered all these rockets. So many rockets. I'm scared. She held the sycamore with staff with both hands, unfolded the magic beam array, and expanded the amplification magic array multiple times. A steady stream of magic power was injected into the staff and condensed in front of the magic circle. The concentrated magic began to become dazzling. Boom! The magic beam burst out and hit the Quicksand Base with extreme precision. In an instant, the soil on the Quicksand Base disappeared and turned into a 100-meter abyss. The ground was constantly shaking, cracking, and collapsing, as if the doomsday of destruction had completely come, and the remaining neon ability users died the moment they closed their eyes. The sounds of rockets, sniper rifles, etc. completely disappeared. After a few minutes, the world became quiet again, and the Quicksand Base no longer existed. Beijing Yadaliu's various targeted arrangements in the Quicksand Base failed to have the slightest effect. Almost at the same time, another beautiful mushroom cloud rose in the distance. This is the direction of the old populous Euphratica base. Su Miao blinked and realized that the magic phantom arranged out destroyed the old populous Euphratica base, where the neon ability users were entrenched. She doesn't have any psychological burden in destroying the private base, where these humanoid beasts are entrenched. There was even some excitement at seeing the beautiful mushroom cloud. In this way, only Gurpo and Lao Tuakera's bases are left. Su Miao was going to join Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu to go to the next base. Suddenly, she noticed an unusual gaze. A neon Onmyoji didn't know when he came near Duan Hingji and Gong Shui Rui. He was wearing a standard neon Onmyoji robe, his iconic high hat, and his iconic folding fan. And he seemed not to be afraid of the scorching sun at all. "What you up to?" When Duan Hingji saw the Onmyoji approaching, he shouted loudly, trying to attract Su Miao's attention. Saikaro Muri patted the folding fan and glanced at Duan Hingji. Duan Hingji stood motionless as if under a spell. After only a second, Duan Hingji's head fell off and he died. Sister. Mayamizu Wakaba waved her hands in panic. She felt that the person her sister had left to protect her was dead, and she didn't know what to do at all. "Ms. Mayamizu Wakaba, please be patient," Muri Saikaro said. Hearing this voice, Mayamizu Rui stood quietly, no longer panicking. He looked at the sky and said politely, "Muri Saikaro, I have met Her Highness the Witch." Su Miao pointed the staff at Saikaro Muri, but did not attack immediately. This Onmyoji looks weird. She couldn't explain exactly what was strange. However, her intuition told her that even if she annihilated the Onmyoji Muri Saikaro in front of her, she would not be able to kill him. This is not the real body of Saikaro Muri. If anything, Saikaro Muri standing in front of Su Miao is just a paper man carrying energy and consciousness. Baichni Dao Lu has offended His Highness, and we are very angry about this. Now, His Highness has destroyed the 3 bases of Lusha, Shuangqi, and Laoyang, and killed tens of thousands of people. I wonder if His Highness's anger can be quelled. Muri Saikaro said very respectfully. Calm down, anger? Su Miao blinked, and the magic beam penetrated Muri Saikaro's body. Muri Saikaro glanced down, and instantly turned into a broken paper figure and disappeared. Your Majesty the Witch, please don't be impulsive. 2 more Saikaro Muri came out. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that peace is the most precious thing. Please give us a chance to make amends. Is peace the most important thing? Compensate? 2 flame spears fell and burned the 2 Muri Saikaro to ashes. A paperman fell from the sky, transforming into Saikaro Muri again, seemingly endless. Your Majesty the Witch, we come here with sincerity. Sincerity? Are you sincere about destroying 5 private bases and occupying the Magpie's nest? Su Miao defeated these paper figures again. Are you going to give us no chance at all? Your Highness the Witch? Muri Saikaro knows that Her Highness the Witch killed powerful men like Sakamoto Yoshio, Suzuki Tsunashige, and Nishimori Yuna in a very short period of time, and destroyed the 3 bases of Quicksand, Double Flags, and Lao Huyang. But we are not without any background, Muri Saikaro said. Your Highness the Witch may not know that we have successfully established contact with the gods of Takamagara. If Your Highness insists on becoming our enemy, it will be very detrimental to His Highness when the gods come. Who are these people mentioned? Too much nonsense. Su Miao once again destroyed Saikaro Maori's paper man. God knows how many paper figurines this wretched and talkative Onmyoji has prepared. But even if there are endless paper figurines, they will be destroyed by her every time. How much will it consume? Right? As for the gods of Gao Tianyuan mentioned by Saikaro Muri, Su Miao didn't believe it at all. Even if they do exist, they are nothing more than some powerful mutated animals. If Bago can join the so-called Gao Tianyuan, he can become a high-ranking god at least. The reason why these neon ability users can massacre the residents of the private base in a very short period of time, and in a fearless manner, is probably related to the unhealthy mental state of these neon people. Your Highness, be careful. This grandson has a conspiracy. Mina flew over and shouted loudly. After shouting, Mina flew away like lightning, not giving Saikaro Muri any chance to take action. The pink twin tails flew, and a dazzling magic beam erupted from the staff again, destroying the standing paper mannequin of Saikaro Muri. At the same time, her eyes turned to Mayamizu Wakaba. Gong Shuirui opened her eyes and smiled at Su Miao. In an instant, an indescribable and unknown strange energy burst out from Mayamizu Rui's body. Which Su Miao, the god of Gao Tianyuan, has arrived. Saikaro Muri smiled. Now, I will give you one last chance. Are you willing to accept our apology and make peace the most important thing? Su Miao smashed the paper man. This time, Saikaro Muri's paper figurine didn't appear again. I wonder if he ran out of paper figurines. Which? Do you want to die? Instead, Mayamizu Wakaba slowly flew into the sky. She opened her hands as if she were the master of the world. And her terrifying aura suppressed everything around her. Even Su Miao had to retreat temporarily. God, does he really exist? At this moment, Xia Xiaoan's voice came. Sister Su Miao. She has the soul of a mutated fox in her body. She is very strong. Chapter 269. What beautiful fireworks. Fox? What fox? Su Miao looked at Gong Shuirui in confusion. She didn't see anything. But Xia Xiaoan said that there was a very powerful fox in Gong Shuirui's body. At this time, Mayamizu Rui had risen into the air. She sat down in the air and crossed her legs enchantingly. Little sister, the power you control is very special. Mayamizu Wakaba licked the blood from her fingertips. And the wound healed itself in a very short time. Onmyoji Muri Saikaro stood below and said very humbly, Kyubi-sama, this is the witch Su Miao, who has dangerous titles such as the Pink Devil and the Murderous Witch. So far, there are countless powerful people from the Dragon Kingdom who have died at the hands of Su Miao. There are at least 3 of them who can kill me. Mayamizu Wakaba said, Don't call me Kyubi. Call me Tamamozen-sama. The different energy flow transformed Mayamizu Wakaba into a gorgeous red palace kimono. She unfolded it with a folding fan, half hiding her face. And in a moment, she transformed into the 9-tailed demon fox Tamamo-me in the Neon mythology story. However, according to the mythical story over there in Neon, the 9-tailed demon fox Tamamo-me was killed long ago and turned into a killing stone. How many years have passed? And the monsters and myths and legends have been resurrected? This is the world of science. Even if magic and ability users appear, haven't human scientists still developed special fields where magic and abilities are prohibited? Therefore, the so-called Neon Takamagara god Kyubi Tamamo-me in front of him should be the result of his ability. Didn't Yoshio Sakamoto have the ability to control people before? It's no surprise that this Onmyoji, Saikaro Muri, has stronger abilities. The only thing that made Su Miao feel nervous and scared was that Saikaro Muri and Tamami the Nine-Tailed talked too much. Little girl, does this concubine make you nervous? Tamamo-me smiled brightly. Come into my arms. She opened her arms, and the huge skies seemed to become gloomy. Tamamo-me's body began to grow infinitely, looking like the world of Dharma in Xianxia novels. As the host body, Mayamizu Wakaba was originally flat-chested, but at this moment, it had completely grown countless times. It's too big, like a super big jelly. What's even more frightening is that as Tamamo-me gets bigger, the originally roomy kimono starts to look very small. Su Miao standing below can see everything as long as she raises her head. Su Miao became smaller and smaller in front of Tamamo. The 9-tailed phantom appeared behind Tamamo, and the strange and charming aura was spreading, as if Su Miao could not help but greet it and bury it in the eternal gentle land. Regarding her own charm, whether it was before or now, whether she is a man or a woman, Tamamo-me has absolute confidence. What murderous witch? Pink Devil? She is still a fragile human being at heart. Look at how easily she can take it down. Tamamo-me raised her hand and slowly lowered it to catch Su Miao, who was standing there and starting to tremble. Sister Su Miao. Lin Jiujiu expanded into the field of concerts. However, in order to ensure their safety, Bago placed Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiao a little far away, and her territory could not cover them. Xia Xian wanted to help, but her ability was ineffective against the Onmyoji Muri Saikaro in the form of a paper man, and it was equally ineffective against the incomprehensible Tamamo-me, because the paper man has no heart. 3 Muri Saikaro appeared nearby and quickly made seals, creating an invisible barrier between Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xian and Su Miao. As the Onmyoji barrier unfolded, Lin Jiujiu's singing was completely isolated and unable to penetrate. If it cannot penetrate, it will not be able to continue to expand its territory. It's really not easy for someone to follow the witch Su Miao. Maori Saikaro said, I was originally very curious as to why Su Miao would let you stand aside with confidence. It turns out that this is the case. His eyes glanced at Xia Xian and Ba Gu, who were on the center stage of the field. With his strength and vision, he was unable to analyze what field Lin Jiujiu was developing. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The starling standing in the center of the stage was very anxious and uttered incomprehensible bird language in a hurry. A talisman appeared in Saikaro Muri's hand. The talisman spontaneously ignited and turned into a strange Shikigami holding a long sword, slashing towards Lin Jiujio's field. According to the original plan, Mayamizu Wakaba needed to be cultivated for a while to allow the high-ranking god of Takamagara to come. From then on, they can truly establish a foothold on this land. However, who would have thought that the pink demon Sumiao would come and cause so many changes? The Xuanqi base and the old populous Euphratica base were destroyed by the witch Sumiao in a very short period of time. No one in the base was spared and all died. Beichin Yoshio of Lusha base was killed by the witch Sumiao from the front. If he hadn't arrived in time, there would have been very few survivors in Lusha base. This is nothing. The death of the smart aleck Mayamizu Momiji is the biggest trouble, because this is bound to affect Mayamizu Wakaba's pure mind, affect subsequent plans. In order to recover the loss, he had to show up and summon the nine-tailed Tamamo-me in advance to descend on Mayamizu Wakaba, hoping that Tamamo-me could handle the witch Sumiao. However, the related secrets of Onmyoji have long been incomplete, and Saikaro Muri cannot guarantee whether the mythical Tamamo-no-me can have strong combat power. In order to ensure absolute victory, Saikaro Maori set his sights on Lin Jiujio and Xiaoshuan. In the apocalyptic disaster, it must be very important to Sumiao that these two girls can be taken by the witch Sumiao and raised so well. Capturing them will definitely shake the will of the witch Sumiao and increase the chance of winning. In addition, Saikaro Muri knows some information about Lin Jiujio. According to the intelligence, Lin Jiujio has a very terrifying control ability. It is best to capture it as soon as possible. Otherwise it will interfere with the battle and cause them a lot of trouble. Suddenly, Saikaro Muri looked forward and was shocked by the incredible scene in front of him. The beautiful girl idol Lin Jiujio on the stage entered the performance state. She was immersed in the singing and wanted to use her singing and her power to protect Xiaoshuan and Bago, and to help sister Sumiao. The Shikigami and Ghost slashed down with the sword, attacking directly above Lin Jiujio's stage. But the terrifying sword failed to exert any destructive power at all, and the Shikigami and Ghost's body turned into a beautiful point of light and dissipated. What the hell does this happen? Muri Saikaro felt it for a moment, and confirmed that his Shikigami Ghost General no longer existed. You must know that this Shikigami Ghost has been passed down by the Onmyoji family in Kyoto for thousands of years, and has always been there through countless disasters, especially after the end of the world. The Shikigami and Ghost Generals have devoured countless soul fragments, and have become stronger than at their peak. But they were purified without even being able to cut them down with this sword? Crazy? Another talisman appeared in Saikaro Muri's hand. The talisman spontaneously ignited, and turned into a blazing wind that swept towards Lin Jiujio's stage area. Summoning Shikigami will be for a quick victory. Who knew it would be like this? Now we can only settle for the next best thing. Muri Saikaro activated the Onmyoji, and the strong wind whirled, turning into a terrifying land tornado. There were streaks of black lightning in the tornado, and the lightning and thunder directly overshadowed Lin Jiujio's singing, covering the sky and swallowing the sky, fully demonstrating the powerful strength of this great Onmyoji. Jiujio. Xiaoshuan was extremely nervous when he saw this horrific scene. There was nothing she could do while standing on the stage. Maida was very anxious. It wanted to rush out and fight. But Lin Jiujio's stage area was very special, and no matter how hard it flew, it couldn't fly out, because the enemy it faced this time was too strange and powerful. It was very worried about His Highness Sumiao. Boom boom boom. Saikaro Muri's attack has arrived. The strong wind and lightning fell indiscriminately, as if they were going to completely tear Lin Jiujio, Xiaoshuan, and Bago on the stage into pieces and annihilate them. However, a strange scene occurred. No matter how terrifying and lethal Muri Saikaro's attacks were, they were still unable to fall into the air on the stage. It looked like there was an invisible light curtain that blocked all these attacks. Xiaoshuan and Bago were stunned. Jiujio is awesome. No, it's more than that. As these horrific attacks fell, colorful colors appeared above the stage, like a dream. This is not a lighting effect that comes with the stage field, but is new. The next moment, the colorful colors turned into dreamlike lightning and bombarded out, annihilating Saikaro Muri's attack, and directly hit the Onmyoji barrier that Saikaro Muri had deployed. In an instant, thunder exploded, and the Onmyoji barrier deployed by Saikaro Muri shattered. Danger! The two Muri Saikaro were hit by the colorful thunder before they could even react. The paper man as the core turned into ashes and exploded. The remaining one, Saikiro Muri, dodged left and right, but still could not escape the fate of being destroyed. Mina, shut up. Xia Xiaoan took a deep breath and gained a new understanding of Lin Jiujio, who was expanding his field. Lin Jiujio continued to sing. I don't know when some illusory figures appeared under the stage. They all look like the attire of neon ability users. These neon ability users are very adaptable to sudden arrival at a concert. They went straight into the mood and called frantically for Lin Jiujio, who was singing on stage. There is no way. Lin Jiujio, who has become a beautiful girl idol, is too cute. So sparkly. They always like to escape. As if they have returned to the pre-apocalyptic moment. The various disasters and pain they suffered in the apocalypse have become yesterday's dream. And the concert in front of them is real. Kawaii! So touching. It's so cute and sounds so good. Why am I at the concert? So cute. I have to call. The apocalypse doesn't exist at all. Ha! I knew the apocalypse was fake. It was all a dream. They only appeared for a few seconds before they turned into light spots and disappeared under Lin Jiujio's singing. The new Saikiro Muri appeared in the distance, and he looked at Lin Jiujio, who was unfolding the field with lingering fear. Fortunately, he used his incarnation to test the attack. If it was his body that forcibly attacked Lin Jiujio's domain just now, he might have to explain it directly here. Almost everyone on the Yeshio app knows that the pink demon Su Miao is very powerful and very terrifying. However, who could have known that Lin Jiujio, who was following Su Miao, would be so terrifying? This is no longer something that ordinary ability users can explain. As for the information I purchased earlier, if given the chance, he would find the person selling the information and crush him on the spot. The danger level of Lin Jiujio mentioned in the intelligence was not at the same level as the Lin Jiujio he saw with his own eyes. In addition, Xia Xiaoan, who was standing next to Lin Jiujio, had not really made a move yet. So Maori Saikiro was a little unsure. Just now, Xia Xiaoan reminded the witch Su Miao that the nine-tailed Tamamo appeared in front of Mayamizu Wakaba's body. Those who can see these are definitely not simple ability users. However, as long as Lord Tamamo can kill the witch Su Miao, all problems will not be a problem. There was a whistling sound in the sky, and Saikiro Muri looked at the sky, only to see the killing stones falling like meteors one after another. This is Tamamo's and Sama's real killing move. Wait until the killing stone falls and explodes. No matter how strong the witch Su Miao was, she would be killed by this devastating explosion. It can be seen that Tamamo-sama is very steady and has anticipated any accidents that may occur. It is the honor of the witch Su Miao to die in the hands of Tamamo-sama. Lovely witch! Don't be afraid. The gentle land of this concubine is really comfortable. Tamamo-mae's big hand grabbed the trembling Su Miao. Seeing the big hand getting closer and closer, and hearing the sound getting louder and louder, Su Miao became more and more frightened. Facing this unprecedentedly powerful enemy, Su Miao clenched the sycamore with staff with both hands, and the magic circle spread out under her feet. The compressed magic power was input to the staff and began to condense in front of the staff. Just from the beginning, the sycamore with staff in his hand showed signs of breaking. The gems I got last time haven't had time to be used to make the staff. This sycamore with staff will obviously become disposable. Su Miao had long been accustomed to this situation and found a temporary rescue method. At least it won't dissipate until the magic is released. The dazzling magic light lit up, and the bright stars twinkled. Before the magic was released, there was a hint of fear in Tamamo's charming expression. And the big hand that grabbed Su Miao was even faster. She could feel that the magic that the witch Su Miao was about to release had a natural restraining effect on her. No, not just restraint. This magic can kill her completely. Never let the witch's attack complete. This witch must be killed. Fortunately, the witch Su Miao was affected by her beauty. And now it's too late to fight back. Even if a magic with such terrifying power is to be completed, enough time must be available. Right? Suddenly, Tamamo-mae's eyes widened. How can it be? Starlight blooms. Su Miao's full power output. The bright starlight blasts out like a galactic torrent and penetrates the universe. In an instant, the hot and scorching sky darkened, and only the bright starlight magic remained between the sky and the earth. Countless stars are flashing, exploding, and gathering to form an unimaginable storm. Ah! Tamamo-mae let out a shrill scream. Her outstretched hand was annihilated by the torrent of starlight before she even had a chance to retract it, taking her body taller than the mountain with it. As for the killing stones that were about to fall, they were destroyed by the exploding starlight before they even had a chance to appear. Boom! Tamamo Mei's body was penetrated by the blooming starlight. And then, the entire body exploded into an extremely beautiful firework. Destructive shock waves raged in all directions. The paper man Saikaro Muri, who was hiding nearby, shattered and disappeared. Ryosuke Yamayama, Yurio Kanda, and others at the quicksand base, who fled according to their original plan, only had time to glance at the suddenly darkened sky. They were shattered and destroyed by the devastating shock wave. Su Miao was originally very scared. However, seeing the beautiful fireworks in the sky, her expression became calm and healed. Because the fireworks were really beautiful. Beautiful and beautiful that she had never seen before. She took out her mobile phone and took a photo. Lin Jiujio, Xia Xuan, and Bago on the stage all looked at the sky, attracted by the beautiful fireworks. They have not seen beautiful fireworks since the end of the world. Too beautiful. In front of Kyubi Tamamo. This monster that exists in the neon myth may be real. Otherwise, it would not be able to explode after turning into fireworks. Her broken body exploded and fell into the distance, accidentally hitting the Gorpo base. This is also one of the private bases occupied by Neon. According to their plan, after receiving the request for help from Quicksand Base, they would just launch some rockets and throw some mortars. After the which Su Miao destroyed the Quicksand Base and vented her anger. Could she still cause trouble for them? As for the orders from the Lao Tuakara's base, we can also handle them. When the time comes to investigate, the great Onmyoji Muri Saikaro won't be able to say anything more. If you insist on pursuing it further, you can just reply, "They are the Beichen Itoryu, and we are the Kogaryu." You will naturally understand when the time comes. Who made Beichen Dao Lu so strong in the first place? Lord Lu, look at the sky. What is that? The neon intelligence officer in the base pointed to the big screen with a trembling voice. On the big screen, there was a large fireball that was constantly exploding and falling towards them. This fireball looked more terrifying than a meteorite. Ono Akihiro, the master of Koga style, looked at the big screen. As a Jounin, he showed a look of fear. Before he could say another word, the big fireball had already crashed down. Boom! The entire Gurpo base disappeared out of thin air in the devastating explosion of the fireball, and was replaced by a deep pit with a diameter of 3,000 meters. In the deep pit, there are still remaining starlights sputtering and exploding everywhere. Wow! In the distant old Camel Kara's base, the great Onmyoji Muri Saikaro spurted out a large mouthful of blood. Under Su Miao's starlight blooming magic, all the Paperman clones were destroyed. And the nine-tailed Tamami, who had a temporary contract, was annihilated. He suffered an unprecedented backlash, and was severely injured on the spot. What's even more terrifying is that Saikaro Muri's body is cracking uncontrollably. It seems like it will break at any time like porcelain. Stream Lord! The Onmyoji responsible for assisting was very nervous. This was the first time they had seen the flow leader suffer such serious injuries. In the center of the Onmyoji formation, the injured Saikaro Muri was suppressing his injuries. The strange thing was that his face kept changing between man and woman from time to time. A few minutes later, Saikaro Muri's face became soft and charming, and his body completely transformed into a woman. The Onmyoji who maintained the formation barrier was dumbfounded. The current leader turns out to be a yin and yang body. Chapter 270, the kind which posted a message. Lin Jiujio released the realm and returned to reality with Xia Xiaoan and Ba Ge. Su Miao put away her cell phone, turned back, and said, "Let's go. First find a mountaintop to repair." Bago said, "Your Highness, there is a nice mountain peak over there." Su Miao said, "Lead the way." 6 minutes later, several people arrived at a steep peak. Beige put Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujio down. "The location here is quite good. Better than the peaks where I lived before. Thanks to the uncanny work of nature. Except for a small amount of soil. The top of the mountain looks like a flat, huge rock. Take out the movable orange tree magic enchantment from the magic space and place it in the center. And the air will immediately become cooler." The rocks within the area covered by the magic barrier also began to cool down rapidly. Tables, chairs, mulberries, raspberries, strawberries, and most importantly ice cream. The iced watermelon and iced melon are not available for the time being. It is true that everyone ate too much some time ago. It feels good to take one bite, but you will feel tired after taking a few more bites. Having too much delicious food is also a worry. "Thank you, Your Highness." Mina is the happiest. As expected, His Highness is still in his normal state. He will not forget his portion every time it is time to eat. "Thank you, Sister Su Miao." Xia Xian and Lin Jiujiu took the ice cream with happy faces on their faces. The battle just now was terrible. But there was nothing more pleasant than eating such delicious ice cream at this moment. Su Miao recalled the battle just now. The so-called nine-tailed Tamami was indeed very strong. This kind of strength was in a category that was difficult for her to understand. Especially the state similar to the Dharma of heaven and earth in Xianxia novels, which really scared people. Fortunately, the starlight bloom did not disappoint, blasting the nine-tailed Tamami into beautiful fireworks in one wave. I haven't seen fireworks for a long time. It's rare to see such a beautiful person. It's very healing. For some reason, Su Miao felt that Tamamo Toru was not dead. Nor was the Onmyoji Saikiro Muri, who was hiding in the dark, and could only use paper figures. It seems that we must find the last private base occupied by these neon ability users. The old Camel Kara's base. But where's the old Camel Kara's base? Su Miao doesn't know. She didn't leave any of those neon ability users alive. Even those who became undead were all destroyed by the bombardment of starlight. However, even if these undead are left, judging from their situation, they probably don't know the specific coordinates of the old Camel Kara's base. In addition, using Starlight Bloom requires a lot of magic power. And the power of Starlight Bloom, this time, is unprecedentedly powerful. There is not much magic power left in Su Miao's body. And continuing to track it may be detrimental to her. Even standing here, Su Miao could still see the catastrophic scene caused by the bombardment of starlight in the distance. Further away, thick smoke was still rising. It depends on what happened. In short, let's rest first, recover our magic power, and find a way to find the old Camel Kara's base. Knowing the location of the base, regardless of whether the great Onmyoji Murisei Goro and Kyubi Tamami are alive or not, there should be no problem if the starlight blooms again. Su Miao was eating ice cream and met Xia Xuan's eyes. Xia Xuan shrank her head. Being mind-read, Sister Su Miao, would you like to ask on the late-night app to see if anyone knows the location of the old Camel Kara's base? Xia Xuan said obediently. If you are noticed, just say it directly. Su Miao blinked. This was indeed a good idea. Last time, she shared the coordinates of the ruins of the Shixia shelter with many people. It's not too much for someone to share the coordinates of the old Camel Kara's with her. After eating the ice cream in her hand, Su Miao took out her mobile phone, which happened to have internet access now. Su Miao skillfully opened the comprehensive area of the Night Supper app to post. Ask for help find the coordinates of the Lautua Kara's base. Posted by Kind Witch. Hello everyone. I have a friend who said she lives at the Lautua Kara's base. I want to go find her. But I have been unable to contact her recently. I want to come here and ask the omnipotent netizens who can tell me the coordinates of the Lautua Kara's base. I would like to contribute 10 points as a thank you. Less than a few minutes after the post was posted, Su Miao ate some strawberries and refreshed the post. There were hundreds of replies below. It seems that there are still many people who will repay their kindness in the end. They must be thanking her for sharing the coordinates of the ruins of the Shixia shelter. They hope that these people can provide her with the coordinates of the old Camel Kara's base. On the first floor, there is a customer under the Nanmu tree. It's not too much to grab a sofa at the end of the day. Right? Second floor. On 087, Kind Witch. This ID looks familiar. I'll go. Floor 3. Sanhuolan, let me tell you. Why does it look so familiar? The original poster shared the coordinates of the ruins of the Shixia shelter. Floor 4. Quan, the Kind Witch. Can't be that one. Right? Fifth floor. Kahua Diver, old Camel Kara's base. I remember someone posted related posts some time ago. But they were all asking for help. Something happened inside. So I suggested that the poster not go there. Floor 6. Shui Wuti on you indeed. There has been no contact there for a long time. Floor 7. Science Director Host. You will expose your position and be in danger. Too many people died in the ruins of the Shixia shelter. Floor 8. Liang, speaking of which, there were big explosions in several bases near Lautua Kara's. The poster happened to be there again. Could it be related to those explosions? 9th floor. Xianing Fanming, Kind Witch. Do you know that there are talking humanoid mutant animals in the ruins of Shixia shelter? Horrible. 10th floor. Sony makes small-sized. High performance, it's dangerous over there. I've seen people with dying abilities say that it's occupied by a group of dangerous people with abilities. 11th floor. Click again, well, the poster is a little uneasy and kind-hearted. Is the old Camel Kara's about to become a ruin? Jia. Floor 12. Cold Wind and Moon. The poster's question is very interesting. No matter how you look at it, it seems like you are trying to cause trouble for the old Camel Kara's base. You will know later if there are any explosions in the relevant area. Su Miao looked at these replies and blinked. What's going on with these people? How can you say that she is uneasy and kind-hearted? She just wanted to eliminate any potential dangers that might exist during the journey. Think about the Onmyoji Muri Saikaro, who always appears as a paper man. And I wonder if the nine-tailed Tamamome is destroyed. Being able to defeat them this time does not mean that you can defeat them next time. If the other party does something dirty, it is really hard to prevent them. The private bases in this area that were wiped out by Neon ability users are proof of this. According to the information provided by Mayamizu Momiji, each of these private bases occupied by Neon ability users has very powerful ability users. So it's not a failure. In addition, Duyulin, the clerk of ceremonies last time, was almost burned to charcoal. But he still survived. Although this, live, needs to be put in quotation marks. Duyulin still exists, which means that Duyulin is not hostile to her. If he is really hostile, it will most likely be terrible. Su Miao ate strawberries and continued to read the replies below, trying to find the person who provided the coordinates. But the further down she looked, the weirder her expression became. Many people below the post are mentioning the ruins of the Shisha shelter. Many people died in the ruins of the Shisha shelter. Su Miao blinked. In her post, she warned those who wanted to explore that the ruins of the Shisha refuge are very dangerous. So please proceed with caution. It makes no sense for these people to come here to blame her. Floor 325. Wind Swordsman, don't believe the poster. She is the murderous witch. The pink demon Su Miao. Floor 377. EOP03, Floor 325. Is it true or false? Isn't this too exciting? Floor 402. Domineering uncle, don't be stupid. I prove that she is the pink devil. She wanted the coordinates because she wanted to kill someone. Floor 409. Xiu and Xiao kill. 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 I want to see blood flowing like a river. Floor 505. Double click again. It's hard to imagine that the pink devil's foreign nickname is the kind witch. Wait. Aren't all the people under the 10-point bounty post marked? Floor 511. A certain collapsed final Hershur's Wokeo. Exciting. Can any friends provide the coordinates of Lao Tuakara's base, so that everyone can verify whether the poster is Her Highness the Witch Su Miao? Floor 609. Hani Feng, those people who said not to reveal the coordinates of the base. Their nicknames look very neon. Isn't it true that the old Camel Kara's base was completely wiped out by people with neon abilities? Floor 610. Poor Miko's money box, it's horrifying to think about it. But I remember that this is how a certain shelter asked for coordinates, when it used missiles to attack a private base. Floor 685. A certain deep water animal, I have the coordinates here. It may be from the old Camel Kara's base. You can give it a try. Coordinates, XXX. YYY. Floor 705. Potio 1024, if the owner is Her Highness the Witch Su Miao. Floor 815. Cute Starling, I will add 100 points and offer a reward for the coordinates of the old Camel Kara's base. Floor 866. Ruoshui Feng Xiao, I passed by once when it was snowing and extremely cold. And I happen to have photos of the area near the old Camel Kara's base. I would like to send them to the poster. Attachment, picture.jpg. Floor 879. Broken Edge. Like heart, just now I tried to contact my friend at the Lao Tuakara's base. But he lost contact. I am a traveling businessman and have been there to buy instant noodles. Which proves that the clues provided on floors 685 and 866 are true. Floor 996. Ly == 1, his. Is blood going to start flowing like a river? After browsing nearly 1,000 floors, a kind-hearted netizen finally provided coordinate clues. As these coordinates appeared, there were many special nicknames cursed in broken Chinese, which convinced Su Miao that these coordinates were real. The tone of the post calling, "Die to idiots," is so weird. Just seeing it gives me goosebumps. In addition, these netizens are so awesome that they directly guessed her identity. However, as long as Su Miao doesn't post selfies or anything to admit it, there shouldn't be any problem. After feeling the magic power in his body, he has recovered a lot. Just rest for a while, and that's almost it. There are clues to the coordinates of the Lao Tuakara's base. I will verify it later. You will stay here this time, Su Miao added. Bago, come with me, Beige said. Okay, Your Highness. Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujio nodded. Sister Su Miao didn't say anything about studying, although they wanted to follow. Judging from the previous battles, it was still too dangerous. Their strength needs to continue to improve. Old Camel Kara's base. The top management of Neon ability users gathered together, their expressions solemn and gloomy. The coordinates of our base have been exposed, someone said with a gloomy look. It won't take long for the pink demon to come and kill us. Bagailu. It's all those trash from Beijing Daliu who brought us such dangerous enemies. Mr. Sanction, the Lusha base is gone, as are the Shuangqi, Gurpo, and Lao populous bases. Are you trying to boost the enemy's ambition and destroy your own prestige? Trash! Don't worry. With the Flow Master here, there will be no problem. Don't say anything anymore. Wait for the stream leader to make a decision. A middle-aged Onmyoji walked in and interrupted the chaotic quarrel. Seeing this middle-aged Onmyoji, someone asked eagerly, Where is the Flow leader? How is she? Is she okay? Now, the great Onmyoji Muri Saikairo is the backbone of all of them. The middle-aged Onmyoji said, The Flow Master is fine. You all are waiting here. After saying that, without waiting for the group of ability users in the conference room, the middle-aged Onmyoji turned back to meet the female Onmyoji Muri Saikairo. Entering the room, the middle-aged Onmyoji prostrated himself, not daring to look at Saikairo Muri's face. The great Onmyoji in a female body is too perverted and weird. Just by meeting your eyes, your body will lose control involuntarily. Stream Master, the pink demon may know the coordinates of our base. Oh, is it so? Saikairo Muri held a folding fan, pinched his orchid fingers, and said charmingly, What do they think? The middle-aged Onmyoji said. I dare not say. Saikairo Muri said. What are you afraid to say? If you continue to grind, the pink devil will arrive. The middle-aged Onmyoji said. They hope that the Flow Master will go out to fight and kill the pink demon. Saikairo Muri smiled. Go out and tell them to take your luggage and run away as far as you can. The middle-aged Onmyoji raised his head in shock, only to see the charming face of Saikairo Muri. He immediately lowered his head and broke out in cold sweat. Master Lu, you have already achieved the Onmyoji. Can't you still kill the pink demon? Saikairo Muri said. I don't want to say it a second time. Go give the order. However, you can reassure them that I will stay here to stop the pink devil and delay them. The middle-aged Onmyoji's body was trembling. The Flow Master is actually no match for the pink devil. Is it possible that the base they occupied at the expense of so many compatriots will be lost like this? He was really unwilling. Master Lu, if someone doesn't want to leave, can they stay? Saikairo Muri said. If they don't want to die, I have no objection. The middle-aged Onmyoji said. He sat on his knees, lowered his head, and carefully exited the room. The shadow of the nine-tailed fox appeared behind Saikairo Muri, and a hint of gloom appeared on the face of the female body Saikairo Muri. These hypocritical Onmyojis are as disgusting as ever. He actually wanted her to fight the pink devil. Fortunately, she made a contract in advance, which allowed her to temporarily steal Saikairo Muri's body and barely escaped with half her life from the pink demon. You all should be bait for me. Hee hee hee. Chapter 271 New Staff. Mass 1920 kilograms. Following the order from the female great Onmyoji, Muri Saikairo, all the neon ability users in the entire Old Camel Kara's base fell into panic. Can no one punish the pink devil? Gods of Gao Tian Yuan, please protect us tribesmen who are wandering in foreign lands. Why is this happening? Now that technology is so advanced. Is there no way to kill the pink demon? I won't leave. If you want to leave, you go. My relatives and friends all died here for this base, and I want to be with them. They are here to take revenge. They are all evil people like you. They even kill old people and children. You beasts. Jia. Aren't you going to eat them? Beast. I am a beast too. Hurry up. If you don't leave, it will be too late. The pink demon will destroy the base together with it. Some people stay and some people leave. It happened to be that it was approaching evening at this time, and it would be dark in a while. They entered the landmark under the hot sun in advance. As ability users, they could hold on for a while. As for those who couldn't hold on, they could only gather at the exit and wait for the night to come. The physically mutilated, injured, old and young, they simply stayed and waited to die. Within 2 hours, thousands of neon ability users left the Old Camel Kara's base. Except for the direction where the witch is, no one goes. and there are people in other directions. Stream Master? Stream Master? After waiting for a moment, the middle-aged Onmyoji received no response. He carefully opened the door, walked into Saikaro Muri's room, and was stunned. The Flow Master is gone. There was only one note left on the table. I'm going to stop the witch. You should seize the last moment to escape. The middle-aged Onmyoji looked at the note and was shocked. The Flow Master has gone out? A dangerous thought came to his mind. Flow Master, you won't run away, right? But he quickly rejected this dangerous idea. As a great Onmyoji and a stream leader, you will not do this. However, the great Onmyoji Murisei Goro may not abandon the people in the old Camel Kara's base. But it is hard to say about the nine-tailed Tamami. At this time, the female great Onmyoji, Murisei Kairo, or the nine-tailed Tamamome, has arrived outside the old Camel Kara's base and smiled charmingly. Run away! Run away! You are all my bait! Your death will be my body brings new life. Deep in his consciousness, Saikaro Muri was struggling angrily, but facing the control of Kyubi Tamamome. His struggle was of no avail. Tamamome, you betrayed the contract. Little guy, why do you think that I have betrayed the contract? It's because you didn't learn the contract completely that this happened. Tamamome smiled and turned into an angry demon form in an instant. What I didn't expect is that you actually want me to die in the hands of the pink demon. Who is betraying me? Did you know? The magic used by the pink devil on me can completely erase my existence. Saikaro Muri said. This is your negligence and carelessness. The responsibility does not lie with me. You can't give up on them. Tamamome said. Ha! As a great Onmyoji, don't you know who did it last time I was killed and sealed? It was you damn Onmyojis. Saikaro Muri was silent. He continued to struggle, hoping to make it in time. Suddenly, Saikaro Muri found that he had gained partial control of his body. But before he could take any further action, he showed an extremely frightened look. Muri Saikaro and Tamamome said in unison. What is that? Within the orange tree magic barrier, Sumiao closed the magic book and felt that the magic power in her body was restored. The final trouble can be solved. Sister Sumiao, the wind outside suddenly became so strong, Lin Jiojio said while looking at the strong wind outside. Affected by the strong wind, the sky began to become a little cloudy. Considering that this is the Gobi Desert, it is not surprising that such strong winds would occur. Not to mention that they are currently on the peak. However, due to the influence of high-temperature convection, land tornadoes may occur. Should we wait until the wind calms down before going to the Lautuakara's base? Sumiao blinked. Thinking of dangerous enemies, like Kyubi Tamamome, I decided to make an alloy staff first. The staff made of mutated sycamore branches exploded once, with one starlight bloom. The reserve had already been used up, which was very inconvenient, in order to make new staffs. During this period, Sumiao not only studied magic, but also used software on his laptop to simulate making alloy staffs. Platinum silver, platinum, mithril, silver, platinum silver, iridium, and gold are the main elemental materials for making new staffs, followed by carbon, chromium, titanium, nickel, manganese, etc. The main material is the extraterrestrial iron harvested last time. The production method has been simulated many times, so it should be fine. Various ore materials were taken out. Sumiao came outside the orange tree magic barrier. With a wave of his hand, pink magic tentacles appeared on the hillside. They rolled up the ores one by one in an orderly manner, and sent them to the hands of the mage in the sky. Then, a purple flame ignited in the void, smelting the ore sent by the mage's hand into liquid. With pink twin tails flying, Sumiao looked at the metal that was smelted into liquid. A magic array of analysis and separation was carved in the void. With the help of the magic array, unnecessary impurities in the liquid metal were precipitated, making the liquid metal pure. This magic circle comes from potion science, and is usually used to separate impurities, poisons, etc. from potions. Sumiao modified it a little, and it was just right to separate the impurities in the liquid metal. The ore is thrown into the purple flame one by one. More and more liquid metal is smelted out, gradually forming a huge ball of liquid metal. A lot of ore! Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiojio were shocked when they looked at Sumiao, who was concentrating on refining the staff. They were inside the magic barrier, watching Sister Sumiao smelting the ore from a small mountain into a beautiful metal ball. Moreover, there are a lot of platinum, silver, gold, mithril and other metals in those ores. They must be able to exchange for a lot of money before the end. Right? Thank nature for its gifts. Su Miao's spirit was completely concentrated on the metal ball. And then came the fusion of various metals. This is a very critical step, because while merging, she needs to carve the most basic magic circuits in the staff. Su Miao is already very skilled in this area thanks to her previous experience in making sycamore with staffs and movable magic barriers. Ah, there seems to be a little more fused titanium, platinum silver, platinum, iridium. It seems a bit too much. Do not care. Su Miao controlled the mixture of various metals so that they would be burned as evenly as possible under the purple flame. Although the strength and hardness of the alloy staff made in this way will be lower than the simulated ones, it should not be much lower. After a few minutes, the mage's hand stretched the metal ball into the shape of a staff. The staff is 151 centimeters long. At the top is a ring with a hollow star in the center, where Su Miao plans to place the magic gem he got last time. The top of the ring is a magic spear tip, which is conducive to the emission of magic power. Beautiful metal wings are added to the left and right sides of the ring, and some independent magic runes will be engraved on them for assistance. While it's hot, carve out the magic circuit. Magic fusion, conversion, energy storage, compression, amplification. Su Miao concentrated her concentration and began to carve the magic circuit on the staff. Although she had a lot of experience, after actually practicing it, Su Miao found that it took far more time than she imagined. Unknowingly, 6 hours passed, and the various magic circles were finally almost completed. At the moment when they were about to be completed, an idea flashed in Su Miao's mind, and a few more magic runes dedicated to starlight blooming were added to them. By the time Su Miao came to her senses, the depiction had been completed, and it was difficult to withdraw. Su Miao looked at the staff in front of her and took a deep breath. No matter. Let's try it first. After removing the purple flame, Su Miao threw out a large water ball and wrapped the entire staff in it. In an instant, the large water ball was burned into water vapor by the high temperature of the staff and dissipated. Su Miao threw big water balloons one by one, until the entire staff cools down completely. After cooling, the natural color of the staff is revealed. The star area of the ring is a beautiful gold. The main area is a beautiful silver, and the bottom is gold again. It looks very natural and beautiful. Last step. Su Miao took out the precious red magic gem and embedded it into the center of the star in the hollow of the staff ring. Good wait. When Su Miao got the staff, she almost lost it. At the critical moment, Tai Chi flow was running, and Su Miao moved 1,000 pounds and grasped the staff steadily. I took out a special instrument and weighed it. The mass of the staff was 1920 kilograms. Looking at this number, Su Miao fell silent. The density is so high and so heavy. Fortunately, she could catch it. Speaking of which, she had previously fantasized about making a nanoscale staff. If she really made one like this, how heavy would the nanoscale staff be? Would she still be able to pick it up? However, as Su Miao injected magic power into the staff, the entire staff emitted a faint magical glow, and the entire staff became very light, weighing about the same as a sycamore with staff in the hand. Su Miao's eyes lit up. From now on you can hit people with the staff. But the staff was so beautiful that Su Miao was reluctant to knock anyone. If you can avoid knocking, try not to knock. Next comes the final step, the actual magic test. Because she had a hot idea and added a few magical runes unique to Starlight Bloom on the staff, Su Miao was worried that there might be something wrong with the staff. If an explosion occurs when the magic is released, it will be great fun. Making the staff consume nearly 60% of the magic power. Su Miao directly injected 20% of the magic power into the staff. And with the dazzling magic light, the dark night sky was illuminated by the bright magic light. The staff was very stable and withstood the magic she input. The magic circuit works fine. The various magic runes were operating normally, and there were no problems. Several special magic runes were lit, and there seemed to be no problems. Wrong. Su Miao carefully sensed these magic runes. As long as there was a slight change, she would throw the staff into the magic space very decisively, and then find a high place to throw the staff down. The magic power has been further refined? After the action of these magic runes, Su Miao unexpectedly found that the magic power was further purified. Not only that, the magic power after the action of these magic runes seemed to have some other special attributes. But she couldn't understand it with her current knowledge of magic. Increase magic input. Originally, Su Miao only planned to input 20% of the magic power. But now she decided to inject all the remaining magic power into it. The terrifying magical aura spread. and the mutated orange trees trembled. "Is your highness broken again?" Sensing the movement outside the magic barrier, the sleeping starling woke up instantly and exploded. Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan also became very energetic at this moment. The aura of Sister Su Miao was too dangerous and terrifying. Su Miao was completely unaware of the reactions of the people behind her. She was entirely focused on the staff in her hand. The staff is very stable, and the magic power is very stable. She is very happy. With all the magic power injected, Su Miao pointed her staff at the sky. Starlight blooms. Boom! In an instant, bright starlight bombarded the sky, illuminating the windy night sky until an unspeakable explosion occurred at the end of deep space. The explosion sounded like thunder in all directions. However, affected by the wind and sand, the explosion of starlight could not be seen clearly. But the traces of starlight blooming were left in the wind and sand, like the beautiful Milky Way bridge, which lasted for nearly 12 minutes before gradually dissipating. It should be that the magic power injected into it is not enough. Su Miao blinked. If Starlight Bloom wants to produce destructive power, with her current strength, she must input at least 60% of her magic power. It was only 40% of the magic power just now, and the explosion was unclear, which is understandable. However, Su Miao's test was successful this time. The magic circuits and special runes on the staff are all very stable. She doesn't have to worry about the danger of explosion if too much magic is injected into it. Even previously broken magic can be modified, optimized, and made controllable based on the way it is added to the staff. The more Su Miao thought about it, the happier she became. Suddenly, feeling that the unfolded magic barrier was becoming more fragile under the blowing sand, Su Miao walked into the orange tree magic barrier with her staff. After all the magic power is consumed, the magic barrier will not last long, and it will naturally be unable to protect against the wind and sand. She needed to wait for her magic to return. Lao to Akira's base, rest for one night, and go there after dawn. "Ah, it's okay. You can continue to rest." Su Miao noticed the expressions of Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan and comforted them. Xia Xiaoan said, "Sister Su Miao, no, look at the wind outside. I'm worried that the orange tree magic barrier won't hold up." Lin Jiujiu nodded. Su Miao turned around and looked outside. At some point, a large amount of sand had accumulated outside the orange tree magic barrier. She was making a staff outside the barrier just now, and her mind was completely focused on the staff. So she didn't notice this situation. The wind is getting stronger and stronger, and the leaves of the mutated orange trees supporting the magic barrier have fallen off. "Put down roots." Su Miao walked to the mutated orange tree and said. The mutated orange tree swayed, and its roots broke through the bottom, pierced the mountain rock layer, and took root straight into the mountain. If possible, it hopes not to take root and can continue to follow His Highness. Unfortunately, it didn't work this time. Chapter 272 Black Storm Disaster. The wind is getting stronger. The dark night, the dark wind, and nothing could be seen outside the magic barrier. At the beginning, the mutated orange trees continued to take root, and the entire mountain felt like it was shaking, as if it would collapse at any time. However, as Su Miao set a few more large water balls to the mutant orange tree, the mutant orange tree took root faster. The magic barrier expanded slightly, and the mountain quickly stabilized. Within the magic barrier, the light of the energy lamp is very soft, making people feel at ease under the light. "Sister Su Miao, what kind of wind is this?" Xia Xiaoan asked worriedly. Su Miao shook her head. "I don't know." According to the prophecy she received, this high temperature will last until December 1st, 2124, followed by a blizzard that will last for 3 months. Maybe in the prophecy book, the violent wind they encountered was not considered a doomsday disaster? No. Su Miao thought of another thing. If she remembered correctly, the prophecy book mentioned that the maximum temperature during the high temperature disaster period would reach 75 degrees. But what was the actual outdoor temperature of 82 degrees Celsius? There was something wrong with the prophecy. Or there was something wrong with the temperature she tested. Or there was nothing wrong with either. Su Miao recalled that in the past, weather forecasts often reported temperatures of 41 degrees Celsius. But people actually measured temperatures such as 55 degrees Celsius. As the orange tree magic barrier became stable, the howling wind outside could no longer affect the inside of the barrier except for the sound. At this moment, the illuminated magic barrier seemed like an isolated island in a dark world. They seemed to be in H.L. However, this is a doomsday world, and there is no problem in calling it H.L. Let's have some barbecue first. Su Miao looked at Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu, who were a little scared, and took out various barbecue tools from the magic space. Thanks to that strange car shop, she still has a lot of delicious food left. Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu looked at Sister Su Miao's operations, and their brains were a little down. What on earth is this Sister Su Miao thinking? This weather and atmosphere are really suitable for camping and barbecue. I wanted to try it when I was watching anime a long time ago, but it was too windy at night, and there was no atmosphere in the tent to have a barbecue. It was better to do it in a magic barrier. It just so happens that refining the staff consumes too much magic power. You can eat something and take a rest. Would you like some anime drama? I have a lot of them in my notebook. Which one should I watch? I accidentally heard what Sister Su Miao was saying. Xia Xiaoan, who was frightened and at a loss just now, didn't know what expression to show, especially when comparing the situation when Sister Su Miao met a stranger. Xia Xiaoan didn't know how to complain. However, after hearing Sister Su Miao's voice, Xia Xiaoan became at ease. With Sister Su Miao here, there is nothing to be afraid of. A small flame is thrown on the bamboo charcoal, and the bamboo charcoal in the grill immediately turns red. Start the barbecue! Su Miao skillfully placed beef skewers, mutton skewers, etc. on the grill. The aroma of barbecue wafts around. Lin Jiujiu, who smelled the aroma of barbecue, forgot his fear and helped Su Miao barbecue with Xia Xiaoan. Mina looked forward to the barbecue on the grill. It was so fragrant and delicious. It's great to be taken in by His Highness Su Miao. A few minutes later, a variety of barbecued meats were placed on the dinner plate. Cumin flavor, salt and pepper flavor, black pepper flavor, white pepper flavor, and some special secret recipes with unknown flavors. In short, they are very delicious. Su Miao recovered some of her magic power and simply created a magical phantom to help with the barbecue. She was eating barbecue, looking at the darkness outside the magic barrier, and listening to the endless whistling of the black wind that seemed to come from HL. And she felt extremely happy. She liked the atmosphere of eating barbecue. 4,000 to 5,000 neon ability users escaped from the Lao Tuakara's base. However, the wind outside was too strong, and most of them hid not far from the base, preparing to see the situation. Seeing that it was getting dark, the pink demon Su Miao that the flow leader mentioned still did not appear, and the old Camel Kara's base was intact. Seeing that the wind was getting stronger, they simply went back. There is nothing we can do about this. In such hot weather, even a little activity will consume energy and water, especially water. Without enough water, it is very difficult to survive outside. Under high temperatures and howling winds, they lose water faster. There was no other place to go for a while, and those who went out had no choice but to go back. Otherwise they would be dried out in a short time. Inside the old Luatuakara's base, many people lingered and did not leave. Seeing those who left came back, they simply went back to their homes. It's okay. The pink devil didn't come. Gods of Takamagara bless you. The Flow Master must have been frightened to say this. Has anyone seen the Flow Master? The Flow Master went out to stop the pink demon. The pink demon must have been killed by the Flow Master. The wind outside is getting stronger and stronger, according to the natural disaster schedule announced by Dragon Kingdom. During this period, there are only high-temperature natural disasters, and no such strong winds. What are you thinking about? So many major earthquakes have not been listed. It's not right to say that. The Dragon Kingdom has mentioned major earthquakes, tsunamis, animal tides, insect plagues, and strong winds, but it has not announced the specific time. The damn Dragon Kingdom people. They must be hiding and waiting for this doomsday to pass, so they can take over the whole world. Damn the weather. Damn the pink devil. I need to eat more today. The old Camel Kara's base seems to have returned to its original appearance. They work when they should, lie down when they should, and eat when they should eat together. It seems that how their life was before is still the same now. As for whether the pink demon Su Miao will come to trouble the old Camel Kara's base, they no longer care. Even if it does come, there will still be the stream leader, the great Onmyoji Muri Saikaro. Taking a step back, the old Camel Kara's base is so big and there are so many people inside. Can the pink demon Su Miao kill it by himself? There are even some slightly more powerful ability users who imagine that Saikaro Muri will take down the pink demon Su Miao. And then, to put it simply, when it comes to massacre, they are the professionals. The wind outside is getting stronger and stronger. A person with neon abilities who was responsible for guarding the gate of the Lautuakara's base, was unprepared when a stone carried by the wind penetrated his eyeball and penetrated into his brain, killing him on the spot. "Baga! What's wrong with you?" the ability user next to him shouted. But before he could say anything more, he saw an even more horrifying scene. I saw some neon ability users who had come out in the strong wind and were escaping toward the base in a panic. These people were only halfway through escaping when they were hit by flying sand and rocks and beaten to a bloody pulp. "Help!" the fleeing men shouted. Those who saw it almost rolled back and crawled back to the base. "Close the door! Close the door!" The gate of the old Camel Kara's base, which is nearly 2 meters thick, rumbled shut under the operation of machinery. The ability users who managed to escape to the door desperately knocked on the door, hoping that the people inside would open the door and let them in. But they came back too late. The howling wind remained and became more and more terrifying. The few neon ability users who were lucky enough relied on their strength to persevere in the wind. The persistence only lasted for a moment before their bodies were pierced by sand and stones in the strong wind, and they died in front of the gate of the old Camel Kara's base. "Is the witch here?" the neon ability user who was still high just now asked in a panic. "No, it's a strong wind. A very scary strong wind," the neon ability user who luckily escaped with his life said with a trembling body. People nearby confirmed again and again, and felt relieved after learning that it was not a witch. As for the terrifying strong wind outside the Lautuakara's base that can kill people, as long as they hide inside the base. Are they still afraid of the strong wind blowing in? They didn't panic anymore. But the female on Myoji, Muri Saikairo, who had mixed into the crowd and was about to leave, was unhappy. The strong wind was so terrifying that she couldn't go very far relying on Saikairo Muri's body. But going back to Lautuakara's base is definitely not an option. The pink demon Sumiao hasn't come yet. But that doesn't mean he won't come when the wind stops. Therefore, she found a temporary outpost nearby and got into it, waiting for the strong wind to stop. The next day, around 10 a.m., some light began to appear in the dark sky. The strong wind gradually subsided, and the blazing sunshine shone on the earth again. Sumiao took a test. The temperature now is 69 degrees Celsius. "Sister Sumiao, look at the top of the mountain over there." Xia Xiaoan pointed to the hilltop not far away. "What was there yesterday is gone today." Sumiao blinked and looked into the distance. Not only the mountain Xia Xiaoan saw disappeared, but many mountains in the distance were blown away by the strong wind last night, and some mountains were even blown apart. In addition, many dry ravines and canyons on the ground were filled with sand and gravel, as if they had never existed. After a while, the wind outside completely stopped, and the black wind that blocked the sky seemed to have never appeared. Sumiao recorded the words, "Black wind disaster," in her magic notebook. Fortunately, she had studied the magic barrier in advance. Otherwise, she would not have known how to defend herself against such a devastating wind disaster. In addition, after what happened today, Sumiao decided to prepare more movable magic barriers after dealing with the troubles at the old Camel Kara's base. Otherwise, he would not be able to prepare in time if something happened. "Jiojio, Xian, you stay here." Sumiao took out enough food from the magic space and put it on the table. "Bago, let's go to the old Camel Kara's base." Lin Jiojio and Xia Xiaoan nodded obediently. "They will stay and study hard." Mina flew up. "Okay, Your Highness. It's time to sort out the trouble." According to the coordinates provided on the late-night snack app, it only took Sumiao more than 10 minutes to reach a high mountain outside the old Camel Kara's base. The old Camel Kara's base is located at the foot of a double-humped mountain, because it looks like a camel. It is also called the Old Camel Mountain. There is a Karas in the valley. It is said that the Karas was dug by soldiers who were besieged here in ancient times. With water coming out of the Karas, they managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived and ultimately won. Therefore, the Kanat is also called the Well of Victory. For nearly 1,000 years, the water source inside has never been cut off. With the advent of high-temperature natural disasters at the end of the world, this place has become an important water source for the old Camel Kara's base. Inside the base, a group of neon ability users are celebrating the end of the Black Storm. As for the pink demon Sumiao, who? No one cares anymore. Your Highness, no living neon ability users were seen nearby. All we found were corpses. They were all blown to death by the strong wind. After a patrol, Bago returned to the top of the mountain and reported to Sumiao. There are many rag-like corpses piled in front of the gate of the old Camel Kara's base. They were also blown to death by the strong wind last night. There are some neon power users cleaning up these corpses now. And there are many people inside. Su Miao looked towards the direction of Lao Tuakara's base and nodded. The great Onmyoji who controls the old camel Kurizi base, Saikaro Mori, is very powerful. He can summon dangerous monsters, like the nine-tailed Tamamo no Mei using only the Paper Man incarnation. No one can guarantee that he will not summon the second one. It is too dangerous. In this case, simply using magical phantoms to forcefully attack will only weaken your own magic reserves. Even if the resurrection of the undead is used in the process. It doesn't make any sense. Therefore, Su Miao took out the newly made alloy staff and decided to use the magic beam directly on the old camel Kara's base. If there was any problem, let's blast it first. In order to ensure the supply of magic power, Su Miao took out a large amount of energy ore from the magic space this time. These energy ores contain a large amount of magic power and can be used directly. Using these energy ores, she can save some mana. Su Miao pointed at the energy ore with her staff. In the blink of an eye, the thick magic power was extracted and condensed in front of the staff. And the energy ore on the ground turned into gray-white waste rock. A huge magic array unfolded at Su Miao's feet. And multiple amplifying magic arrays unfolded in front of the staff. The thick magic power gathered, dazzling, and the terrifying pressure spread in all directions. The eighth brother was frightened and flew back high into the sky to avoid being affected by His Highness Su Miao's magic. Magic beam. Boom! The magic beam that was compressed to the extreme bombarded the old camel Kara's base. At this time, in the old camel Kara's base, most of the neon ability users living here finished their busy night and went to bed. Catching up on sleep during the day and hunting at night have long become the living habits of most people under high temperature and natural disasters. A few people who cannot change their habits continue to live as usual. Akai-sama. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. The middle-aged Onmyoji Akayawama passed by and said low to his friends who passed by. He couldn't find the Flow Master anywhere, and he was very anxious now. According to the order of the Flow Master, the residents in the base should leave as soon as possible. But due to the impact of the Black Wind disaster yesterday, no one in the base was willing to leave. There are even rumors that some high-level officials plan to use this deceptive method to get them to leave voluntarily, thereby occupying more supplies. The pink demon Su Miao will never come over. To put it another way, even if they kill all the Dragon Kingdom ability users in the base, old, weak, women and children, and the Dragon Kingdom people want to take revenge. They pride themselves on their benevolence, and will at least spare their women and children. In the end of the world, you can continue to enjoy yourself. No problem. A mere pink devil. Boom! The magic beam bombarded down, penetrated the 6-layer space inside the old camel Kara's base, and exploded with a bang. The sleeping neon ability users were wiped out under this devastating magic blow. The middle-aged Onmyoji Akayawama turned around. But before he could make any defense, he was annihilated by the dazzling magic light. Before he died, his mind went blank. Flow Master. Everything you say is true. They should leave. There are many people who have similar thoughts, but they can't think about it at this moment. Chapter 273. You don't want to be obliterated by the pink demon. Right? On the top of the mountain, Su Miao looked at the old camel Kara's base. The huge old camel twin-humped mountains disappeared under the bombardment of magic beams. There was no mushroom cloud this time, but there was endless dust swept across with destructive energy. The earth was shaking constantly, and a large number of cracks appeared on the ground that had been smoothed by the wind and sand. And the cracks spread in all directions. As the dust waves dissipated, a chaotic abyss could be vaguely seen beneath Twin Peaks Mountain. Su Miao didn't know exactly how deep it was. She would have to wait until the dust dispersed inside to dissipate. If last night's black storm happened again, the abyss might be filled in, and there would be no way to determine how deep it was. However, there is one thing Su Miao is sure of. The old camel Kara's base ceases to exist from today on. Even if there are survivors inside, they will most likely be suffocated to death. Mina, patrol the area to see if there are any survivors, Su Miao said. Without the old camel Kara's base, those with neon abilities wandering outside would either die of heat or thirst. Either way would be extremely miserable. Therefore, as a kind-hearted witch, Su Miao wants to find them and put an end to their suffering as soon as possible. This way she can feel at ease. The most important thing is that Su Miao cannot be sure whether the magic beam just killed the great Onmyoji Muri Saikaro. Her intuition told her that it would be difficult for a great Onmyoji who could summon a monster like Nine-Tailed Tamami to die like this. So, here she is staring at the ruins of the old camel Keres to see if there is any follow-up. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response. Su Miao frowned. This illustrates a problem. The great Onmyoji Muri Saikaro is probably not inside. He escaped? At the checkpoint 6 kilometers away from the Lao Tuakera's base, the female Onmyoji, Muri Saikaro, was caught in a fierce struggle. According to the original plan, the Nine-Tailed Tamami, who had stolen the body, planned to run away immediately after the wind stopped. But due to the bombardment of Su Miao's starlight blooming, her soul was irreversibly damaged. She had to take a break. But during the break, Saikaro Mori fought back and further gained control of his body. In this way, Tamamo, who had just rested for a while, had to engage in a tug-of-war for body control with Saikaro Muri. The two sides entered a stalemate for a while, and missed the best opportunity to escape. Onmyoji, if you continue to fight for me, neither you nor I will be able to escape. Tamamo, get out of my body. Onmyoji, why are you so paranoid? The witch will come in a while. Intelligence shows that the pink demon Su Miao never misses any opportunity for revenge. She didn't come last night, so we still have time to prepare. Saikaro Muri said, there is a trump card I prepared in the base. We must rush back as soon as possible. If you and I join forces, we will definitely be able to fight against the pink devil. Tamamo sarcastically said, join forces? Have you forgotten that she almost killed my concubine? Saikaro Muri was helpless. Yesterday was an accident. I promise there will be no more accidents. Tamamozen said, Onmyoji, you really can't make me trust you. Saikaro Muri said, okay, I will open part of my memory to you. After reading this memory, you will believe what I say. A special memory appeared in the space of consciousness. Tamamo looked at the memory in front of her with a trace of doubt on her face. Muri Saikaro said, Master Tamamo, this is the only chance for you and me. If we cooperate, we can survive. If we don't cooperate, we won't be able to survive when we encounter the pink devil again. Look at our current coordinates. Can we really avoid the pink devil search? You don't want to be wiped out by the pink demon just after you revive. Do you? Tamamo was silent. She looked at the memory provided by Saikaro Muri. And the next second, she showed an unexpected look. You actually found the legendary special grade curse that can kill gods, Muri Saikaro said. Master Tamamo, it's your turn to make a decision. Tamamo said, okay, I agree to cooperate. But you have to give me temporary control of your body so that you can return to the base faster. Muri Saikaro hesitated for a second and said, okay. He withdrew control of his body. The best opportunity to escape has been lost. Unless Tamamo wants to face the pink demon alone. Don't think about living alone. Tamamo chuckled and took full control of her body. She walked out of the hidden outpost, glanced in the direction of the old Camel Kara's base, and turned into a gust of wind and ran over. This is not because Tamamo really agreed to cooperate with Saikaro Mori. She would never give back the control of her body. But she had to get the legendary supergrade spell that could kill gods. After devouring the legendary special grade curse that can kill gods, she will become stronger. And it is not impossible to crush the pink demon alone. Because the legendary supergrade curse that can kill gods really seriously injured a god from Gao Tianyuan and nearly killed him. Suddenly, Tamamo felt a palpitation in his heart. The next second, she saw a dazzling white beam of light penetrating the sky in the distance and bombarding the old Camel Kara's base area. How to describe this scene? Meteor falling? Or pure destruction? Tamamo stopped temporarily on a high peak and looked towards the old Camel Kara's base. The old Camel Kara's base had completely disappeared from the ground and was replaced by an abyss. Deep cracks spread in all directions with the old Camel Kara's base as the center. Such destructive power was beyond the description of ordinary meteorites and major earthquakes. She could be sure that there would be no more living people inside. Even the so-called super-level curses that can kill gods may not survive. Tamamo subconsciously looked at the source of the magic beam. But she held back and didn't look. After reaching a certain level of strength, as long as you look at it, you will be noticed by the other party. Escape! Tamamo turned around and ran away. As for the special curse that can kill gods, she can just return here to search after the pink demon leaves. After escaping for a while, Tamamo saw a starling passing by in the sky. It's the witch's Mina. The starling speeding high in the sky noticed the shadows below. This is very fast. Almost impossible to lock on. But who is Mina? With just one glance, Mina clearly understood the appearance of the female Onmyoji Muri Saikairo, as well as the arrogance that was unique to Tamamo-me, which he would never forget. Hill! Tamamo-me's body almost teleported to high altitude. The invisible nine tails unfolded and struck down towards Mina like thunder. You must not let go of the starlings raised by the witch. Otherwise the witch will find out soon. Quack! Quack! You're a fox! You're a bastard! Mina screamed. Its size suddenly increased in size, and the strong wind carrying the wind and sand roared around the starling. Thousands of jet black feathers whirled out like sharp arrows, and actually blocked Tamamo-me's attack. Boom! Tamamo-me was startled for a moment after the strong wind that shattered the starlings. I thought I could kill him with one hit, but I never expected that a mere Mina could become bigger and even block attacks. However, she successfully intercepted the Mina, and it was not a problem to kill the Mina in just a few dozen seconds. Slutty fox! Just wait! His Highness will come and kill you right away! Mina flew high into the sky, his momentum skyrocketing. Damn it! Master Bird! I will fight with you! Tamamo-me chuckled. Even if you want to fight me to the death. Just die, that's not right. She turned around and saw a few dark feathers flying towards the pink demon Su Miao. In other words, Bago knew that he could not escape from her, so he deliberately made a desperate gesture to make her ignore the ineffective attacks that could be avoided. In fact, the so-called ineffective attacks are not ineffective. Most of them are indeed attacks on her, but most of them are deceptions, and only a few feathers are the real purpose of the Mina. Tamamo-me wanted to intercept the feathers that were moving away. However, after reaching a certain speed, those feathers can actually accelerate in the second stage and third stage to become faster. This means Starling has mastered extremely powerful wind powers. Bastard! Hee hee! You are really pretending to be a concubine. Tamamo showed a charming smile. Her body turned into a huge shadow, and she waved her big hand to suppress Mina. Slutty fox! Wait for death! The starling in the form of a big bird was heartbroken and suddenly dived towards the ground. Tamamo-me's big open hand fell suddenly, not giving Mina any chance to escape. So what if she is fast? As long as she kills the mean-mouthed Mina, she can still buy time to escape. Suddenly, a terrifying tornado appeared out of thin air on the ground, blocking Tamamo-me's big hand that covered the sky and the sun. If this tornado is allowed to continue to grow, there may be nothing that can be done. But in the end, this tornado is new and nothing. Tamamo-me continued to slap, determined to turn the mean-mouthed Mina into a meat pie. At the same time, in order to prevent the Mina from escaping again, with the tornado at the center, 3 nine-tailed shadows were sweeping down, completely blocking any possible escape route for the Mina. Suddenly, the tornado exploded. The big hand that Tamamo-me had transformed into was exploded, and the entire shadow was startled for a moment. Showing a puzzled expression, she lowered her head and looked down, only to see the Mina rise into the sky again in the exploding billowing dust waves, straight up to the 9 heavens. Your Highness, the fox is here! Tamamo-me, who was put on another course, laughed angrily. Giggle! Bastard! Sooner or later, I will put you on the grill for barbecue. How could anyone raise such a mean starling? This doesn't match the image of the pink devil at all. The huge shadow suddenly disappeared, and there was no longer Tamamo-me on the ground. In fact, she was the one who left this phantom to crush Bago to death. But she didn't expect that Bago's strength far exceeded her estimate. However, being able to seriously injure this mean-mouthed Mina and make it impossible to continue tracking would be considered as achieving the goal. At this time, her body had already escaped 1 kilometer away, on the peak near the old Camel Kara's base. Su Miao looked at the ruins of the base intently, waiting for news about the Mina. Suddenly, 3 jet-black Mina feathers flew over at great speed. Su Miao waved her staff and fixed the 3 feathers in midair and put them into the magic space. Seeing the dark feathers, Su Miao instantly understood that this was Mina's encounter with the 9-tailed Tamami. As expected, QB Tamami was not dead. After all, the sycamore wood staff can only withstand 60% of her magic power, and the damage of Starlight Bloom is a little lower. But it doesn't matter. This time she has a brand new alloy staff, which will definitely be able to input more magic power, making the Starlight Bloom even more powerful. 10 seconds later, Su Miao came to the area where Bago and Tamamo-me were fighting. Mina, who looked extremely arrogant just now, is already dying. There were injuries all over his body. In order to find a way out, the last tornado explosion created by Mina was a trick that injured 1,000 enemies and 800 damage to himself. He would never use it unless forced to do so. In that case, it has no choice. Fortunately, Tamamome was afraid of His Highness Su Miao. Otherwise, if he had stayed for a while, Bago would not have had such good luck. However, compared to the last time when King Dashi was injured, the injury this time was much lighter. Mina is very proud. Your Highness, she ran away. Seeing His Highness Su Miao, Beige endured his injuries and reported them immediately. Su Miao casually threw out a big water balloon. Drink it. Thank you, Your Highness. Mina opened his mouth and swallowed the big water ball in one gulp. In just the blink of an eye, it felt like the injuries up and down its body were recovering quickly. Looking up again, it found that His Highness Su Miao had already pursued him. Su Miao was walking in the void. The flow of Tai Chi moves naturally. Su Miao takes one step 120 meters, and the scenery on both sides recedes quickly like a stream of light. She was very fortunate to have learned Tai Chi flow, which allowed her to save her magic power as much as possible when she was on the road, so that she wouldn't be caught up and run out of magic power. However, I have to say that Tamamome is really strong. The escape speed was very fast. In the past, she could only watch the other party escape and was helpless. There was no telling when Tamamome would appear again and give her a sneak attack. This is too scary. Now, Bago had raised the alarm in time, and with Tamamome's aura bursting out trying to escape with all her strength, and the unimaginable malice in the distance, it was difficult for Su Miao to catch up. You damn bitch. You damn boy. Tamamome ran for her life. At first, she was proud of her wisdom and successfully got rid of the pink demon. Who would have thought that the pink demon would catch up so quickly? Muri Saikaro's voice sounded. Tamamome, give me control of your body so that we can get rid of tracking. Tamamome said. Can you be as fast as I am? Saikaro Muri said. If we are caught up, you and I will die. Now is not the time for you to be willful. Tamamome said. On my Oji, don't try to deceive me. Don't interfere with me. Damn it. Pink Devil. Tamamome wanted to say something more, but Su Miao had already arrived and came in front of her. In fact, Su Miao was too fast and failed to stop the car. Seeing Tamamo so close, Su Miao was startled. With the staff in hand, she subconsciously moved forward. The void collapsed. Boom! The void shattered into pieces, and Tamamo dodged it one after another. However, some cracks appeared on her face, and the body she finally obtained was ruined again. Tamamome was furious. Pink Devil. You? Chapter 274, I have no grievances against you. He failed to kill Tamamome, but the distance was increased. Su Miao held the alloy staff and breathed a sigh of relief. She would be frightened and stressed if she was too close to strangers, let alone enemies, who had extremely malicious intentions towards her, without any unnecessary nonsense. Hundreds of ice arrows roared out and suppressed Tamamome. How to use ice ability in high-temperature natural disaster weather? What on earth was this pink devil thinking? The shadow of the nine-tailed fox appeared behind Tamamo, and a huge fox tail slapped out, intercepting all the ice arrows. Pink Devil, don't go too far. Tamamo's heart trembled. The ice arrow failed to hurt her, but Su Miao now gave her an unimaginable sense of oppression. What's even more outrageous is that when Su Miao looked at her, there was extremely obvious fear on her body. The more afraid you are, the harder you attack. This made Tamamome seriously doubt whether there was something wrong with the fear she felt. She recalled the scene when Su Miao's staff was very close, when the void collapsed. As long as she retreated a little slower, there would be no need to keep Saikaro Muri's body. Kill! Tamamo used a fierce attack, and the phantom nine tails behind him launched a frantic attack on Su Miao. Boom boom boom! The void exploded one after another. Su Miao, who was at the center of the attack, simply moved the unfolded magic space array and easily defused Tamamome's attack. The more she attacked, the more frightened Tamamome became, feeling that there was a huge invisible barrier between her and Su Miao. With this barrier, she couldn't really attack Su Miao. On the contrary, Su Miao can attack her without any scruples. Pink Devil, I don't believe your defense is invincible. Tamamome stood there and danced. This is a very ancient dance. As the Tamamome dance steps unfolded, the surrounding space suddenly changed, and Su Miao fell into a strange illusion without knowing it. Hee hee! Pink Devil, welcome to the dream world I have prepared for you. The figure in front of Tamamo was like a dream. Erratic in front of Su Miao. The clothes that were originally intact turned into transparent gauze. The Miao Miao bathhouse appeared in the fantasy realm. The bathhouse is full of graceful beauties. They are naked and charming. They are all beautiful women that Tamamome has killed in the past years. Some of them were killed by Tamamome himself. Tamamome likes to eat their hearts, drink their blood, and collect their broken souls when they are desperate and fearful. Strengthen your own boundaries and enhance your own strength. Some were beautiful women who were cursed after being exposed to the killing stone after Tamamome was exposed to the killing stone. After their death, their souls were absorbed by the killing stone and became the energy reserved for Tamamome to unblock the killing stone. Now, these beautiful women are all infected with the poison of spirit and will. As long as Su Miao looks over, they will respond coquettishly. Every eye response comes with a hint of mental control. This is Tamamome's hidden secret. As long as Su Miao is slightly infected with the mental poison, Tamamome will be confident to corrode Su Miao's spiritual soul, thereby controlling Su Miao, twisting and annihilating Su Miao's soul, and dying here forever. Over the years, few people who have fallen into the barrier have been able to break it and escape. More likely to die here or become a new soul puppet. To be honest, compared to the opponents I encountered before, the pink demon Su Miao is really not good enough. Because those people would run away as soon as they sensed something was wrong, and would not give her a chance to spread the barrier and pull people in. However, something is wrong. Tamamome noticed that Su Miao's body was shaking violently. Danger! Falling into the dreamy barrier woven in front of Tamamo. Su Miao was extremely frightened when she saw so many strangers. Still naked. And so close. She couldn't hold back her cold expression. And her body couldn't help but tremble. The hand shook and the staff moved forward a little. A bloody light lit up on the staff. Su Miao used a magic that had never been used before, Death Core. In an instant, the women in the barrier let out shrill screams. Their beauty, gracefulness, and charm disappeared, replaced by broken souls dripping with blood. The broken souls converged towards Su Miao's magic circle, forming a blood-colored soul crystal. The soul crystal emitted a strange light. Just looking at it, it felt like thousands of souls were wailing and screaming in pain. Pink Devil, what did you do? Tamamome screamed, seeing the thousands of souls that were finally collected being absorbed by Su Miao and turned into death cores. Tamamome was horrified. There was even a moment when she felt like she was about to leave Saikaro Muri's body and be absorbed into it. Horrible. Not only that, as these souls turned into death cores, the entire barrier was instantly shattered. Tamamome suffered an unprecedented backlash and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Looking horrified. The magic just now seemed to come from H.L. And it was more terrifying than the methods used by the big demons she had seen before. Escape. Tamamome never forgot his original intention. If you can't defeat the pink demon Su Miao, just run away. Compared to being injured in a frontal battle, the backlash caused by the complete destruction of the barrier by Su Miao was the most serious. She felt the weakening of her control over Muri Saikaro's body, felt the cracks in her soul and will, and felt the trembling and fear coming from her soul. Your condition is too bad. Give your body back to me. Muri Saikaro was extremely anxious and urged Tamamome to return the body. I have a way to escape. If you delay any longer, we will all die, Tamamome said. Don't even think about deceiving me. Don't worry. I will definitely be able to escape. Su Miao's pursuit in the air was too fast. Therefore, Tamamome pretended to be seriously injured and fell to the ground. She was going to find a crack in the ground to escape. There is a split canyon not far ahead. The canyon is covered with quicksand, which is perfect for escaping. Su Miao put away the condensed death core, watched it fall downwards, and pointed the staff downward. In an instant, a huge magic circle spread out on the ground. Colorful tentacles grew out of the ground, piercing and capturing Tamamome with lightning speed. Seeing so many tentacles attacking her, the soul of the dead emerged in front of Tamamo. On the one hand, he was disgusted by the tentacles, and on the other hand, the speed of the tentacles was too fast. The nine-tailed phantom slapped forward from time to time, breaking some tentacles, and more tentacles emerged, as if they couldn't be dealt with at all. If she was not injured, Tamamome was confident that she could solve the problem at hand. But the backlash she just suffered was too severe. Without paying attention, a tentacle grabbed her foot. Although the tentacle was shattered in time, her speed was completely slowed down. Turning around again, countless tentacles swept over her, binding her body and breaking through any hole she could get through. Tamamome was extremely frightened. The more she struggled, the tighter she was restrained by the tentacles. What kind of demonic attack is this? She recalled the fear of facing death deep in her memory. No, it was even more fearful than the last time she died. Because the last death was not a real death. She at least had a chance to turn into a killing stone and wait for the future. This time, she would never have such an opportunity. Tamamome, I'm going to be killed by you. Deep in his consciousness, Saikaro Muri no longer struggled at this moment. He was not sure whether the struggle just now affected Tamamome's combat power, leading to his current desperate situation. Even struggling now had no effect. They are all finished. Caught! Sumiao looked at the bound Kyubi Tamamazani, while controlling her tentacles to continue to break through Tamamome's defense. She held the alloy staff in both hands and pointed at Tamamome. The starlight blooming magic array unfolded. The multiple amplification magic arrays unfolded. The magic power was inputted crazily into the alloy staff, and the magic power in the air gathered crazily. In an instant, the sky illuminated by the hot and scorching sun darkened, as if it had turned into an eternal night. The only light was the magical light group in front of Sumiao's staff that was compressed to the extreme and looked like a bright galaxy. Devil, you must die a happy death, Tamamo shouted loudly. I have no enmity against you. Why do you want to kill me? I hate you. I curse you. The voice was too loud. I was scared. Must be killed quickly. Sensing the growing malice in Tamamo, Sumiao continued to input magic power into the alloy staff. This time the magic output reached over 80%. And the alloy staff was very stable. There was only a little magic left in her body. Starlight blooms. Boom. In the darkness, the Milky Way seemed to be compressed to the extreme and bombarded out, annihilating Tamamome, who was bound by magic tentacles. And countless bright stars exploded, making it beautiful. Tamamome wanted to resist and struggle, but she could do nothing but despair. The body she finally stole was annihilated almost instantly. What follows is the entangled soul will of her and Saikaro Mori. Last time, she was able to escape more or less with the help of Saikaro Mori's body in contract, who was not present at the scene. But this time, there was no chance of escaping at all. Even if the situation was the same as last time, she would not be able to escape. Ah! Tamamome screamed in despair and completely disappeared from this world. I don't know how much time passed, but a bottomless abyss was formed where the starlight bloomed and bombarded. There were still residual starlight exploding in it, which looked very beautiful. I must be very happy to die in such a beautiful place. Sumiao thought of this inexplicably. She blinked, looked around, and once again confirmed that the malice of Tamamome and Muri Saikaro had disappeared. She took one step and quickly left the scene of the explosion. The almost unreserved release of Starlight Bloom just now left very little magic power in her body, and she might be in danger if she encountered any powerful mutant animals or ability users. Moreover, it is difficult not to attract the attention of survivors with such loud fighting noises. As Sumiao expected, about half an hour after she left, a peacock flew to the scene. He stayed on a hilltop and stared at the terrifying abyss below, not knowing what he was looking at. Kongyu! Not long after, a middle-aged ability user wearing a long robe and holding a black code appeared on the scene. Did you make this? Kongyu looked at the black code in the middle-aged person's hand, which had the words, Criminal Code, written on it, and said, Si-sen, your question is stupid. Si-zui smiled. You are the first person to discover the crime scene. I definitely want to ask about it. Kongyu glanced at Si-zui in surprise. Do you think I'm a human? Si-zui said. You are a human being who can speak human language and understand human principles. Is there any problem? Kongyu looked very happy. You are different from the rumored Si-zui, who just showed up to judge the guilty and shouted for death. Let me tell you some news. All the neon ability users in the private base near Sha Kong have been wiped out in the past 3 days. Si-zui glanced at the scene again and nodded. Okay. Thank you for the clues you provided. I will verify it. He came here to track down a group of powerful neon ability users. Those with neon abilities killed many people on their way here and committed many unforgivable crimes. However, during the tracking process, Si-zui's investigation and tracking encountered some interference, and was delayed for a period of time by other things. Only then did he arrive here in the past few days, preparing to find the lair of these neon ability users for trial. Unexpectedly, someone took a step ahead and killed all the neon ability users who were entrenched here and committed heinous crimes. A new natural disaster is about to come. Kongyu said something, turned around and flew into the sky, leaving the scene. Si Zui didn't look at Kongyu. He looked in the direction Su Miao left, thought for a few seconds, and chose another path. Mina flew back to the orange tree magic enchantment. It immediately shrank in size, and without even saying H, lo to Xia Xiaoan or Lin Jiujiu. It ate some strawberries and raspberries, and fell into a deep sleep. Mina, what's wrong? Xia Xiaoan was worried when he saw Ba Ji's condition. I don't know. It fell asleep. Lin Jiujiu confirmed that Bago was not dead, and breathed a sigh of relief. Will Sister Su Miao be okay? They looked into the distance worriedly. So far, this is the first time they have seen Mina injured. A few minutes later, Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu felt a little relieved when they saw that the sky in the distance turned pitch black, and the terrifying stars bloomed in the darkness. Not long after, Su Miao came back. Solved! Su Miao looked at Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu, who were waiting, and said, Sister Su Miao, will Beige be okay? Lin Jiujiu asked. Along the way, Bago liked to stand on Lin Jiujiu's shoulders. Seeing Bago become like this, she was very worried. Su Miao walked over to check the Mina's injury and said, It's okay. It will recover after resting for a while. After thinking for a moment, Su Miao raised her hand and threw a water balloon to wrap up Mina. After a few minutes, the water ball dissipated and the Mina continued to sleep. Su Miao pulled out a chair and sat down, taking out some barbecue that she had reserved last time from the magic space and eating it. Although this battle went smoothly, the magic power consumption was extremely high. When she rushed back to the orange tree magic barrier, there was not much magic power left in her body. In any case, these neon ability users have been dealt with, and she can safely continue her journey with Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu. I'll take a nap first. After eating something, Su Miao yawned and put a lot of food on the table. You don't need to call me for dinner. Chapter 275, The Kind, which is the Pink Devil. Orange Tree Magic Enchantment. Su Miao slept soundly and breathed evenly. Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan moved very gently, for fear of affecting Sister Su Miao asleep. The Mina's injuries have basically recovered, which can be seen from the fact that its feathers have become shiny again. Seeing the changes in Bago, Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan felt relieved. The starlings have always been the sentinels. This time it's their turn. Su Miao is sleeping soundly here, and the late-night snack app is very lively. Someone uploaded a video in the comprehensive area. The title of the post is, Hold the Grass. The Good, which is the Pink Devil. Posted by Wandering Wolf King. Without further ado, let's watch the video. The video is of a horrific explosion near the old Camel Kara's base, that the kind which wanted a few days ago. Attachment, video. The shooting perspective of the video is a hillside, and the Wandering Wolf King starts live broadcast and video recording every day. Since he discovered that outdoor live broadcasts can earn points, he took advantage of the recovery time to join this track. When there is an internet connection, it will be broadcast, and when there is no internet connection, it will be recorded. Although the process is a bit dangerous, you may not know when a video will go viral and become popular, and you may not need to participate in dangerous work in the future. In the video, the young ability user with wolf ears started broadcasting as usual. I heard that the Lautuakara's base was occupied by a group of neon ability users. I don't know if it's true or not. It may be dangerous to live broadcast here, but brothers, I'm still here. He first introduced the nearby environment and stated that the area is very close to the old Camel Kara's base. After talking a lot of nonsense, he mentioned that the kind-hearted which asked the old camel about the coordinates of the Kara's base, and guessed that the kind-hearted which was the Pink Devil, who was offered a bounty of 100,000 points on the forum. Anyway, how can I get traffic? Suddenly, a terrible explosion came from the direction of the old Lautuakara's base. The ground was shaking, and billowing waves of dust rose into the sky. The young wolf-eared user was frightened. Not long after, the sky in the video suddenly darkened, and a light like a bright galaxy penetrated the darkness and bombarded it. The explosion was deafening, and there was even a certain aftermath that hit here, causing serious injuries to the anchor. He ran away in a mess. The video content ends here. First floor. Sunjiaku, although there is no familiar mushroom cloud, it is hard to imagine anyone other than Her Highness, the witch Su Miao, being able to create such a terrifying explosion. Second floor. A certain collapsed assures of the end I went. But those who didn't know thought they were pulling down the Milky Way to carry out dimension reduction strikes. Floor 3. MOU, good kill. Floor 4. Son of Winter Luo Sierre, AI found that those who criticized His Highness Su Miao are no longer online. Floor 5. Sakura Liu So, the kind which is really Her Highness Su Miao. Floor 6. Security Captain, Your Highness Su Miao is invincible. 7th floor. Lemon and Orange, if the kind-hearted which is Her Highness Su Miao. Will she see everyone who bites the pink devil on the forum? 8th floor. Wandering Wolf King, don't scare me upstairs. Floor 9. Panda Tony, no need to guess. That's basically it. Apart from His Highness's fast efficiency, it's hard to think of another person. 10th floor. Science Director Jie. I want to see what will happen if the pink devil people in the forum meet His Highness. 11th floor. Huanxi, don't everyone know how to be grateful? His Highness Su Miao shared the coordinates of the ruins of the Xixia shelter with everyone for free. 12th floor. Kahua Diver, if I didn't mention this on the 11th floor, I still don't know that Xixia town is still very close to the old Camel Kara's base in a sense. Floor 13. Avenger 0841 thank you, Her Majesty the Witch, for avenging us all, including the Lao Tuakara's base. They were all occupied by those with neon abilities, and all the people inside were killed. It was a horrific sight. Floor 14. Inquisitor, looking at it this way, Her Highness the Witch's methods were a bit too gentle, and they died too easily. 15th floor. Fisherman, hold the grass. So cruel? Speaking of which, we also have many neon ability users here. I'm afraid. This post quickly caused a stir in the late-night snack app. More posts related to the kind which and the pink demon Su Miao appeared. And some people speculated whether one day the creator of the late-night snack app would be destroyed by Su Miao. Because of the reward of 100,000 points, Su Miao encountered a lot of troubles along the way. But the midnight snack app was still hanging on. Isn't this an intentional provocation? The relevant posts quickly attracted the attention of the administrator of the Yeshio app. But the administrator of the Yeshio app seemed to be completely invisible and did not respond. The late-night snack app is great, and it deserves to be dared to compete with the official shelter. I'm looking forward to the day when Her Majesty the Witch discovers the base of the research and development company of the night snack app. Then we will see if their attack is as strong as the missiles that attacked Her Majesty the Witch last time, and whether their defense is as thick as the rumored shelter. Hee. The missiles that attacked Her Majesty the Witch last time are said to have come from the launch silo of the Xixia refuge, and some of the missiles carried micro-nuclear bombs. The strongest defense at present is the multidimensional composite plasma shield. Right. Every time it is turned on, it consumes a lot of energy. I don't know if it can block the attack of Her Highness the Witch. I suspect that the company developing late-night snack apps is on the Moon or Mars. The Moon and Mars are also in the solar system. And the natural disasters there are no weaker than those that occur on the Earth. Why do you care so much? I want to see a river of blood. You're right. We want to see a river of blood. However, the popularity of a post is temporary. Under the various sounds of fun, related topics gradually fell silent, replaced by other hot news about the Doomsday. For example, a civil strife broke out in a certain base. A powerful ability user was assassinated. A mysterious ore was discovered in a certain place, triggering a battle among many ability users. Or a wave of mutant beasts and an insect plague broke out again in a certain place. However, what is more shocking than these is a new post sent by Irina. Latest research, mutated animals begin to enter civilization. Posted by Irina. Everyone, here I am. And as usual, I will start with the conclusion, the end of the world is coming. And many animals have acquired wisdom that is not inferior to humans after mutating, and have begun to learn to use tools and enter the human world. Next, I will show you a few videos. The following videos have not been processed with any special effects. In the first video, a beautiful girl wearing a witch robe, but not showing her face appears in the video. She appears in a dark underground city. There is a fire not far away. Under the fire, there is a rabbit. A beautiful girl with long hair and a cold expression. Emperor! The dam which exposed the coordinates of our place on the internet. The Rabbit King held up his mobile phone and said indignantly, Now humans attack us every day. What should we do? The girl responded without any expression. The Rabbit King said, Your Majesty, how about we start a new wave of beasts and insect plagues and let these humans know how powerful we are? The girl shook her head. No. As if he noticed something. His cold eyes looked at Irina's position. Irina immediately cut off the video recording and disappeared from the darkness. However, at the end of the video, an extremely terrifying explosion was still seen where Irina was standing. In the second video, Irina is having a picnic. Amina stopped by and asked Irina for food. Mina said in a familiar voice, "Beauty, give me something to eat. I'll tell you some good news." Irina looked at the mutated steak being grilled on rock charcoal in front of her and asked with interest, "What's the good news?" Beige said, "The content of the message is cut out. How about it? Is this news enough?" Irina nodded. "The price is very reasonable. Let's eat." Mina fell down to eat the grilled steak given by Irina without any fear. "This grilled mutated beef is really great. It's delicious." What's even more outrageous is that while eating the second steak, this Mina took out her phone to take a selfie and posted it online. This scene made Irina more and more curious. She asked, "I have a presumptuous question. Are there many mutated animals that can speak human language now?" Mina said, "Well, there are many. Most of them are very strong, and some of them can't speak human language. But they can use human tools, such as mobile phones, computers, etc. These steaks are so delicious. Let me tell you another news. There is a delicious-looking fruit parasitic on the cactus. Don't eat it. There is a very insidious mutant bug inside. They can parasitize and secrete bacteria in the human body, silk, thus stealing the human body's nervous tissue and eventually replacing the person to continue to live." Video 3. Irina encounters a talking mutant orangutan in the zoo. Video 4. Irina meets a talking mutant crow. Video 5. Irina encounters a mutated scavenger bird that makes the cry of a child and shouts for help. That's all for the video. We can draw a conclusion from the above. With the mutation of abilities in the Doomsday, the IQ of many mutated animals will only get higher and higher. Just like the myths and legends from long ago in human history are repeating themselves in reality. For example, the Eastern classic of mountains and seas mentions people with human heads and snake bodies. And Western mythological stories mention people with human heads and horse bodies. Humans can control wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and mutated animals can turn the world upside down. But who could have thought of such a thing before? Therefore, this Doomsday is likely to be an opportunity for human civilization to leap to a higher level. Even one day our world will be a new mythical world. You will all become characters in myths and legends. However, before such opportunities, crises also exist. I hope this research will be useful to you, especially when hunting mutant animals. Don't openly discuss plans. They may really understand but are just too lazy to respond. Attachment 1. Regarding the fruits mentioned by Mina in the video. I have included photos below. I hope you will be careful. Appendix 2. People with the ability to eat mutated animals alive should also pay attention to the phenomenon of lycanthropy. I found that some people with severe lycanthropy abilities have signs of losing their humanity and completely turning into lycanthropes. Floor 1. How to dig out more, hold the grass. If Irina didn't bring big news every time she came out. And when I saw the Mina and the witch's robe, I would have thought Irina was the witch. Second floor. Lingfeng, is it possible that Irina is also a witch? But no one knows her real name yet. Floor 3. Not Lao Yi, why are you so interested in Irina's real name? This is the internet. It's the end of the world. You still want to have sex offline? Fourth floor. Plausible _E, it's scary to think about it carefully. Floor 5. On 087, when I woke up, I became a character in myths and legends. Floor 6. Quan, wait. Irina also went to the ruins of the Shisha shelter and saw the talking rabbit and the girl called the Emperor. Floor 7. CWFE 587, I didn't notice it even if you didn't tell me upstairs. Wait for the collapse in the ruins a few days ago. Is Irina really a witch? Floor 8. Qin Tianin, why is a little human girl called the Emperor by that rabbit? Floor 9. Want to sleep, I know this. The talking rabbit calls himself the Rabbit King, and he has killed many powerful ability users recently. 10th floor. Plain but full of beauty, this girl is a vertical pupil. She is not a human being. 11th floor. Mach 030, people can become completely mutated animals through animal transformation. And mutated animals can also turn into humans. This is terrible. 12th floor. Sheer thinking of the falling star. The rabbit in the video gnashing his teeth is talking about His Highness Su Miao. Right? Floor 13. How can I be rebellious? Who has a time machine? I want to go back to the end of the world. This world is too scary. Su Miao woke up. After a good sleep. My body is full of magic and energetic. Sure enough. There is no better way to restore your magic than sleeping. She glanced around and saw that Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu, who were in charge of guarding could not hold on, and both fell asleep. But looking at the records left on the table, they had just fallen asleep not long ago. The Mina is still in a deep slumber, and looks like it won't be long before she recovers. Su Miao used magic to put Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu on the bed, so that they could sleep more peacefully. Her movements were very gentle, and Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu didn't feel anything unusual. It seems that they are really tired during this time. Su Miao came to the table and sat down, looked at the time, and fell silent. It turned out that she slept for nearly 26 hours. No wonder Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu, who insisted on vigilance, were so exhausted. But there was nothing that could be done about it. In order to completely kill Nine-tailed Tamami, Su Miao almost exhausted all his magic power. Fortunately, everything is over. Su Miao took out some food and opened the midnight snack app while eating. First of all, according to the agreement, Su Miao will provide 100 points for each netizen who provided the Lao to Akira's base as a thank you. Then, Su Miao discovered that the nickname she registered as the kind which had been exposed. Su Miao didn't care at all about this, as long as she didn't admit it. Who could authenticate her? Just when she was thinking this, Su Miao received a system notification. System prompt: congratulations on obtaining the star-level professional real name certification, which Su Miao. Returning to the interface, she saw a beautiful star under the avatar. Click on the star logo to see detailed certification content. Name: Su Miao. Occupation: witch. Su Miao was silent. She was a little nervous. Originally, surfing the internet was one of her few pleasures. But now that her real name had been revealed, she felt somewhat scared. Don't let her know who the maker of this midnight snack app is, and where the R&D company is located. Now, Su Miao can only comfort herself, so that she can practice her communication skills. It is definitely not possible to continue to fear society in a doomsday world. As for this certification, as long as she doesn't admit it, it's okay. Who can find her offline? Su Miao suppressed the emotional fluctuations in her heart and continued to browse the posts. And soon noticed Irina's new post. Chapter 276, 3 Days Volley. A World in Myths and Legends? Su Miao looked at this post thoughtfully. She has read The Classic of Mountains and Seas, which records various strange creatures and their corresponding eating methods. In a sense, the current apocalyptic world is very similar to the world in The Classic of Mountains and Seas, and can even be said to be a perfect replica. She still remembered that various scientists studied the Book of Mountains and Seas, and expressed their incomprehension that the book recorded the complete geography of the Earth in ancient times. But can they understand it in light of the current situation? This is a high-tech world, and humans naturally know the entire world well. With the support of the internet, it is not incomprehensible to learn what mutant animals are found in various places, and how to eat these mutant animals, so as to create an encyclopedia. When people see this encyclopedia countless years from now, will they be as incomprehensible as the scientists before the Doomsday? Just thinking about it like this is too scary, because this means that human beings have struggled from generation to generation in the Doomsday world, leaving only a very small amount of fire to continue civilization, and more have been annihilated under the erosion of time. For example, scientists have restored the world-destroying flood in ancient times, with glaciers covering the world. Isn't that what is happening in this apocalypse now? Su Miao shook her head and stopped thinking about it. What happens thousands or tens of thousands of years later has nothing to do with her. She lives in a doomsday world, and all she has to think about is how to survive. However, there is one thing Su Miao can refer to, and that is to collect information through the internet to see which parts of various mutated animals are edible, and how to eat them deliciously. After all, the meat stored in the magic space will be exhausted if eaten for a while. She needs fresh sources of ingredients. Su Miao closed the app, opened the map, checked their current location, started planning the route, and confirmed the general geographical environment on the route. Half an hour later, Su Miao drew a few lines on the mobile map and marked the areas he wanted to pass through. According to information provided by Yangshan Shelter, there are even fewer shelters nearby. You may walk hundreds of kilometers without necessarily finding the next shelter. As for private bases, they are even less affected by water scarcity. This is not bad. They don't have to encounter unnecessary troubles like before. Su Miao clenched her fists, looking forward to the next journey. After eating something, Su Miao took out Arcane Research and Magic Elements and Arcane Energy, and started studying. I have had these magic books for a long time, but I have never had time to study them. Now is the perfect time to study. 3 days later, Mina woke up and had fully recovered from his injuries. Your Highness, I'm fine, Mina said lively. Xia Xian and Lin Jiujiu were very happy to see the recovered Bago. Su Miao nodded and took out a lot of delicious food from the storage space. Everyone celebrated. So happy. Xia Xian ate ice cream and looked at Sister Su Miao, Lin Jiujiu, and Ba Gu, feeling relieved. Sister Su Miao, Shaolin, Brother Ba, let me sing a song for you. Lin Jiujiu expanded his field, became a shining little idol full of energy, and began to sing. Gorgeous fireworks bloomed, gorgeous lights changed, and energetic healing songs came, healing the spirit and soul. Su Miao, Xia Xuan, and Bago were quickly immersed in Lin Jiujiu's singing and enjoyed the concert. Seeing Lin Jiujiu singing, Bago was panicked at first. However, it gradually discovered that the remaining injuries on its body were recovering quickly, and it began to call Lin Jiujiu excitedly, and even accidentally pulled its wings. After the concert, Su Miao, Lin Jiujiu, and Xia Xiaoan all had a good sleep. The next day, Su Miao woke up early. Seeing that Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan, and Ba Gu were still sleeping, he left the orange tree magic barrier without disturbing them, and came to a nearby hilltop. She took out 6 tree seeds from the magic space. This time, she wanted to make some movable magic barriers in batches. Apples, yellow peaches, dates, cherries, red grapefruit. Su Miao used a mixture of small water balls and concentrated growth medicine to catalyze the germination and growth of fruit tree seeds, and then carved the magic circle into the fruit tree seedlings that grew into seedlings. At the beginning, Su Miao often made mistakes in the step of carving into the magic circle, but as the practice increased, she basically made no mistakes. The magic circle carved into this time is a little more than before, and it is a little more complicated. Accordingly, the magic barrier that will be unfolded after success will be stronger, taking into account the wind and sand in the northwest region. The magic circle carved by Su Miao enhanced the functions of sand prevention and purification. 15 minutes later, with several water polo spells, there were 6 saplings wrapped in magic barriers in front of Su Miao. The movable magic barrier was successfully created. Then, Su Miao took out a few empty containers, cut them into several pieces with a few brushes, and then found an iron plate and welded one side to make a basin. Then fill the container with soil, plant these saplings in it, and throw in a few large water balloons to turn these saplings into trees as tall as a person and reclaim the magical space. Done! Su Miao returned to the orange tree magic barrier. Just at this moment, Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xian woke up. Have a meal. Su Miao took out the breakfast from the magic space. Thank you, Your Highness. The Mina jumped up and down in its spot excitedly, as if it wasn't hurt at all. Breakfast is soy milk, pancakes, and hot and sour potato shreds. When eating, put shredded potatoes on the pancake. Then roll up the pancake and eat it. It tastes very good. Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan ate deliciously. After finishing the meal, Su Miao cast a cleaning magic, and the bowls, chopsticks, cups, and plates she had just used became extremely clean. This magic is really convenient. Thank you Ji Jiusheng for your sponsorship and support. Ready to go. His Highness Su Miao put away the bed, tables and chairs. The mutated orange tree swayed slightly, feeling very reluctant to part with it. All the ripe oranges on the trees have been picked, and His Highness is about to set off. Live well. Su Miao raised her hand and threw out a few large water balloons, letting the mutant orange tree drink to its full. From now on, the mutant orange tree will have to rely on itself. Bago, take Jiujiu and Xian down. Yes, Your Highness. Mina grew bigger, picked up Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan and flew away into the distance. Su Miao blinked her eyes, crossed the void, and quickly followed. In order to completely solve the crisis caused by the neon ability users, they deviated a little far from the main road. To continue walking, they need to return to the main road first. Half an hour later, they stopped on a road half covered by yellow sand, put on their cloaks and held umbrellas and started walking. Xia Xian said, Sister Su Miao, I have a question. Su Miao said, What's the question? Xia Xian said, Bago can grow big and carry me in Jujiufei. Sister Su Miao can also fly. Why not continue flying? Su Miao blinked at the terrifying high temperature on the road. Xia Xian's question was very sharp. My flying is not really flying. It cannot last for too long. As for the starling, it is not afraid of high temperatures. But if it flies at high speed in a high-temperature environment, you will enter a state of rapid dehydration in your body. When you realize that you are dehydrated, you will be in danger. Although the nanomaterial clothes worn by Lin Jiujio and Xia Xiaoan can withstand cold and high temperatures, and can withstand the current high temperature, they are not perfect isolation from high temperatures. Xia Xiaoan nodded obediently, indicating that he understood. In fact, there are two important reasons not to always use flying. Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujio were well protected by her, and Su Miao wanted them to participate in a little battle to improve their survivability. Also, this is the western region, and the black storm that appeared last time will appear again. If it happens during the flight, she will have no time to react, and it may be dispersed again. The last time they were separated, Xia Xiaoan had someone to take care of him. Even if the shelter where he lived was later destroyed by a natural disaster, he would at least be able to find some food to survive. However, the northwest region has been affected by heavy snowfalls, extreme cold, major earthquakes, insect pests, floods, high temperature and natural disasters. It is either the Gobi Desert or thousands of miles of yellow sand, making it difficult to find food. In this case, no matter how qualified or powerful Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujio are as ability users, they will die of thirst or starvation. Therefore, walking is the safest way. Considering the heavy sandstorm, Su Miao put on special purification masks for Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujio. These masks are high-tech products of the new era. Su Miao ordered a batch before the end of the world, mainly to prevent dangerous situations such as poisonous gas leaks. They are overkill for preventing wind and sand. Su Miao's intuition told her that they would soon encounter a terrifying black storm again, as if to confirm Su Miao's conjecture. On the morning of the third day, after they had breakfast in the magic peach tree barrier before preparing to set off, the sky in the distance turned dark. Take root! Su Miao immediately removed the steel plate under the mutant peach tree, allowing the mutant peach tree to take root in the desert. Large water balls fell one after another, causing the mutant peach tree to take root crazily under the sand. The mutant peach tree quickly grew to more than 3 meters high. The main trunk continued to become thicker and stronger, and the unfolded magic barrier became solid and completely blocked. The black wind disaster roared outside, but in the blink of an eye, the world seemed to have plunged into complete darkness. Su Miao raised her hand and released a flash spell, making the space within the magic barrier light up. Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujio, and Bago looked at the top of the magic barrier in fear, and found that the top of the barrier was buried by sand at some point, making the barrier become so dark. They remembered Sister Su Miao's suggestion not to fly 3 days ago. If they really wanted to fly, would they still be alive if they encountered this black storm on the road? Never mind. Su Miao lit up a magic orange lamp. The light brought by the flashing spell dissipated and was replaced by a warm orange magical light. The energy source of the magic orange lamp is energy ore. The production method is very simple. A small piece of energy ore can be used for 30 years. Your Highness, this black wind is too terrifying. Mina shivered. Su Miao said, well, it's scary. He said it was scary. But Beige, Xia Xiaoan, and Lin Jiujio didn't see any scary signs on Su Miao's face. Instead, they seemed to enjoy this closed magical space, and could even be said to feel a rare sense of peace of mind. Xia Xiaoan couldn't help but think of what Sister Su Miao did when she was scared in the villa in the tourist area and tried to get into the closet and the big cardboard box. Perhaps thinking of these things, Xia Xiaoan became less scared when he looked at the warm little magic orange lamp in front of him. Sister Su Miao, the peaches are ripe. Lin Jiujio was also scared at first. However, her attention was quickly attracted by the yellow peaches on the mutated peach tree. Each of these yellow peaches weighed 5 or 6 pounds. They looked beautiful and smelled even better. She liked the aroma very much. Su Miao picked a few yellow peaches. She has one. Xia Xiaoan has one. Lin Jiujio has one. And Bago has one. Maybe it's because there haven't been any plants in the desert for a long time, and the sand is very nutrient rich. Therefore, when Su Miao used the big water polo to help the mutant peach tree grow, the mutant peach tree absorbed a lot of nutrients, and the yellow peaches produced were naturally more beautiful and tastier. The most important thing is that there are no pests. It is worth mentioning that this yellow peach is said to be a yellow peach, but it is actually the same as a peach. The skin is torn off with just a light tear, and the pulp melts in your mouth. It will most likely be said to be a fairy fruit, like a flat peach before the end of the world. Tasty! Su Miao ate 2 pills in a row. Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujie were full after eating one. Starlings have a big appetite. And they ate 5 pills before they said they couldn't eat any more. It can be seen that the fruit produced by this mutated peach tree is really delicious. But it is a pity that it cannot be taken away after only a few days of use. After about 35 minutes, the sand covering the magic barrier began to sink downwards. This is the root system of the mutated peach tree swallowing up the sand. Soon, a huge circular pit was formed with the mutated peach tree as the center. Su Miao, Xia Xuan, Lin Jiujie, and Baga once again saw the blue sky with the scorching sun hanging high. Looking around, the air above the sand under the hot sun is distorting, which is terrifying. As for the black storm, it seems like it has never appeared. Su Miao left the magic barrier, came to the sky, and looked into the distance. She discovered a very serious problem. Originally, there was a road in front of them. But now, apart from the endless yellow sand, there was nothing. What's the next step? Use a compass? The compass is not good. The Earth's magnetic field is still in a state of chaos. You don't know where you will get lost if you follow the compass. Watch the sun go. Su Miao looked at the brand new sun emerging from the mirage in the distance and was speechless. There are 2 suns in the sky now. No, there are 3 suns. Affected by the 3 suns, the temperature in the desert is constantly rising. This temperature is obviously not suitable for continuing. Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujie would not be able to bear it. Even if 2 of the suns were fake, it would be like 2 mirrors appearing in the sky, refracting the solar energy that should have been reflected by the Earth through the mirrors, causing the temperature in this desert area to rise. Keep climbing. Is this a new twist on Doomsday disasters? Su Miao returned to the peach tree magic enchantment. It was over. Let's eat some ice cream first. After this weird and terrifying 3-day volley phenomenon ended, and the temperature on the desert surface dropped a little lower, they would continue to set off. It happened that the ripe yellow peaches on the mutated peach tree needed to be harvested. Chapter 277, Sui Gui? Have not heard. It is different from the mutated fruit trees that Su Miao planted in the past. This mutated peach tree grows to more than 3 meters tall, with lush branches and leaves. In theory, it should bear many peaches. However, there were only 99 peaches on the mutated peach tree, including the peaches eaten by Su Miao, Xia Xuan, Lin Jiujie, and Starling. Do these peaches have any special effects? Su Miao looked at the yellow peach in her hand curiously. A little surprised, she picked another one, took a bite, and thought about it carefully. She didn't feel anything special except that it was delicious. No matter what. Just put them all away and... That's it. Sister Su Miao, there are 3 suns in the sky. Xia Xiaoan glanced at the sky, feeling a little scared. Lin Jiujie is the same. Normally, 1 sun would make it impossible for people to survive normally, let alone 3 suns. Su Miao ate the yellow peach and said, It's just a mirage. Let's wait until this mirage disappears before we set off. 300 kilometers northwest of the yellow peach tree magic barrier, there is a private base of some size under the long yellow sand. It's not big because the area where people can move around in this base is very small. I say big because this base has only developed less than 1/10 of the area, and there are still many unknown areas waiting for them to develop. After the Black Typhoon, there will be 3 days of volleying. This is because they don't want us to live well. Yeah. 1 year, and they died really miserably. 2 people with their faces covered in dust walked into the passage and walked inside. As they walked, they took off their masks. Keeping them covered on such a hot day was really not something that most people could endure. The person walking on the left is called Zhou Zijin, 28 years old, a bounty hunter, and the person walking on the right is called Wu Sheng, 27 years old, an archaeologist. The man known as One Ear is a well-known sand bandit nearby. He gathered a group of people to run rampant in the desert with their superb sword skills. Originally, One Ear wanted to call himself One Sword Immortal, but his appearance was too vulgar. Not long after he claimed to be One Sword Immortal, one of his ears was cut off by a passing ability user. From then on, One Ear became his nickname, and no one knew what his real name was. Zhou Zijin, Wu Zhong and Ear clashed several times, and the 2 sides had deep grudges. This time when they came to the underground palace base, they were blocked by an ear band. They thought they were going to die. But at the critical moment, a black wind disaster broke out in the desert, burying both sides. Fortunately, when the black storm was over, Zhou Zijin and Wu Zhong climbed out immediately and fled to the entrance of the underground palace base. But those with one ear are not so lucky. Some of them were directly blown into sieves by the black wind. And some of them were buried under the sand and suffocated to death. A few with only one ear were lucky enough to crawl out. It's just that it took them a little longer to climb out. And before they could climb out, they encountered an extremely terrifying 3-day volley. To be precise, it was very close to the focus of the 3-day volley on the ground. Several people, including one ear, spontaneously combusted without warning in the sun and were burned alive to ashes. Horrible, Wu Zhong said. Old Joe, speaking of which, there will be no problem with the commission you accepted this time. Right. Why do I always feel in danger? Zhou Zijin smiled and said, It won't be a problem. Because it's not just our team who will take over this commission. There are more people. No accident. More people will come here in the future, Wu Zhong said. But those people who entrusted me are from Beishop Prison. Zhou Zijin smiled and said, I'm here. Don't panic. A few minutes later, they walked through a long passage, past a stone bridge, and entered the underground tavern. Before they even arrived at the tavern, there were noisy sounds coming from the tavern. Without any obstruction, the two walked into the tavern. Hey, here are two new people. People in the tavern looked over one after another, and looked away when they didn't recognize him. Anyway, people who had come here at this point can't think of any other reason besides coming for that thing. Have you heard that Sharon, the leader of Beishop Prison, has said that he is bound to get the divine objects in the underground palace? Shh, keep your voice down. There might be someone arranged by Sharon here. I'll go. The people in Beishop Prison are ruthless people. I told you to keep your voice down. But look over there. The ruthless people from Yanqing are here. Zhou Zijin and Wu Zhong, who had just sat down, felt that their buttocks were a little hot. They looked over carefully, and saw a few beardless ability users holding orchid fingers over there. They immediately looked away, not daring to look again. The name of the leader of Yanqing is Wu Ji. After the Doomsday came, he was soaked in the flood for 7 days, and awakened his ability to save himself. Being able to survive should have been something worth celebrating. But Wu Ji found that his lower body was gone because he had been soaked in the water for too long. However, every loss has its own gain. Since losing the following thing, his strength has been increasing day by day. Wu Ji occupied a base in the desert and renamed it Yanqing Base. After the Yanqing Base was established, Wu Ji completely opened the base to the outside world. But there was one requirement for joining the Yanqing Base, which was to remove the following. As for women, no relevant news has spread out in Yanqing, because the women who entered seem to have mysteriously disappeared, and no one has ever seen them again. Wu Zhong lowered his voice and said, Wei Jin is coming from Yanqing. Zhou Zijin coughed repeatedly and made a shushing gesture. I ate too much sand just now and I choked. Wei Jin. That is a real ruthless person. Compared with Wei Jin, the one who ambushed them is just a piece of trash. Not worth mentioning at all. If Wei Jin hears their whispers, whether they can leave here alive will become a big problem. I have big news. Chai Fakian, the felon who escaped from the Qihai shelter, is also coming. Really or not, Chai Fakian is a very ruthless man. He can directly turn people to stone, or even turn them into gold, and kill anyone he touches. No, the information you got is not detailed enough. I bought a detailed information from the black market. Chai Fakian's ability is to seal a person's surface with a layer of stone, gold and silver. But the person inside is still alive. Are the people inside alive? Yes, but after being sealed like this by Chai Fakian, the people inside will gradually become petrified and turn into substances similar to gold and silver. To put it simply, they will be buried alive. 2 people were whispering about the dangerous person who would come here this time. Here, I have some news. I wonder if you are interested. A man named Si Zui will come here and say he is a member of some mysterious organization. Si Sin? Never heard of that. Looking at this name, he can't be from Pincey's organization. Si Tian, Si Ming, or Si Li. Listening to the people in the tavern talking like this, the person who broke the news was somewhat embarrassed. He gently pressed the black codex in his hand. Keep a smile and be humble. These people were just mocking and did not commit a crime in front of him. The sin would not lead to death. He needed the big fish behind him. You are not interested in this news, but you will definitely be interested in the next one, which Su Miao will be nearby in a few days. Which Su Miao? The noisy voices in the tavern suddenly became quiet. This name feels a little strange when you hear it, but their brains will react quickly. Pink Demon Su Miao. Grab the grass. Pink Devil. The Pink Devil is coming here. Can we still survive? Let me tell you. Brothers, don't cause trouble recently. If anyone messes with the Pink Devil, she will destroy the entire base. My friend, is what you said true or false? All the eyes of the audience gathered. Whether it is the newly arrived Zhou Zijin, Wu Zhong, or Wei Jin from Yanqing. Si Zui chuckled and said, whether it is true or not, you can verify this news by checking it on the Yeshio app. Everyone took out their mobile phones one after another and took advantage of the internet to log into the Midnight Snack app to verify the news brought by Si Zui. There are many records of the movements of the pink demon Su Miao on the Yeshio app. Using mathematical modeling, it can basically be seen as a straight line. The pink demon Su Miao wants to go to the northwest. She never changed direction. The areas that have recently appeared are near Shixia town, the ruins of Shixia shelter, and the base of Old Camel Kerez. Now, 5 private bases including Old Camel Kerez have been destroyed by the pink demon Su Miao. If she continues to set off, there is a high possibility of passing by here. But who can guarantee that the pink demon Su Miao is not here for the divine objects in the underground palace? The mythical objects in this underground palace are related to Ho Huitsubing, the champion of the Western Han dynasty. More than 2,200 years ago, the champion Ho Huitsubing fell like a meteor after sweeping the Xiongnu. There are different opinions on the cause of Huitsubing's death. Some say he died from illness due to long years of fighting, while others say he died from the plague. It is difficult for historians to come up with a conclusion. Until the end of the world came, this huge underground palace was discovered. People with abilities built the underground palace base here and discovered the murals about the champion Ho Huitsubing on the walls of the underground palace. The mural records Huitsubing's glorious achievements, brilliant life, and the truth about his death. In the 6th year of Yuanshou, the Xiongnu Yizhixia Chanyu refused to surrender to the Han dynasty. Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty once again launched war mobilization, determined to annihilate the main force of the Chanyu. Huitsubing, a hussar general of the Great Sima, once again became one of the commanders. Huitsubing led his troops to the northwest frontier in advance to make preparations. But just after arriving at the border, Huitsubing was transported into a temple. The superior god told Huitsubing to stop his conquest, otherwise he would be killed. Therefore, Huitsubing decisively killed the god. The god did not expect that he would die in the hands of a mortal. Before his death, he cursed the seriously injured Huitsubing to death, causing Huitsubing to die young. Looking at this mural, the capable person fell into deep thought. Even with this mural, they still couldn't imagine how Huitsubing, a mortal, killed a god. Was it that the people who built this underground palace were using their imagination to perform artistic creation? However, various clues indicate that the underground palace they are currently staying in is the former temple. According to the clues on the murals, there are many treasures left by the god deep in the temple, as well as the silver gun used by Huitsubing to kill the god. This silver gun is stained with the blood of the god and has unimaginable power. In addition, the yin-yang fish in weird novels comes from this temple. Maybe there will be clues to immortality. As for whether the legend on the mural is true or false, look at the arrival of so many capable people, powerful people. Doesn't it prove it from the side? In fact, on Weibo, Yeshia, Survival and other apps, there are stories of people with certain abilities entering the mountains to avoid the apocalyptic disasters, accidentally entering the paradise of caves, and discovering strange fruits that can make them stronger after eating them. It must be true here as well. As long as they can get some divine items from it, they will definitely be able to survive better in the apocalypse in the future. The Pink Devil is indeed taking this path, and there is a high possibility that it will pass through here. Do you think her goal is the underground palace here? Don't be so cynical. If she really comes, none of us will survive. How about finding a few bases to sacrifice? Suddenly, someone suggested. The way to sacrifice is very simple. Arrange people to pretend to be people from this base to find trouble with the pink demon Su Miao, and then let the pink demon destroy the relevant base. When the destruction is over, the people will also come from our side. It's over. Si Zui watched them discuss the crime plan with interest. This is very interesting. The 3-day volley lasted for 3 hours. The mirage in the sky dissipated. The 2 suns that were reflected and refracted by the air disappeared one after another, leaving only one sun that was about to set. Su Miao took the opportunity to look at the vast yellow sand and thought of a good way to move forward. The famous ancient general Zongtong led his army to conquer the frontier in the west. in order that the army would not get lost. He ordered the army to plant willow trees along the way as road signs. When the geomagnetic field is chaotic and the sun cannot be used as a safe reference, it is a good idea to plant trees while walking. Su Miao did it as soon as he thought of it. It just so happened that she collected a lot of catkins in her magic space, which were all willow seeds. She found catkins from the magic space and threw them into the basin. Then threw in a water balloon and added 3 drops of concentrated growth potion. In the blink of an eye, the catkins grew rapidly and turned into lovely willow seedlings. Use magic to separate them slightly and let them grow quickly until they reach about 30 centimeters. After repeating this process several times, Su Miao obtained more than 6,000 willow saplings, which was enough to last at least a while. With these willow trees, you don't have to worry about getting lost. It was late today, and after finishing the sapling work, Su Miao took out various delicacies to share with Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xuan, and Bago. Early the next morning, Su Miao fed the mutated peach tree more than 10 large water balloons and set off with the team. Every 500 meters, Su Miao will stop to plant a willow tree. The planting method is very simple. Wrap a willow sapling in a water ball and drop it to the ground. The willow tree will grow to 2 meters high in a very short period of time. As mutant plants, they can not only absorb water and nutrients through their roots, but also absorb moisture from the air. They can survive by achieving a dynamic balance between moisture absorbed from the air and moisture evaporated by high temperatures. Unable to achieve dynamic equilibrium, mutated plants will be scorched in a very short period of time, just like animals. When she started working, Su Miao felt that everything was going well. But after planting several times in a row, she felt something was wrong. At this speed, it would take her the year of the monkey to arrive at Shelter 1? Yes, you can definitely use Magic Phantom. Su Miao's eyes lit up. She immediately differentiated into 2 magical phantoms. The 2 magical phantoms skillfully took over the willow saplings and began to plant them. Not long after, a beautiful willow tree passage appeared behind Su Miao, Xia Xuan, and Lin Jiujiu. Chapter 278. How about more sacrifice points? Magic Phantom. This magic is really awesome. At the beginning, Su Miao arranged for the Magic Phantom to plant willow trees on the path he walked. But why not plant willows on the road in front? So Su Miao immediately made arrangements. Although there were only 2 Magic Phantoms responsible for planting willow trees, their efficiency was very fast, and it didn't take long for the mutated willow trees to become a unique landscape in this desert. Starlings fly back and forth from time to time to determine the direction of willow planting and prevent the willow trees from straying. Then the team will follow and go astray, and the fun will be great. Once the direction is solved, all that remains is the trouble of walking on sand that becomes shallower and deeper, and sand pouring into the shoes from time to time. Su Miao has magic power covering her whole body, so she won't have this problem. The real problems are Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xuan. But along the way, Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xuan said nothing. Rest. 5 hours later, Su Miao stopped, took out the pear tree magic barrier from the magic space, and placed it on the sand. There was sand everywhere on the ground, making it inconvenient to place things. Su Miao took out some steel plates and laid them on the ground first, and then placed tables, chairs, beds, etc. on them. Still, because of the sand problem, I didn't make sun barbecue this time, because maybe it's not the barbecue that's unpalatable, but the sand. Lunch is baked pancakes, hot and sour potato shreds, ice cream, tomatoes, strawberries, apricots, etc. Everyone had a great time eating. After the meal, Su Miao looked at Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xuan with unexpected expressions. The aura on Lin Jiujiu's body changed slightly, and it was a natural aura, which represented Lin Jiujiu's real introduction to Tai Chi Flow. Tai Chi Heart Flow was given to Lin Jiujiu first, and Lin Jiujiu stayed by her side every day. She ate mutated vegetables and fruits every day, and worked hard at ordinary times. It was not surprising that she had such a change. However, Xia Xuan, who later obtained Tai Chi Flow, seems to have progressed faster and has a more solid foundation. When they practice Tai Chi Heart Flow, the more chi they gather and reach the level of liquefaction, they will become first-rate powerhouses purely in martial arts. Seeing such changes, Su Miao was very happy. No wonder Xia Xuan and Lin Jiujiu were not greatly affected by the sand. After resting for an hour, the team continued to set off. The magical phantom that Su Miao had arranged previously had planted willow trees dozens of kilometers away. Second brother, why are there willow trees here? In the vast desert, a group of 30 people appeared out of nowhere. His name is Feng. He has the head of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He looks like he is full of strength. He looks like a typical person with well-developed limbs and a simple mind. But in fact, his mind is not simple at all. Otherwise, how could he become the third person in Beisha prison? Leader. Who knows? Maybe you are hallucinating. Hooer, the second leader of Beisha prison, pulled off his turban and said, "Let's change the direction." Feng Crocodile said, "Second brother, the direction we want to go is the direction of these willow trees. How can we get there if we change the direction?" Hooer said, "Do you want to die? The Black Wind disaster and the 3-day volley just happened. How could there be so many mutated willow trees suddenly appearing in the desert? Can we provoke such weird things?" Feng Crocodile thought thoughtfully. "Second brother, you are right. But what should I say when the eldest brother asks?" Hooer said, "Brother, it's normal to get lost when you encounter a mirage in the desert." "Right." Feng Crocodile nodded. "Second brother, you are so smart." Just as Hooer was about to change directions, he suddenly thought of something and said, "Take out the radio and send a telegram in clear code, saying that a mutated willow corridor has appeared in the desert. This must be the aura of the divine creature in the underground palace leaking out. In the desert a miracle appears." Feng Crocodile said, "Second brother, will this be eavesdropped by others?" Hooer said, "I just want others to hear me." Feng Gujia smiled and said he understood. As for whether he really understands it, Hooer doesn't care. The telegram was sent out, and many people hidden in this desert got the news, including Si Sin in the tavern at the underground palace base. A corridor of willow trees appears inexplicably in the desert. Is it a miracle? What a miracle. This is the arrival of the witch Su Miao. If he hadn't seen the intelligence shared within the organization, he would have needed to send someone to investigate to confirm. But that was not needed now. Internal intelligence within the organization shows that the witch Su Miao is a true environmentalist. In the apocalyptic world where the environment is collapsing, Su Miao will never go online to appeal for anything, let alone condemn anything. She will only go wherever she goes and plant trees silently, adding a touch of green to this devastated earth. Although these plants are all mutant plants, mutant animals, and ordinary ability users will turn into nutrients if they are not careful when they get close to them. However, she is actually protecting the environment. Speaking of this, Si Zue thought of what Su Miao had done along the way. It seemed that most of the private bases that Su Miao passed through were destroyed by Su Miao. Is this considered environmental protection in a certain sense? Si Zue thought for a moment, left money for drinks and meals, and decided to explore the undeveloped underground palace first. Otherwise, when the witch Su Miao arrives, it will be a question whether this underground palace can exist. When interested people saw Si Sin's actions, they followed suit and quickly entered the underground palace to explore. Zhou Zijin and Wu Sheng looked at each other, drank the beer they bought, and left. Walk. Wei Jin and others from Yanqing also took action. This time, they are determined to get the divine objects deep in the underground palace. A water balloon and a willow tree sapling grew into a 2-meter-tall willow tree in a blink of an eye. Magic Phantom Su Miao planted the willow sapling in her hand, stopped what she was doing, and looked into the distance. Someone in the distance was looking over with a telescope, and the gaze never shifted, instead showing some malice. "I'll go and see what I find. These mutated willow trees are not a miracle. They are planted by someone. A beautiful girl wearing a witch's robe and a pink shawl and twin tails. This figure and appearance are really amazing." Slightly higher up, the young man holding the telescope couldn't help but lick his dry lips. Because of the apocalypse, it is very difficult to see a decent beauty around me now. But I never expected to meet her in the desert, and I was still alone. TSK. TSK. Look here. She is so beautiful. Everyone will be smarter and catch her for me later. The young man held the telescope, and she felt that the blood in her body was boiling. But the expression of the middle-aged guard standing next to the young man changed. "Master Luo, could this person you are talking about be the pink demon Su Miao? The one currently wearing a witch robe and a pink shawl and twin tails. Only the pink demon Su Miao." The young man's voice paused. "Impossible. The pink demon Su Miao is accompanied by 2 beautiful girls. There is no such beautiful girl. Wait. Why is she missing? Master Luo, be careful." The middle-aged guard shouted loudly. "What do you mean by missing?" "It's because the other party came directly." "Sir, We are members of the Luo family and have no ill intentions towards you. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged guard heard a thud. He turned around and was horrified to see that the head of Mr. Luo he wanted to protect disappeared out of thin air, and his headless body fell on the yellow sand. You? What else did the middle-aged guard want to say? Su Miao raised her hand, and more than a dozen magic beams burst out, piercing the hearts of everyone else. She glanced at the vast yellow sand and originally wanted to throw down a ball of blue flames to burn all the corpses to ashes. But she turned around and glanced at the willow trees being planted, and had an idea. Resurrection of the dead. The fallen body stood up again. The undead walked towards the mutated willow tree belt uniformly, and they carefully dug a sand pit in front of them. Yes, this is what Su Miao thought of. Arrange for these undead to dig holes. In this way, she can save some water when planting willow trees, and at the same time, the mutant willow trees can take root deeper. When these undead can no longer be used, they can be used as fertilizer for mutated willow trees. The work of planting willow trees is proceeding in an orderly manner. During this period, Mina passed by once and noticed the undead on the ground. He was not surprised by this. The last time His Highness Su Miao attacked the private bases controlled by the Neon people, it saw too many similar situations. If these people turned into undead, they must deserve to die. At least now, they can help His Highness plant trees after becoming undead. This is their great honor. What's going on over there? The Mina continued to fly into the distance. Theoretically, there shouldn't be many talented people in this vast desert. But for some unknown reason, it has seen a lot of small groups of ability users. There are as few as 2 or 3 people in groups, as many as 30 or 50 people, or even hundreds of people. Report to His Highness first. Mina immediately turned back, returned to the team, and quickly reported the abnormal situation discovered in the desert. Hearing that so many strangers appeared in the desert, Su Miao was instinctively afraid. Are these people from a nearby private base? It's just that the private base was buried by the sudden appearance of the desert. They didn't get out until the wind disaster and the 3-day volley passed. Maybe for migration. Maybe for hunting mutated animals. Su Miao looked at the sand not far away. Even though the temperature in this desert is very high, there are quite a few mutant animals and insects hidden under the sand. They met a lot of people when they were walking before. Fortunately, the magic phantom planted mutant willow trees in front of them. The mutant willow trees took root and quickly cleaned up the mutant bugs hidden around them. This made them less troublesome when walking along the willow tree corridor. Otherwise, a mutated insect might emerge from nowhere and try to bite someone, which would be very dangerous. Not to mention, there are some mutant snakes with extremely venom. Well, the most dangerous thing in the desert now may not be a mutant snake, but a very small spider. No matter how big the target is, as long as it is bitten by this spider, it will turn into a liquid in a very short time, which is very vicious. Continue to observe, Su Miao said. As long as these strangers don't come to trouble her, she will leave them alone. After all, she was just passing by, so no one would cause trouble. Right, Your Highness. The clone you arranged to plant trees in front has some undead digging holes. Starling added something he forgot to report. Su Miao blinked. This, if you can make Magic Phantom kill people, there will be no second possibility except that the other party shows malice. Yes. Su Miao's eyes lit up. Any problems could be dealt with by the Magic Phantom first, so that she wouldn't have to worry about meeting strangers who would cause trouble. Unconsciously, night fell. Su Miao took out the pear tree magic barrier and built a temporary camp near a mutated willow tree. Su Miao lit up the magic orange lamp, and the camp under the light became very warm. Dinner is as simple as lunch, whichever is full. After the meal, Su Miao studied arcane research for a while and then went to bed. With Starling there, Su Miao, Xia Xuan, and Lin Jiujiu slept peacefully. In the quiet night, some mutated bugs occasionally screamed, whether they were courting or hunting. But whatever was there, the sound soon died away, leaving the night quiet. Around 3 a.m., a group of people discovered Su Miao's temporary camp along the willow tree corridor in the desert. Boss, there is a camp over there. Would you like to go there and ask? There is no news about Master Luo. Where? The old man who looked like a middle-aged man picked up the infrared telescope and looked in the direction, and found the camp under the magic barrier of the pear tree. Seeing the layout in the camp, the old man was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Why are there people sleeping in the desert with beds? How is this bed portable? Besides, looking at the bed, It's either pink or pink. Which family's lady is out camping? Because there is a special pink gauze cover. It is difficult to see what the person on the bed looks like with a telescope. In any case, it is too dangerous to camp next to the mutated willow tree. Boss, not only is there a mutated willow tree, there is also a mutated pear tree with a lot of pears on it. It looks delicious, the ability user on the side said. The old man shifted the direction of the telescope and saw clearly the mutated pear tree and the pears on the pear tree. Hiss. Indeed, these pears look delicious. At the same time, he became more and more curious about the people who dared to camp near the mutated willow tree and under the mutated pear tree. He must be a strong person among capable people who dares to do this. Right? Are the items you so pink? This is difficult to judge, because of the lack of supplies now. I basically have what I wear. During the extremely cold period at the end of the world, some capable people wore countless layers of black silk and layers of women's clothing in order to survive. There was no other way. The man only found a medium-sized women's clothing warehouse. In order to survive, he had to dress like this. Boss, how many people should I send over first to ask? Be quiet, the old man said. The next second, a horrified look appeared on the old man's face. Look what he saw. A mina resting on a mutated pear tree. At this time, Starling opened his eyes and met the old man using the telescope. It's the mina raised by the pink devil. Escape, the old man shouted. At this moment, let alone looking for his missing son, the old man just wanted to save his life. If the son is gone, we can continue to have children. When his life is gone, there is really nothing left. However, this shout even woke up Su Miao. Your Highness, a group of people are coming outside. Brother Beige was originally preparing to attack, but when he saw His Highness Su Miao waking up, he reported immediately. Kill them all. Su Miao sensed the malice. Yes, Your Highness. The mina chased away like lightning. Like ghosts in the dark night, they swept across the ground, and the fleeing ability users lost their heads one by one. The capable people were frightened and fired randomly into the night sky. But the bullet couldn't hurt the starling at all. I'm just shooting at a bird. Where's the bird scare? Beige cursed and scratched the opponent's head with his claws. The blood was dripping, and it was too horrible to see. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I am the Luo family and the director of the Luo family. I have many resources that I am willing to dedicate to His Highness, the old man said in horror. Hey, Your Highness is not interested. Starling passed by with one wing, slit the old man's throat, and sent him home to the west. Your Highness, kill them all. I will try to ensure that their bodies are intact as much as possible. Mina flew back and said. Su Miao raised her hand and threw an undead resurrection in the direction of those people. Yeah. The corpse got up from the sand and walked directly towards the end of the willow corridor without losing its head. After losing his head, he groped around for a while, picked up a random head, put it on his neck, and quickly followed. Your Highness, I will go on patrol. Mina flew out of the magic barrier and flew into the distance. To be honest, Starling felt a bit strange when he saw these undead people participating in planting trees. During the blizzard and extreme cold, His Highness Su Miao asked the undead to cut down trees. During the high temperature and natural disasters, His Highness Su Miao asked the undead to participate in planting trees. Affected by the uninvited guest, Su Miao was no longer sleepy when she woke up. She lit up the magic orange lamp and found that Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu also woke up. If everyone is awake, just take a quick shower and get ready for breakfast. What Su Miao didn't expect was that another uninvited guest appeared in the distance. After taking a look at the desert willow corridor in the dark night, Su Miao seemed to understand something. At first, she planted willow trees on the road she walked. Later, she felt that this affected the walking efficiency too much. So she simply let the Magic Phantom do it for her. She only needed to provide enough saplings. Magic Phantom's tree planting efficiency is very high, and it didn't take long to plant dozens of kilometers of willow trees. Some undead volunteers were even hired to join in planting trees. This is more efficient. Affected by the black storm, many ability users who were walking in the desert got lost and didn't know which direction to go. However, they discovered the willow corridor in desperation and naturally walked along the willow corridor. However, this is not how the uninvited guests appear now. They followed directly towards the willow corridor. Found it! Right in front. Give the signal. The signal flare was lifted into the sky, and 32 ability users appeared in the distance. They took out a variety of thermal weapons and aimed at the pear tree magic barrier. During the day, they received information that someone had picked up a sacred object from the desert underground palace. The person who picks up the divine object has the ability to become compatible with mutated plants. But so far, no one knows whether this is the ability of this person or the ability of a god. If it's the former, they need to be careful about the attacks of mutated plants when attacking. If it's the latter, then they are bound to get this divine object, because having this magical object means that they can obtain stable food from mutated plants. Food. Nothing is more important than food in the apocalypse. In addition, many powerful people and scientists have verified the relevant content of Irina's research on the Yeshua app. In other words, some people have already begun to study the effects of mutated plants on people with abilities. But no one would publish it without reservation like Irina. Therefore, this artifact is so important that it is even worth risking their lives for. Is the source correct? Captain, don't worry. There's no mistake. It must be someone from this camp. No normal person would camp next to mutant plants. One person in the team said firmly. Okay. This vote is done, the leader of the capable person said, looking at the signal flares rising into the sky. Su Miao sensed the malice coming from the uninvited guests. Su Miao didn't understand. Why would someone come looking for death? She should kill all the neon power users in the old Luatuakara's base. Even if there are fish that slip through the net. There can't be so many of them. Right? As for the bounties on the Night Supper app, occasionally some people come looking for them. But there have never been so many. So, this is a bandit in the desert? Fear. As soon as Su Miao raised her hand, a magical phantom, Su Miao, walked out of the magic barrier, taking 100 meters in one step, and arrived among these people in an instant. The magical phantom Su Miao stood in the crowd. When he raised his hand, countless dark tentacles grew. Tentacles one by one. They were all restrained before they could attack. Ah! The scream sounded one after another, because the attack method of these tentacles is very monotonous. If they can pierce, they will pierce directly, and if they cannot pierce, they will find holes to drill in until they kill the opponent. Who are you? It was dark and couldn't see clearly. As the captain, he is a powerful ability user. He saw the magical phantom Su Miao rushing into their position. But the opponent's attack was unclear. He successfully prevented the piercing and restraining tentacles of dark magic. But he spoke. Almost as soon as he opened his mouth, at least a dozen magic tentacles attacked. This time he failed to guard against it. A tentacle of dark magic successfully broke through the defense and penetrated into his mouth, reaching his stomach and penetrating throughout. After a blink of an eye, the magic tentacles dissipated, leaving only a pile of miserable corpses on the ground. The magical phantom Su Miao lost an undead resurrection. In the end, only 5 undead stood up, and the rest did not meet the requirements to become undead because their bodies were too broken. Move the broken body to the willow tree. Su Miao gave orders to these undead. The undead began to clean the battlefield and sent the corpses to the mutated willow tree. The mutated willow tree was very happy to receive the corpse fragments. Those people just set off the flares. More people will definitely come. Su Miao blinked and arranged 2 more magical phantoms. Except for the 2 magic phantoms who went to plant trees. The 3 magic phantoms each walked in one direction into the depths of the desert. Not long after, a magical phantom encountered a team of ability users rushing towards the signal flare. Who? The moment he saw the magical phantom Su Miao, the other party showed murderous intent. If they want to grab the so-called divine object, they need to do it quickly, without causing any extraneous problems, let alone leaking their whereabouts, which will cause them to be targeted by other forces. Anyone they bump into, regardless of gender, must be silenced. However, Su Miao moved faster. As soon as he raised his head, countless magical tentacles grew, binding the entire team of ability users present. The strongest ability user in the team struggled a little, and Su Miao directly sent a blue flame spear through his body. Immediately afterwards, a ball of blue flames fell, covering the entire field, burning all the ability users present to ashes, because it is a bit far away from the willow tree corridor. There is no need for the corpse to transform into the undead. Sister Su Miao, these people, within the magic barrier of the pear tree. Lin Jiujiu was a little worried. Everyone would be frightened when they were camping out and being attacked out of nowhere. I don't know who he is either. Su Miao shook her head. Xiaolin, do you know? Xia Xuan shook his head. Sister Su Miao killed her too quickly just now. I didn't hear her clearly. I only remember one key word. Divine object. A fetish? What is that? Su Miao was confused when she heard this. She took out her mobile phone and wanted to consult a universal netizen. But when she turned on her mobile phone, she found that there was no internet connection. Well, let's have breakfast first, Su Miao said. We will set off after eating. Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan nodded and ate breakfast in silence. During the mealtime, apart from an explosion coming from the depths of the desert, everything else was quiet. But at the front of the willow corridor, Su Miao, the magical phantom of the tree planter, killed another group of ability users who were looking for trouble, turning them into the undead of the tree planter. The efficiency of planting trees has become higher again. In the underground palace-based tavern, two people in cloaks were whispering. How is the situation at the private base where the sacrifice was arranged? News just came in. Someone discovered the Pink Devil's camp and fired a flare. And then nothing happened. These people should all be dead. What's next? So far, we haven't received any news of the Pink Demon attacking this base. I guess the people who were looking for trouble were killed too quickly. It's a bit troublesome. How about more sacrifices? I don't think it's a matter of how much you sacrifice. No matter how much rotten fish or shrimps you sacrifice, it's useless. The most powerful forces here are Bishop Prison and Yenching. It's just them. Done. Good. Pink Demon Su Miao likes to destroy private bases, so let her destroy more. Anyway, it won't be their people who die. Not long after, telegrams with special bands were sent out through various methods and intercepted by various forces in the desert who wanted to compete for the sacred objects. Yenching and Bishop prisons received the telegrams immediately. A few minutes later, the telegram was transferred to Hu and Phone Crocodile, who were fishing in the desert. Hu said, let's find the person who planted the mutated willow tree. Is he sick or am I sick? Phone Crocodile said, he must be sick. Hu patted Phone Crocodile on the head. How dare you scold Big Brother? Do you believe Big Brother taught you what benevolence is? Phone Crocodile immediately smiled stupidly. Isn't someone trying to trick us? Hu said coldly. We in Bishop Prison are usually a bit arrogant and domineering. But we are not stupid. Phone Crocodile said. Second brother, find the troublemakers and kill them. Hu said. The people who caused the trouble must be in the underground palace. Let's speed up and find them. Phone Crocodile said. Okay, I will listen to my second brother. After a long rest, the Bishop Prison team quickened their pace. Deep in the underground palace, in order to compete for the divine object, the battle between ability users has become fierce, even if they have not seen the real divine object. Jia. Hand over the things. 3 powerful ability users appeared in front of Si Zui. They stared at Si Zui with dark eyes. The weapons in their hands were bleeding continuously, and there were people approaching quietly in the dark, preparing to give Si Zui a fatal blow. Relying on the unique terrain here, they ambushed many lone ability users and gained a lot. Si Zui stopped, holding a black coat in his hand, and his figure suddenly became very tall. You are guilty. The death penalty will be executed immediately. The 3 ability users were stunned for a moment. They waited for a few seconds and nothing happened. Ha! Do you have a Chinibu? Doomsday Chinibu. Since the end of the world, I haven't laughed so happily. Thank you for giving us such a funny laugh before you die. Si Zui didn't speak, just looked at them calmly. I don't know when this area of the underground palace became darker and darker. At this time, they finally came to their senses and found that there were mysterious black things coming out of their bodies. What is this? This is your sin, Si Sin said calmly. I saw that the black strangeness spread to a certain extent and turned into a strange monster that resembled a ferocious insect. The strange monster waved its sharp limbs, pierced and cut, and killed several people on the spot, including the person hiding in the dark. Looking at these corpses, Si Zui opened the black code, and the strange dark monster returned to the code and disappeared. Too weak. Si Zui shook his head, not satisfied with the few people who died. He confiscated the space storage devices of several ability users and continued walking inside. Zhou Zijin and Wu Zhong originally walked together with a large army exploring the underground palace. However, who knew that Wei Jin from Yenching was eyeing them? Damn it. He must have been spotted while discussing Wei Jin in the tavern. These shameless eunuchs are all madmen without exception. They will use the most cruel methods to kill anyone who dares to laugh at Yenching. In order to survive, Zhou Zijin and Wu Zhong fled into a secret passage in panic, triggered the mechanism, and were transferred to a very special space. Where are the people? Wei Jin led the people into the small secret passage. Search inch by inch and find it. Be careful with the color-changing ability. Yes. More than a dozen beardless Yenshin ability users said. They searched inch by inch. But no matter how they searched, they could not find any clues about Zhou Zijin and Wu Zhong. Manager, they finally disappeared here, said a user who was proficient in scent tracking. Wei Jin quickly rushed to the location and searched the walls of the underground palace inch by inch, but unfortunately still found nothing. The agency must be nearby. Keep looking. That Wu Zhong is a well-known archaeologist who solved the 6 secrets of the tomb of the first emperor. He must be in our hands. Yes. People in Yenshin continue to search. On the other side, in the dark special space, Zhou Zijin and Wu Zhong were very confused after falling here. Just when the two of them were at a loss, the special space suddenly lit up. This is a very grand palace. What shines are the beautiful crystals embedded in the walls. The principle of how beautiful crystals glow is similar to voice-activated lights. But they don't know the specific energy consumed. Lao Zhou, what do you think that is? Wu Zhong pointed to the end of the palace. It was a throne more than 6 meters high. There was a pool of uncoagulated blood on the throne. There was a silver gun under the throne. And the same blood remained on the tip of the gun. Before they even got close, they sensed an extremely terrifying aura from the silver gun. In a daze, they seemed to see a young general holding a silver spear, rushing towards the god sitting on the throne without hesitation. God was furious. No human had ever dared to speak to him like this. And no human had ever dared to point a weapon at him. He stretched out his hand, ready to crush the young general to death. However, at the critical moment, the spear in the young general's hand burst out with a destructive aura. One shot, like piercing through the stars, ignored the god's defense, pierced the god's chest, shattered the god's core, and filled the temple with unimaginable pressure, spreading in all directions. Boom! Zhou Zijin and Wu Zhong closed their eyes, not daring to continue looking. When they opened their eyes again, the illusion disappeared. The two looked at each other with lingering fear and excitement. It's hard to imagine that 2 completely different moods can appear in my heart at the same time. Lao Zhou, we are developed. The legend is true. Champion Ho Witsubing killed a god, and he was a very powerful god. This is the silver spear he left behind. Wu Zhong looked at the silver gun on the ground and was very excited. Zhou Zijin couldn't help but nod. Yes, yes, the champion's god-killing spear. Wu Zhong was excited for a moment, then quickly calmed down. Old Zhou, did you see the illusion just now? Zhou Zijin nodded solemnly. I saw it. Witsubing killed a god, which is no different from what was described on the mural. Wu Zhong said. No, there is still a certain difference. Simply looking at the murals, this god is in a weak state. But in the illusion we see, this god is in his peak state. Zhou Zijin said. Wu Zhong, what do you want to say? Wu Zhong said. I want to know how the champion Ho Witsubing did it. Kill a powerful god with a mortal body. There was longing in his eyes. Zhou Zijin, who was struggling in the danger of Doomsday, could see clearly. He understood what this look was. Wu Zhong was eager to become stronger and eager for revenge. Zhou Zijin said, let's look around. Maybe we can find Witsubing's inheritance, or what kind of artifact it is. Wu Zhong said. Okay. The two quickly searched the temple. Instead, the bloody spear was left on the ground, and the two of them made a tacit agreement not to touch it. There is a seal here, which is Witsubing's military seal. A few minutes later, Wu Zhong found a seal. There are also signs of blood staining on the seal. The blood should belong to Witsubing. Wu Zhong picked up the seal and felt an electric shock. But with the seal in his hand, he felt that his body became warm, and he even had an inexplicable illusion of being invincible. In addition to this, there were some other things that he didn't know yet. Huh? Wu Zhong quickly put down the seal with lingering fear. What's wrong with you? Zhou Zijin came to his brother's side and asked worriedly. The good brother discovered the seal, and the action of picking up the seal and putting it down puzzled him. Wu Zhong said, this seal is too strong. Zhou Zijin stretched out his hand, but quickly retracted it when he got close to the seal, not daring to touch it. What should we do? Wu Zhong said. It's okay if you touch it. Just let it go in time. But seeing these things, I feel that the knowledge I learned before is seriously insufficient. He took out a jade box and a sandalwood box from the space storage device. Ancient people like to use these two kinds of boxes when placing seals. Maybe try it, Zhou Zijin said. No. You are a professional. You come to recycle it. Wu Xiong nodded, took a deep breath, stretched out his hand again, picked up the seal, and quickly put it into the jade box. Zhou Zijin asked, "Is this okay?" Wu Xiong shook his head. "I don't know." After closing the jade box, Wu Xiong tried to pick up the jade box. For a moment, he felt like he was struck by lightning, but luckily he let go in time. Zhou Zijin said, "Wu Xiong, are you okay?" Wu Xiong shook his head. "I'm fine." He took off the lid, picked up the seal again, put it into the sandalwood box, and closed it again. This time he picked up the sandalwood box easily and did not feel any electric shock. Seeing this scene, Zhou Zijin understood that his brother had succeeded. He smiled and said, "Why don't you find a quick yellow cloth to wrap it up? I've seen it done like this in TV dramas." Wu Xiong thought for a moment. "Old Zhou, you are right." He actually found a piece of yellow cloth, wrapped the sandalwood box, and put it into the space storage device. Zhou Zijin turned around and looked at the blood-stained silver gun on the ground. "This is the highlight." Wu Xiong frowned. "Old Zhou, my intuition tells me that we are not qualified to touch this gun." Zhou Zijin said, "Don't worry. Let's continue exploring this temple to see if there is anything else." Wu Xiong glanced at the floor under his feet. "I think the floor of this temple is very good. It should be some kind of special alloy. It has very high toughness and strength. If I can, I really want to dig it all up." Zhou Zijin smiled. "Wu Xiong, are you kidding?" Wu Xiong said, "It's not a joke. It's just that we don't have the conditions." The two continued to search the temple. However, none of them noticed that there was a shadow slowly condensing on the uncondensed blood on the throne of the temple. It murmured in a low voice, "Damn mortals! Damn mice!" Su Miao, Xia Xuan, and Lin Jiujiu continued to set off. At dawn, the desert sky suddenly darkened again. I thought another black storm was coming, but there was no wind blowing between heaven and earth, which looked extremely strange. "Sister Su Miao, isn't this a black storm disaster?" Lin Jiujiu asked doubtfully. Su Miao shook her head. "I don't know." At this time, Mina, who was out patrolling, returned. "Your Highness, I don't know what's going on in this desert. The sky suddenly turned dark." Su Miao reached out and took out the alloy staff from the magic space. "Don't worry. Let's keep walking." The change felt uncomfortable. "Use a flashlight." Su Miao gave Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiran a flashlight each. The team moved quickly along the willow tree corridor. Su Miao sped up a little, and Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiran followed. "There is light over there. And there is someone. Brothers, it's a woman." In the distance, the capable person spotted the team rushing here and was very excited. "There is malice." Su Miao waved the alloy staff and fired several magic beams, killing only one person in the team. However, the remaining ability user was severely injured. He saw Su Miao's appearance clearly with a horrified expression. She had a pink shawl, twin tails, and a witch's robe. This was a pink demon. "I am a witch from the Luo family. You can't kill me," he shouted. Another magic beam was launched, piercing his heart. Chapter 279. The Luo family base exploded. Resurrection of the dead. Except for the exploded corpses, all the other corpses stood up. They searched randomly among the broken corpses and grabbed some parts to complete the body as much as possible. This was a group of strangers just now, and I felt scared just by meeting them. As expected, it is more reassuring to turn into corpses and undead, Su Miao said. "Is there anyone who can speak?" An undead man said hoarsely. "Your Highness, I can do it." Being able to speak means that this person is an undead elite, and he is a strong one among the undead elites. His strength deserves recognition. Su Miao asked, "Do you remember the way back to Luo's house?" The undead elite said, "I remember this." Su Miao nodded. There is only such an undead elite, which is too few. She waved the alloy staff, and the magical phantom clone returned, injecting some more magic power into it to enhance the magic power possessed by the magical phantom clone. At the same time, a speed state is added to these undead, which can make the undead walk faster. "Lead the way to Luo's house. Walk faster." "Yes, Your Highness." The undead elite immediately led the way. The magic phantom clone nodded and quickly followed. Judging from the speed at which these ability users, who call themselves the Luo family, are found, the private base where they live is not too far away, and they should be able to find the location quickly and solve the problem from the source. Otherwise, it would pop up from time to time. which would be too scary. In the desert, Hu and Feng Xiu from Beishop prison were fishing with others. No. Eating. They had been traveling for a long time and needed a break. Ah! Suddenly, the man standing on the sand dune in charge of sentries screamed in terror. Because the sky was very dark. He couldn't see clearly what it was. So he shined a flashlight and saw clearly the few undead running in front. The undead were covered in blood and their bodies were in pieces. It was obvious that they were a group of rotting corpses. The sand and dust were billowing, and a group of undead souls rushed over. Fortunately, these undead didn't attack, but they still shocked him. As for Hu, Feng Crocodile and others, they covered themselves with rough sand cloaks almost as soon as they heard the shouts, covering their bodies and holding their breath. Just when they were about to take a look at the situation, they saw that the brother on guard at the top of the mountain had his head pierced by something, and blood was flying everywhere. Then, they saw the brother get up again and follow the dust in the distance. Su Miao, who was passing by, didn't even look here when he was killing people. She just felt the malice and killed him casually. Conveniently revive an undead and add some speed. She hurried to the base that called herself Luo Family, not wanting to worry about unnecessary things. Feng Crocodile asked. Second brother. Was our brother killed? Hu said. Ch. Don't talk. Feng Crocodile and the brothers below didn't say anything. It wasn't until a long time passed that they arranged for someone to go check on the situation. Where the sentry brother died just now, there was nothing left except a large pool of blood. Feng Crocodile said. Second brother. I have an immature idea. Just know it. Don't say it. Hu checked the remaining traces on the sand and said. They are not going in the direction of the underground palace. Let's go to the underground palace as soon as possible. There's the pink demon Su Miao wandering outside. It's so scary. I really don't know what force provoked this person. Seeing so many undead footprints. They must have gone to the private base where they were looking for trouble. Hu looked at the direction and said. What's the Luo family base over there? Feng Crocodile said. Second brother. Yes. It's them. A group of 28,500. A very impressive group of people. Hu said. GGG. There will be no Luo family base after today. Feng Crocodile said. Would you like to send a telegram to the boss? Hu said. That. After confirming that the pink demon was going to destroy the Luo family base, the group of people in Beishop prison stopped fishing and rushed to the underground palace. Your Highness. Here. The undead elite, who had been running for an hour, stopped and pointed hoarsely at the yellow sand in front of them. The other undead stood neatly behind with weapons in hand. Su Miao glanced at the direction pointed by the undead elite. There was nothing but yellow sand here, and no base could be seen at all. However, the path led by the undead elite will not be wrong. The base of the Luo family is here. While he was wondering, there were roars from the ground. I saw a lot of yellow sand sinking downwards, and a passage appeared between the yellow sands. The very clear Luo family base logo was illuminated on the passage. Su Miao took a look at these undead and immediately understood the key. These undead are equipped with sensors. People in the base discovered the sensor, although they didn't know what was going on. They opened the door as soon as possible. Normally, the Luo family base would never do this. They will have very strict procedures. It's just that the eldest young master of the Luo family, who has the best ability user qualifications among the younger generation of the Luo family, has disappeared. Many people in the base were sent out to search, but many of the people sent out disappeared. This made the top brass of the Luo family base very angry. The top management has ordered that as soon as there is news, reported immediately. Anyone who dares to delay the news will be executed. Just like that, without even a life verification procedure, the Luo family base opened its doors. Kill! Su Miao gave the order. The undead elite immediately rushed into the Luo family base with the undead behind them. The ability user in charge of guarding the gate had a flattering smile on his face, preparing to see which big shot from the base was back. But as soon as he showed his face, he was shot in the head. Enemy attack! A shrill alarm sounded in the Luo family base. The undead swarmed in and killed everyone. After the training of the Doomsday, the reaction of the ability users in the Luo family base was actually not slow at all. They came out with weapons in hand, wanting to know who the enemy was who had invaded the base. But what I saw was a group of our own people, covered in blood. Come here quickly! Someone shouted. Then, they saw these own men firing on all cylinders. These own people are not human beings at all. They have long become undead. Su Miao walked behind the attacking undead, throwing an undead back to life from time to time, allowing the corpses that had not been turned into pieces to stand up again. Soon capable people noticed this situation and reorganized the defense line. But by this time, it was already too late. The Luo family base was penetrated by the undead. The fierce battle makes it impossible to tell whether the opponent is the undead or the living. Everyone is in danger of killing an Esper who goes crazy in order to survive. As long as he sees blood on the opponent's body, he will strike first, because the teammates who were fighting side by side just now, or even the teammates who helped block the bullets, would suddenly turn and penetrate the chest of the protected person with their hands. The brother who was finally rescued from the hail of bullets was shot dead by the rescuer before he could be rescued. Too many things like this happen, and they can't afford to gamble. The situation was completely out of control. Screams were heard one after another, and rivers of blood flowed inside the Luo family base with less than 3,000 people. Pink Devil, we have no grievances against you. Why are you? At this time, an old man's voice came through the loudspeaker in the base. He burst into tears and was filled with grief and anger. We are struggling in the Doomsday and have finally survived until now. Why do you want to attack our base? Ha! Pink Devil, others are afraid of you, but we are not afraid of you. You'll regret coming here. Su Miao blinked and looked around. Just hearing the sound, she felt very strong resentment and an extremely malicious desire to kill her. But as the voice sounded, the entire Luo family base was filled with strong malice towards her, which made Su Miao unable to determine the source of the old man who spoke. Su Miao blinked, and the figure disappeared from the place. She came outside the Luo family base, flew high into the sky, used magic power to construct a staff, and pointed it at the base below. If you can't find the source, just destroy the entire base. Inside the base, the strongest person in the Luo family base, the old man who just called Su Miao, looked at the surveillance camera in confusion. He was just about to fight. But why did the pink demon disappear? Hateful. But it doesn't matter. He is sure that the pink demon is still in the base and must be looking for traces of him. Right? Now, he just needs to delay for a while. Let some people in the base move out, and then die with the pink devil. Suddenly, he looked at the big screen and couldn't say a word anymore. High in the sky, Su Miao crazily gathered magic power, causing a shining light to appear in the dark desert night sky. The destructive magic aura swept in all directions, making the mutated insects and mutated animals hidden in the desert tremble. Boom! A dazzling magic beam erupted, penetrating the Luo family base under the sand, including the old man of the Luo family who bravely shouted to Su Miao. Everyone, whether they were living or undead, were annihilated under this destructive magic beam. Since the aftermath of the explosion cannot be vented, part of it is reflected into the sky, allowing people hundreds of kilometers away to see the explosion here. The magical phantom Su Miao, with less than 5% of her magic power left, flew high in the sky. After confirming that there was no trace of malice left in the Luo family base at the center of the explosion, she turned around and looked around before disappearing. Su Miao, who was on the way with Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xian, blinked. The Luo family base was destroyed. There shouldn't be any strangers with malicious intentions showing up now. Right? No. There was another problem. She didn't understand why the perfectly fine sky turned pitch black. This wasn't some polar night. It must involve some abnormal phenomenon that she couldn't understand at all. And she had to leave here as soon as possible. Mina, fly higher and check the situation, Su Miao said. The Mina immediately flew high into the sky. But no matter how high it flew, the sky above the desert was pitch black, and it was impossible to see the edge at a glance. Your Highness, it's all dark, and you can't see anything. It feels very strange. Su Miao held the alloy staff and nodded. Fortunately, she had planted so many mutated willow trees in advance. All she had to do was walk along the willow trees. Jiujiu, Xian, follow me, Su Miao added. If you encounter danger, take action directly. It is better to live than to lie down. Well, Sister Su Miao. Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xian nodded. At this time, deep in the underground palace, affected by the inexplicable aura, the ability users who came here to hunt for treasure fell into various illusions, in order to compete for the divine object they saw in the vision. They fought fiercely and killed the underground palace until the blood flowed like a river. Si Zue was walking in the underground palace with a black coat in hand. When he entered a side hall, he saw a bloody scene. The elixir of immortality. This is the elixir that both the first emperor and Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty wanted. The capable person held a stone and shouted loudly, unaware that the people around him had scarlet eyes. The elixir is mine! The man on the side shot very decisively, beating the brothers who were hunting for treasure from behind, and then snatched away the stone that fell to the ground. In just a moment, there was only one seriously injured ability user left alive in the entire side hall. Ha! The elixir is mine! I can live forever! He decisively swallowed the stone in one gulp, then held his throat and choked to death. Si Zui looked at this scene with vigilance. There is a problem in the underground palace. Suddenly, Si Zui noticed that the blood on the ground was being absorbed by the ground silently. Even the corpses of these ability users decayed in a very short period of time, looking as if they had been dead for countless years. There is something wrong with this underground palace. There is a big problem. Season held the code in hand and continued walking deeper into the underground palace. Boom! Suddenly, several violent explosions caught Si Zui's attention, and also attracted the attention of other powerful people. Some of the ability users who had fallen into hallucinations even woke up at this moment. See what they are fighting for? A bloody head. Look what he's eating. I don't know whose body it is. Look what he's doing. Completely transformed into a beast? Panic spread among the crowd. However, more people heard unreal sounds coming from the depths of the explosion. The silver spear used by Wutsubing to kill the gods has been found. Artifacts. So many artifacts. The legend is true. Developed. The chaotic sounds made it difficult to tell whether they were real or fake. But as long as they were awake, all the ability users rushed towards the sound. The source of the sound is the center of the temple, where Wutsubing's silver spear is located. Zhou Zijin and Wu Zhong, who had nothing to gain except the silver gun, decided to leave here. But after groping for a long time, the two couldn't find a way to leave. So archaeologist Wu Zhong decided to blast a passage. Who would have thought that after the tunnel explosion was successful, those shouts could be heard all around? But he and Zhou Zijin were the only two people nearby. Where could there be more people? Wu Zhong said. Old Zhou, something is wrong here. Zhou Zijin's hair stood on end. He looked at the uncondensed blood on the throne and was worried in his heart. I know. Are you saying that the god that Champion Ho Wutsubing killed was not completely dead, and that he wanted to be resurrected? Wu Zhong swallowed. Lao Zhou, don't scare me. While the two were talking, the sounds of a fight for treasures even started to simulate in the surroundings, and continued to spread to the depths of the underground palace. In fact, if you listen carefully, you will find that these voices come from those who are trapped in hallucinations. But you don't know what principle the other party uses to transform them. Escape, Zhou Zijin said. We have already gained something. Let's leave here first, and leave the gun to those who come after us. Wu Zhong nodded, and the two quickly left through the blasted passage. Everything here was too weird, and it was beyond their understanding. Hand over the things. The lingering ghost Wei Jin of Yanqing appeared in front of the road. Zhou Zijin said, Wei Jin, don't bully others too much. Behind us is Beishop Prison. Wutsubing's god-slaying gun is in this temple. If you have the ability, go and get it. Wei Jin smiled sadly. I like your talking heads better than Wutsubing's gun. Wu Zhong's face turned pale. He understood that he was overheard talking about Wei Jin in a low voice in the tavern. Just like the rumors among nearby ability users. The ability users in Yanqing are all dead eunuchs, who will be punished for their death. Zhou Zijin said, Wei Jin, aren't you afraid that you will be punished by Wu Ji if you go late and fail to get Wutsubing's silver spear? Wei Jin frowned. Zhou Zijin was right. Anyone who joins Yanqing must put Wu Ji's will as their first priority. Okay, I'll give you a chance to escape. Wei Jin waved his hand and led the people into the temple. Zhou Zijin and Wu Zhong fled quickly. However, they had only taken a few steps when two ability users wearing black cloaks appeared. After launching their ability attacks in less than the blink of an eye, Zhou Zijin and Wu Zhong felt that the air around them had become extremely thick. No, the surrounding space became extremely sticky, and the two of them were restrained and unable to move in place. Who are you? Zhou Zijin shouted loudly. Knowing that participating in this treasure hunt in the underground palace would encounter many dangers, they never thought of it. So they tricked Wei Jin away, and two more ruthless ones came. Two ability users in black cloaks quickly approached them from a distance like ghosts. We finally sacrificed a private base to get rid of the pink demon. How can we let you escape with your things? Yeah. Do you know how much risk we took? Zhou Zijin said. Here are the things for you. Spare our lives. A black-cloaked ability user suddenly approached Zhou Zijin and whispered like a devil. I can kill you. Why should I let you go? Another black-cloaked ability user approached Wu Zhong and whispered. Yes. The fewer people who know the secret, the better. Boom! Suddenly, just when Zhou Zijin and Wu Zhong were about to die, an extremely terrifying aura erupted inside the temple. The two black-cloaked ability users were caught off guard and were knocked back by the terrifying aura. Their ability to control Zhou Zijin and Wu Zhong failed. Escaped separately, Zhou Zijin rolled on the spot, and several mixed smoke bombs exploded, filling the entire narrow passage with smoke. Ahem, what the hell? The two black-cloaked ability users coughed repeatedly. By the time the smoke dissipated, Zhou Zijin and Wu Zhong had disappeared. Go inside first. Glancing at the passage behind them, the two looked at each other and rushed into the temple. Here, Zhou Zijin fled into a corridor, panting. Just now was the closest he came to death. Those two ability users wearing black cloaks were not strong men that he could understand at all. Also, these two people said that they sacrificed a base to mobilize the pink demons. Is this true or false? If true, this is horrific. But, anyway, he survived. Zhou Zijin decided that he would not accept the reward from Bishop Prison. He would immediately find a place to hide after leaving the underground palace and never get involved in such dangerous things again. Suddenly, Si Zui appeared in front of Zhou Zijin with a black code in his hand. Behind Si Zui was a terrifying shadow monster generated by the Dark Sin. The monster opened its teeth and claws, ready to devour Zhou Zijin at any time. Oh, you're lucky. Where is the seal? Chapter 280, There is nothing that cannot be solved by starlight blooming. Who is this? Why does he know the seal? Zhou Zijin looked at Si Zui in front of him with despair in his heart. Before the end of the world, Zhou Zijin liked to read novels, and often fantasized about becoming the protagonist of the novel and soaring to the sky, marrying Bai Fume, and reaching the pinnacle of life. After the Doomsday came, Zhou Zijin, who fell into despair, awakened his ability and easily broke through the predicament, thinking that the opportunity to become the protagonist had come, until he encountered a cannibal, was severely beaten, and fled back in embarrassment, realizing that he was not the only one with abilities. Therefore, he decided to imitate the protagonist and improve his strength first. Who would have thought that those powerful people would become stronger and stronger? Zhou Zijin recognized the reality and began to become a bounty hunter, deciding to survive while looking for opportunities. This trip to the underground palace to search for divine objects was his chance. Even if this requires being thrown into the group of extremely vicious ability users in Bishop Prison. As long as he can get a divine object, he will definitely become a truly strong man in this apocalyptic world. However, one series of encounters made Zhou Zijin seriously doubt his life. Could this be related to his plan to trick his brother to death? Zhou Zijin looked at Si Zui and said quickly. The seal was snatched away by two ability users wearing black cloaks. They are currently fighting for Huitsubing's silver spear to kill the gods in the temple. There is divine blood in the temple, and the divine blood is still available to this day. No solidification. Will the person who takes the seal let go of the person who got the seal? The person who was robbed was not injured? Interesting. Dare to lie in front of him. The lies that are both true and false are a bit deceptive. Do you really think he can't tell? You are guilty. Cecin held the code in his hand, and his expression became serious. The sins extracted from Zhou Zijin were so small that they were not worthy of the death penalty at all? However, the aura of sin lingering around Zhou Zijin was several times greater than that of ordinary people. Really interesting. Death penalty. If the death penalty is not enough, the death penalty will be mandatory. The Dark Sin turned into a shadow monster and pierced Zhou Zijin's heart. Zhou Zijin fell to the ground. Ba Shaoren won't let you go. Cecin sneered. Shaoren from Bishop Prison? Such a person is very strong, but not qualified enough to be taken seriously by him. Si Zui entered the depths of the underground palace. It was unknown whether it was due to the fierce battle taking place deep in the underground palace or other reasons. Zhou Zijin's corpse did not absorb blood from the ground like other corpses and quickly decayed. Not long after, Hu and Feng Gu from Bishop Prison passed by and saw the dead Zhou Zijin. Feng Crocodile picked up Zhou Zijin's body and said, Second brother, the treasure-hunting rat that eldest brother arranged for us is dead. Hu said, Well, I saw it. You take some people to find his brother named Wu Zhong and snatch the seal. I will take some people to see the depths of the underground palace. Feng Crocodile grinned. Second brother, do you want to die or live? Hu said. Of course he has to live. If a person dies, we may not be able to take away the seal. Otherwise our treasure hunter would have killed his brother long ago. Feng Gu waved his hand and sent a group of people away. Second brother, don't worry. I promise to bring them here. The two teams separated and ran towards their respective goals. When they met ability users from other forces on the road, they would kill them if they could, and they didn't care about those who escaped. More than 10 minutes later, Hu entered the temple and immediately saw the blood-stained silver gun lying on the ground in the temple. The blood on the silver gun had not solidified, and it looked as if it had just fallen there. Several corpses of Yincha ability users were lying near the silver gun. There were many people standing around, but no one went up to pick up the silver gun. Hu was stunned for a moment and led the people to find an open space to stand. He looked around. The leader of Yincheng is Wei Jin. Wei Jin looks very bad. He must have suffered a big loss in the competition for the silver spear. Not far from Yincheng are two ability users wearing black cloaks that make their faces invisible. To be able to stand here, their strength must be extraordinary. Otherwise, they would have been killed by Wei Jin. The two people were whispering, not knowing what they were talking about. Not far from them was an Esper holding a black book. Due to the relationship between Blood Duchess He Yin, anyone who sees someone with the ability to walk through the apocalypse with a book in their hand will be wary of him. Because the method He Yin likes to use to transform corpses into undead is exactly the same as the pink demon Su Miao. Very dangerous. However, some research found that wherever the pink demon Su Miao appears, He Yin will not appear. Sometimes the pink demon Su Miao is about to appear in a certain area. Even if He Yin is already walking halfway, she will immediately change direction and keep a considerable distance from the pink demon. In short, it's definitely right to be careful with someone with this kind of ability holding a book, Hu said with a smile. Everyone, Wu Quming's gun is here. Why don't you take it? Wei Jin sneered. Hu, no one is stopping you here. You can try to get the gun. A black-cloaked ability user said sarcastically. Yes, no one will stop you here. Sizui didn't say anything. He just looked at the gun on the ground. Thoughtfully, what he was looking for was not here. It had been taken away. But come. And there is so much sin here. Hu looked at the others again and said with a smile. No. I'll take a look first. He gave the younger brother behind him a look. And the younger brother immediately understood and left the temple to send a telegram. Others simply pretended not to notice this obvious calling. Hu realized the seriousness of the matter. Not long after, another person with abilities rushed into the temple. Although they didn't know why the people who came in first were standing like this, they followed and found a place to stand. Don't you want this gun? Then I'll take it. There was a new and bold ability user who walked towards the silver gun without any scruples. He was not attacked at all. After walking a few steps, he stopped and turned to look at the others, and found that there was encouragement in their eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he suddenly accelerated, ready to grab the blood-stained silver gun and run away. Suddenly, within 1 meter of the silver gun, his body fell apart without warning and scattered on the ground. Hu'er's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this scene. The dead eunuchs in Yincheng deliberately left several intact corpses near the silver gun to make it look like they were killed by a sneak attack. How insidious. But it doesn't matter. He can't hold this blood-stained silver gun. His eldest brother Sha Ren certainly can. These people may not know that his eldest brother Sha Ren is coming to the underground palace soon. Something is wrong. Outside, Su Miao stopped and looked at the mutated willow tree not far away. She always felt that it looked very familiar. There may be some problems with this statement. These mutated willow trees were essentially planted by her, and they look familiar and normal. However, the appearance of each mutant willow tree is somewhat different. This is what Su Miao wants to say. The willow tree she saw was exactly the same as she had seen it an hour before. Sister Su Miao, what's wrong? Lin Jiujiu asked. Su Miao said, we are back to where we were. They were walking along the mutated willow tree, and would suddenly return to the same place. The only possibility was that they turned a corner at some point. And when they turned, they still felt like they were walking along the willow tree. Shaolin, did you find anything? Sister Su Miao. No. Xia Xuan shook his head. She tried to listen to the voices around her, but she didn't hear anything. Beige asked, Your Highness, I will fly higher to have a look. Su Miao shook her head. No need. Even she would be deceived unknowingly. When the Mina flew high in the sky at this time, it would be difficult if she accidentally lost her way. Su Miao closed her eyes and sensed the magical phantom clone that was planting willow trees. The magical phantom clone is normal and has normal perception. This is very strange. Su Miao thought for a moment, then found a ribbon from the magic space and tied it to the mutated willow tree. Shaolin! Jiao, follow closely. The team continues to set off, with Su Miao increasing her speed. 30 minutes later, the team returned to the mutated willow tree tied with a ribbon. Just now, she was sensing the magical phantom clone while watching the mutated willow tree move forward. She never expected that it would still return to the original place inexplicably. This was very strange. Su Miao looked at the dark sky, waved the alloy staff casually, and threw a big fireball into the sky. The big fireball floated in the air, lighting up the nearby yellow sand. But nothing happened. The world in darkness is quiet. The fireball fell towards the sand and exploded with a bang, making the surrounding space brighter. But after a few seconds, the desert plunged into darkness again. Nothing could be seen from such an explosion, and she needed more reference. Stay in the barrier first. Su Miao took out the pear tree magic barrier from the magic space, and then took out tables, chairs, and various food. Now, they were trapped in this dark desert. Continuing to walk would only consume their energy. It was better to sit down, eat something, rest for a while, and then think of a solution. Su Miao ate strawberries and turned on her mobile phone. There was no network signal on her mobile phone. According to normal circumstances, there should be internet at this time. But there is not now, which shows that this darkness not only blocks the wall, but also has the effect of isolating the internet. If you don't have the internet, you can't turn to the omnipotent netizens for help. In addition, they had been trapped for such a long time, and Su Miao did not see any mutated animals or unknown monsters attacking in the darkness, which made Su Miao even more puzzling. Is this darkness simply to trap them? Others might have been panicked if they were trapped like this, but Su Miao didn't panic at all, as long as strangers don't suddenly appear and scare her. On the contrary, she will feel at ease when she is in the dark. That's how Xia Xian, Lin Jiao, and Ba Gu looked scared. You guys stay in the magic barrier, and I'll try to see if I can deal with this darkness. Su Miao took the alloy staff and walked outside the barrier. Xia Xian and Lin Jiao nodded. As long as Sister Su Miao is here, they won't be afraid. According to current observations, the darkness covering the desert is not a normal natural phenomenon, but a strange scene similar to a magical barrier or realm. It's a magic barrier or realm. Just break it. Su Miao held the alloy staff with both hands and pointed it at the sky. The dazzling magic beam burst out and struck deep into the darkness. Boom! The magic beam penetrated the darkness and exploded at the limit, briefly restoring light to the sky covering the desert. However, after the darkness was briefly dispelled, Su Miao did not see the sun that should have appeared in the sky. It is now 1:12 in the afternoon, and the sun will never disappear inexplicably under the high temperature and natural disaster. Because even if there is darkness, the temperature in the desert is still as high as 68 degrees Celsius. It's just that the magic beam just now couldn't even detect the border of darkness, let alone directly blast through this barrier and realm. Su Miao frowned. Any boundary or field will not appear out of thin air and requires basic support. Take the pear tree magic barrier used by Su Miao as an example. The basis for supporting the magic barrier is the mutated pear tree itself that is carved with a magic circle. Then to destroy the magic enchantment of the pear tree, directly destroy the mutated pear tree, and the magic enchantment covering the surrounding area will naturally dissipate. Therefore, if you cannot break through directly from the border, then destroying the foundation of this darkness is just as feasible. Of course, that's if she can find the core of this darkness. Su Miao just used the light brought by the magic beam explosion to see the nearby environment clearly. She was on a high ground and could release magic below without any scruples. Considering that ordinary magic had little effect on this darkness, she decided to directly use Starlight Bloom. As for the problem that using Starlight Bloom may consume a lot of magic power, Su Miao is not worried. She still has the true energy from practicing Tai Chi Heart Flow to use. Su Miao searched the magic space and took out a large amount of energy or stored in it. The Starlight Blooming magic circle unfolds. The energy ores placed on the ground turned into energyless waste rocks at an extremely fast speed, and a large amount of magic power gathered rapidly, even directly causing changes in the dark sky, With her pink twin tails flying, Su Miao looked forward intently, the magic power in her body pouring crazily into the alloy staff. The magic power in front of the staff was compressed to the extreme, as if a white star was lighting up in the darkness. Dazzling, sparkling, beautiful. Surrounding this white star, countless stars are twinkling. Using this alloy staff, she no longer has to worry about the staff being exploded due to overload of magic power. This feeling is really refreshing. Although she didn't know where the source of the darkness was, her intuition told her that if she bombarded this place, she would definitely gain something. The pear tree magic barrier at the back. Lin Jiujio, Xia Xuan, and Bago were trembling. Although they have encountered this kind of situation before, they still feel scared when they see Su Miao release the starlight again and feel the destructive magical pressure escaping. His Highness is obviously not broken. Why does it feel more terrifying than His Highness, who is broken? Starling huddled under the mutated pear tree, feeling like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Lin Jiujio and Xia Xuan closed their eyes immediately. They continued to watch with their eyes open, fearing that their eyes would be blinded by Sister Su Miao's magic. After consuming nearly 80% of his own magic power, Su Miao reached the limit of controlling the compressed magic power. Starlight blooms. Boom! In an instant, the bright starlight was bombarded like a compressed Milky Way. All light disappeared in the eerie darkness. Countless stars are blooming. The yellow sand is evaporated. The earth is shaking. The darkness is dissipating. The darkness covering the desert finally reacted violently this time, and a shrill scream could be heard vaguely. But the scream was annihilated by the explosion caused by the blooming starlight before it reached Su Miao. The starlight blooms penetrate the dark boundary, and finally a very beautiful mushroom cloud rises on the horizon. Looking at the beautiful mushroom cloud, Su Miao vented all her unhappiness after being lost in the dark for several hours. If this doomsday wasn't too dangerous, I would really want to use Starlight Bloom once a day. The more she uses Starlight Bloom, the more skillful she will become. When the aftermath of the blooming stars swept out, the darkness covering the desert disappeared, and the hot and scorching sun shone on the desert again, as if the strange darkness that could make people lost before had never existed. Even the air became cleaner. Su Miao looked at the blue sky. Although the hot and scorching sun was very unfriendly, it was at least much stronger than the darkness that could destroy walls. In the distance, impacted by the blooming stars, a wide canyon appeared in the desert. Countless quicksands were flowing down the canyon, and the entire desert began to shake, showing signs of movement. However, the sand near the mutant willow corridor is relatively stable and does not flow. Sensing the sunshine, Xia Xuan and Lin Jiujio opened their eyes, with excited smiles on their faces. Sister Su Miao succeeded, and they got rid of the strange darkness. Lin Jiujio asked expectantly, "Sister Su Miao, can we leave?" Su Miao said, "Well, you can leave now. Before I leave, I will see if I can find the source of this strange darkness." Her intuition told her that she had not been able to destroy the source just now. I don't know how big this desert is. What if it comes out to cause trouble again and becomes even more dangerous? After all, it was she who used Starlight Bloom to destroy this strange darkness this time, and formed a deadly feud with the other party. Now that the other party has not appeared, it means that he is in a weak state. It would be easy to find it and destroy it completely. Otherwise, there is no guarantee that Su Miao will have the same good luck next time. Su Miao put away the alloy staff and said, "Mina, fly around to see if there are any clues." Mina flew up. "Yes, Your Highness." Over in the desert, Shahran, the leader of Beisha prison, rushed to the underground palace after receiving the telegram. According to the plan, he should have arrived at the underground palace long ago. But like Su Miao, he fell into a strange darkness and was trapped just halfway. Shahran angrily slapped the head of the brother who was leading the way into his chest, asking the others to find a way out. As a result, the brothers sent out disappeared while walking. This made Shahran even more angry. Delaying his fight for the divine object is unforgivable. If he knows who is deliberately disgusting him, he will definitely take revenge 100-fold when he finds out. Just when Shahran was trapped in the strange darkness and unable to do anything, Su Miao's starlight burst out, penetrating the darkness, and devastating shock waves swept in all directions. At that time, Shahran was standing 1 kilometer away, seeing the destructive magic passing in front of him, and taking a deep breath of the heat wave mixed with wind and sand. Shahran immediately controlled the quicksand to cover his whole body, allowing his body to sink into the lower layer of the desert to avoid the shock wave. Even though he was hidden deep in the sand, Sharon still felt like his body was being torn apart. Fortunately, the shockwave only lasted a few seconds, and he endured it. When he emerged from the sand again, all the brothers who had been with him a moment ago were gone.